try and draw in all of those priority attacks and keep this Calyrex safe once again. Ice Shard comes through.
Yeah, but I think you can just go for the Psychic, and this is exactly what Victor does. At +2, this is going to be plenty enough to knock out Dragonite. You don't even need to play those mind games. And this is what I love about Victor's playstyle. He's not the type of player that kind of opts into those, oh, there's like 2 options. Which one are you going to do? Which one am I going to do? No, he always tries to find that third option that allows him to progress his board state continuously. And this is exactly what he managed to do here. Going for one kind of read or one play where he went for the wide guard, but it worked out perfectly. And so he's going to win this game without even revealing his 2 final Pokemon. Wow.
I mean, what a commanding duo of the Calyrex and the Smeargle. I think Mark now does need to utilize the remaining moments in this Game 1 and start thinking about Game 2 and what adaptations you were going to make. I mean, how are you going to get through Smeargle and Calyrex?
Yeah, and it's, I mean, coming down to the first turn, that it went really, really well for Victor. But there's no kind of safe option for Mark because, of course, the pressure is there. Nasty Plot on Calyrex could have been used on turn 1, so you have to do something about that. And you can't just go for the wide guard that easily. So now Mark just, stalling out the remaining turns just a little bit to have a little bit of extra time probably to think about what he wants to do for Game 2.
Yep, Smeargle just once again going for that follow me in case an Ice Shard was coming through into the Calyrex. Astral Barrage, of course, not going to be connecting thanks to the Protect. And I wouldn't be surprised, Marcus, in the next turn to just see a repeat of this coming through. Follow me, Astral Barrage, just trying to get that damage through. Yeah,
and eventually also the Electric Terrain would run out, so then maybe you can start going for some Spores. But I mean, both players know that this game is effectively over. If Mark can get a KO on Smeargle, then maybe you can see a little bit more information of what is in the back. But then, I don't know if you can really do much with that because the team of Victor is also so flexible. He could do the same thing for Game 2, but also he could just switch things up completely.
And he's not even able to fell that Smeargle from play. The Astral Barrage will come through. This, of course, is going to take Chimpap down to its Focus Sash, so you still need one more turn for Menta to come through. But seeing the Ice Shard damage, unless there's going to be some stat changes on the Smeargle, I feel like it could even take another one.
Yeah, probably. Or it could just go for like some Spores. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game is effectively over. Well, there is the defense drop. Maybe now Ice Shard is going to be enough. So Mark at least
just to get a KO on the board, right?
But I think Mark's team, it has the options to do something about this. It's not like, you just put Smeargle and Calyrex there and the game is over. Well, it was enough for the knockout. Nice job there, Chienpao. But because Smeargle and Calyrex offer so many different ways of how it can be played, Victor in this game just went for the one that Mark didn't kind of cover with the plays he was making. And so, I think it's one of those where you're like, oh, okay, I lost this one, but I kind of, I know the turns that maybe didn't go my way, but it wasn't because I made any like big mistakes, but it was just because my opponent made some better calls here.
Yes, and we've seen this before as well. Sometimes in a best-of-3 set, that first game can go kind of to a landslide victory to one trainer, but they don't necessarily end up winning the set because a lot of the information gained, a lot of the, calculations may be run internally by these trainers in those moments can now be applied to the rest of the games in the set. So Mark could very well now have identified how Victor wants to play this, make those reads and adjustments, and then start playing Victor at his own game.
Absolutely. So, Mark, surprisingly to me, not bringing Volcarona at all, but maybe he's saying, well, against this kind of Calyrex-centric approach that I'm expecting from my opponent, Volcarona doesn't actually do that much. I mean, I could try and go for some Struggle Bug, but other than that, there's nothing really to redirect with Rage Powder if it's Astral Barrage that your opponent is using. And also against the Smeargle with Wide Guard, Victor has some ways to play around the Volcarona. So even though that is often a Pokemon that comes into this matchup, because of the lack of Quiver Dance, maybe Mark saying like, okay, actually Volcarona, I already know that I don't have to try this. Or maybe he's now thinking, okay, well, Game 1 didn't go my way, but now I need to try something else. Then maybe Volcarona is the first thing that you could kind of look at.
And I think Victor as well has so many support options to help that Calyrex out. Game 1, obviously, working with the Smeargle was a fantastic success, but you could always bench that Smeargle, bring in something like the Incineroar into this next game to be able to still provide that exact same support with the Fake Out, but maybe some more offensive capabilities as well.
Yeah, and then on Victor's side, do you really need to switch anything up? I mean, I don't really think so. Smeargle and Calyrex are just, strong enough to take on Mark's team. I think Rillaboom in the back is always a great kind of threat as well.
With the terrain, I think is important.
Exactly, exactly. So that is something that you probably also want to bring, but you could switch up the order if you wanted to.
Well, it looks like Smeargle is not coming out to play right away. We've got this Incineroar and we've got the Calyrex by side. Opposing, once again, both the restricted here on Mark's side of the field.
So once again, it's a little bit of a fake-out mind game. Victor could go ahead and go for the fake-out. Now, Mark could go for the White Guard, which would move before the fake-out. But then if it is fake-out into Miraidon and Nasty Plot, then things could get really nasty for Mark. So you kind of want to go on the offensive, I feel like. And White Guard, yeah, but in the first game, Victor perfectly understanding the pressure that he was kind of applying there and then going for the attack anyway, despite the fact that White Guard could have been an option. By going for this Incineroar, maybe this could be one of those triple fake-out situations once more with potentially Rillaboom and Smeargle in the back, or maybe it's just Rillaboom and Zamazenta.
That's a good thing, actually. You know, is there another fake-out user in the back? Who would it be, and how would that calculate into these next couple of turns? How are they going to keep rotating to support this Calyrex?
Importantly, though, there's no follow-me threat this time around. So let's see there. If this is fake out into Miraidon, this could be really good for Victor.
Yeah, Mark taking a leaf out of Victor's book here and going for the White Guard, stopping an Astral Barrage from doing a huge amount of damage. But if this is a Nasty Plot, which it is, Calyrex,
get out of here.
It's not falling for any of Zamazenta's tricks. It goes for that Nasty Plot, gets +2 special attack. It didn't need the Grimnade boost it got in the previous game. This Calyrex is unstoppable, Marcus.
Yeah, incredible play there by Victor. Once again, understanding perfectly what was going through his opponent's head. Mark there thinking, okay, well, after how game 1 went, it's kind of obvious that I go for the White Guard, but you know, it would also be a little bit risky for Victor to just go for the Nasty Plot because I could Body Press, knock out Incineroar, and then where does the game go from there? But no, Victor then perfectly reading into this, and I guess, I'm pretty sure though, even if Mark went for the Body Press, Victor had a plan for that scenario as well.
Yeah, he has so much flexibility and has looked at all the moves and counter moves, and in this particular turn, called it so commandingly correct right here in this game 2. Mark now has to find a way through these Astral Barrages.
And now, one of the downsides of going for White Guard on turn 1 is the fact that you can probably not go for a Protect here, because the move could fail, and then Victor's Calyrex with the Life Orb N+2 is usually trained to knock out Zamazenta with a Psychic.
Interestingly enough, the Calyrex on the opposing side goes here for the Protect, plays nice and defensively, and maybe wants to look what this Miraidon is going to lock into as well with its Choice Scarf. Looks like it was going to be, obviously, that Electro Drift falling down into the Protect as Zamazenta follows up with a Body Press. That does get a one-hit KO onto the opposing Incineroar, however, but knowing Victor, there's going to be another fake-out Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I feel like this is going all according to plan, because now you have confirmation, okay, Miraidon is locked into the Electro Drift. It has committed its Terra Electric, so now here's my Smeargle, another fake out, and now once again we can play this game where, okay, Miraidon cannot protect, so I could go for a fake out and Psychic, knock out Miraidon guaranteed, and only if there is a Dark type in the waiting in the back. That is one way for Mark to maybe get out of this.
That's a good point, actually. A Pokemon like the Chien-Pao that you can see sneakily on your screen would not be taking any damage from the Psychic type. It also is not going to appreciate taking, you know, the Ghost type damage, but at +2 it's still going to be formidable.
However, now I'm thinking for Victor, maybe this is one of those positions where actually you go for the Astral Barrage, even though there is the White Guard threat. But if you go for a fake out into Miraidon and Astral Barrage, there's not really any big downside that I'm seeing. So maybe that's also an option for Victor.
Yeah, exactly. You might fall victim to the White Guard, but then you can kind of still position things up on the next turn with some redirection. No White Guard to contend with, though. Zamazenta just going straight up for the Protect. A nice defensive play as Smeargle goes for that fake out into Chien-Pao. That is going to be breaking the focus sash, critically leaving it vulnerable and exposed to the follow-up that can come through on Victor's side.
Yeah, it was Psychic going into Protect there, so small victory for Mark, I would say. But now, how do you get out of this? I mean, Smeargle there is ready to support Calyrex with a Follow Me in this next turn. And then Zamazenta just used Protect. So Psychic into it seems so safe to get a KO. The Dark type in Chien-Pao is now already on the field, so there's nothing really on Mark's team that can switch into this move.
Well, Smeargle just going to go straight for a switch here. You know, Calyrex can always go for that Protect as well, play defensively, but Zamazenta's just going to come straight in here as well. Both restricted on Victor's side in play. Defense has come up on Zamazenta's side as Calyrex does indeed play defensively.
Oh, wow. Okay, not going for the opportunity here to launch a Psychic into Zamazenta. Instead, repositioning a little bit further, maybe trying to take the advantage to another level. And it's Icicle Crash into Zamazenta. Of course, that's not going to take too much damage. But yeah, allows Victor to bring in Zamazenta as well, and now you're probably threatening a like 2 KOs at the same time with Psychic and Body Press.
I like this switch though as well, bringing in the Zamazenta to take that Icicle Crash, really, really nice, but critically you're preserving your Smeargle in the back. I feel like there was a position maybe where Zamazenta could have gone for the Body Press after an Ice Shard already breaking that Focus Sash, and then Smeargle would have been already gone from play. So you still have that utility in the back to support Calyrex later on.
Yeah, I think Victor wanted to preserve Smeargle for the Miraidon later on, because with the Choice Scarf, of course, it will outpace Calyrex, and it doesn't really matter how many special attack boosts it has. But now, is this a spot where you can go for the Psychic and Body Press from Victor's side, making it very, very difficult to deal with that?
Let's have a look. Terrestrialization is going to take to the stage here in Swiss round 9, and it is going to be on that Calyrex. It's going to be dropping its Psychic and Ghost typing, becoming a Dark type here. That's going to give it a lot more defensive capabilities, particularly in the face of a Chien-Pao.
Yeah, Chien-Pao going for the Protect, wants to stay safe, but is this a Psychic going into Zamazenta? Yes, it is. And
there we go.
Can it get the knockout?
Let's see how much damage it does. Not enough to get the KO, holding on with 11 hit points remaining. So Zamazenta is free to retaliate with a Body Press into its counterpart on the opposing side of the field. But Zamazenta, actually was going into the Protect there.
Okay, so Mark Zamazenta taking this attack, that requires some huge investment. But yeah, it didn't go for the Body Press into Calyrex, which I kind of feel like maybe it kind of had to go for, like going for taking the risk there. But yeah, Zamazenta dropping really low there for both trainers. But I think this is maybe benefiting Victor, because he can still play towards this endgame where with Smeargle and Calyrex, he can go for like a Follow Me and Astro Barrage. And as soon as Zamazenta is down for Mark, then there's no more Wide Guard. And I think, yeah, this is the kind of the spot that he is playing towards now. But for Mark, it's kind of tough. You would want to position Zamazenta next to Miraidon, but I don't really know how you would get there easily.
And the thing is, if you go for your Wide Guard, then you're not dealing any damage. The Zamazenta on Victor's side could get the KO on your Zamazenta, then no more Wide Guard.
Okay, maybe actually Mark found a way, switching in Volcarona into the Astro Barrage and protecting Zamazenta. Oh, okay, going for the Wide Guard. Interesting. Now let's see if Zamazenta, though, can make it through this turn. Yeah,
let's see what Victor has locked in here. Calyrex was going for the Astro Barrage, so the Wide Guard is going to block that coming through. A sigh of relief coming through from Mark here that call has been made correct. But what is the Zamazenta on Victor Medina's side going to go for? Is it going to try and get the KO? Instead, it goes for the Body Press onto that Volcarona that has switched in. Of course, not very effective. Is going to take that damage from the Rocky Helmet, but no burn coming through.
Okay, now I guess you kind of take it to another 50-50 between Wide Guard and Astro Barrage, because we saw Zamazenta over on Mark's side is faster. So you could go for a Body Press and Follow Me if you expect the Psychic, or you could go for the Wide Guard and attack with Volcarona if you expect the Astro Barrage. Yeah, it's still kind of dicey. I'm not sure how much I like this positioning for Mark, but it's very, very risky. But, well, he has played himself into a spot where now he has a chance. A big turn. Victor could try and play defensively, protecting his Calyrex, but then that could run into Zamazenta just going on the offense. So let's see.
Well, it's to Wide Guard or not to Wide Guard. Let's see what the Zamazenta goes for. No Wide Guard. Calyrex goes for the Astral Barrage. This will not find its mark on Volcarona, but will be able to deal with the Zamazenta on Mark's side. So that restricted Pokemon is going to go down. Mark loses that Pokemon. It doesn't really matter what the Zamazenta on Victor's side is going to do there to protect there, but it feels like this Calyrex has now got a Nulla boost that's at +3. It's so relentless at the moment. If Miraidon comes back in, however, there is no fake out on the field for Victor. That Calyrex is not going to be as safe.
Yes, yeah, that's what you have to do now. Bring in Miraidon, you threaten the KO with Electro Drift. You're just resetting the electric terrain at the right time and the right turn. But, of course, Victor can let Zamazenta go down and then have Smeargle, and then there would be Fake Out and Follow Me pressure. So with Zamazenta now out of the picture for Mark, no more Wide Guard. And yeah, I feel like the lack of Tailwind on this Volcarona, the lack of Quiver Dance or anything, but he cannot really capitalize on this positioning. He has all the damage. He's pressuring with Miraidon, but Volcarona cannot really use a free turn right now. So yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be a Protect here from Victor's Calyrex to take it safe. And then, well, you kind of... I wonder, do you even... Well, Zamazenta is going to knock itself out there
with the Rocky Helmet,
as well. So ideally, you would want Zamazenta to stay around. So I'm almost wondering, do you go for a Protect here with Volcarona?
Well, let's see. Zamazenta actually gets out of there saying, I need to hang around a little bit longer. I don't want to go down. And we're going to see that Smeargle come back into play.
Yeah, and Victor was trying to counter the play that I was talking about, going for the switch, but Mark kind of read through this and went for the flamethrower instead onto the Zamazenta, which is now the Smeargle. This could have been really, really bad for Mark had Zamazenta just stayed in. But now at least the Focus Sash is broken on Smeargle.
Yeah, Smeargle has his Focus Sash broken, takes it right down into the red zone. We're going to just see the Moody Boosters come through. Don't think they're going to be too impactful at this point in time. However, Fake Out critically is now on the field.
Yeah, but now, well, it seems like an easy Fake Out and Astro Barrage. But of course, Mark can counteract this by switching Miraidon into Chien-Pao and then protecting Volcarona, for example. Or do you try and let Volcarona go down so you can set up a Chien-Pao and Miraidon board? Well, I don't know my damage calculations, to be honest. How much damage can the Astro Barrage do from Calyrex? It's so boosted up. Plus 3. Yeah. And it has the Life Orb. Maybe this is enough. Yeah, this should knock out the Chien-Pao, actually. So then, yeah, if it does knock out, then you have to protect.
I know being a Dark type, it normally gives it a bit of breathing room against a Ghost type, but this is that incredible Calyrex plus 3. It's still going to be a difficult battle for this Chien-Pao, but if it is able to hang on, that does indeed keep Mark in the game.
Yeah, let's see though. Volcarona protects, so now Mark wants this Chien-Pao to go down, kind of. It's still not guaranteedly great for him, but if Chien-Pao makes it, then it would be pretty bad, because then Astro Barrage can get the double KO next turn, probably. Let's see though.
Yeah, let's have a look. Astro Barrage does come through, will find its mark on that Chien-Pao, and it is enough to secure the knockout, particularly with a little bit of extra chip help from the Fake Out.
Yeah, I think that's a trade that both players are fine with, but now we're really entering the final stages of the second battle here in Swiss round number 9. Miraidon has to come in and has to make a decision. Are you going for a Snarl? Are you going for an Electro Drift? I feel like at this point you probably have to go for the electric move, but then, yeah, maybe it's just Follow Me and Astro Barrage from Victor's Calyrex. It has so many boosts and should be able to knock out Miraidon and Volcarona with Astro Barrage from this range.
Yeah, that's true. You can just go for that Follow Me straight away. If you worry about the Snarl, I mean, you're already at +4. Calyrex is Terrestrialized, is not taking super effective damage, and it'll be at +3. It still makes it incredibly formidable.
Yeah, +4 on the Calyrex.
Yeah.
Aren't there checking again, like running the numbers in his head? He's like, oh, well, yeah, actually, Volcarona can't take this, Miraidon can't take this. So, yeah, is there really any way for me to do anything? Well, we talked about this before. Volcarona, no Quiver Dance, no Tailwind, no way to increase its speed. So Calyrex will be fast enough, and it's just going to be a Follow Me and Astro Barrage, and then that should be the game.
Let's have a little look. If these duos, the Smeargle and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, can pull it through for Victor Medina, the core that won him that game 1 is now sitting here pretty in game 2. Electro Drift comes through first of all. That is going to get the knockout on the Smeargle with a critical hit, just for a little bit of redemption from the Pokemon that has been really pesky the whole way through this set. But now all eyes do come down onto this Calyrex. The Astral Barrage is unleashed. No threat of Wide Guard. It can find its mark on both Pokemon. That is a double knockout. Mark goes down. Victor Medina is able to take this Swiss round set, remain undefeated here at the Prague Regional Championships. What a game, Marcus. What a game.
Yeah, what a game, what a set, what an incredible performance by Victor Medina throughout this entire tournament so far. Going undefeated, 9-0, the only remaining player that is left. Both players there analyzing the games a little bit. And yeah, I think once more it comes down to those
Pokemon trainers, it is another beautiful day here in Prague, and we have another phenomenal day of competition here at the Prague Regional Championships. Yesterday was full of surprises, a lot of familiar faces and some new ones when we looked at those restricted pairings in this Regulation I format. I am Luak Josh Kromi. I am joined by the other Lou. We're a little bit of double trouble here on the desk, and Zoe and I this time have got the Eevee dress code, and the boys rocked up too. We have Marcus, aka Leafeon, and we have Jamie, aka Vaporeon. How are we feeling over there, guys?
Yeah, things are great. I really enjoyed seeing all the matches yesterday, whether trainers stuck with what they knew or they innovated, and we got both. And it was really, really great to see.
Marcus, what about you?
I feel very, very leafy.
I mean, so you should, right? You're rocking up, representing our Leafeon. Zoe, what about you?
Well, my favorite evolution is Flareon, so I'm feeling very fiery and ready to start the day with action.
I really like that sentiment. I think I fully agree with you, ready to start the competitive action. But let's take a look, first of all, at where our tournaments are going in Europe on the 2026 season.
So right now, this weekend, we are here in Prague, which is a venue that we have not been to since 2018. So it's so nice to be back at another beautiful city. And of course, after Prague, there are two more European regionals in Utrecht and then Turin. And then you've got NAIC in New Orleans, which will be the last major tournament leading up to Worlds in San Francisco.
And in order to get to that exclusive World Championships, you need to either, win a title or get some championship points. Marcus, championship points, they're really the thing that a lot of our trainers are grinding for right now.
Yeah, I'm sure at this point, most of our viewers are familiar with this, but in case you forgot, let's remind ourselves what's on the line here in terms of championship points, because that is what our players will need to qualify for the World Championships later in the year. So if you manage to finish, for example, in the top 4, you would be awarded 300 championship points going into your account, going onto your name. And then if you manage to be within the top 80 master players in EU at the end of the season, then you would get that invitation to Worlds. And that is, of course, what most of our players are after.
It's so incredible to be able to get those championship points and take them away as a memento of your incredible tournament run, as well as those memories. But that's not all, Jamie. There's so many things that our competitors have on the line at these tournaments.
Yeah, on top of the 200 or maybe more championship points you can get if you place in the top 16 or better, you can get some fantastic prizes as well. You'll need to make it into the top cut to be able to make these prizes, and that's no small feat, so it must be rewarded if you manage to achieve it. $750 all the way up to $6,000 are on the line for all our trainers, of course, as well as up to 108 booster boxes.
So much to play for. It makes things extra exciting for our competitive trainers. Now, the way that our tournament works, we have our 8 rounds of Phase 1 Swiss, then we advance into Phase 2, and then top cut. Currently, we're in that Phase 2 part of the competition. So let's take a look at some of the names of trainers who were able to battle it out relentlessly through those first 8 Swiss rounds of Phase 1 to make it into Phase 2 Swiss. Now, a lot of these trainers, they have championship points on the line in terms of the leaderboards. A lot of them want to be able to make the World Championships. A lot of them are in positions already to be in that stage. There's a bunch of names that really stood out to me earlier on in the tournament. Trainers like Marco Silva, for example. Zoe, were there any names that you were looking out for?
Well, Victor Medina, for one, going undefeated. I believe as of right now, he is still undefeated, and he's still battling out with Leonardo Bononomi, whom we also featured yesterday on stream, doing exceedingly well. So we will have to see as time progresses whether which one of our players progress through to the rounds. But we had so many great players. Also, David Kutesh, who's still also in the tournament representing Czech and also defending his title as the 2018 Prague Regional Champion.
And David Kutesh, I believe, has no championship points in the 2026 season as of yet. So this tournament's going to be very important for him. Marcus, any names you're looking out for in Phase 2 of the competition?
Yeah, I think there is also Mark Malunda, for example, one player that was doing so exceptionally well in Phase 1 of the tournament, but then actually is not that high up in the standings as of now. So as we have a look at some of the players who are still in the competition in Phase 2 and also then see their current ranking on the global or on the European leaderboard, and within EU, you would need to be within the top 80. It's maybe a little bit more than that because of the direct invitations that our tournament winners will get. But everyone who is on the screen right now for you can feel reasonably safe, I would say, about their road to Worlds.
This is kind of our top band of trainers, isn't it? A lot of them have already kind of put themselves into a very solid position, contention to lock in that championship.
And this also just shows how strong this tournament still is. I mean, if you have a look at that, so many of the top 10, the top 15 players in Europe right now are still in this tournament, and they're going strong. So, I mean, of course, there's champions out there, players are playing that, but right now, the competition is still here with regulations at eye, and that is what the top players focus on.
This is something I was actually saying to Victor Medina yesterday. We know that the future, there is, Pokemon champions to get involved with, but right here, right now, we're still focused on Regulation I. There's still tournament champions to be crowned. Jamie, what names here are jumping out for you?
I think the ones that we don't tend to recognize as often, like for me, Livio Sandberg, I don't think we've been able to feature many times on stream, but has put on a fantastic showing in this tournament and is number 28 in Europe currently. So we do always point out the trainers that maybe we say over and over again. I do like to give the shout outs to the ones that maybe don't come to the forefront of people's minds.
That's part of the thing. A lot of the time, consistency is key, but we also like seeing new pages in the history book with new records. As we move on to another page, because we've got 3 pages coming up, guys, of Phase 2 Swiss players. These are the trainers who are maybe slightly lower down on that EU leaderboard. Things are maybe a little bit more precarious for them.
Yes, so the number that you see besides each player is their current ranking on the EU leaderboard. And of course, because only the top 80 players in the European region get that invite to Worlds, of course, there may be a bit more if some players get that direct invite. But this means you can see the players, say, hovering around the number 60th place, number 70th, 80th. They really have to make this tournament count and make sure that they get all those championship points to secure their placement in the top 80 players.
Yeah, the pressure is on a little bit more for these trainers. But if I remember correctly, I think it's Mikkel there is running the Rayquaza in Phase 2. Am I right, Marcus?
Yes, and he defeated Taran Birdie.
Oh,
yesterday.
he did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I think, Marcus, we've got some good trainers to watch out for and interesting Pokemon too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mikkel on the road to Worlds there with that Rayquaza ready to kind of lock in his invitation here in Prague. That's, of course, an amazing story. But then also a lot of other players still in the tournament that, yeah, as Jamie was saying, maybe we don't get to see that often, but they are still putting in the time, they're putting in the effort and the work to make it all the way high up here. If you're not so familiar with how the whole system works, like anyone who's on this list, like they went to multiple tournaments and did well at those. They're playing in their local tournaments, in our online tournaments, and yeah, they are so close to qualifying for Worlds, so this is going to be so important for them today.
Yeah, they're putting in the effort, they're putting in the grind and really trying to make their mark.
Yeah, when I last checked the leaderboard, I believe the players hovering around the 80th place are sitting at roughly 640 championship points. So that is actually a significant amount of points and just goes to show how high the competition is.
I think this is one of the most interesting graphics as well, because Mark Mullender, a trainer who was 8-0 at the end of Swiss, in incredible form here in Prague, is currently not qualified for Worlds, is in that 107th position, needs to be able to have a good run at a tournament like today to be able to lock that in.
Yeah, and some of the trainers just below him as well. They've made it to Phase 2 of this tournament. They've earned some championship points, and therefore they will jump up in the standings. So even though they are currently not in the top 80, maybe 80-something given the direct invites that happen, they're very likely at this point to be able to jump into that position. And of course, the further they get into the tournament, the deeper into that top 8 they will achieve.
I think that's a very good point as well, considering that they're going to be able to get championship points, but the other, side to that conundrum is that a lot of the trainers who are ahead of them in that championship point race also are going to get championship points here, and that can make things very, very difficult. Marcus, in this type of situation for these trainers, what advice would you have for them that we need to see them, using to get that extra step further in the competition?
Yeah, so of course for us and the viewers at home, it's really, really nice to have a look at the standings and maybe calculate in our heads, oh, where is this player going to end up? But I think for the players in the tournament, they should really be focusing on their next battle, because that is the most important thing to them right now. And you can run all the calculations afterwards, but it doesn't really matter if you know, oh yeah, if I just win 3 more rounds, then that's not going to help you win those rounds. So my advice would be for the players to just focus on the game ahead of them and then do all the math and the calculations later on.
I like that. Do the maths later. That's solid advice. But I also think approaching it one game at a time, it's good for our competitors today, but also future competitors of future tournaments as well. Well, we're going to focus on this tournament, Prague Regional Championships. Now, Jamie has been sitting there waiting for this precise moment. Jamie, do you want to talk us through day one and your highlight, the moment that stood out to you, so that the trainers who maybe missed the show can get caught up?
We've seen the top 8 restricted Pokemon, and you wouldn't really expect many Pokemon to be below it. And we've mentioned Rayquaza already. Like, Rayquaza's a pretty cool
We
one.
didn't get to
but
see
that is somewhat infrequently used. Giratina Origin Form is never used. And now
was used yesterday.
And now, I was about to say, now we can't use the word never because it was used to win the win and in, and is currently still 7-2. So it still has the potential to win the entire tournament, piloted by Adwale that we were able to see yesterday. Just a fantastic showing. I always love seeing the really, really unique Pokemon coming out and showing why they should be used. We saw the Giratina be able to just win because the Sash was broken on the Calyrex. It just beats both of the two most common, or the most common restricted bear just because it existed, and it was awesome.
I think as well, I always love seeing when you've got a meta game where a lot of the same Pokemon are popping up, and we are seeing a lot of that Calyrex, Shadow Rider, also some Lunala as well when it comes to the Ghost types. Giratina's like, don't forget about me, guys. I'm a Ghost type, I'm a restricted, and I'm also here to play some epic Pokemon. Marcus, what stood out to you?
Yeah, I really like the high-level play with Calyrex Shadow Rider that we saw, especially Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta seems to be doing exceptionally well here in this tournament, and that's also the restricted duo closest to my heart right now. So I'm really looking forward to seeing maybe some more of those really, really high-level matches, maybe involving Victor Medina that we saw with that, also Leonardo Bononomi, for example, using it. So just really, really high class on one of the more complex teams, I think. Well, it might look easy sometimes, but just the smallest decisions can make such a big difference. So that's what I'm looking out for today as well.
We've got a lot of love for the restricted Pokemon on this side of the couch. Zoe, what about those non-restricted Pokemon? Which ones maybe stood out to you and your favorite highlight from day one?
I think that's quite obvious because it will be Chien-Pao.
I might have set this up for you, not gonna lie.
Thank you. But I think Assault Vest Chien-Pao is an adaptation to the metagame that I really enjoyed seeing our players use. Of course, we did see a couple of Focus Sash Chien-Paos on stream as well yesterday, but I think the Assault Vest Chien-Pao being able to survive a Moonblast from Fluttermane and then return back with an Icy Wind and dropping the speed of the Fluttermane just gave its whole team so much more support.
I think as well, you know, Marcus was talking earlier about running the maths and the calculations, but a lot of the trainers clearly have been doing that with Chien-Pao. I never thought, you know, seeing Chien-Pao take and withstand those Moonblasts would really be possible on such a consistent level, but those trainers are showing they can do it.
Okay, well, if we're talking about Assault Vest Chien-Pao, I have to talk about the expert to my left because, well, we've heard it often, but, well, Jamie viewers knew it first, or Jamie fans, or you knew it first, going back all the way in 2024 at Worlds, right? You were running that Terra Electric Chien-Pao?
Terra Electric Chien-Pao, yep.
Is that something that...
I was the expert at the Assault Vest Chien-Pao. I wasn't the expert at the format. I didn't qualify for Worlds. So I had to give that team away to friends, and then they used the Assault Vest Chien-Pao. But yeah, it was something that I believed in, and no one else did for like 2 years. So I'm really, really happy to see it actually pick up now.
As the kind of the whole Scarlet and Violet circuit is also coming to an end, or the cycle, is there any other sets out there that you thought maybe could have done really, really well, but no one really tried it, including yourself maybe?
Tell us.
No,
I'll give you some time to think about this, and I'll check back in with you.
No, I have my answer. If I had one more tournament, I would use a Bulk Up Koraidon, because that's a new way to run Koraidon that I actually really believe in, and I probably don't have the opportunity now to try and prove that. So, well, that is my answer.
You heard it here first. Bulk Up Koraidon could have been the next meta-breaking moment. Speaking of trainers, however, who are possibly poised to take this title, I want to talk about Victor Medina, because for me, my highlight was less about the Pokemon and more about this player who has come so close, so many second finishes in the past, has such consistent, almost flawless play in many, many ways. Yesterday was on top form. His goal was very, very simple: protect the Calyrex. And there were these 3 fake out users on that team. Not only did he have a clear goal in mind, but he was able to execute it perfectly, maneuver in Incineroar and Smeargle. Marcus, what do you think of Victor's play this tournament so far?
Yeah, his play has been absolutely incredible. I mean, he has used this team throughout most of this regulation last year with a top 8 finish at NAIC and a top 8 finish at Worlds. So back-to-back incredible results. And he was able to showcase that team not once but twice yesterday. Here we see some of the highlights of his game against Mark Mullender, the only other undefeated player at the time. But I mean, I wouldn't say Victor made it look easy, but he just looked to be in control throughout the entirety of that series. Just always one step ahead with the predictions, always one step ahead with a long-term game plan. And just really, as you were saying, supporting this Calyrex Shadow Rider to get in the damage that he needed.
Yes, and I think he did it incredibly well. Another name to be keeping an eye on throughout the rest of Phase 2. Of course, if you want to keep up with all of the action, you can follow all of the action on our social medias and our website as well. Check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where you can find out about all the competitive Pokemon play, whether it's Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, or Pokemon Go as well. There's so much action to have. Zoe, how can we follow the channels? Where do we go?
Of course, yeah, there's more to Pokemon than just, the broadcast. You can follow us on YouTube, on Twitch. On YouTube, it's going to be @PlayPokemon. On Twitch, it's just going to be Pokemon. And there, once again, you will be able to find the hub to all of our broadcasts, the past and the present, and, upcoming tournaments as well. So it's a great place for you to go just to stay on track of all of our games.
And gentlemen, how can we be more social here with Pokemon?
Well, of course, absolutely, you should be using the hashtag #PlayPokemon on all platforms. You can follow the @PlayPokemon channels. Those are dedicated to the tournament play, dedicated to competitive, if that is of your liking. And then, of course, yeah, you see it down there, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, we have it all. And
If you got any pictures that you want to show us, make sure you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. You want the Pokemon pets, don't you?
The real life Champ Pals, please.
Pokemon pets, Pokemon art, and just let us know who you're rooting for, what Pokemon you want to see. We love it when you guys get involved and bring a little bit of your Pokemon spirit to the broadcast as well. I think it's time, however, to go actually check out some of these Pokemon games instead of us just talking about it. So we're going to send over two of our casters to the desk and get on with the action very soon. Don't go anywhere, trainers. Be back in a moment.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And here we are, Pokemon trainers, getting ready for round 11 at the Prague Regional Championships. My name is... Yes, it is still Jamie Boyd. Perfect. And I am joined by Zoe Liu, and we're getting ready for more Phase 2 action here. How are you feeling for Phase 2, Zoe?
I am so excited. I had a look at the current standings so far, and all of the players are facing such accomplished opponents. At this point of the tournament, the competition is really heating up. A lot of players, especially the ones at X and 2, don't really have any room to make mistakes. If they lose one match, they will, of course, still have their standings in, top 64, maybe top 132, still get those championship points, those booster packs, but they will no longer be in the running to become champion of this tournament.
We were seeing how important those championship points are at this stage. You have to finish in the top 80, probably 80-something, given the direct invite of Europe at the end of the season. It's very likely to going to be about top 90-ish. And therefore, we saw some of the trainers that have made it to Phase 2 and are very low 100s in the positions at the moment. And they will have now jumped into that CP leaderboard, into that potential Worlds qualification. So we're going to be seeing now who's been able to do particularly well at this tournament so far. We saw Victor Medina that was currently 9-0 at the end of the day yesterday. How is he still doing right now?
One of his match has finished with Leonardo Bononomi because when we were still on the couch, the match was still ongoing. So whether or not that's finished, who knows? But I know both of these players are really, really accomplished, and I really can't wait to see their journey throughout this tournament. And you mentioned earlier how the standings, it's very, very important. You can't. At this stage, only the top 80 players in the region can get that invite to Worlds, and we don't have very many regionals left right now to earn those championship points. So the choices are either win the entire tournament, get that direct invite, or place very well at a regional. And here we've got the standings of our players currently still in the running.
Yeah, placing very well is what you need to do, and these current trainers on the screen are absolutely placing very well. Victor did seem to lose a game there, so we got no one undefeated. But we do have a few 9-1s that are at the win and in stage. I did mention Livio Sandberg as a name that maybe you don't recognize as much, and is currently seed number 1, one win away from being able to make it into the top cut. So proving the consistency, even though we haven't been able to feature them as much on stream as some of the other names that you may recognize currently on the screen.
Yeah, a lot of players, they may not be featured on stream quite as much, but that is no reason to underestimate them, because I think a lot of the times it's maybe due to the fact that some other players who may be a bit more well-known tend to, end up on the stream a little bit more, but there's always a breakout tournament for one player, and once they get that really strong, deep run into a tournament, then they become more well-known, and then they can get featured more often on stream.
Yeah, and so we're going to be able to feature one of those matches very shortly. We've only got, 6 players at 9-1, so we're going to have 3 trainers that do achieve that win and in, and therefore go into the top cut with 1 round left. That is the position you want to be in. Of course, the 8 and 2s are all still in, but they need to win 2. They can't lose any more if they want to end up as the champion.
Yeah, at this stage, X and 2, this is that's the worst you can do to be able to still remain in the standings. Now, are there any particular trainers outside of Victor Medina that you've got your eye on?
I mean, I've already mentioned Eduardo, right?
That's true.
He was currently 7-2 going into this round. I don't know if he won. I'm just keeping my eye on the Giratina because I always love the niche pick. We saw on the graphic yesterday, the top 8 restricted. If there's ever a restricted that's not on that top 8, then I'm hoping that they do slightly better, because we don't tend to see them as much.
Well, we've got a Rayquaza that's currently still in the running, and possibly the Giratina. So these are 2 restricted Pokemon that did not make it to the top 8 of the most popular restricted Pokemon this weekend, but are still in the running. So why don't we now take a look at the notable matches currently that's ongoing, and we will be featuring a Rayquaza.
Speaking of, there we go. Rayquaza piloted by Michał Kwiatkowski, who was able to get top 4 at the Gdansk Regional all the way back in November, and is now having a very, very solid showing. Currently 8-2 is what we're going to be featuring here against Thomas Schultz, who's going to be running a pretty classic team. We've got the Ice Rider and Miraidon. That's a pairing that we know is very, very strong. I don't think he's going to practice much against a Rayquaza Miraidon.
I don't think many people will have practiced very much against Rayquaza. Rayquaza is a little bit similar to Dragonite in that it's got access to extreme speed as well, but Rayquaza does not have enough focus, so it can be susceptible to getting flinched, getting intimidated, but it's also got Airlock as its ability, which shuts down weather, which could potentially be quite useful in a format where Koraidon is reigning supreme. But of course, we've got our other notable trainers like Ruben Janzini versus Leonardo Bononomi, and a few others. My eyesight was not quite quick enough to catch them, but I'm sure the audience at home will have seen those high caliber matches that are currently ongoing.
Yeah, and what we are going to see now is our 2 trainers. We've got Michał and Thomas on the screen here, going to be getting ready into the match. We're going to be able to feature a Rayquaza. I got really excited, like maybe too excited over the Giratina, and now we're seeing the Rayquaza as well. That is very, very close now to making it into the top cut. So, yeah, really, really excited to see what's going to go. You would expect, well, Miraidons are on both teams, and then surely Ice Rider Calyrex has the advantage over Rayquaza. So I'm curious how Michał could potentially overcome that.
Well, I remember you saying yesterday, because Michał versus Taron Birdie was one of the other notable matches, and I think, was it you behind the desk or someone else Well, someone mentioned
else, I think.
They really wanted to see the Rayquaza, so they've got their wish now.
I may, even if I didn't mention it, I definitely do want to see it, and we are about to. So, yeah, very, very nicely done from Michal to make it this far, and to be able to be featured here so that we can see actually what the Rayquaza can do. As you mentioned, it is very similar to that Dragonite. It tends to go for Terra Normal, as it's Terra type to compound with the extreme speeds that it goes for. A couple of the main things it has over Dragonite is that it can go for a very consistent flying option. You got Aerial Ace on Dragonite. You've got Dragon Ascent on Rayquaza.
Didn't you mention yesterday
way better.
It was the coolest animation in the game?
I thought it was one of the coolest animations in the game, and we might actually be able to see it on the stream as well. So yeah, that is something I'm also very excited to see.
Yeah, a lot of very offensive options on Michal's side. There's also that Miraidon Choice Specs, which, I think this weekend we've seen a range of items on Miraidon, like Choice Scarf for that speed advantage and Assault Vest for longevity. But Choice Specs is still a very nice and consistent and stable option for Miraidon because it does so much damage when it's in electric terrain. A Volt Switch is oftentimes enough to just get the one-hit knockout with Miraidon, and then you've swapped out as well, so you've kept yourself nice and safe for a future turn.
Yeah, and it's going to be Choice Specs apiece for both of these Miraidons as well. I don't think there's particularly going to be many surprises coming out from Thomas. And I'm just curious about the Rayquaza. I was about to say it tends to be. You probably don't really see Rayquaza, so it tends to be is probably the wrong words. But if you were to see a Rayquaza, it's usually Swords Dance, and it's usually either Clear Amulet for the Intimidates or it's Life Orb for the extra power. So depending on what option Michal wants to go for there, both are incredibly viable options. If it's neither of those, then I'm even more curious. But that is the most common Rayquaza that we see, because you can go for extreme speeds like a Dragonite. Dragonite has Dragon Dance, which doesn't really make sense with extreme speed, because why do you need to get faster if you're just going for extreme speed? Whereas Swords Dance, that can both cancel out and Intimidate, so who cares about not having enough focus, but also give you the +1 on top of that, even if you are intimidated.
Yes, Swords Dance Rayquaza did win Worlds one year. Of course, this was in a format with Mega Rayquaza, which this Rayquaza obviously cannot Mega Evolve because Megas are not in the format just yet.
Well, we're not almost back to Mega Rayquaza, but we're almost back to Megas.
That's true.
But for now, we will need to see what's still happening with these restricted Pokemon.
So there's Tamar up on the screen there. Also, I think Tamar, as you mentioned, is running a little bit more of a standard team. And I think just having a quick look at the team sheets, he does have a Rigoroth, which might make the extreme speeds from the Rayquaza just a little bit more difficult. But I'm sure, Michal, there's a reason why he had that Rayquaza on his team, and I'm sure he's practiced against a lot of the common team archetypes, so he knows his lines into what to do against these common Pokemon.
Yeah, if you're using Rayquaza, you definitely need to know your game plan against an Ice Rider Calyrex. Like, you can go for a Terra Normal and make the Glacial Lances neutral, but you would have thought that Ice Rider definitely has the advantage over a Rayquaza. I guess if you've set up and then you just go for extreme speeds, even if they get Trick Room, then you don't tend to care about that. So I would assume that the Rayquaza is the main focus, and it is about supporting that to be able to get the boosts up, to be able to just go for those priority extreme speeds. So we'll have to see if Michal is going to be able to achieve that.
Yeah, let's take a look now at our player accomplishments up on the screen. So both of our players are very consistent and very accomplished. Michal there with Dance Regionals top 4 just recently. Also Frankfurt Regionals top 16. So all of these really recent, really consistent accomplishments. And Tamar on the other side, also very recent. Stuttgart Regionals top 64, Lille Regionals top 32, Utrecht Special Event top 64. So both of these trainers are very well balanced against each other, and I think this game is really just going to come down to a game of player skill and whether or not Tamar has his lines against a Rayquaza.
I don't think most trainers do have their lines against Rayquaza, right? We tend to see the top 8 Pokemon in some kind of combination as a pair, and then you really don't tend to see any of the other restricteds. They are very fringe usage, but here we are. There is that Rayquaza. It is the Swords Dance set, and it is the Life Orb rather than the Clear Amulet. So not worrying about Intimidate as much, just going for as powerful an extreme speed as you can while still being able to set up the Swords Dance. Everything else on the team, I think, is what we would expect. We've got a Choice Specs Miraidon. We know what that does. We've got an Assault Vest Incineroar. We know what that does. It's Mystic Water over Sash on the Urshifu, I guess, but otherwise, like the Whimsicott and the Farigiraf, those are all incredibly standard as well. I guess Terra Fire isn't the most common Terra on the Whimsicott, but yeah, it's the Rayquaza that's the standout, right? Everything else is what's expected, but I don't think any of us expected the Rayquaza to make this deeper run.
No, neither did I. And I think the Terra Normal Rayquaza is a really good counter against Shadow Rider Calyrex in particular. Now, of course, Mihail's next opponent is not a Shadow Rider, it's an Ice Rider, but maybe this is where a Terra Fire Whimsicott can come in handy because that resists the Ice type moves. And, you know, looking at Mihail's team, he does have 3 Ice weaknesses, so I'm sure he'll be trying to find ways to mitigate those weaknesses.
And then we'll be able to see Thomas's team here, who's going to be running that Ice Rider and Miraidon, very classic. I wouldn't be expecting many surprises coming out from here. Like, is it Clear Amulet with high horsepower or is it Leech Seed? And it looks like it is going to be high horsepower with the Clear Amulet there. Just looking through the team, I'm seeing basically what's expected, and there's nothing wrong with that because it's been tried and true. It's been proven to work. All of these sets are here for a reason, and they've been around for a long time for a reason.
Yeah, a lot of our players are sticking to their comfort picks. I do like the fact that the Calyrex Ice Riders that we've seen so far this weekend have now all gone back to the Clear Amulet offensive set. There was a phase back in the previous Regulation I format where we saw a lot of substitute Leech Seeds. I think a lot of players this weekend have decided, let's not do the slow play. Let's just focus on getting down the damage.
Well, let's also focus on the match as we get into it. We've got the Miraidon leading for both of these trainers here, whereas we've got the Whimsicott coming out from Mihao and we've got the Incineroar coming out from Thomas.
Yeah, both of these choice specs Pokemon on the board are going to be forced to lock into a move. Now, of course, he's got a Whimsicott and Miraidon, whereas Tomas has an Incineroar, which can fake out. But if the Incineroar chooses to fake out, there may be a Farigiraf lurking in the back.
Yeah, you've always got to be wary of that. You've got to be wary of the speed orders between the Miraidons. If you don't go for the fake out either, the Whimsicott obviously can't be faked out, and you can go for a Tailwind to guarantee that your Miraidon is going to be the faster of the two. Another debate you always have of the Miraidon lead is, do you go for Volt Switch into the opposing Miraidon? Because it could just go for the Terra, but we're actually just seeing the immediate hard switch of Mihao's Miraidon into the Incineroar.
Yeah, Incineroar now swapping in, dropping an Intimidate nicely onto Tomas's Incineroar and making sure that it is going to deal a lot less damage with, say, a Flare Blitz if it chooses to not go for the Fake Out. And we're going to get our first terrestrialization of this game. It is going to be that Miraidon making itself a Terra Fairy, just wanting to keep itself safe from a potential incoming Draco Meteor or Moonblast. Of course, the Miraidon on Mihail's side has swapped out and the Incineroar absorbs the Fake Out very, very nicely. And it looks like Tomas's Miraidon is going to lock into the Dazzling Gleam and deals a decent amount of damage back to the Whimsicott. And Whimsicott's, Moonblast does get the special attack drop. That is going to be critical.
Yeah, that's going to allow the Whimsicott to survive another Dazzling Gleam if the Fake Out is not launched off into that Miraidon. And no Tailwind was clicked on this turn, no Light Screen was clicked on this turn either, and that means because the Whimsicott was able to make it through the turn, you staggered one turn of either that Tailwind or Light Screen. I would assume that you do want the Tailwind so that you can start to outspeed that opposing Miraidon. Maybe the Incineroar's been trained fast enough to be able to do that. We saw that the Miraidon was faster than the Whimsicott, but yeah, there we go, there's the Tailwind.
Tailwind now comes out, making sure that Mihail's side is going to get the speed advantage, but it looks like Tomas's Miraidon is still faster and lands another Dazzling Gleam, but Whimsicott survives with 6 health points, and Incineroar gets a very, very powerful Flare Blitz off onto the Miraidon. Not enough to knock it out, but brings it very, very dangerously low into the red. But Tomas's Incineroar is going to get a cheeky little critical hit with that U-turn and get itself out of there and free itself up for a free switch in the back.
Yeah, and so that was necessary to be able to get that last little bit of chip damage on the Whimsicott thanks to that special attack drop that Moonblast got on the very first turn. And the chip into the Incineroar probably would have helped if the U-turn went into that, because then maybe it is in range of that Dazzling Gleam. You didn't get a Light Screen on your Whimsicott, you only got the Tailwind. I say only got the Tailwind, that's still incredibly useful, because now if you switch into your own Miraidon, you're definitely the faster of the two. But here's the Farigiraf that was switched in from the Incineroar, and now you can go for Trick Room to be able to counter the Tailwind. So I would be very surprised if the Farigiraf doesn't want to set up that Trick Room, given that the Tailwind has been set on Mihao's side of the field.
Well, the question is now, is an Electro Drift going to be enough to knock out this Farigiraf? Of course, Farigiraf are very, very bulky. I would expect it to be trained to survive that, especially because this Miraidon is Terra Fairy, not Terra Electric. And as you mentioned, coming in, setting up the Trick Room to reverse the effects of Tailwind and make sure that Thomas still gets the speed advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen that the Incineroar underspeeds the Miraidon, so if you did want to Electro Drift the Farigiraf, that allows the Miraidon on Thomas's side of the field to go for another Dazzling Gleam. That might be why we're seeing the defensive terrestrialization coming out from Mihao's Miraidon, but at the same time, it might be an offensive one if Dazzling Gleam is the move of choice from Mihao.
Well, let's see what this Miraidon locks itself into. It is going to be a Dazzling Gleam boosted by the Terra Fairy. That is going to be enough to knock out the Miraidon and deals heavy damage to the Farigiraf. And now it's down to this Incineroar to try and knock out the Farigiraf before it has the chance to set up a Trick Room. Incineroar goes for the U-turn. It is going to be super effective, but not enough to get the knockout onto Farigiraf. Mihao's Incineroar is going to swap out and allow that Farigiraf a turn to make a move. Urshifu now is going to be swapped in. That is Mihao's final other Pokemon that's left. And there we go. There is the Trick Room. The speed orders have been reversed, and this Farigiraf will be moving before both the Urshifu and the Miraidon.
Yeah, and I think this is now a very strong position for Thomas because that Calyrex Ice Rider has joined the field. Yes, Urshifu can resist the Glacial Lance, but it is not going to survive a Psychic and a Glacial Lance. Urshifu's special defense is not the greatest. It's Mystic Water, so it might actually be trained reasonably bulky. So it might be able to survive, given you don't tend to invest anything in special attack on a Farigiraf, but I would still be surprised if Urshifu is able to survive that. But then Miraidon is still incredibly healthy. It's at full HP, and it has gone for its Terra Fairy. It will be able to survive one of the Glacial Lances that the Calyrex will go for. So you do have to double up into one of these Pokemon if you want to try and get a KO. I'd be surprised if Miraidon's actually KO'd to Glacial Lance's Psychic. Urshifu probably is, but that's the Pokemon that could also go for the Protect. But that's also another way of doing extra damage.
Oh, look at this helping hand, helping this Calyrex Ice Rider boost up its damage output. I think we're going to see a very powerful Glacial Lance coming off. Yep, here is the Glacial Lance. Urshifu keeping itself nice and safe just this turn. How much damage is this Miraidon going to take? Is that going to be enough? No, almost, but not quite. Miraidon hangs on with just 90 HP and returns with a Dazzling Gleam, knocking out the Farigiraf. But at this stage, I would say the damage has been done, and that Ice Rider Calyrex is in a very comfortable position.
It is, but so is the Urshifu now, because we're now down to Incineroar and Calyrex. And you're going to be able to resist the Glacial Lances coming out. The Intimidate doesn't matter on Surging Strikes in the Urshifu. And if this is a bulky Urshifu, then it should be able to shrug off all the attacks. Obviously, Urshifu always beats an Incineroar, and it is likely to be able to beat this opposing Calyrex as well. The Miraidon's going to be KO'd to Glacial Lance. You can switch into the Incineroar if you would like to be able to preserve it and get an Intimidate on the Incineroar, not on the Clear Amulet Calyrex, obviously. But Incineroar, it was a third HP, I think, so it should be able to survive the Glacial Lance if that was also switched in.
Yeah, now Tomas, he's down to his final two Pokemon, so if he does swap in, but the Urshifu fails a double detect and allows the Urshifu to get faked out with a little bit of chip damage. Glacial Lance coming off, knocking out the Miraidon, and deals just a little bit of chip onto this Urshifu. And now this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to get a Chilling Neigh boost from knocking out this Miraidon.
Yeah, but you get the paid switch now back into your Incineroar that does have fake out pressure. We've got some things disappearing from the field. That was the Tailwind going, that was the Electric Terrain going, and now here comes Incineroar. Okay, it was much lower than I remembered. It's in the red. So at +1, I think Glacial Lance does KO, and therefore you need to go for fake out into the Calyrex, guaranteed this turn. And then you're going for Surging Strikes. The Calyrex might be in range of Surging Strikes. It wouldn't be if it was Focus Sash Urshifu, but with that little boost available from the Mystic Water, I think that it probably is going to be incredibly close, but even if it doesn't, should be in Aqua Jet range afterwards. And obviously Urshifu is going to bypass any of the protects that Calyrex can go for. Incineroar just won't be able to beat this Urshifu. It's too healthy, it resists all of its attacks, so you should be able to just go for Fake Out here into the Calyrex and Surging Strikes. And the Protect may seem strange in front of Urshifu, but at least you avoid this Fake Out chip.
Yeah, protecting itself from this fake out chip. And of course, now the Incineroar is going to finish up with a Flare Blitz. Are we going to get a burn from this Flare Blitz? No burn.
Zoe, what are you trying to?
I'm just looking for ways. But the Surging Strikes is actually going into this Incineroar and not the Calyrex Ice Rider, which means that the next turn, which is going to be the final turn of Trick Room, Calyrex does get to use Glacial Lance and knock out this Incineroar. And then the question is, can that survive the Surging Strikes?
Yeah, I think I would have preferred the attack into the Calyrex here, because you got +1 on the Calyrex. and you did there's like a deep, like it's not much chip, but now it's in the yellow. That Urshifu might be in range of high horsepower, and now I think it's a mind game. If the Calyrex is in range, no, it does go for Glacial Lance. So if that was high horsepower into the Urshifu, that could have been it. But no, the Urshifu's bulky enough to survive that. Oh, the critical hit.
The wrong critical hit.
The wrong way round.
Yes, and now Urshifu, having survived that, is going to be able to fire off a Surging Strikes. And even if it doesn't get the knockout, there is the next turn when Trick Room expires and Urshifu gets the speed advantage. Oh, it's looking very close. Does that actually get the... Oh, it doesn't, so it does survive. But, of course, Trick Room expires, which means Urshifu is very free to click another Surging Strikes and take this game for Michal.
Yeah, while Michal is going to be able to take this game, I think I would have preferred Surging Strikes into the Calyrex because that Glacial Lance or High Horsepower was actually a mind game. And if High Horsepower would have connected with the Urshifu, I think that Thomas would have been able to be able to win. So, yes, Michal able to get the correct prediction at the end, but the Urshifu, one thing we haven't even mentioned... Rayquaza didn't come, did it?
It didn't.
It was Urshifu instead.
But to be fair, if you look at the team...
Urshifu was way better than the Rayquaza would have been in that end game, and what was ultimately what secured Michal the game. But yeah, I guess it's reasonable to say that your game plan against Ice Rider is not bring your Rayquaza. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think Michal made the correct calls.
Yeah.
Both of his restricted Pokemon are weak to ice, and if you bring both, do you really want to, allow one of them to take a super effective hit from this Glacial Lance? And by bringing that Urshifu and the Incineroar, both of which resist the Glacial Lances, Michal had a lot more options and flexibilities in swapping in Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's up to Thomas now to try and adjust. I think the Pokemon that he brought were entirely reasonable. I don't think you need the Whimsicott. Maybe Urshifu? Urshifu seems like it could be reasonable, given that the Rayquaza isn't coming to Dragon Ascent it or Extreme Speed it. As long as you've dealt with the Miraidon, then it frees up the Urshifu. Like, we saw that. As soon as the Miraidon was freed up, the Urshifu was freed up. That could still be the same for Thomas. As soon as you KO the Miraidon, then you can free up your own one. And it's Focus Sash, so it's not going to be as bulky, but it can still hit reasonably hard. I think you don't need the Furograph if Rayquaza isn't coming, because that's why it would have been brought, right? To stop any of the extreme speeds. Obviously, Fake Out and Aquajet as well, but for the most part, it'd be extreme speed. So now that Rayquaza didn't come to the match, do you consider dropping the Furograph? But at the same time, if Furograph's going to be dropped, do you consider now switching to the Rayquaza?
And we are off into Game 2. Same leads on Thomas's side of the Miraidon and Incineroar, and it looks like the same leads here as well of the Whimsicott and Miraidon. So, are we going to get a run back of what happened in Game 1?
It's always interesting going into this Game 2 when we saw what both trainers wanted to do on that very first turn. It was Moonblast and Switch for Michal, and it was Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, and Fake Out the Miraidon for Thomas. And I don't think anything's wrong with either play and sticking with the same one. Obviously, you can now predict that. It's always the mind game of if you've got Miraidon versus Miraidon, do you go for Terra Fairy and therefore do you Volt Switch it to do extra damage? Or do they not go for Terra Fairy and you can just go on the offensive with Dazzling Gleam or Draco to try and snipe it? Because we've got at least one Terrestrialization.
Well, there is a Terra Fairy. Which trainer was the one that made their Miraidon go for the Terrestrialization? Actually, there's going to be a responding Terrestrialization. So it looks like both of these Miraidons are shedding their Dragon typing, wanting to turn it into a Fairy on the battlefield. And now the question is, did this Incineroar once again go for the Fake Out onto the Miraidon? So it does. So Miraidon is going to get flinched this turn, but this time the Whimsicott uses Light Screen to buff up the specially defensive side on its team, and the Dazzling Gleam this time will be hitting a lot less harder, but it still deals fairly decent damage against this Choice Specs Miraidon and Michal side.
Yeah, but now you can go for the Tailwind, now that you've got your Light Screen as well. And you've seen that the Terrestrialization has been committed, so you don't need to go for Dazzling Gleam now. Dazzling Gleam would still be entirely reasonable, but I would prefer the electric moves. The electric moves are going to be way stronger. Electro Drift might KO the opposing Miraidon, and given that it outsped Michal's Miraidon, I would expect it not to be bulky enough to survive an Electro Drift. You can train Miraidons to be able to do that, and that's probably why now we're seeing that Miraidon on Thomas's side switch out.
Yeah, Thomas's Miraidon is feeling incredibly threatened. He's going to be recalled for an opposing Whimsicott, so a bit of an adaptation in this game. Now, Michal's Whimsicott is going to use Tailwind to make sure that it gets the speed advantage, whilst Miraidon also gets itself out of there with a Volt Switch this time and deals very, very good damage onto this resisted Whimsicott. Now,
still
Mihao
no
is
Rayquaza.
going to bring in his own Incineroar, so we're getting a little bit of a mirror match going on onto the screen.
Yeah, we've got Whimsicott and Incineroar apiece. So we've got the Incineroar on Mihao's side of the field that's going to have fake-out pressure and actually be able to just get the Flare Blitz into the opposing Whimsicott as it soaks up that Flare Blitz from Thomas's Incineroar very, very comfortably. So I think the positioning is still somewhat in Mihao's favor. The Whimsicotts on both sides are roughly the same amount of HP and very obviously in range of Flare Blitz, which you probably still want to go for. If you go for Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar, then you do still keep your Whimsicott around, and you can get something like Moonblast off. Moonblast would be able to two-shot the opposing Whimsicott, but then at the same time, Whimsicott would be free then to be able to go for its own Tailwind, and that would be a staggered Tailwind as well, which is usually what trainers end up preferring.
Thomas is going to recall his Incineroar, wanting to keep that Fake Out nice and safe in the future, which means that Mihao's Incineroar, I think we witnessed the go for the Fake Out into the Miraidon slot, so a very nice switch in to absorb the Fake Out, and now Thomas's Whimsicott is going to respond with its own Tailwind, so staggering the Tailwinds and allows the Moonblast to come up. Do we get a special attack drop? No, we do not. So I think Thomas has gotten quite a nice turn this time and, managed to switch in the Miraidon without taking too much damage.
Yeah, and you don't have that much offensive pressure into the Miraidon at the moment. It can go for an Electro Drift for massive damage into the Incineroar, but with the Assault Vest, it should be able to live. But then you're ignoring the Whimsicott, and it can go for another Moonblast and starts to slowly chip away. So maybe Dazzling Gleam is preferred here, because I don't think you can get a knockout into either Pokemon. Electro Drift probably actually will KO the Whimsicott, given how strong it is. But then the Incineroar will be freed up to just go for a Flare Blitz if it does want to.
It looks like Whimsicott has done its job on Thomas's side and is going to be recalled for a much more offensive Pokemon in the Calyrex Ice Rider. And now Miraidon locks itself into a super powerful Electro Drift. This goes into the Incineroar, does quite a bit of damage, but is not enough to get the knockout and allows the Whimsicott to return fire with a Moonblast. And that Calyrex is going to absorb very nicely, takes a bit of super effective damage from the U-turn, but allows the Incineroar to pivot out and allows Mihao to bring in a fresh Pokemon from the back.
Yeah, and whether that's going to be the weakened Miraidon, I don't know if you can go for that, because it might be in range. No, it won't be in range of Dazzling Gleam because Light Screen has been set on the field, and that will allow the Miraidon to be able to survive that. I don't think it will allow the Urshifu to be able to survive that, though. Even if it is a bulky Urshifu, I'd be very impressed if that Urshifu is able to survive, because that is the Pokemon that Mihao has decided to bring onto the field here. We've got still one turn of Tailwind left for both trainers, but then after that turn, Thomas will have the speed advantage because he did end up staggering that Tailwind. So maybe you do just have to just go on the offensive with the Urshifu and expect you to be able to survive if your training was such in your special defense that you think you'll be able to survive. But I'm not expecting that Urshifu to be able to make it through a Dazzling Gleam, even if there's Light Screen active.
Yeah, I agree. Miraidon's just too powerful against this Urshifu, and as you call it, Urshifu just is not going to be able to survive, so it keeps itself safe with a Detect. So the Electro Drift now is not going to do anything to this Urshifu because, of course, it kept itself safe with the Detect. Allows him to get a Moonblast off. Not very effective, but the high horsepower. Oh, it was a read into the Incineroar, and Thomas does not get the read correct, which allows this Whimsicott to stay on the field for another turn.
I think that still works, though, because yes, you can now click Tailwind again on your Whimsicott, but that didn't give the paid switch into the Incineroar for Fake Out pressure. Because if you had the Fake Out pressure, you Fake Out the Miraidon, you go for Surging Strikes, you get massive damage and maybe even a KO if you targeted the Miraidon. But now that you didn't KO the Whimsicott, and the Urshifu has just gone for Detect, Mihao has to spend a turn clicking Tailwind, if he still wants Tailwind, but then that loses the Whimsicott to the Glacial Lance, or switching about, meaning he doesn't achieve anything on this turn.
Yeah, so now the Urshifu is still incredibly threatened. Going to be recalled for the Incineroar. I think this Incineroar is just going to be allowed to be knocked out so that Mihao gets another switch into the future. And now Whimsicott actually encores the Ice Rider Calyrex into high horsepower, making sure that it does not get KO'd by Glacial Lance this turn. Miraidon once again goes for the Choice Specs Electro Drift into the Incineroar, knocks it out, and Mihao now gets a free switch, or as you say, a paid switch into his Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, but here's going to be the attack coming out from the Calyrex, and it's going to be high horsepower, so it's actually quite a nice encore because the Whimsicott does make it through the turn. Very nicely done there. And now Tailwind is gone for both trainers. That was actually very, very smart from Mihao there. It might have been just, well, I'll go for Moonblast for a little bit of extra chip, but yeah, the encore, really, really nice because he's also staggered Tailwinds now. I guess it doesn't count as a staggered Tailwind because now there's no Tailwind and he's just going to get Tailwind. but that was really, really smart. I really like the high horsepower from Thomas to cover the Incineroar, but also not KO the Whimsicott if it stayed in. But now, the Encore, to be able to lock him into the high horsepower and still survive, really nice as well, because here comes the Tailwind from the Whimsicott, and the Surging Strikes will be able to KO the Miraidon. We've already seen in the previous game it doesn't KO the opposing Calyrex, but it's locked into high horsepower now, so the Urshifu doesn't actually really care about it and can just focus fire on that right-hand slot, and will get a KO into the Miraidon, will obviously get a KO into the Incineroar, and maybe get a KO into the Whimsicott if it switches in, because it did take half damage already.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really, really high-level play. And now Michal has positioned his Urshifu in perfectly to take advantage of this tailwind that Whimsicott can set up. And because the Miraidon on Thomas' side is locked into Choice Specs, it cannot protect. And we see how threatened that Miraidon is. It's going to be recalled for this Incineroar, which is going to be basically a sacrifice for this Surging Strikes. Drops a very non-consequential Intimidate. And, oh, looks like a double switch on Thomas' side. It's going to be the Whimsicott coming in place of this Calyrex. I'm sure Thomas does not want to be locked into high horsepower, wants the freedom of being able to swap out his moves. And now Tailwind gets set up, and the Incineroar is going to get knocked out by the Surging Strikes. But it also means that the opposing Whimsicott can set up its own Tailwind for, once again, a staggered Tailwind. So, bye-bye Incineroar. You've done a great job of absorbing that Surging Strikes for your teammate Miraidon.
Yeah, I think that was a really smart switch out of the Calyrex there into the Whimsicott, because given it was always going to be Tailwind and Surging Strikes, it had to be, otherwise Dazzling Gleam just wins. Oh, Electrodrift actually would have just won. But now, you get the switch into the Whimsicott completely for free. You can match the Tailwind, and Dazzling Gleam clears the field. So, really, really nicely done from Thomas there. Michal had to go for Tailwind and Surging Strikes. So, therefore, it was a very reasonable switch in now. And again, we're in the same position. Do you think that the Urshifu is going to be able to survive even with a light screen? Probably not. And it's going to be Dazzling Gleam here. There's no reason not to go for Dazzling Gleam to try and pick off the double KO here. And then the Miraidon waiting in the back for Michal was also going to be in range to Dazzling Gleam unless there is a light screen. And we'll have to see if the Whimsicott is going to be setting that up once again.
Well, there goes the light screen. So Whimsicott just trying to keep its teammate safe in the future. The opposing Whimsicott sets up its own Tailwind. So staggering the Tailwind, making sure that it gets the speed advantage. And Miraidon locks itself into the Dazzling Gleam. That's going to knock out this Whimsicott on very, very low health. And then we'll have to see next turn whether or not this light screen is going to help the Urshifu in surviving a Dazzling Gleam. But the Urshifu also has to survive the Moonblast now as well, because the Whimsicott has already clicked the Tailwind.
Yeah, well, here comes the Miraidon. We're in Tailwind for both. And we've seen Thomas move first with his Miraidon. So if that is the speed training order, this will just be a Dazzling Gleam KO the Urshifu, and then Moonblast will follow up to get that last little bit on Miraidon. However, if it happened to be a speed tie and then Michal moves first, he can KO this opposing Miraidon and the Whimsicott. Very likely with the Dazzling Gleam. The Miraidon will be it's going to be close if it's in range of Dazzling Gleam, but I suspect it will. And therefore, we're going to have to see which
Urshifu gets a double detect, so keeping itself safe for one more turn from this Dazzling Gleam, whilst the opposing Whimsicott sets up a light screen, and now the Dazzling Gleam is going to fail into the Urshifu because it went for the detect, and we'll have to see how much damage does this Dazzling Gleam do. It is not enough to get the knockout. Looks like a speed tie as well.
And
now,
Thomas still moving first.
Michal's Miraidon is going to finish the Dazzling Gleam, and that is going to be a double knockout and forces Thomas into his final Pokemon, which is that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, and that's not going to be able to do it against the Urshifu. I think the double detect there, incredibly crucial. Well recognized from Michal to be able to go for it and able to get it. Because now, yeah, you're going to go for the Dazzling Gleam, you're going to go for the Surging Strikes. There's nothing that this Calyrex can do anymore. If the Whimsicott had survived there, it was entirely doable, because then you can go for Encore
yes.
into the Urshifu, and then Glacial Lance will eventually win. However, now, it's just going to be Dazzling Gleam. Might even KO with single target. Even if it doesn't, the Surging Strikes is going to be able to clear it.
But,
critical here. Why not to finish it off? Michal able to take this game and take Rayquaza into the win and in.
Michal has done it. He's brought such an unconventional team into this tournament, has done so well. We didn't get to see the Rayquaza that game, but I'm sure we'll get to see it in a future game. I'm just so thrilled at the way he piloted his team perfectly. You would, on paper, look at the team composition thing. Oh, what's his answer to this Ice Rider Calyrex? 3 of his Pokemon are hit super effectively by ice, but Michal obviously has practiced his lines again and again into this team archetype and was able to prevail with a very clean 2-0.
Yeah, it's always awkward when you do have to drop your restricted to have the most optimal game plan. And I think that dropping the Rayquaza, as unfortunate as it is, and as much as we would have wanted to see it, was obviously the correct thing to do. Urshifu should always come to that game because it is actually the best answer to the Ice Rider Calyrex. Way better than the Rayquaza would be. Unless the Rayquaza got some Swords Dances going. Incineroar makes perfect sense. Whimsicott to get the Tailwinds, and it had to be Miraidon. So, yeah, unfortunately we didn't get to see it, but also very well played from Michal. Being able to recognize that the double detect was necessary, and also being strong enough to KO the Whimsicott. With the light screen, I thought it might have had a chance to survive, and if it had, it would have been Encore into the Urshifu to keep it locked into the detect. Glacial Lance would have KO'd the Miraidon. You would have survived the Dazzling Gleam because it would have still been spread at that point, and then two Glacial Lance and then a high horsepower should have been able to do it. But a little bit of fortune there for Michal, but also he was able to play well enough to get into that position and also recognize that that is what needs to be done.
Yeah, that was just so fantastically well played, and I really like seeing, this Choice Specs Miraidon making a bit of a comeback from yesterday. A lot of the Choice Scarf Miraidons, and you see why now. Choice Specs Miraidon is such a threat in this format with the Hadron Engine boost from this electric terrain and the Choice Specs. There's a lot of damage multipliers, and very, very few Pokemon are able to withstand that onslaught.
Yeah, and speaking of the onslaught, the Surging Strikes was doing a lot of work there. We saw in the first game that the Urshifu was able to clutch it on its own by just being nice and bulky and getting all the Surging Strikes. I really like this mid-game here where the high horsepower was really smart, but then the Encore was really smart, but then the Whimsicott switch in for the Calyrex was also really smart. Like, both trainers were playing really, really well here, and Thomas did play well enough to be able to try and take that game. If the double detect didn't happen, I believe he would have been able to take that. We never saw if the Urshifu behind light screen could have taken the Dazzling Gleam. I'm curious if it could, because it did look like it was going to be a bulky Urshifu. So if it was able to survive, I'm still dubious it would be, even if it was trained completely in its HP and special defense. Because obviously you do want some offense as well, and we saw it be pretty strong. So yeah, I think really, really well played from both trainers. I was especially impressed by the mid-game of like, well, here's a really good play. Well, here's a really good response. Well, here's another really good play. So it's no surprise that both of these trainers made it to the 8-2 record.
Yeah, watching that mid-game of Game 2, I feel like the advantage just kept swinging between each player. Like when Michal made that good play, like, oh, wow, look at that Encore into the Calyrex Ice Rider. That was fantastic. And then suddenly Tomas did that double switch and, switched his Pokemon around the correct way. And it's like, oh, wow, actually, no.
Yep.
Thomas has the advantage, and then suddenly it's swung right back into Michal's advantage, and it was just such a thrilling 2-game set. And I do think, even though he benched the Rayquaza, it just goes to show that in this format of double restricted, you have so much flexibility in which Pokemon to bring. We also saw yesterday on stream a lot of the times with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta cores, a lot of Pokemon would say sometimes bench the Zamazenta, realizing, I don't really need it in this game. Calyrex Shadow Rider is able to clutch out the game on its own.
Yeah, and Michal was able to clutch that game, so we'll throw it over for an interview right now because I'm really curious to see how Rayquaza has been doing for him. So
will
please,
it win?
Yeah, will it win the win and M? Please take it away.
Yeah, absolutely have to ask Michal how the Rayquaza has been doing so far. But before that, well, congratulations about your win in the last round. How sad were you that this was the one matchup now you're on stream and Rayquaza just doesn't do anything?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, but first of all, I was considering bringing Rayquaza because while I was prepping for the tournament, in those kinds of matchups, sometimes when I practice with friends, my friends were telling me, okay, bring Rayquaza if you're 1-0 up just for the vibes, and it's somehow worked very well a lot of the time. But truthfully, at this point of the tournament, I think it's just too risky to gamble on bringing 3 ice weaknesses into Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, and well, your opponent did switch things up in the second game and didn't bring the Farigiraf, so then maybe Rayquaza could have done something, but in the end it wasn't necessary as you were able to kind of maneuver what looked like a tricky matchup on paper. But, I mean, well, you have the same team, but you have the Rayquaza and they have the Calyrex Ice Rider. So how did it feel going up into a matchup where it seems like both of you have kind of the same tools, but then they have the Calyrex Ice Rider giving them another option?
So I have a lot of things that make it kind of comfortable. Like I really like my very bulky Urshifu. For like my opponent had a such one that didn't come to the matchup. I think the Urshifu pulled quite a bit of its weight there. But honestly, okay, if it's like it was some kind of a mirror. And if it's a mirror, I feel decently comfortable because like there are matchups that are way worse. Like in this matchup, I can kind of outmaneuver my opponent, knowing that we have similar tools. But like into stuff like CSR Zamazenta, it can be a lot tougher just because I don't have like the ability to mirror to mirror what they are doing.
Yeah. And then I think one thing that was pretty crucial in both games were some of your Pokemon just taking the attacks with like very, very low HP. I think in the first game it was the Urshifu, in the second game the Miraidon. In both of those moments you also were like really happy about that. Were you confident that you could take those attacks?
So in the first game I actually started like counting the damage on the first Glacial Lance and I was pretty confident that I should survive it. When the crit text appeared, I like got scared for a second, but like it was obviously on Incineroar, so it didn't end up mattering. In the second game, wait, which one survived on?
In the end game, the Miraidon on the Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, I was also like, I wasn't that sure it would survive. I was like kind of hoping it would, but like I just realized that this was my only out, so. I should have just this was my only play, so I just went for it and was really happy that it survived, obviously.
And it worked out perfectly. So now you're at 9-2 with Rayquaza. Well, we didn't get to talk about Rayquaza enough, I feel like. So we didn't get to see it in this match, but can you just share a little bit about the theory behind it? Is it just a meme? Is it just for fun? Or is it actually legit?
So there's a bunch of stuff. First of all, a lot of people like why Rayquaza didn't work. For them was everyone started running Clear Amulet. I feel like it's like a situation somewhat similar to Koraidon in Regulation G. But if you put the Life Orb on it, Dragon Ascent starts doing so much damage. Like, it comes close to outgoing Kyogre, for example. It has KO'd the Rillaboom through Terastallization in testing. So, like, the damage is obviously absurd. It has some weaknesses with it, like Incineroar is obviously very annoying because of the Intimidate, since you no longer have Clear Amulet, and that's where the Urshifu comes in. Especially into Sun teams, once you're able to get Tailwind up with Whimsicott, if you get Urshifu next to Rayquaza, there's just like not much they can do. Like Dragon Ascent hits all the grass types, and then like a lot of demons tend to be fire type on Sun teams, and like with Airlock, Urshifu just ignores their like added resistance from the sun, so it just nukes everything.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I don't know if we can call you the best Rayquaza player in the world, but it's definitely close to. I know there's Kimu from Japan who also was running it. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but you probably are as a Rayquaza enjoyer. Last question before we get to shoutouts. So you are a player who I think is very deliberate choosing the tournaments that you attend, but you were able to collect a lot of championship points already. I think that with this one, also maybe kind of confirming the invite. So how are you then looking towards the World Championships later in the year?
Well, okay, this is gonna be like slightly longer, but after EUIC, I felt really bad. I felt extremely burnt out. Like I went 5-3, which is, well, obviously okay, but I was very disappointed with myself. And after that, I decided, okay, I'm just gonna skip every single tournament until the end of the season, and I should be okay for Worlds. But then my brother made me sign up for Prague because, like, I thought it was gonna be Champions. And, like, well, it obviously isn't Champions, but I decided, okay, if this isn't Champions, then I'm just gonna have fun with, like, a really cool team. This was a team I've worked on for, like, I've worked on it pretty much since the start of the first Regulation I. So, like, I knew I can take it a little bit less seriously and just focus on having fun. And, well, it has worked for me so far. I'm really looking forward to Worlds this year, though.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, one last ride with your favorite Rayquaza. I mean, who knows how long it's gonna take until that's in Champions. But well, that's of course a question for the future. Then yeah, congratulations again. And finally, do you have any shout-outs you would want to give?
Well, to be like very short with them, shout out to Carson. He's been helping me with lines in day 2. I hope he'll help me some more. Also, shout out to Ryan Powney, who should really rethink his choices for not being here, but like whatever. And also, I want to shout out to Kuhn Van Kalen because, well, he was the guy who I first started theorizing Miraidon and Rayquaza with.
All right. Well, great to hear. One more win for you to try and yeah, make it even further in this tournament. So best of luck into your next round, and thank you for the insights about Rayquaza. We'll be back very, very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back. Now, if you've been playing in the video game championships, you will probably be aware of the fire, water, grass core, those complementary types that really are a very good thing to have in any team composition. But there's another one that flies a little bit under the radar, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with that today. That is the combination of Dragon, Steel, and Fairy types. And we're going to be going through pitting Charlie and David here against each other for some underrated picks of those types and deciding which ones we think are the best out of the two. So, Charlie, kick us off. What's your favorite Dragon type?
Do you even have to ask, Ben? Kingdra. Here, ready to play. Kingdra is such a cool Pokemon. Yes, it's a Pokemon that maybe has been outclassed, let's say, by other Pokemon coming into VG, but with access to abilities like Sniper, boosting up the critical hit power, as well as Swift Swim, so it gets a speed boost in the rain. There's a lot of flexibility that Kingdra offers.
Okay, Charlie. Yeah, I can see Kingdra has some advantages in that respect, but have you heard of Garchomp, perhaps?
Yeah, Garchomp.
Exactly. I like a lot of people has. Dragon ground type, really fast, really powerful, and has that cheeky sand veil ability where it actually boosts its evasiveness once the sand is up. And that's not something, or at least a mechanic, that a lot of people kind of end up facing when they have their kind of best of 3 set at a tournament. And so it can really throw people off their game completely once the Garchomp stops dodging attacks that he really should not be dodging. So on top of the dragon and the ground type coverage, it's really, really strong. And Lenduel even did really well with it at a previous tournament over in the States. So like it's even got the results to back it up.
Well, it's got results, but to be honest, David, I've got to give this point to Charlie because Charlie has been vying for Kingdra's viability for so long. We're going to have to give Charlie some sympathy points. It's
because you know I'm going to cry if you don't give it.
Exactly, we wouldn't want that. Kingdra's water type enough for us now. But let's move on. Let's move on to the Steel type, one of the core defensive types in Pokemon. So, David, what's your Steel type?
Empoleon.
Ooh.
Yes. So it now has competitive as one of its abilities, which makes it really, really good or really scary for a lot of trainers to go up against it, because a lot of trainers are using Incineroar right now, which obviously has Intimidate, and with a Pokemon with competitive, Intimidate will activate that and suddenly double its special attack. And along with all of the coverage that Empoleon gets and its massive special attack stat as well, it's really offensively like potent. Like you've got I don't know, Scald, you've got Ice Beam, you've got Hydro Cannon if you so want to, you've got Flash Cannon, Protect, and a load of other moves that you can so go for. So Empoleon is definitely my pick for Steel.
It's a really good pick. There's no arguing that. I'm going to go for our Chaladon. Pokemon that offers so many tools. I mean, with the stamina ability, any attack that it receives, it boosts its defense, so you are inadvertently boosting the power of Body Press that it has access to. But then Electroshot, signature move, boosts its special attack, and in the rain, it goes off in just the 1 turn as opposed to 2. Steel and Dragon, really good combination. And of course, then you can terrestrialize away from some of the weaknesses it has there as well. Bulky Pokemon, but also very offensive.
Well, you both make great points, of course, but I'm going to have to give this point, Charlie, to David.
I thought you might.
Because we seem to be looking away from competitive viability at the ones that really tug on the heartstrings here and be able to, find their way through into a team. But of course, moving around to Fairy. Now, we've got Pokemon like Fluttermane that have dominated the fairy space for so long since it's been introduced. But Charlie, what do you think is underrated right now?
Ben, I'd like to cast your mind back just a few years to Generation 8 Sword and Shield. Remember Grimmsnarl?
I do.
Pokemon that was everywhere in the Sword and Shield era. And it's Pokemon that is sometimes seen now, but not too much. Fairy type with Prankster that can set up Reflect and Light Screen immediately, give it a Light Clay, and then it extends the duration of those screens even more. But then in Closed Team Sheet in particular, you don't know if it has access to Fake Out, for example. You don't know if you're playing against one that can make you flinch or not, potentially Thunder Wave as well. But then you can't ignore its damage output too with Spirit Break, its signature move. Really, really powerful. And then you drop the special attack of the recipient of that move as well. So I think Grimmsnarl's a little bit overlooked right now.
I see your points, Charlie, and definitely as a supporter to the team, Grimmsnarl makes a lot of sense. However, let me cast your eyes back to Tinkerton. So, the Fairy and Steel type that often has quite a niche when it's put onto a team. Has access to Fake Out, which is obviously very useful, just like Incineroar does. It's also got access to Gigaton Hammer, a massively powerful Steel type attack. So even though its attack stats on the lower side, it more than makes up for it for that. And on top of that, it's got a couple of really good useful abilities. Own Tempo, which makes it immune to Intimidate, so its attack stat isn't really kind of affected, but also Mold Breaker, which I really like.
Yeah.
So especially in a world where there's a lot of abilities at the moment that kind of shut down Pokemon's abilities to do what they want to do. So an example being kind of Golden Go, for instance, with its good as gold ability, Tinkerton can Thunder Wave straight into it, taunt it, encore it, or do whatever it likes versus that Pokemon, which is really useful if you're struggling a little bit with a matchup versus Golden Go. So Tinkerton, definitely the pick for me.
I like it. I like it. I mean, Tinkerton with its massive hammer has always been a bit of a crowd favourite for me, certainly. But I'm going to have to give that final point there, David, to you. For really arguing the point so well and making sure that we've got a little bit of those stronger Pokemon being involved in the conversation. Well, there you have it, trainers. So many underrated Pokemon of every type in... There we go. There's this lovely bit of sportsmanship there. So many underrated Pokemon traders. And when you're building your team coming into a local event or a regional championship or anything else that you're doing, make sure you have a little bit of a look at what other Pokemon that you can run, because I think you'll be surprised at just how powerful they are. We're going to get right back to the action, so stay tuned and we'll be back very shortly.
Phase 2 is reaching its conclusion. We have one final round here for round 12 of the Prague Regional Championships. My name, and I'm getting really good at this, is Jamie Boyd.
Proud of you.
Thank you very much. And I'm joined by Lou Akchos-Chromie here to see what the winning is going to be. We're just one round away. Who's going to be able to make it into that top cut?
Honestly, it could be anybody's game at this point in time. All of our trainers have really shown up in full force here at the Prague Regional Championships, really wanting, as you know, we start phasing out the Scarlet and Violet era, they want to be able to add their name to the history books, and the last chances are on the horizon for them. So they want to make sure that they are the ones to take that crown.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't quite make it, you want to get as far as possible to secure as many of those championship points as possible and potentially get those prizes as well. If you make it into the top cut, then you are very, very likely going to be getting some of those fantastic prizes as well.
I mean, yesterday we also had some incredible matches chosen by you, our community, with our community choice. Jamie and I were very excited to see you select the Giratina yesterday. And guess what? It's your time to shine once again. We have another community choice option for you to select to get involved. You could be picking our next feature match.
Yeah, we've got some great trainers here, some great teams as well. We've got Matty Morgan just right out of the gate there, going to be running back the team that he brought to the World Championships. He was able to be featured on stream there. That was a very, very exciting game. I remember that end game very well, and if you didn't watch that, go back and watch that. I'm not going to say what it was, but it was such a cool end game. And he's also a very, very strong player here. Going up against Nicola Zerdem, who's going to be running, that's a mirror? That is a mirror.
Oh ho.
So that is going to be the same exact 6 Pokemon coming out for that first game.
Every single one of these matches is a win and in, so everything is on the line for these trainers trying to battle it out to get into top cut. If we take a look at that second one, I have to be honest, that's probably the one my eye is drawn to most. Forehand running that Kyogre, a Pokemon that's on that restricted panel that a lot of trainers still believe in, still want to bring to these tournaments, but generally are not in the top usage. So it's great to be able to see Kyogre having such great form here, particularly paired up with its great buddy Tornadus that can help with Rain Dance to keep that weather in the sky, going for Tailwind to give us some speedy support, and of course, everybody's little tricksy best friend, that's Smeargle.
Speaking of, it's on Louis Fonvier's team as well. It's going to be the same 6 that Hirofumi Kurama was able to make top 4 at the World Championships with. We didn't really expect Koraidon and Ice Riders to be that strong a pairing, and it had a very strong showing at the World Championships, and also could be making it into the top cut here if Louis is able to achieve that.
Yeah, moving on down, Livio versus Ruben. Livio running that classic Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta core with some familiar faces in the form of the Pivoting Pals, Incineroar, and the Rillaboom. But critically, you've got that Hearthflame Ogerpon, a Pokemon that in the previous regulation was really popular, and now we're seeing Livio still trusting in it to bring forward the competition here.
Yeah, and it's going down for the last one. We're seeing a Miraidon and a Lunala coming on out from Antoine. However, it's not going to be that classic 6 Pokemon that we see with the Earthstone going for Trick Room. On this kind of competition, that will almost certainly be a Carmine Lunala. So keep that in mind if that does persuade you for that bottom match. As well as the Taramberdi coming for the Miraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, that is almost certainly a setup on the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well.
Ooh, okay.
You very commonly run Nastapot / Carmine with Draining Kiss on that one if you've got that much support around it, especially so when you have the Clefairy.
I was about to say, you got to mention the little Clefairy there, Jamie. It's adorable, it's cute, but it's also formidable. One of the best partner Pokemon to have, being able to provide that redirection and a little helping hand sometimes for the additional boost on your offensive pressure.
Yeah, so all of these games are going to be incredible if we do manage to feature them. I'm sure we do have some slight personal preferences between us, but it's not up to us in the slightest. It's up to you. What do you want to see? Do you want to see that mirror match coming out from the Shadow Rider Zamazenta? Do you want to see the weather war between Kyogre and Koraidon?
Didn't even spot the whole Koraidon part. Oh my goodness,
right?
It's a weather war. It's doubly good.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. Imagine going for the Smeargles and the weathers. All of the wars between those.
There's so much shenanigans going on there. You know, you'd have to be really keeping an eye on everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And keeping an eye on the other matches as well. These are, of course, just 4 of the matches we're able to feature. We're at the stage where there are plenty of win and ends to be had, so we can only choose from so many. And we've narrowed it down to these 4. Which one out of these 4 is it going to be?
Yeah, do choose wisely, trainers, because that is what we will be featuring on the broadcast. So you want to make sure that the match that you want to see is the one that's selected. Don't be slow. Make sure you lock in those choices. I mean, so far, we really have been spoiled for choice. I think coming into a regulation that has been around previously as well. Pokemon have already been kind of standout superstars in a meta previously. Trainers already have teams they can go back and pick up if they've had previous experience with a format. But what I'm loving seeing here in Prague is, yes, a lot of those old familiar tried and tested teams are doing very well, but there's so much innovation amongst them as well.
Yeah, we were able to see, well, I was about to say we were able to see the Rayquaza. It was on the team sheet. It didn't come to the match.
It exists.
Yeah, it does exist. Maybe Giratina still exists as well. I haven't actually checked out that. And
Has it faded into the shadows?
Who knows? Has it gone back to the distortion zone? We'll have to see. But yeah, we'll be able to see very, very shortly who's going to be featured on our match. All of these will be great in their own right. And yeah, I both like seeing a Smeargle mirror, but then at the same time, it can be incredibly awkward. However, that is exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
You couldn't see me there because obviously the camera shifted, but I did a little happy dance, guys. This was the one I said I wanted to see.
You can trust me.
You did not let me down. Absolutely love seeing a weather war where Groudon is nowhere to be found. Koraidon is able to bring the Sun Supreme to the stage.
Yeah, we're going to have that weather war. It's not the most classic weather war back in the day that we used to have, but it is the most common that we will have in this restricted format. Kyogre is a Pokemon that we don't tend to see as much in this restricted format. I think the main reason why is because we have to rely on shaky accuracy moves. If you are no longer at full HP, you have to run an Origin Pulse and or Hydro Pump as your water moves of choice, and that puts some people off. However, when it works, it really works, and it seems like it has been working very well for Forehand so far.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how Forehand is going to be able to run this team and where the partner support is going to be most dominant, whether it's going to be
that Smeargle, the Tornadus, or the Amoonguss all have equally important rights in the mechanization of that team. Louis, however, as well, also has that kind of alternate modes on the team. I really like the way that you have this Calyrex Ice Rider, a Pokemon that we generally see lead into Trick Room, but can be trained to be very successful in a speedier environment as well, particularly with the support of Pokemon like the Incineroar and like the Rillaboom as well. You can really get those Glacial Lancers rolling, and with Glacial Lancers connecting again in KOs, you get the Chilling Neigh boosts as well.
Yeah, you do. If it is going to be the classic Ice Riders paired with Kyogre and Koraidon respectively, it's going to be very likely the Leech Seed set on both of them. That is the most common that we do end up seeing.
Bulk.
Exactly, and it's going to be able to absorb the HP of the opponent as well. The Smeargles I would expect to be different sets, because the most common Smeargle set is by far Spore, Fake Out, Follow Me, and then either Decorate or Wyguard. However, the Smeargle that was on the team that Louis is running, at least if it is exactly the same as Hirofumi's team of 6, is going to be that really cool, where it's got Spiky Shield. That's usually not actually that interesting, but it's got Ruination if that is still there, and that is a really cool adaptation that we saw going into the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Ruination being a trend on the Chien-Pao, for example, at the moment, trying to make sure that you halve that HP. So it's great to be able to see Smeargle also picking up a trick from Chien-Pao there a little bit. I mean, these are a lot of the Pokemon that Chien-Pao, for example, we're seeing on our usage stats. And one of the things I always like to take a look at is, yesterday in day 1, we tend to look at, the Pokemon that everyone brings to the tournament. But when you get to phase 2, you can start looking at which Pokemon are actually doing well in the tournament.
Yeah, and we'll be able to see which restricted pairs were doing particularly well in that first round that we did have the first phase. We saw this yesterday. Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider Koraidon. Not Koraidon's just a Shadow Rider is going to be very, very common there. But we've got the Koraidon that did poke his head above the board into that top 4 paired with the Lunala. We wouldn't have expected that round 1 of Regulation I. However, since it won the World Championships, it's no surprise to see that break into the top 4.
And very interestingly enough, the 2 restricted duos that we're going to see in our very next match are not any of the duos featured on this screen right now. We've got some very different combinations, but these are obviously our classic ones. Everybody generally leans towards a Ghost type. You have a lot of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, you have a lot of the Lunala. And if you're not leaning towards Ghost, then you're leaning towards a horse. Calyrex Ice Rider can also come into the fray.
Well, but you could either have the horse and the Ghost, right? Because you can have the Shadow Rider.
Yeah, you can have both.
That works for both.
That is true. You can cover all your bases then.
You can absolutely do that. And of course, this was what happened in phase 1, and it's no surprise to see these. Like I said, it wouldn't have been a surprise. It would have been a surprise to see Lunala and Koraidon previously before the World Championships, but after it won, that is no surprise. So what's going to be successful now? As you mentioned, that's just what people thought would be good in the tournament. Now we can start to see what would actually be good. And look at that.
Ooh.
We do have a shift up to Terapagos.
I love this.
On 2 different pairings.
Yeah.
Now breaking in the top 4.
Terapagos not just once, Jamie, but twice. And also, where did Ice Rider go? You just said that if you want to cover all your bases, you go for the Ghost and the Horse, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and guess what? It's on 2 of these graphics now.
Yeah, and apparently that is a tie between 4th place, paired with Lunala Koraidon, and also Calyrex Ice Rider and Koraidon, and also Calyrex Ice Rider and Koraidon. So yeah, Terapagos has made it on, and I think that's the coolest one to put in the 4th place, given we can only give that out of those 4 to 1 space. But yeah, it's actually a tie between those 4 restricted pairs as well.
Maybe we need like a separate graphic just for 4th place. Put all those different ones on. But I think definitely the most notable comment here is that Terapagos is in play. It's a Pokemon that I was talking to Marcus about a little bit yesterday, where I think a lot of people love the options that it can do, its unique abilities and moves, for example, but a lot of trainers haven't been able to crack the Terapagos code quite yet. It looks like here in Prague, a lot of trainers are still giving it that one last trial.
Yeah, we saw at the end of the Regulation I round 1 that Miraidon and Terapagos was actually a reasonable pair, even though we thought initially that would be quite anti-synergistic. Terastallizing, get rid of your own terrain, but actually the Electric Seed and also getting rid of terrain so that you can reset it when you switch back in is actually very good. But then Calyrex Shadow Rider and Terapagos, maybe not the most as common of Terapagos scores that we've seen so far, but was the one that we expected to be the best paired with Terapagos.
That's the thing. This is just the pairs, the combinations together of 2 duos, but restricted by themselves are also something that's very interesting to break down and just take a look at. It's not just necessarily about the synergy with them. So we can take a look at day 1 and what the restricteds were that people decided to bring to this tournament, where our percentages lie. And to no surprise, obviously a lot of the Pokemon are the ones that we've been able to feature. That top row were in the consistent pair usages, but we get a little bit more variation with that bottom row.
Yeah, we do. We see Terapagos there poking its way into the 8th place. And Kyogre, we are going to be able to feature for the first time on stream so far. It was in 7th place. These are the Pokemon that you would really expect to see as the restricted you face down. We do have those wild cards. We've seen the Giratina, we've seen the Rayquaza. There might have been something else. I don't think there probably is. It's unlikely given how common we see these restricteds here. Miraidon being the first place, that's no surprise, even though the most common restricted pair is Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. I think Miraidon still pairs with a lot other things, more than maybe Shadow Rider and Zamazenta do.
So Miraidon might have that kind of partner flexibility a little bit more. The stat that I really want to keep an eye on, though, is this Terapagos at 6.5%. So this was just the phase 1. But obviously, as we know, coming into phase 2, it really jumped up in the pairing usage. So I wonder what number that has increased to. Any ideas?
Well, it's got to be at least 13%, given we had 7% with Miraidon and 6% with Calyrex. So it's going to be 13 plus. We'll have to see
That's why we've got
if
the
there
maths
was
guy.
anyone else there. Whether it... Well, I'd be surprised if it jumps higher than 13%, because that means that Terapagos was paired with something else as well. There we go.
Look at that, 13.6.
That's how maths works.
Fantastic, Jamie. I'm glad you were here. I was going to throw a random number out there, but no, you had the precision. And I think it's a really critical jump up as well. Not only does it obviously jump up in a way, but it also supersedes this Kyogre, the Kyogre that a lot of other trainers might be banking on as that more rogue special attacker restricted form. It's Terapagos that is coming out on top.
Yeah, it's increased quite significantly here. It's basically doubled its usage stats. So, yeah, really, really impressive for Terapagos. We'll have to see if that is going to continue. Miraidon stayed very consistent. It was, what, 33% in the previous graphic, and it's very slightly increased, but is about the same. Whereas Shadow Rider and Zamazenta definitely increased by a significant amount there. And Shadow Rider almost reaching 50% usage across every single team that made it into Phase 2 shows how strong it can actually be.
Yeah, it's amazing seeing the Shadow Rider Calyrex being so dominant, almost at 50%. These are the types of statistics I'm used to seeing on Pokemon like Fluttermane and Incineroar, for example. So seeing a restricted really rise to dominance, I think, is testament to the caliber of Pokemon that it really is.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, it's not all about the restricted Pokemon.
Oh, no.
We've got 4 other Pokemon that you need to fill out your team with, and we do very commonly see these Pokemon that you can see on your screen here. The top 12 usage of Phase 1, no surprises here. I think the only thing for me is we haven't seen any hands.
That's what I was thinking as well.
We said this yesterday. It's what, 10th place? That's entire.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. And then we're just not seeing it. Where is it?
I mean, it's got to be out there. 14% of the trainers in Phase 1 were bringing it, but obviously on the stream we only get to show a little snapshot, a little glimpse into what the action is like, so maybe the Iron Hands have been evading us, but it'll be interesting to see if there's more or less of them in that Phase 2. For me, it's always interesting looking at the grass types, and I like how they're clustered together. You've got obviously Rillaboom, Whimsicott, and the Amoonguss, because clearly that Firewater Grass core is so dominant on so many teams. It's such a key cornerstone of the way that we operate when team building, so you need to have one of those Pokemon, or at least the flexibility with terrestrialization to get there. So it's not only, I think, an important note that it's up on the higher side, that people are leaning into it, but they're using them for different reasons. Amoonguss, slow. Whimsicott tends to be for fast modes. Rillaboom, the ultimate pivot between the two.
Yeah, for sure. And Chiempao breaking into the top 3, it's not a surprise, but it's also a surprise that it overtook Rillaboom. Because like, as you said, Incineroar, Urshifu, and Rillaboom tends to be by far the most common top 3 that we keep seeing across the graphics. But Chiempao breaking into that top 3 spot, into the podium position, is actually very impressive. So is it going to be able to continue going into the Phase 2, or is it going to be dropped down just a little bit? Yes, it is, but so is Urshifu. Raging Bolt's in the top 3 now.
Well, Iron Hands is also still here. It's dropped off marginally, but still very much firmly on the graphic. But where did Amoonguss go? Amoonguss is gone. The grass types have been broken up. Rillaboom moving firmly up into 2nd place. Whimsicott still there. But critically, Amoonguss dropping down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, just looking at the Pokemon that disappeared, Fluttermane and Landorus are the ones that I can immediately see that dropped off. And what would that be? That would be Smeargle and Tornadus, I think, is what will be joining us into this graphic here. So, yeah, Smeargle almost the same usage as Amoonguss. They do similar things in the fact that they both want to click Spore and also Redirection, but they work very, very differently. Smeargle has to run a Focus Sash. It's one of the frailest Pokemon that we have. Amoonguss runs incredibly bulky and therefore can run a more defensive item. Smeargle can be run faster and get the spores off, and can also be even faster if it gets the Moody Boost. So yeah, it seems like, given how close the usage of Amoonguss and Smeargle are, that it's just, do I want this slow and bulky support, or do I want this fast and maybe even faster support as well?
And I like the way Little Chiyu has kind of swum its way up the rankings as well, because it's one of those treasure rare Pokemon. When we look at the restricted in the form of like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, we've also obviously got Terapagos and Kyogre. Being able to have a Pokemon with that Beads of Ruin on the field is just like an extra bit of, you know, offensive pressure out there.
Yeah, it is for sure. But now we are getting close to being able to get into our match. You can see the two trainers on the screen here getting ready. We've got Farad versus Louis. Going to be that weather war, going to be that Smeargle war as well, potentially, depending on if they want to bring that to the game. You tend to give the advantage to the Kyogre in the weather war against a Koraidon, but it really does matter when you switch in, when you're going to be able to get your weather control. Because if you're in the sun, Koraidon really beats the opposing Kyogre, but then the Kyogre overwriting just really hampers the damage output from the Koraidon.
I think as well, you know, even in the sun, if you are at a full HP Water Spout, for example, that can still deal devastating damage. So you still have that little bit of momentum in there, and you have other Pokemon support, for example, Tornadus, that can give you the Rain Dance to be able to try and, you know, counteract that. Before we look at the Pokemon, though, let's have a little recap of our players.
Yeah, we've got Farad there. They're going very consistent across the last few years, able to make the top 256 of EUIC, top 32 in the Canance Regional as well. No small feat there, and top 16 seems to be his best position here so far. If he's able to win this game, he is very likely to at least match that. And then looking at Louis, aged up into the Masters Division only just recently, because back last season was able to reach the finals of EUIC in the Seniors Division. So this is his breakout performance so far in the Masters Division, and because he's really high up the rankings in terms of championship points as well.
Such consistency from a trainer so young, but sometimes the way that they evolve up through the different tiers is always so inspirational. Let's dive into the teams though. Farad is running. We've got this Calyrex, obviously the Kyogre, Smeargle, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Amoonguss. Now talk us through the Smeargle set, Jamie.
Yeah, this is the one you tend to expect. It's going to be the Fake Out, Spore, Decorate, and Follow Me. Maybe Wide Guard finds its way over Decorate, but Decorate is going to be really nice with Kyogre and Calyrex going for their spread type attacks. I stand corrected. I said it was very likely to be Leftovers and Leech Seed on the Calyrex, but no, it's never Melt Ice to increase the damage output from Glacial Lance, and Seed Bomb with a Terra Grass for extra coverage as well. That's almost certainly to help out with the water types that would be resisting both the Glacial Lance and the Kyogre's Water Spouts. And you can see there as well, the Kyogre tends to go for all three of its water type attacks and no other coverage. However, Origin Pulse has been dropped here for Thunder instead.
I really like the synergy as well between Tornadus, Urshifu, and Kyogre, because once that rain is on the field, Urshifu is obviously going to have its water type moves boosted up further, and Tornadus wants to be able to hit those hurricanes. Its accuracy can be a little bit of a dice roll, but in the rain, you are guaranteed to get that success.
Yeah, and it's Hurricane over Bleak Wind Storm. Bleak Wind Storm is weaker, but hits both and can get speed drops, whereas Hurricane is notably stronger into that single target attack. And of course, that confusion can come into play as well. So very interesting adaptations coming out from Farad here. Now we'll look at Louis' team, and as far as I can see, yep, there's that low kick on the Koraidon, and there's that Ruination on the Smeargle. It looks to be the same team of 6, and also similar training for the team that was able to make top 4 at the World Championships.
Yeah, that was a good call out, Jamie, predicting the Ruination coming through. I also like the Terra Grass there on Smeargle. It gives it a little bit of immunity to things like Spore, and obviously then you can avoid Rage Powders coming through from opposing grass types, for example, as well. Critically, this is the Calyrex with that Leech Seed, so it is going to be run that little bit more bulky, but at the same time, being able to still hit with the Glacial Lances, if you can get the KOs, then you can counteract maybe the bulk investment and sacrifices you've made for its offensive capabilities with a Chilling Nade boost.
Yeah, and this is much likely to be a much more bulky Calyrex compared to the one that Farad is going to be using. Low Kick was an adaptation going into the World Championships as the only fighting type attack that Koraidon was running, and it was on a lot of very well-placing teams. Close Combat or Collision Course have been very classically used. Close Combat is strongest, but then it's going to be dropping your defenses. Collision Course is nice and consistent. However, when Low Kick is hitting the very heavy restricteds, and all of the restricts, or almost all of the restrictions, I should say, are incredibly heavy. Low Kick is at full power, matches Close Combat's power, but then has none of the drawbacks.
I think that's a great analysis analysis on it, Pokemon like Calyrex and Kyogre, they definitely are on the heavier side, so they're going to have to fall a heavy feat with a low kick. But let's jump into this next round here. This is the winning in for Top Cut. Everything is on the line here in Prague. Forad is running with that Amoonguss and the Calyrex Ice Rider out front and center, and for Louis, it's going to be Rillaboom and the Calyrex Ice Rider as well.
So having fake out pressure into the Amoonguss could be quite nice here, because you can just safely go for a fake out and a Glacial Lance, and you might be able to pick up the KO on the Amoonguss depending on how you're trained. But you could also get that Leech Seed into the Calyrex, because if you fake out the Amoonguss, you're not going to be spored on this turn. You probably do want to deal with the Amoonguss as quickly as you can, because then it stops all of the spores that come out, because there's no real way that Louis has to be able to stop those spores.
Yes, and exactly. If you haven't got a way to navigate around these spores, then they're going to put you to sleep. They're going to slow down the pace of play, and Amoonguss can start running away with the game. Looks like Louis is going to make that adaptation straight away, going for the Intimidate. This is only really valid against that Calyrex Ice Rider that we've identified is going to be more of the offensive variant compared to Louis' counterpart, and Terrestrialization is going to come through straight away on this Amoonguss. It is going to become a Fire type. That is going to make it less susceptible to any of the Ice type attacks coming through in the following turns.
Yeah, and that's not going to be taking any Glacial Lances here. That's what that Terrestrialization would have been for, because it did switch into the Incineroar instead. Protect from the Calyrex as well to just keep itself safe there.
Yep, just playing a little bit defensively on Forad's side here, you know, not having to take that fake out, not having to have potentially taken the Glacial Lance. But as you can see coming through, that Spore was connecting into the safety goggles of that Incineroar, so no sleep on this turn.
Yeah, and now the Terrestrialization has been burnt immediately on turn 1. You can't Terrestrialize that Calyrex anymore, so you are susceptible to any of the attacks that the Incineroar would want to go for. You've got fake out pressure back on the field, so if you go for fake out into the Calyrex, the Amoonguss can't go for Spore this turn, because you've got a Grass type on the field and a Safety Goggles Pokemon on the field, but no, you don't. The Safety Goggles Incineroar has already switched out immediately once again.
I think having 2 Pokemon, though, immune to that Spore is going to deter the Amoonguss from going for it again in this turn, so maybe Louis thinking it's safe to bring that Calyrex Ice Rider back into play. Amoonguss, however, is going to get out of there as well. It says, hey, if there's no Spore, there's not a lot for me to do. Time to bring another Pokemon out into the field. So for our bringing in this Urshifu that's going to be able to apply some good offensive pressure. U-turn, however, adjusting on that Rillaboom. It seems like, Jamie, the name of the game is get your Pokemon out of there. Perhaps Forad's only Pokemon remaining on the field is going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider, the only Pokemon to move this turn.
Yeah, it might just be that Incineroar once again to get an Intimidate on the Calyrex, and that's usually a thing we don't tend to say because Clearamet is so common.
True.
But we've got Never Melt Ice on this Calyrex. Yes, it normally gives it a damage boost, but it does make it susceptible to that Intimidate, and now it's going to be -2. This is going to be a very pitiful Glacial Lance.
Yeah, -2 and into a Fire type and an Ice type. Not going to be dealing the powerful damage we're used to seeing come through as well. Louis has now got Fake Out on the field once again.
Yeah, and you probably do want to go fake out into that Urshifu with the Life Orb, but it's going to be able to one-move KO, and yes, I'm still riding that. One-move KO the Incineroar very, very comfortably, and maybe 2 shots the opposing Calyrex. I don't think it will, factoring in the leftovers and potential grassy terrain recovery it could get as well, but that still could be absolutely massive damage, and you don't have anything threatening this Urshifu anymore. The Glacial Lance from the Calyrex doesn't really do the damage you want. The Incineroar will always just lose to an Urshifu, so you do need to get into a position where the Rillaboom comes back on the field to threaten the Urshifu, and maybe the Koraidon comes in to reduce the damage from the Surging Strikes, but at the same time, if the Kyogre switches in to be able to overwrite that, it depends on the training of the Calyrexes, because if you're both switching out into the Koraidon, and then or the Kyogre, then that turn order might be quite crucial.
At some point, you've got to get the damage down on the board. Louis played a very, good game at slowing down the pace with the Intimidates and the Fake Outs coming through and stopping these spores, but damage needs to be put into play as well. There goes the Fake Out, chipping away into the Urshifu on Forad's side as the Glacial Lance can follow up. We know that the Amoonguss is obviously now a Fire type. It's now into a Water type on Urshifu's side, so both these trainers, these Glacial Lances are just not landing the way that they really want to be able to.
Yeah, it's really not doing the damage we come to expect from a Calyrex, but slowly chipping away, and it does add up here. The Amoonguss switching in is really, really nice because you need to switch into your Rillaboom to make both of your Pokemon immune to the Spore that could be coming out. But if you switch in the Rillaboom, that means your Incineroar stayed in, and therefore it's just going to drop to the Surging Strikes. Whereas if you switch in the Rillaboom for the Incineroar slot, well, that's opened your Calyrex up to potentially be taking a huge amount of damage from the Surging Strikes and also get put to sleep from the Amoonguss because it is the Fire type. It will be resisting those Glacial Lances.
Slow and steady can sometimes win the race, though. Incineroar going to change up the pace, drop its fire and dark typing to become a fully fledged water type. This can leave it more vulnerable to water type, to grass type attacks, but not to the water type attacks that the Urshifu is capable of dealing out. It is going to go for the surging strikes, but it did not fall for the terrestrialization trap. Instead, going to go down with its guaranteed 3 critical hits into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Not going to be getting anywhere near a KO, but putting a sizable dent of damage into that horse.
And this will be okay damage from the Flare Blitz. That's pretty reasonable, and it's definitely going to start adding up. These have been all not very effective hits in Urshifu, and it's below half now, and it might even go into the red after this Glacial Lance.
Yep, looks like the Calyrex is saying, let's try again, let's go for another bit of damage, and Amoonguss critically going to follow up with this Pollen Puff as well. So even Amoonguss getting in on these low damage capabilities, but damage nonetheless.
Yeah, everything is adding up here, apart from the Surging Strikes, and I guess technically the Pollen Puff as well. We're just not really doing much damage here. It's been not very effective damage, but you can see how much it's added up. The Urshifu's now down into the red after taking a resisted Flare Blitz, resisted Glacial Lance. Yeah, it's been a round of Life Orb recall as well, but everything is adding up, especially in such a slow-paced game as this. There's been no real immediate burst of damage. The Surging Strikes is the best we've got to that, and that just did half damage. And half damage is going to be good enough to be able to put it in range of another attack. I think the Pollen Puff was really smart because the leftovers and the Grassy Terrain recovery should have put the Calyrex out of range of a second Surging Strikes, but now it is going to be in range of that attack. And your switch in is either the Incineroar, well, that's going to be KO'd, or it could be Koraidon. We're expecting Koraidon. However, Amoonguss is the slowest Pokemon on the field. As mentioned previously, if the Calyrex switches out into Koraidon, but then the Amoonguss switches out, then that could have been overwriting the rain here. But no, it's actually not a Surging Strikes at all. But here is the Kyogre, though.
Yeah, Surging Strikes wants to be able to come back in later and utilize the rain that Kyogre has kindly set up, boosting all of these water-type attacks. Amoonguss also going to get off the field, so a double switch for Farad here. This is going to give Amoonguss the opportunity to use its Regenerator ability and regain a little bit of HP while bringing the second Restricted out on the field. So it looks like Farad is setting up for an offensive move in this next turn. Looks like straight away, however, that knockoff comes through, going into that Kyogre, is going to remove the Splash Plate from play, so its water-type moves are not going to be as powerful as it was hoping for. But again, these Glacial Lances just doing negligible damage, really counteracted by the Grassy Terrain in play too.
Yeah, but we've got Kyogre down to half health now, and that is not insignificant. And Kyogre's on the field, and still assuming, we haven't seen it, we haven't confirmed it, I'd be very surprised if it's not Koraidon, could still be waiting in the back. However, now that the Calyrex has joined the field once again for Farad, and is not intimidated, it got to -2 previously, if a Koraidon wants to switch in and overwrite the rain, then it's just going to drop to a Glacial Lance, especially so with a Never Melt Ice. You can tend to run a Koraidon, and a Clear Amulet Koraidon that's got low kick tends to survive a Glacial Lance, not a Never Melt Ice Glacial Lance. That pushes it over the edge into a KO. So this is a really nice position for Farad now, I think, because you want to be able to go for the massive water type attacks. Well, sure, you want to switch into Koraidon, but no, you can't, because then you'll eat a Glacial Lance and then get KO'd thanks to that boosting item.
Farad has to watch out for the Calyrex, though, as well, in terms of protecting his own. You don't want a knockoff to come through into that Pokemon, remove the Nevermind Ice, and obviously do some significant damage in place as well. Kyogre, however, almost looks like it was just cheekily appearing to leave, set the rain and leave again. Amoonguss, now that it's got all of that HP regenerated and rejuvenated, it's able to come back into play. Calyrex does take that knockoff, does not do as much damage as I was anticipating, but critically has lost its Never Melt Ice. As a water type, however, now the Incineroar finds itself vulnerable to the Seed Bomb coming through, does about 50% damage, and Calyrex is still able to hang on. The Calyrex on Louis' side is being relentless. It is trying its best with every single Glacial Lance, but it is not finding the KOs. It is not getting those Chilling Nade boosts it so desperately craves.
But we're one Glacial Lance away from achieving that now, because the Calyrex is down into the red. It's not the leftovers, it's the Never Melt Ice. It's not going to be able to get that recovery going. I think the only recovery that you'd be able to get is from this Amoonguss here with a Pollen Puff. And Amoonguss is the slowest Pokemon currently on the field, so you should be able to just get a KO into the Calyrex with your Incineroar first. You can't be Rage Powdered, and therefore the Calyrex, I was going to say, the Calyrex is surely forced to switch out here, because otherwise it would be KO. There was no opportunity to get that Pollen Puff.
Well, Kyogre's going to rejoin the field here, bringing, that offensive pressure into the rain. We've got the Calyrex on Louis' side switching out, so it looks like both Calyrex getting out of here, wanting to maybe come back a little later on. Rillaboom critically comes back to reset that grassy terrain. Being able to have that recovery has been so helpful to Louis' side of the field, but it also does counteract by helping out its opponent as well. Farad going to find its mark on that Kyogre. Not going to be taking too much damage, of course, from the Flare Blitz, particularly in the rain. The Pollen Puff, I think, is going to be a welcome breath of relief for this Kyogre. It took so much damage previously. Look at that, Jamie. It's almost back at full with that grassy terrain recovery too.
That's what you want with the Kyogre. You want to go for a full HP water spout if you can help it. I don't know if you can help it at this point because the Rillaboom has just switched in. You've got Fake Out pressure, but you've also got Grass-type pressure, whether that's Wood Hammer or Grassy Glide, into that Kyogre, and it can't Terastallize, and it can't be Rage Powdered away. So, yes, that was really nice to get the Kyogre back to full, but a perfect switch in from Louis here to be able to counter that with the Rillaboom.
That's very true. The Rillaboom is not the Pokemon that Kyogre wants to see. Yes, it's got all the HP remaining, but Fake Outs on the field. You've got Grassy Glide Pressure or the powerful Wood Hammer.
Oh, no Protect.
And that's it. Wood Hammer comes down. That is a KO on the Kyogre. That powerful restricted Pokemon has been felled.
Yeah, and so the Incineroar is going to be able to follow up with an attack here as well. Urshifu resists all the attacks, but it's in the red. It might be KO'd here. Oh, no, but it's just a parting shot instead.
Yeah, not on the offensive this time. Incineroar's going to do what it does best and go for that parting shot. Just drop the attack on that Urshifu. I mean, it gets the critical hits with Surging Strikes anyway, so not going to be too valid, but the critical thing is the pivoting. You can come back in, apply that Intimidate, and Fake Out later on. Yeah,
that's surely got to be a huge advantage now for Louis. I think it was quite interesting that the Rillaboom did outspeed the Kyogre here. The Kyogres actually on Calyrex Ice teams, even though you tend to go for Trick Room, are run pretty speedy. However, Rillabooms can be run very, very speedy as well. And on Hirafumi's team that he got top 4 at, it was as fast as possible. So if Louis did take that as well, it might also be the speediest Rillaboom that we can have. And that's definitely come into play here. The fact that the Rillaboom moved before the Kyogre, it couldn't have gone for its full HP Water Spout. If it did, it would have done very, very good damage. But now that the Restricted is gone, the Weather War's been won, even though we still haven't seen the Kyogre. Not the Kyogre, the Koraidon. We're definitely not going to see the Kyogre now it's been KO'd.
Kyogre, Koraidon, a bit of a tongue twizzler there for sure. Going to be taking a look at some defensive plays on Forad's side here. The Urshifu just playing a little bit defensively as the Leech Seed comes through now into the Amoonguss. Not something you see every day, but as a fire type here, it's one of the best ways for this Calyrex to be able to counter, and particularly as it has not gone to sleep, it's still going to be guaranteed that recovery while Amoonguss stays on the field.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter that it's not going to be moving now because the Amoonguss is not going to be able to out-damage this Calyrex, even if it stays asleep for all 3 turns. The Rillaboom is now the star of the show. It's able to ignore this Amoonguss completely. The Urshifu is for sure in range of the Grassy Glide. The Calyrex is in the red. It's also for sure in range of that Grassy Glide, and therefore the Amoonguss needs to get all the Pollen Puffs into the Rillaboom, but with the Assault Vest, it's probably going to be maybe a 4-hit KO, and you're just not going to be able to get that amount of time.
This match has been a very different change of pace to what we've seen so far in this tournament. It's not been so much about the big damage calculations, but about chipping away, whittling away at your opponent's HP stats, and that's exactly what Louis has been able to do. Look at this Calyrex, for example. It's already in the red, having to come in and rejoin on the switch, so it is in a position where it could take unnecessary damage. Calyrex, however, switches out on Louis' side.
Yeah, it's going to be switching out here. And are we going to finally... No, it's still, of course, the Incineroar.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Like, Louis might be able to do this without revealing the final Pokemon.
Yeah, he's just kind of tempting us every time we see the switch come in, but no need to reveal that Pokemon quite yet. Calyrex goes down to the Grassy Glide, coming through from the Rillaboom. That's another Pokemon down. Forad down to just 2 remaining Pokemon, the Urshifu and the Amoonguss. And Urshifu doesn't have a lot of HP remaining, and Amoonguss, it's a tall order for what is normally a supportive Pokemon to climb.
Yeah, and we're getting the Urshifu back in here, still in range of Grassy Glide. We'll have to see how many turns of terrain's going to be left. I don't think it's too many. If my instinct is telling me it's 2. I think, because the Rillaboom came onto the field reasonably late. KO'd the Kyogre, it got the Grassy Glide there, so it should still be around to be able to get the Grassy Glide. We've seen the Pollen Puff there. 2 more should do it, even factoring in the recovery, and that means you would need to get a double detect here if it's just Grassy Glide Focus Fire into that opposing Urshifu.
But you're really kind of banking on this Urshifu to pull through, but the Surging Strikes are not going to do too much into a Grass type or a now Water type with that Terrestrialization on the Incineroar. So Louis has put his Pokemon into a fantastic defensive position. Not only that, but you have leftovers on the Calyrex, you have the Grassy terrain, you have this Leech Seed in activation as well. There's just so much recovery going on Louis' side that's going to give the longevity needed in this game for victory.
Yeah, and that was even Fake Out pressure that wasn't even mentioned here. That's buying an extra turn. So now it's a triple detect that is necessary for this Urshifu if the Amoonguss is going to be able to take care of this the Rillaboom. And yes, that wasn't an extra turn of Grassy terrain that has been burned, but at any point we can just switch out the Rillaboom and switch it back in, and it doesn't actually matter if that's the case that the Rillaboom gets KO'd, if that is the Koraidon waiting in the back, which again, we would very strongly assume that is the case. The Koraidon has won this endgame, and we are just getting through this. The Grass Drain does disappear, so that does get rid of the priority on the Grassy Glide, but you can still just go for a Wood Hammer and KO the opposing Urshifu here, and yeah, because it's the super speedy Rillaboom.
Yeah, honestly, the speed on Rillaboom is so impressive, and I think coming into a meta like this, being able to have the edge of surprise is an incredible, fortuitous moment for this Rillaboom. It's been able to fell the Kyogre, it's now been able to fell the Urshifu, and Incineroar doing its best to keep chipping away at this Amoonguss. Now, Amoonguss against 4 Pokemon, I have seen Amoonguss do some incredible things, but with Pollen Puff being its only offensive move, I think it's just going to be too much for it to handle.
Yeah, it was even a failed Pollen Puff in the side into the Urshifu, just a last-ditch attempt, because if you did get some extra HP into that Urshifu, maybe there would have been a chance. That would have almost certainly been a close combat try and KO the Rillaboom, but no, not going to be faster. It's going to be that super speed Rillaboom, and Louis able to take this first game without revealing his final Pokemon, which is what he was trying to achieve there.
Always a nice little flex to be able to do that. You know, you don't know what my last Pokemon was. It doesn't give you a full insight into the way that I approach this match. Some good information preserved on Louis' side. For Vorad, though, we have to start thinking about a Game 2 adaptation. What can he do differently here? Is it a change of the leads, or is it a change of the Pokemon?
I think the 4 Pokemon that were brought were entirely reasonable. I'm just wondering if there is a space for the Smeargle. Not really for Spore pressure, because we've got the safety goggles on the Incineroar and the Rillaboom that was able to pivot around that Amoonguss very well. There was only one Pokemon that went to sleep, and at that point, I think the damage had already been done. Maybe use the Smeargle more for Decorate, because the Calyrex with the Never Melt Ice should do a lot of damage, and we saw just how little damage it was doing after all the damage reduction coming out from the Incineroars, after all the double Intimidates and potential parting shots that come out, which is one of the downsides of running Never Melt Ice over Clear Amulet. Clear Amulet means that you are staying very nice and consistently strong. Never Melt Ice means you are stronger, unless. And we are in that situation where it is unless, because we do have that Incineroar.
That's very true. The Intimidates can come through. It can be so disruptive. Did we actually see Kyogre attack in that previous game? I don't think we did.
No, because the Rillaboom outsped it. It was the nice and speedy Rillaboom to be able to outspeed. Like we mentioned, the Kyogre is very likely run actually pretty fast. Maybe not as... it can't be run as fast as possible, as the way that it guarantees it outspeeds the Rillaboom. Kyogre does have a naturally higher base stat, but you don't really see max speed on Kyogre. You do see fast, especially though, because there's Tornadus, and you do want to have a Tailwind mode, so you want your Kyogre to actually be fast enough to make use of that.
Yeah.
So the fact that the Rillaboom outspeeds, it's both a surprise because Kyogre's faster, but it's also not a surprise because that's how the Rillaboom was run in the top 4 of the World Championships.
I wonder if we'll see Tornadus maybe come to this match to be able to set that Tailwind and even hit those grass types with the Hurricanes, but not to be in the leads at the very least. It's a Calyrex Ice Rider apiece and paired up with a grass type of choice, Rillaboom for Louis and Amoonguss for Vorad.
Yeah, this is what we saw in the game 1, and it ended up being a pretty slow-paced start to the game. We had the Incineroar switching in so that Spore was completely useless into a grass type and a safety goggles, and then we started to get the Intimidates on the Calyrex so that it wasn't doing as much damage with the Glacial Lances, and then you get fake out pressure, and then you get another round of fake out pressure. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is also going to be not an explosive game, just a nice and slow pace, grind away, get the chip damage that doesn't seem like it's doing much, but really starts to add up, because that is exactly what we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, there was a little bit of chip here, a little bit of chip there, and that's ultimately what put Louis in that game-winning position. Vorad had to make a lot of defensive plays, and I want to see him go on the offensive. This is one way to do it, bringing in the Urshifu. We know it's guaranteed to get those critical hits. It can work around a potential Intimidate coming through on Incineroar. Amoonguss going to do a run back of what it did in game 1, going for that Terrestrialization, turning into a fire type. This gives it a lot of flexibility in the face against that Calyrex, that even though Louis' Calyrex wasn't getting damage done in the first game, it was still constantly firing through these Glacial Lances. So a good opportunity for Amoonguss to get itself prepared.
Yeah, but that's no fake out. That's going to allow this Amoonguss to go for a Spore, and the Calyrex didn't switch out. The Rillaboom switching out with its U-turn. If it goes into the Incineroar, that will keep it immune to the Spore that could come out. But Calyrex, it can get off a Glacial Lance, it could potentially get off a Leech Seed, but then I think it's likely going to sleep at the very beginning of this game.
Well, yeah, because if it's the Rillaboom, it's not like you were sporing into that slot, for example. So it does leave the Calyrex incredibly vulnerable to go to sleep. It is indeed going to be that intimidating Incineroar rejoining the field, throwing down that Intimidate. But critically, I think this is going to be about the fake out in that next turn. But it could be too little too late to help this Glacial Lancing Calyrex. As you can see, a little bit more chip coming through, but Amoonguss free to go for that Spore. Calyrex taking a nap early on in game 2.
Yeah, and I don't think there was really any downsides to that. If there was a repeat of the Incineroar switching in, then, well, now you're still not really threatening any damage. The Calyrex is the one that threatens the most damage, so going for the same play as that game 1 and actually catching that Calyrex now is very nice, because you've got fake up pressure on the Incineroar, yes, but now Urshifu got in basically for free. It took a little bit of chip on the way in, but now you can threaten those Surging Strikes. You can KO this Incineroar in one move. You can do over half damage, as we've seen in the first game, to this Calyrex to try and two-shot it. to move it, I should say. Am I going to expand into 2-move KO? Who knows? Yes, I am. Let's commit to that. So, yeah, it's still a very reasonable position here, I think, for Farad, because you've got that sleep immediately on the Calyrex.
Yeah, get the dictionary out. Jamie's got another addition to add to the book. We're going to see the Calyrex come in here for Forad as well, wanting to try and get that damage out on the board. Try and maybe catch a Seed Bomb on a Terra Water Incineroar if it does want to go that route again. But for now, it's going to say the Fire and Dark type, just throwing a Fake Out across the field into that Calyrex. And critically, it now is Amoonguss' time to go on the offensive itself. It can go for that Pollen Puff, but I think that's going to be negated pretty quickly by a couple of turns of grassy terrain.
Yeah, I think so. Pollen Puff is very nice, you'd have to see when you are targeting yourself, but it just really doesn't do the damage. Sludge Bomb is sometimes preferred on Amoonguss, and that really actually starts to add up in terms of damage. But yeah, Pollen Puff's not going to be doing it. We've seen how actually impactful chip damage can be, because if you chip however many times, then you're going to start to get some cracks showing, and you just need to keep chipping away in this very, very slow-paced game, because the Calyrex is still asleep. It might wake up on this turn, and it might be able to get Alpha Glacial Lance, but Amoonguss is not going to be able to really do too much. You saw how little the Pollen Puff did. That's got to be why it's switching off the field here.
And I think Forad is using the sleep turns of this Calyrex to buy him time to reposition up the board state. And that's exactly what we're seeing come through here. Looks like the defensive play on that Calyrex, you know, negating anything that Incineroar was throwing its way and buys the opportunity for the Urshifu to come in. However, that Calyrex is awake and ready to go. It's going to go for that Leech Seed. It looks like Louis is going to start setting up for his own endgame, getting all of that recovery, keeping the Calyrex protected and in play.
Yeah, and that's really going to start whittling away at this Urshifu. The Leech Seed does do slightly more damage than the grassy terrain does recover, so the Urshifu will be getting negative HP as we go. And it is the Life Orb, so every time it attacks, it will also be chipping it itself as well. However, it got onto the field without fake-out pressure, so therefore, if you go for a Surging Strikes into that Incineroar slot, that will be able to knock it out for sure. And a Rillaboom switching in, well, you don't really want to switch in on a Glacial Lance either. So this is actually now, after quite a few turns of positioning, quite a reasonable position for Forad, I think.
Yeah, critically as well, the Urshifu's been able to get in unintimidated. So if he does want to cover the options with that Incineroar, you can go for something like the Close Combat to try and get some damage down without taking the Intimidate on it. However, that's exactly what we're seeing come through. However, it has Terrestrialized, so you can potentially go for something like the Seed Bomb on the Calyrex to cover for that Terra Water weakness, and therefore you're just finding a way to eliminate this Incineroar from play. Knockoff comes through. Calyrex is going to lose its Never Melt Ice, so it's not going to be dealing as much damage with those Glacial Lances, but it has gone for that Seed Bomb. Perfect coverage, is able to completely remove Incineroar from play. Now Forad does not have to contend with Intimidates or the Fake Out recycling through from that Pokemon. It's just got to get through the Rillaboom next.
Yeah, I don't think Forad got a single KO in that previous game, but now has broken through. As mentioned, a lot of chip damage is going to do it, but a lot of burst damage will also do it. And there's a bit more chip from the Glacial Lance, but yeah, really nice coverage there. If the Incineroar stays in, that is a guaranteed KO if you go for Seed Bomb and Close Combat. And if something switches in, well, Rillaboom's not going to like taking a Close Combat. It will shrug off the Seed Bomb at least, but its Close Combat will still do loads. And if the Koraidon switches in, again, we're assuming it's a Koraidon we still haven't seen, but that would still also not really like a Close Combat. So really nicely covered for Farad, because, yeah, there we go. Finally, Koraidon is actually here in the game.
Yeah, the sun is in the sky, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this Urshifu switch out on this turn. Not only has it got its defenses dropped by the Close Combat, but you want to maybe bring in the rain on the field just to stop any of the ferocity Koraidon can bring through.
Yeah, but if you switch in the Kyogre on a low kick, and we're
true.
Low kick is the move of choice here into any of the Pokemon. Even the Amoonguss switching in is going to be resisting a Fire-type attack. Kyogre's very heavy. We know all the restrictors are very heavy, so even though it is switching in and overwriting the Sun, and therefore no Orichalcum Pulse boost on the attack for Koraidon, this is still going to hurt.
Oh, that does so much damage. Kyogre may be the Poke fan, but it was not a fan of that attack that it had to take on the switch-in. But it looks like the Calyrex was able to get some redemption. That's a one-hit KO into the Koraidon. Louis has taken down, lost one of his restrictions here, and Calyrex doing a neigh of success. Finally, it's able to get these boosts rolling through.
Yeah, we're actually getting the damage going now, and yeah, that's some reasonable damage again from Louis, but it's still considered as chip damage. I previously mentioned Koraidon with a Clear Amulet, and on this team specifically, you can actually survive a Glacial Lance from Calyrex. It's easy enough to train it, Koraidon, so that you can survive that. However, the Never Melt Ice has come into play here. It's going to be able to get that boost that pushes that KO over the edge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just does show how formidable this training can be. I think, was it not knocked off, though? Then
Oh, it
Is it
was
not?
actually. So, yeah, that was it. That's
just a powerful Calyrex.
Regular old Glacial Lance there. So, because it got the boost from the Seed Bomb when it got the KO. That's
there
what
we
would have pushed it
go.
over. Yes. So, yeah, that'll do it as well, right?
There we go.
A 50% boost to your attack from getting +1 is going to be doing the same thing as a plus 20% boost there to get that kill on the Koraidon.
So who needs a Never Melt Ice when you can get a Chilling Neigh boost? Calyrex seems to have all the answers to, exactly as you said, dealing with that Koraidon, because it was critical to be able to remove it from play so that you can guarantee the weather is going to be on your side, and also removing one of the powerful restricteds is a great way to get back into this game. Now Louis on the back foot. Yes, you're able to go for the fake out into the Kyogre and slow it down in its tracks. Critically as well, Louis might be in a position to get a Chilling Neigh boost of his very own with his Calyrex. Looks like, however, Forad gets there first, gets another boost up by taking down that Rillaboom.
Yeah, and that's going to be a third KO for this Calyrex, and it is starting to steamroll through this game now. The Calyrex on Louis' side of the field, it's going to be able to get another Glacial Lance, and yeah, finally gets its own first KO of the match, KOing that Kyogre. But we've seen the Calyrex on Forad's side of the field very consistently move first before Louis, so it should be able to just go for even just a C-Bomb at this point, boosted by the Grass Terrain that's about to disappear maybe, but even then the Seed Bomb should be doing some pretty good damage given that you are now at +3, and yet the Grass Terrain's still around, it's still going to be able to get that boost, and even if the Calyrex wasn't able to get that KO, here comes an Urshifu with a Life Orb in the rain. That should be able to pick up the KO all on its own anyway.
This is what Urshifu wanted. It's been battling all set to get in that position. We're not going to see it happen though, but we know that Urshifu was ready to go for those surging strikes. I mean, Jamie, what a contrast of a game 1 to a game 2 for Forad here. For me, it was really that turn where he doubled down into that Incineroar, did the great coverage with the Seed Bomb and the close combat respectively to just get that KO on the board and put Louis on the back foot for the first time in this set.
Yeah, that was definitely the deciding turn there, because as soon as there was that one KO, it does two things there. It gives the Chilling Neigh boost to the Calyrex, and we saw that was then able to KO the Koraidon even after being knocked off, but it also takes away one of the pivoting points that Louis has available. The game plan in game 1 was just reposition, get those fake outs, slowly win, and he definitely managed to achieve that because he didn't even get KO'd on any of his Pokemon. However, as soon as there was that one breakthrough from Forad, the steamroll started to happen. The the Chilling Neigh on the Calyrex was able to get this, well, Glacial Lance now KOs Koraidon. You can't defensively terrestrialize because the defensive terrestrialization of water was covered very, very well. And then, well, Rillaboom's also going to drop to Glacial Lance. So it was almost like a domino effect. As soon as you broke the Incineroar, well, all the other pieces immediately fall.
That's very true. You know, seeing the synergy that came through with Forad being able to switch in the Amoonguss and the Urshifu and getting them in the right positions as well did just mean that for once in the set, we were starting to see that offensive pressure start coming through, and Louis was going for the same strategy in game 1 that was very, very effective, setting up with the Leech Seed, for example, doing those little bits of chips, letting Glacial Lances keep coming across the field. But as soon as you bring in that Koraidon as well and change up the pace, you're also taking a little bit of a risk, and unfortunately it didn't pay off considering that Glacial Lance was able to deliver the solid knockout. So we've got a decider on our hands. One more game to guarantee top cut for one of these trainers. Looks like Louis is shaking things up. We've got Landorus in play, paired up with the Calyrex Ice Rider. Forad also bringing the Ice Rider, but this time Amoonguss by its side.
Yeah, that's a very interesting switch up. You don't normally want to bring a Landorus Incarnate in the face of a Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre. However, I think it's in a very reasonable adaptation here because it's been a water terrestrialization on the Incineroar for the previous 2 games. We've got the water terrestrialization on the Landorus as well. And now this covers the Amoonguss going for Terrafire or not going for Terrafire, because you can get the ground type attack, whether it's Earth Power or Sandstorm, if you want to risk it, into the Amoonguss that could Terrafire, or if it doesn't, Glacial Lance is able to now KO. So I think that's a really, really nice adaptation. It had to be Terra Water.
Yes.
You're definitely Terra Watering in the face of the Calyrex, but now you've got a very reasonable pin here coming out from Louis.
Yeah, Landorus might look brave and fearless, but it does worry about those ice type attacks. So the Terra Water being a really smart choice for Louis to have in play here. It can counteract all the things with that Amoonguss. As you can see, just going straight up for the Protect on Amoonguss, not going for its terrestrialization yet, maybe wanting to scout out a little bit what Louis wants to do here. Looks like, however, the Glacial Lance is going to come through in play.
Yeah, and it was a Sandstorm, and it did dodge on the Calyrex, so that would have been very respectable damage here. That is not that respectable damage, and that's all you get, unfortunately, from Louis, and that's the Trick Room set. So yeah, the pin into the Amoonguss was really nice, but the fact that you could just go for Protect and Trick Room, and you can't KO the Calyrex this turn. There was no way that an Earth Power and a Glacial Lance would have KO'd. So now the Amoonguss is actually somehow in a very good position. It was in an awful position to start with, but now we're in the Trick Room. It's in a fantastic position. You've got Spore because you are now the slowest Pokemon.
Never underestimate Amoonguss. That's something I learned very on in this competitive realm. The Incineroar is going to jump in, however. Now, critically, which Pokemon has the Amoonguss maybe targeted down with the Spore? Because if it is going down into what was the Calyrex slot and is now the Incineroar with those safety goggles, it is not going to be able to be put to sleep. Nor the Landorus either, thanks to the Protect. So just defensively trying to stall out one of these turns. It was going down into what was the Calyrex, maybe trying to run back game 2, but Incineroar not only can get that Intimidate down, doesn't have to worry about this Amoonguss, and now actually has its choice of targets with something like the Flare Blitz coming through.
Yeah, and now you got Fake Out pressure, but whichever one you Fake Out, something bad will still happen here. Because you've gone for the defensive terrestrialization of water, that's normally very, very good in the face for Calyrex, but this unique Seed Bomb Calyrex now hits it for super effective. I don't think it would KO thanks to the Intimidate, but then you're still going to take absolutely massive damage if you Fake Out the Amoonguss to stop the Spore. Then if you Fake Out the Calyrex to stop the Seed Bomb, well then the Landorus is almost certainly going to sleep as well. So still a very, very comfortable position for Farad. If you want to go for any kind of pivoting as well, I think that would be entirely reasonable, because you can burn the turn of Fake Out pressure from the Incineroar, and you're still in the Trick Room. You're still going to be underspeeding the Landorus and threatening big damage.
And the thing with the Landorus is you need it to keep that Amoonguss in check if it does want to go for that fire terrestrialization again. So I think it's wise for Louis to keep it in the back, maybe try and see if you can pull out that terrestrialization on the Amoonguss. And hey, if it doesn't terrestrialize, then the Calyrex is the perfect Pokemon to deal with it using those ferocious ice type attacks. Amoonguss actually just going straight away for a Protect on this turn, not wanting to utilize one of these precious Trick Room turns to try and get damage on the board, knowing that a Fake Out could indeed come into the slot. And what would you have it there, Jamie? A double Protect.
Yeah, just stalling out any kind of Fake Out, but it was actually going to be the knockoff into the Calyrex. That couldn't have been redirected by the Amoonguss, and that would have got rid of the Never Melt Ice and done some pretty significant damage as well, because this Calyrex has not gone for the terrestrialization. And Calyrex on Louis' side of the field got in pretty comfortably. However, we're still in Trick Room. You can still absolutely just go for the Spore into that slot. And if it's the Landorus switching in, maybe that will go to sleep. If it's the Rillaboom switching in, yeah, that could take it. But then that would also mean that Koraidon has not come to this game. So, yeah, no switch outs here. Sport into the Calyrex. Off it goes to sleep again.
Yeah, very safe targeting there. Unless the Calyrex wanted to go for something like a Protect, whatever was in that slot was going to go to sleep here. Looks like it is going to obviously take its first turn, as followed up by this Incineroar with the parting shots. That's going to lower the offensive pressure of that Urshifu. And critically, I think buy Louis another turn to start, you know, slowing down these Trick Room turns. If it is something like the Rillaboom in the back, you could bring that in and have another Fake Out pressure, and also set up that terrain, start helping out the Calyrex. But if it is the Rillaboom, that means there's no Koraidon here, Jamie.
Well, Koraidon didn't actually do anything really impactful in the previous games, and yeah, it is the Rillaboom. The Koraidon has been dropped. We were debating all of game 1. Hey, did Koraidon actually get dropped? And yes, it has now for this game 3. I would have been surprised if Rillaboom had been dropped, because it was so useful in that first game, and actually reasonably useful in the second game. It's just that the Calyrex got going too quickly for the Rillaboom in that second game. But now, you got Fake Out pressure once again. You're going to be able to threaten the Urshifu now that the Rillaboom switched in, but there's no longer an Urshifu there. It's switched into the Calyrex.
Yes, and it is a very fast Rillaboom as well, so it's not going to enjoy being within this Trick Room environment. No Fake Out coming through, however. Obviously, Pollen Puff just going to switch in here and take a little bit of damage onto the Rillaboom. Another sleep turn for that Calyrex. Woodhammer was coming down into what was the Urshifu, but Calyrex going to be able to take that much more comfortably.
Yeah, it's still very reasonable damage, though, but yeah, it's still a strong position, I think, for 4-Rad. The Trick Room has finished, so the Rillaboom is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field now. And based on that damage, I think the Calyrex just about survives another Woods Hammer. And if it does, then you just get to go for Glacial Lance, get the KO on the opposing Rillaboom, and then you can start to chip away with those Pollen Puffs. You could potentially go for Spore if you're covering for the Calyrex going for the Wake Up. You could even Pollen Puff your own Calyrex, because it is at half HP at the moment.
Hey, but we're not going to find out if the Woodhammer would get the KO. Instead, Rillaboom switches out for this Incineroar. It's going to come in, throw that Intimidate down, and pressure that Fake Out once again. Calyrex, I think, going for the Protect here, anticipating that the Woodhammer could have been coming into that slot, is a nice defensive play. But at the same time, we're going to see this Glacial Lance come through. Of course, it's going to not do anything to this Calyrex, but the Amoonguss is vulnerable and exposed. That's going to do a huge amount of damage. Not enough to be able to get the one-hit KO, however, so Amoonguss can send that Calyrex right back to sleep.
Yeah, very nicely covered there. It wasn't guaranteed that the Calyrex would wake up, but it just covers for it really well. If it stays asleep, then great. You didn't take any Glacial Lance, so absolutely fine to go for the Sport into the sleeping Calyrex there, especially so that it did end up waking up, and now it is guaranteed to sleep once again. Really, really nice positioning still for 4-Rad. I think the momentum is still firmly in his favor. You haven't got any KOs yet, as soon as you do get the KO, that's when the snowball starts to happen. And we do have the momentum still on Farad's side of the field. Again, here comes the Urshifu. That's very good in the face of Calyrex and Incineroar.
I think both of our trainers are waiting for that window of opportunity to get that first KO and start that momentum going, just like you said. We're going to see adaptations on both sides of the field. Looks like Landorus is back to play, and this is perfect timing as the Urshifu has just joined the fray. It looks like Farad is, however, going for a double switch. Urshifu's in play, and so is the Kyogre. It is going to start raining out there on the stage, and with, in a way, 3 water types on the field. This is a really interesting position. Parting shot happens because the Incineroar goes, I see all of you go for the hard switch. I've got skills. I don't need to do that. I can go for this parting shot. But all 4 Pokemon, Jamie, have been completely reversed around.
I mean, that seems to be the name of the game in this very slow-paced, very positioning-based game as well. It's very crucial who gets the first KO, because as soon as one Pokemon is taken away, that's all of the switching potential reduced completely. And now we're still in a very reasonable position here for both of these trainers. I think that now Louis got both water types facing down that Rillaboom, and we're not in Trick Room. That's actually still a very reasonable position now for the Rillaboom. So Louis is starting to claw back a little bit of the momentum here, but we've seen the defensive Terrestrialization. We didn't see that Mungus go for Fire type. That's allowing this Kyogre to now turn into that Grass type to resist the Rillaboom.
Yes, it's going to allow it to resist the Rillaboom, but you have to watch out for a Glacial Lance coming through from the Calyrex at some point later in the game. But the positioning right now is safe for this Kyogre. Rillaboom is going to go for the fake out, so we're not going to see anything unleashed from the Kyogre in this particular turn, as the Landorus was going for the Sandsear Storm, I believe that was. No, or was it the Earth Power?
Must have been the Earth Power, because
Earth Power, just one Pokemon.
It didn't even miss the Kyogre, I don't think. And if it did, then that is a bit unfortunate for Louis as well. But there we go. The grassy terrain's disappeared now. However, we've seen that the Rillaboom outspeeds the Urshifu, so that doesn't matter in terms of getting priority on Grassy Glide. You should still be able to KO the Urshifu with regular old Wood Hammer outside of terrain. It might be quite close, depending on how the Urshifu is trained, but we're not going to see that at all. You got a very, very easy switch in for a resistance here in that Amoonguss, because it is not a fire type, it's the grass poison type. It's going to be able to resist even better.
Oh, but that U-turn, Jamie, that does a significant chunk of damage for not being a very offensive move. Really trying to whittle away down at this Kyogre, stopping its water spout potential from being as strong by taking HP away from it. But Louis now has an option. Who are you going to bring in? You don't necessarily want to bring in your Incineroar, of course, being a fire type. Doesn't have that water terrestrialization in this game. The Landorus has stolen it, so it doesn't want to have to take a potential Hydro Pump or even a Water Spout at this range isn't going to be appreciated. Oh, we're never even going to see anything from this Kyogre. The Sludge Bomb comes through. It's a grass type. It's super effective. It's gone.
Yeah, and that... I want to say that's surprising that the Landorus is able to get that before the Kyogre, but Landorus tend to be run very bulky in this regulation, and Kyogre, like mentioned, are run pretty fast. So the fact that the Landorus was able to get that Sludge Bomb, that's very crucial. We were saying this is a very slow-paced positional game, and as soon as one piece is taken away, huge momentum swing for the other player. So that is fantastic for Louis now, because the Kyogre is taken away. That's limiting the options now for Farad. Yes, the Rillaboom is not on the field to threaten this Urshifu, and the Urshifu is going to be able to threaten massive damage into that Incineroar with the Surging Strikes. But yeah, the first breakthrough has been for Louis, and yeah, the Urshifu's also switching out here. There's going to be no damage potential coming out. You can at least get a sport with the Amoonguss, but no damage from the Urshifu this turn.
Yeah, Louis has to run with this momentum and fast. You've been able to remove a restricted. The Terrestrialization the Farhad invested into that Kyogre was all for naught. We're going to see the fake out come through. Obviously, Amoonguss is going to also go down to the Earth Power coming through. So that's another KO, one after the other. Louis has got his eyes set on top cut.
Yeah, and we're seeing the snowball go in the other direction here. The pieces are starting to fall, and fall quickly on Farad's side of the field. Urshifu comes in without fake-out pressure once again. It can just get that one-move KO into the Incineroar. It can get massive damage into the Landorus with the close combat, but Landorus is very speedy here.
Oh,
and
look at that!
One-hit KOs the Urshifu!
That is so much damage. This Landorus was the fantastic adaptation by Louis coming into this Game 3. You've gone for the Terrestrialization, you've gone for the Sludge Bombs, you've gone for the Earth Powers, you've been getting the KOs, and with the Calyrex going down, Louis is the victor of the set and has locked in top cut.
And and you saw how fast the pieces fell as soon as you get that one breakthrough. We saw it in the other direction from Farad in Game 2, and then it was just completely flipped in that Game 3. It was still a very positional game in the very first part of the game, but as soon as we reached that end game and as soon as that one KO happened, you can see the domino effect. As soon as one goes, everything else starts to fall.
I just had to take a second to compose myself. I'm not going to lie. You know, everything was slow and steady. The anticipation was building up where it was like, where is that window going to come through? Where is that first KO going to rain from? And as soon as that Sludge Bomb connected, the game suddenly switched momentum. And as we were saying, Louis needed to lock it up quickly. At that point, he just knew exactly what he had, knew what he needed to do. The setup earlier in the game with the extra damage gave him all the opportunities for that Landorus to just come through with those KOs.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe on a roller coaster where it's just like, just go nice and slow and here's the acceleration, off we go. And it just blasted through the rest of the team. And yeah, it was very, very well played there from both of the trainers. It's always mentally taxing when it is a positional game because there's so many turns to think through. It's not like in some of the restricted Pokemon pairings that we have where it's like, I'm going to win or lose in maybe 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah.
This game, well, how many turns happened across all 3 games there? Probably getting close to 50, I think.
Someone out there will have calculated that.
Yeah, so it is obviously very mentally taxing here, but as soon as you get those KOs, you get the breakthrough. So in the game 1, the Rillaboom was really, really nice there, outspeeding and one-shotting the Kyogre, and then everything was in range of all of its attacks here, and the fact that it was super speedy meant even though the grassy terrain was gone, you could KO the Urshifu, but this was a massive turn there. Really, really nice done for Farad, covering for the terrestrialization on the Incineroar perfectly, and then was able to steamroll through the rest of the game. You see the Glacial Lancers, was able to KO the Koraidon with the boost, was able then to KO the Rillaboom, and everything fell. But then, yeah, that was the crucial turn in that Game 3. Sludge Bomb KO the Kyogre meant that all the dominoes were falling on the other side.
I think that was a really critical moment for sure. As soon as the Kyogre went down in that Game 3, that's when the momentum really switched over to Louis. In the same way in the Game 2, it had been when the Incineroar had gone down, and again in the Game 1, in a way it was poor Kyogre. Kyogre went down in Game 1 and Game 3, and that's when Louis had that window of opportunity to start getting through the game. So incredible play from both of them. They certainly took us on a roller coaster ride, you know, left and right, who was winning, which position was more advantageous, and at certain points it really could have gone either way if certain players had made other decisions, if a switch or a pivot had not been made correctly, and both these trainers were experts at doing that.
Yeah, they definitely were. Being able to get a prediction correct is a really nice way of being able to break through the prediction from the double up into the Incineroar. Getting a pin as well. I think that was one of the most impactful turns that we saw across this entire set, just being able to cover for it, because if there's so much switching around, well, maybe you need to make a prediction to be able to catch this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got the pin, and we saw that pin, the close combat and the Seed Bomb was absolutely guaranteed to KO the Incineroar for sure, or catch something really nice on the switching.
Yeah, certainly an incredible community choice. Thank you so much for voting that one in. We got to see some unique Pokemon that we don't often get to thrive around. For example, that Kyogre, and then we were able to have a very different change of pace game. It definitely, for me, was a kind of a masterclass in how it's not always about the big damage calculations, but about positioning just as much as being able to get damage on the board.
Yeah, and that tends to be the case when we've got a Kyogre versus Koraidon, because you got the weather war. And to be fair, we didn't really see much of a war
Not
there.
much, no.
Yeah, they were mainly on the sidelines just watching.
In a way, Kyogre won the weather, just didn't win.
I guess so,
you know.
Yeah. It won the weather war by forcing Koraidon onto the bench.
That is true.
But then didn't end up winning the war in general. But yeah, it was definitely going to be a very positional game. There weren't many quick ways to break through either Calyrex on either team. The Urshifu was too moving, and again, too moving, the opposing Calyrex.
Put it in the dictionary.
I know, right? So, because the Life Orb was really, really adding to it. So, yeah, really, really nicely done from both of these trainers. And obviously, Louis, congratulations for making it to the top cut as well.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing. We're now at the end of kind of our Swiss stages here of Phase 2. We're going to be moving on to Top Cut. And that's where things get very, very interesting because the format changes a little bit. Instead of having this flexibility where you need a certain record and you can afford to take some losses, you can't afford to take any more losses. It is now a knockout part of the tournament until the very end.
Yeah, and there's going to be plenty of other trainers that have now secured their spot or maybe just about to secure their spots. we'll have to wait and see who that's going to be. We've got Louis, obviously, that has been able to make it, and we'll just be waiting to decide who's going to be those last few trainers, because if you make it through to that top cut, it is now that single elimination all the way until are you going to become the champion.
And in case you're just tuning in and missed that incredible best-of-3 match, there's a couple of turns that I think would be really important to highlight, and Jamie, as our resident analyst, I think you'd be the perfect person to talk us through it. It's that game 2. You know, game 1 had been a very back and forth type of situation, but then in game 2, Vorhad came in with a very different strategy and made a perfect play to capitalize on reading whatever his opponent decided to do.
Yeah, like given it was such a positional game, being able to get into a position where you can get a pin, and I think the pin is a really, really nice thing here, because if you got the pin, there's no play that your opponent can do here to be able to get out of that positioning. If you go for close combat into this Incineroar, and you go for Seed Bombs the Incineroar, the close combat will KO the Incineroar if it doesn't terrestrialize. But we're seeing here, as it's gone for its terrestrialization,
yes,
it's going to now be able to survive the close combat.
It's a water type.
Yeah, and if you go for Glacial Lance to cover for the Rillaboom switching in, well, close combat and Glacial Lance will KO the Rillaboom. Close combat and Seed Bomb won't quite KO the Rillaboom.
So, grass type.
Yeah, but you'd still be able to get absolutely massive damage, and that would be very reasonable as well. But here we go, the close combat, not enough. That's what the defensive terrestrialization's for. You can see that would have easily KO'd based on the damage.
Oh, beforehand.
If it would have stayed as a dark type, it did, what, 60% with that damage? And that's easily going to KO, so it's forced into the defensive terrestrialization. But if it's going to be the standard Glacial Lance, well, that's not going to KO here. But then we're going to be seeing here that the Seed Bomb was the move of choice. Clicked very, very nicely done. Yeah, and yeah, there was the knockoff, and we did mention as well, well, now the Never Melt Ice is gone, it's not going to KO the Koraidon. And that actually could have come into play. Because Koraidons with Clear Amulet and with Low Kick are very classically trained to survive Glacial Lance as the benchmark defensively. And yeah, now you got the knockoff into the Calyrex. Oh no, how are you going to be able to KO this Koraidon in one shot? Well, why don't I just get my Chilling Nay boost by covering for this, by going for the Seed Bomb into the Incineroar? And that's what we call a pin.
Yes.
And pins are incredibly useful, because now there goes the Incineroar. I'm going to leave it just falling over there because, yeah.
A lasting memory.
Pins are probably the best way to break through such defensive pivoting, because a pin means you can't do anything about this. I will go for these 2 moves and you can't do anything. Something good is happening for me. Deal with it. And that's the best way to break through. And as we saw, the Incineroar dropped, and then the next turn, because the Chilling Nay boost, the Koraidon dropped, and then the next turn, the Rillaboom dropped. And that's how the domino effect and the snowball ends up working out. But then we saw it obviously in the other direction. The Sludge Bomb KO and the Kyogre meant that that was taken off the field, and then suddenly here's the KO after KO. And we actually saw the double, not quite double KO, I'll rephrase, 2 KOs on the same turn on the final turn, because I was very surprised that the Urshifu drops for the Earth Power. It can be trained to survive, but I guess if it's Life Orb, you don't invest too much in your training, because you're going to be sacrificing your HP to the Life Orb sometimes. But yeah, Landorus was a really, really nice adjustment.
It was on a mission, to be honest. There was no messing around with that Landorus. It wanted to get the KO after KO. And again, one of the things I liked so much about that replay that we were able to show, I like the way that the Calyrex capitalized on the grassy terrain that was also in play, set up by his opponent, kind of saying, I will take the extra benefits to my grass type attack and get a KO to reap the awards. But it was not Vorhad's victory, it was Louis. So I think it's time to hear from the trainer himself. Let's go for an interview in the lounge.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I am here with Louis, the winner of our final Swiss round here at the Prague Regional Championships, and the player who will be advancing to Top Cut. Louis, how are you feeling?
Oui, comment tu te sens?
Je suis très content parce que c'est la première fois que je gagne en stream et voilà quoi.
Very happy because it's my first win on stream, and yeah.
That's amazing, and congratulations for your first win on stream. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the matchup. You have a Sun team and you were facing a Rain team. What were your thoughts and your approaches to that matchup?
Comment tu as approché le matchup, sachant que tu avais une team soleil contre une team pluie?
Bah, j'ai vu que Incineroar était vraiment bon dans le matchup avec Rillaboom parce que Inferno il pouvait intimider le Calyrex qui n'était pas clair à allumette. Et il était immunisé à Golé qui safety Googles. Et le Rillaboom était plus rapide que ses Pokémon, donc il me permettait d'ignorer les Rage Power de Golé.
So I saw that my Incineroar and Gorik Milk would be very good because Incineroar could intimidate the Calyrex, which didn't have the Clear Amulet, and Gorik Milk was faster than his Pokémons. And also my Incineroar had safety goggles, so I was immune to Among Us Spore and Wedge Powder.
That was an amazing set of 3 games where game 1 you had really great control. Then game 2 your opponent got the better control. And then in game 3 you didn't bring Koraidon. Can you tell us more about your thoughts on why you benched it?
En game 1, tu as bien géré la game. En game 2, c'est plutôt l'adversaire. Pourquoi est-ce que tu n'as pas pris Koraidon en game 3? Qu'est-ce qui t'a fait penser ça?
Alors, le Golé en face, c'était Terrafeu. Et je voulais prendre un Poké qui était bon qui battait Golé, parce que Golé Terrafeu était le problème. Et je pense que j'avais pas besoin du Sun pour battre Kyogre. Et à la différence, c'est que Koraidon Terrafeu, il était mauvais face à Kyogre, alors que la Terra-Eau me permettait de résister à Glacial plus Water Spout.
So the Koraidon was not needed because he felt he didn't need the Sun to beat Kyogre, but the Terra Water was more advantageous against Kyogre.
Yeah, we saw that work out for you perfectly there. That was a beautiful adjustment, bringing in Landorus. So we're going to let you get ready for the top cut. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anyone watching?
On va te laisser être préparé pour le top cut. Est-ce que tu as des gens que tu veux remercier?
La famille, mon père, ma mère, mon frère. Les gens avec qui j'ai préparé les match-ups, donc Justin Tang, Xiliang Tang, Paul Chua, Chongjung, William, Joe, and Jiangzi also, and also other French community.
So my family, father, mother, and brother, and all the players that helped me prepare the matchups.
Thank you very much, Louis. Well, best of luck in the top cut. And for those of you watching at home, stay with us as top cut will be underway very, very shortly.
Hi, Pokemon trainers. David Partington here, and welcome to Signature Pokemon, where we discover the bond between a trainer and the one Pokemon that defines their legacy. Today, we're shining the light on Torkoal. At first glance, it may look like a slow defensive fire type, but under the right trainer, Torkoal becomes a powerhouse, summoning the sun and unleashing devastating eruptions. Combine that with Torkoal's ability to support partners that take advantage of the sun like Charizard, and you have the backbone of some of the most scary teams in VGC history. So who are the trainers that have made Torkoal their own? Let's start with Brian Collins, a player who has built his reputation on hard Trick Room teams. And at the center of those teams, almost every time, is Torkoal. Brian's consistency is remarkable. He's still making deep runs in the 2026 season, including a top 8 finish at Milwaukee Regionals. And across countless other events, he's racked up top cuts with the same formula. Trick Room anchored by Torkoal. For Brian, Torkoal isn't just a role player, it's the foundation of his entire game plan. So if Brian is the Trick Room specialist, then Marco Silva is the speed control specialist. With his team that featured both a fast Sun mode with Jumpluff and Charizard, and a slow Trick Room mode with Porygon 2, Marco was able to command every match, whether Trick Room was online or not. He also proved that sometimes mastery matters more than originality. At 3 major events, including first place at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, second at the 2025 Gdansk Regionals, and second at the 2025 Toronto Regionals, Marco brought the exact same team. So even though opponents knew what to expect after his first big win, Marco continued to pilot the team to top finishes. His success shows that it's not just about building the team. It's about playing it with precision, confidence, and consistency. Marco's results cement him as one of the strongest Torkoal specialists in VGC. But while Brian builds around Trick Room, and Marco is expert in either speed environment, there's one player who has taken Torkoal to its absolute peak, making it not just a Sun attacker, but a true signature that holds the entire team together. That player is Joseph Ugarte, and he decided to look deeper into Torkoal's potential. Instead of the team supporting Torkoal, Joseph found a way for Torkoal to support the team, and that was with the Overheat plus Eject Pack combination. Upon using Overheat, Torkoal fires out massive damage, lowering its special attack stat afterwards. Then because Torkoal has lowered a stat, Eject Pack activates and swaps it out. And here's the crucial part. Thanks to Torkoal's minimal speed, this provides a safe swap into another Pokemon that has now avoided any damage dealt by opposing Pokemon in the turn, and can now benefit from the Sun. Perfect for a Sun sweep with Pokemon like Hisui and Typhlosion. With this strategy, Joseph has achieved greatness time after time. he claimed a regional championship win at Portland in 2023, followed by a top 4 finish at NAIC 2023. But perhaps most impressive was his run in the 2025 season, where in less than 2 months, he reached top cut at Louisville, Sacramento, and Stuttgart regionals, all with Torkoll by his side. More than anyone else, Joseph Ugarte has shown that Torkoll isn't just viable, it's his Pokémon. The one he trusts in the biggest moments, the one behind his most iconic runs, and the true centerpiece of a championship caliber strategy. And that's what Signature Pokémon is all about. The bond between a trainer and the one Pokémon that defines their legacy.
Hey Pokemon fans, Custard Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown Hyper Offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the top cut that is about to be played here at the Prague Regional Championships. My name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by Marcus Harmon. How are you feeling after that electrifying set of 3 games between Louis and Forad?
Yeah, wow, that was definitely something. I mean, yeah, just very, very long and very, very positional, different terras, adaptation. I felt like, yeah, this set really had it all. And then in the end, Louis keeping cool kind of there. And then with a double attack, with a U-turn Sludge Bomb in the final 3rd game, claiming his spot in the top cut.
Yeah, the games just went... it was so balanced and it was so difficult to tell which player had the advantage until really the final few turns. And I remember when we were watching backstage and the Kyogre went for the Terra Grass and you were saying, ooh, if Louis got the call correct, he wins, and then he got the call correct.
Yeah, of course, Louis, one of those up-and-coming players who really, I mean, I guess at this point aren't really up-and-coming anymore because he has shown time and time again that he was doing so well in the senior division ever since aging up into the Masters division. He, just continued just like that, and now here in the top cut phase of the tournament.
Yeah, this is just so amazing. We've had over 500 players start this tournament yesterday, and now we've whittled down to just top 16 players here at the top cut. So our remaining 16 players still in the tournament have just gone through an iron gauntlet.
Well, it's actually just 10 players.
Oh, 10?
If I'm correct. Because of course
okay, your math is better than
we're using
mine.
the asymmetrical top cut kind of procedure here. And if we have a look at the standings, we will see that every player with at least 10 wins will make it into the top cut bracket. And yep, it is exactly 10 that will make it in there. And so how is it going to work? Well, there is going to be an asymmetrical bracket that we will have a look at in a second. But let's have a look at some of the players that did make it through in the top cut. The first seed going into the top cut portion of the tournament. A player who will have the guaranteed win and can kind of advance to top 8 already. Mark Mullender really having their breakout performance here in this tournament. We saw them play on stream yesterday, losing against Victor Medina. We'll come to Victor in a second, but Mark winning every other game except the very last one yesterday. So continuing where he left off kind of yesterday, doing so well with the Smuridon and Zamazenta core.
Yeah, Mark running the only Volcarona here in Top Cut. And, you know, he's only lost to Victor Medina, another incredibly accomplished player and also second seed. And I do want to call out, earlier this morning, we were looking at the CP standings of all the European players. Mark isn't actually that high on the leaderboard, but a win could secure him the world invite. And there is Victor Medina up on the screen right now. Mark's only loss so far this entire tournament. Victor running that very offensive Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta team, which he said was a Protect the King type of team, and you can see how well he has been able to pilot it.
Absolutely. Yeah, Victor, of course, unlike Mark, Victor already kind of has his invitation to the World Championships, but he wants to win a title finally. And, well, is in the top 8 already, has great chances, only 3 more wins to finally take home that championship title.
Victor has been one of those players who has come so close to winning, but he has always managed to finish just in the second place. But this couldn't be his tournament. He has done so well so far this weekend. And if any player is deserving of a championship title, I would say it's Victor.
Well, of course, all our other players also have something to say about that. But yeah, then it's a whole pack of players there, 8 in total with a 10-2 record. So Mark and Victor, they were undefeated going to the last round of yesterday. They kept winning their games today. And so, yeah, if we have a look at the bracket, then for Mark and Victor, this means that they will get a guaranteed win into top 8, but also some of the other players with a 10-2 record that have the best tiebreakers, they will also get to skip playing in the first round. So it's only going to be 4 players, only 2 matches that will have to happen in the top 16 round.
Wow, this is going to be so close for those players that are going to be playing. Sometimes I do wonder, do you want to, you know, skip out of this bracket play to get that rest or lose a bit of momentum going into the game? Or would you rather keep playing and, you know, stay focused on the game? So, Marcus, you are a player who has consistently gotten top cuts. What would your preference be?
Well, I mean, if you are in the top of the rankings, and as we can see the bracket shape out, Mark and Victor are sitting there safely already in top 8 and will have to wait and see who their opponents are going to be. Everyone else gets a little bit of time now to kind of get ready for the matches, maybe prepare a little bit. Yeah, no, to answer your question, I would always prefer to take the guaranteed win because, well, then you can't lose. But it has happened to me before that I had the win, then had to wait a little bit for my next match to happen. And then, yeah, sometimes I like lose focus a little bit in that time. So, I mean, we'll get to see if it is a disadvantage at all for Meti and Antoine and Louis and Stefano, who will be playing this top 16 round, have already guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 16, but if they win, then they will also make it into the top 8 bracket.
Yeah, this is such a high caliber level of play between all of our players. I'm looking at the board and these are all very well known players. I think Olivia Sandberg, we did mention earlier this morning, a player who hasn't been on the stream just yet, but a very consistent and a very accomplished player. So this could be his time to shine in the spotlight.
Yeah, very consistent player. Consistently running a lot of like balanced teams is what I've seen from him. Wouldn't be surprised if this was another kind of Incineroar, Rillaboom, Calyrex kind of team coming out from this in this format, and then going up against Simone Sanvito, of course, coming off of a top 32 finish at the World Championships, I believe. And yeah, a lot of very strong trainers. We got some international champions in the mix. We got some regional champions in the mix. And of course, yeah, at the end of the day, only one of them can become a champion here today in Prague. But, well, if you made it that far into the bracket, it's kind of a 1 in 10 chance. And yeah, well, someone who has made it that far before is Matty Morgan, a player who has really, I think, in the last couple of seasons, really shown that he's one of those players kind of selecting one team and then going with it for the majority of a regulation and only making small adjustments here and there along the way, but then doing really, really well with them. For example, this very team that Matty is running is, well, a team that he has used. He has used the same 6 Pokemon at the World Championships. Well, I faced him there. I lost. I still sometimes think about that game, round 1 of Worlds, and yeah, the parting shot on turn 4 or whatever. But anyway, it's not about me. It's about Matty, and he is someone who has done it before. He has won a regional championship in 2023, and then also taken that momentum all the way to a top 8 finish at Worlds. He's also done really, really well in the Regulation H rule set, doing really well there. Getting 2nd place. I think he might have had another finals appearance in that format, but doing really well consistently. And yeah, it's just one of the strongest players in Europe for sure.
Yeah, I remember at Malmo, which he won back in 2023, he actually started day 2 on XM2, which meant that he couldn't afford a single loss. And he managed it. He managed to go completely undefeated on the 2nd day of the tournament. And it was just such an impressive tournament run. And I remember all of his Pokemon just surviving on a sliver of health to return the KO. So definitely an incredibly accomplished trainer and one to watch out for.
Was it the Palafin team that he was
He had an Iron Hands that I remember surviving on something like 3 or 6 HP.
Yeah.
And we expected it to KO because I think it was facing like a Moonblast from a Flutter Mane. But it survived and Heavy Slam back for the KO.
Wow, great times for sure. And now, while Matty is here in the top 16 bracket to try and get another win, get another one of those medals, get another trophy, and but it's not going to be easy, of course, as he is one of those players that will have to play in the top 16 bracket, and he's going up against Antoine, a player who's a little bit more up and coming. He has been around for a bit, and hasn't had that big top 8 finish before. Coming close twice in Bologna and in Lille to top 16, but now this is his chance to take on Matty and claim his spot in the top 8.
Antoine can already add another top 16 to his resume, and also potentially, if he proceeds further, he could become the champion of the Prague Regional Championships. And I really like Antoine's team. It's a fairly unique team, I would say, in this current format.
Yeah, Antoine is one of those players who I think prefers a playstyle where you have one Pokemon that is really the centerpiece of your team, and then the other Pokemon are there to support it. In this case, it's going to be Lunala, that I believe is actually a Calm Mind variant, and he has used almost the same team also for his top 16 run in Bologna last year, where I believe it was Ogerpon Hearthflame instead of the Wellspring. So just making some small adaptations here, and yeah, bringing a team that is going to focus, and we'll talk about this in a second when we get the full team information. But I believe this is a team where you try to set up the Grimmsnarl, you have the Incineroar Rillaboom, you got the Follow Me in there, and then it's all about enabling Lunala to get up Calm Minds. And as a player who also likes to use that playstyle every now and then, I'm really looking forward to seeing how that will fare against Matty. And yeah, because Matty is a player who I think is more about kind of teams that are really strong and that can trade smart, whereas this approach is more about, okay, I don't really care so much about what's going on the other side of the field. I'm more looking about what I can do and how I can set up my centerpiece. And yeah, Lunala, I mean, we didn't really see that in a while, right? I don't think we've saw a Calm Mind Lunala in this tournament. But it's fallen a little bit out of fashion because most players favor the Calyrex Shadow Rider as a faster alternative, but of course it's not as bulky. And so Lunala really has some of the same downfalls, sharing the same typing like Calyrex Shadow Rider, but you also get that additional bulk, and what I think is really important, you get Shadow Shield as an ability, so you can kind of take one hit guaranteed and then maybe use that time to set up some extra Calm Minds.
Yeah, Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider both share the same Psychic and Ghost typing, but one of them is bulkier. The Lunala has access to Wide Guard and Trick Room, which is a lot more supportive compared to Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now we see Matty up on the screen there, no stranger to the big stage, a player who has had so many accomplishments in his career. And across the stage from him is Antoine, also a fairly consistent player, just is still wanting to get that one big finish. And this is going to be such a great matchup because Antoine, I'm sure, is going to try and rely on the more bulky aspects of his team. You know, beefing up his Pokemon with, say, the dual screens from the Grimmsnarl or supporting his Pokemon with the Calm Minds, whereas Matty might want to, as you mentioned earlier, trade Pokemon favorably to put himself into a better position.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think this is an interesting kind of story between these two, where Matty is like the more accomplished player, has done it before, is a regional champion, and then Antoine on the other side trying to make a name for himself, is out there, supported, of course, also by the French community. We just saw Louis on stream. Now it's Antoine's turn to try and replicate what Louis was able to do in the round before and to make it into top 8. That would be so huge for Antoine, and doing it with a team that he has used throughout this regulation. With a unique team with that Lunala, that would be extra special for him. But first, let's have a look at Matty's team.
Yeah, Matty's got a Calyrex Shadow Rider, a Zamazenta, Chien-Pao, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Raging Bolt, and Whimsicott. The Calyrex Shadow Rider is actually slightly unique in that it carries Substitute. Most Calyrex Shadow Riders will either carry Encore or Nasty Plot, but this Substitute is a nice way to get around, say, a potential Sucker Punch from an opposing Chien-Pao, or block status effects like a Spore from an opposing Amoonguss. So this is actually quite an interesting adaptation. Of course, the rest of his team seems to be a little bit more standard. He does carry a Taunt on the Chien-Pao, which is not a move that's particularly common because Chien-Pao is a little bit more offensive, but in this instance, it might be very great in, say, stopping an opposing Trick Room.
Absolutely, a Taunt could come in huge. The one kind of key difference I see between this team and the version that he was bringing to the World Championships, where, by the way, he finished in the top 32. I don't know if we talked about this, but he was using those same 6 Pokemon. But back then it was a choice banned Urshifu. And then prior to that, I believe it was at NAIC, he was using Overpowered Half Flame in that slot. So that is kind of, I guess, the flex slot where you can swap things around a little bit. But this team is all about Calyrex Shadow Rider with a Life Orb, doing maximum damage and getting it into the position where it can go for that. And that will be huge against Antoine's team as well, because as we were saying, of course, Lunala quite weak to those Astro Barrages.
Yeah, Lunala is a Pokemon that does get access to Wide Guard, so it can potentially block the Astro Barrage. But I believe Antoine's Lunala, no, it does not carry Wide Guard, so it is very, very susceptible to those times for super effective Ghost-type moves.
Yeah, with the set that Antoine is running with a Calm Mind set, you don't really have the room. You cannot really afford to run Wide Guard because you want to capitalize on the synergy between Protect, Leftovers, and Grassy Terrain for recovery. And that allows you, if it goes according to plan, you can reset Shadow Shield, because whenever you're at full HP, Shadow Shield will be in effect. And even if you take damage, well, it will be reduced because of the Shadow Shield ability, cutting it in half. And then if you can manage to kind of protect, use Leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery to get back to full HP again, it's not like a Focus Sash that is a one-time use. No, Shadow Shield, you can reactivating it, and that is going to be a key portion of Antoine's game plan. Now, of course, it's going to be tough against powerful attackers like the Calyrex with the Astro Barrage, but let's see there, Antoine either might try to go with a Grimmsnarl kind of lead to set up the screens early, or will maybe try to use his Miraidon early on to maybe throw in some Snarls or threaten big damage with Electro Drift.
Top cut is underway between Antoine and Matty, and Antoine is going to be leading with the Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, while Matty leads with the Chien-Pao and Zamazenta. I'm seeing triple dark Pokemon on the field here, but of course for Antoine, he does have that Fake Out available to use this one turn.
Oh, I have a great line here for Antoine. I don't know if that's his kind of answer to the Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, but one thing you can try and do there is go for a Fake Out and Reflect turn 1, and then turn 2 go for a Thunder Wave and Parting Shot. That is something that, yeah, can work out quite nicely. However, there's a Terra Ghost on Chien-Pao, so I don't know if he's open to going for the Fake Out there. No, we'll go for the Fake Out on the Zamazenta, but then, yep, the Taunt can come out from Chien-Pao, so we'll stop any incoming Will-O-Wisp or Parting Shot that Incineroar tries to go for.
Taunt is such a nice move on Chien-Pao because it's not Prankster, so it's not blocked by a Dark type, but the Spirit Break comes off and deals so much damage to this Chien-Pao, lowering its special attack, of course, which is negligible to Chien-Pao because that is a physical attacker, but that breaks its Focus Sash and leaves it open to a future attack.
Yeah, Antoine's saying, well, I don't want to set up my screens right now. Of course, that's one of the key skills with Grimmsnarl. When do you set up which screen? Because, of course, they will run out eventually. And even though Maddie's team is quite offensive, I think it's still probable that this game will keep on going for 8+ turns. So going for the Spirit Break right away. Now, Qianpao has to be worried about being knocked out already. And with the Taunt having so much utility in this matchup, it's definitely a Pokemon that Maddie will want to put to good use. So maybe he's thinking about, yeah, switching out the Qianpao just so he can preserve Taunt for later against the Lunala.
You called it perfectly, Marcus. The Qianpao is going to switch out, and in its place is going to be that Urshifu, which won't care about any future screen setup, and it's also going to be a hard counter to the Incineroar. But Antoine seems to be one step ahead and is going to swap out this Incineroar for the Lunala. So Lunala on the field, maybe trying to absorb a body press.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see what Zamazenta is going for. Body press, yep, that will not do any damage. But at least, well, you got your Urshifu now into positioning here to do some big damage this turn. Depending on what Antoine has in the back, now that Lunala is on the field, there are no great switch-ins for body press on the other side, kind of. But Thunder Wave, of course, is always such a pesky move when run by Grimmsnarl with Prankster. It's gonna hit first, then there's the chance that you don't get a move. So, yeah, getting rid of Grimmsnarl could be a high priority for Maddie right now. But then if he does that, then what if the Lunala just starts setting up?
Yeah, you really don't want the Lunala to start setting up. It's interesting because Grimmsnarl here is actually a decent offensive threat against the Urshifu. And in fact, the Urshifu is just going to get recalled instantly. But the Zamazenta now will be paralyzed by a Thunder Wave from this Grimmsnarl. Is the Zamazenta going to get to move first? The Moonblast comes off and hits the Whimsicott, no special attack drop, and the body press does a fairly decent amount of damage to this Grimmsnarl.
Okay, so I really like what Maddie was trying to do there. So he revealed Urshifu potentially to lure his opponent into thinking that the last Pokemon has to be Calyrex Shadow Rider, when instead Maddie was bringing the Whimsicott. And of course, Whimsicott with Covered Cloak is a great counter to those setup strategies. With Encore, you could lock Lunala into Calm Mind. So had Antoine assumed, oh, it's Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, I'm safe to go for an Encore for a Calm Mind here, then he would have fell right into Maddie's trap, because then Whimsicott now would have had Encore pressure on the Calm Mind. However, Antoine seeing through that, just going for the Moonblast, no setup right now, and so the Whimsicott, yeah, well, he cannot still go for the Encore, but it's only going to be into Moonblast, where Calm Mind would have kind of immobilized this Lunala for a couple of turns.
Now Grimmsnarl goes for a second Thunder Wave, but it misses this Whimsicott. Lunala, of course, being locked into Moonblast, is going to deal a little bit of chip to the Zamazenta, and Grimmsnarl once again takes another body press. Just one more body press, and this Grimmsnarl is going to be knocked out.
Yeah, and so Maddie, without the Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, that's a lot of damage potential gone. But now that the secret is revealed, Antoine also knows, well, I don't have to Terra my Lunala anymore because, well, okay, sure, there might be the threat of Sucker Punch later on in the game from Qianpao, but that's going to be a while later, and Qianpao already damaged. So it's going to be tough for Maddie to deal with this Lunala. And already with the Thunder Waves flying around, even though the previous one missed, that is so tough for Maddie. And the Lunala can just sit there for a couple more turns, just keep on clicking Moonblast.
Yeah, Lunala doesn't really care about being locked into Encore right now. Now, the Whimsicott is going to go for the Tailwind, trying to set up its teammates in the future. And also make sure that the paralysis from on the Zamazenta is going to be nullified. Now, finally, this Grimmsnarl lands a Thunder Wave on the Whimsicott. But the body press is going to come out onto the Grimmsnarl with a cheeky little critical hit, and the Grimmsnarl goes down.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl goes down, but that is another opportunity now for Antoine to go for Moonblast, hit the Whimsicott again, of course, with a Covered Cloak. Yeah, it is so well prepared to take on the Fake Out to stop Encore from happening, but Antoine is saying, well, I don't really need to set up in this game. I don't really need my special attack against your 3 physical attackers. Now there's Miraidon joining the field as well with the Choice Scarf. Of course, really, really fast, even when facing down the Tailwind because of the paralysis over on Maddie's team. So, yeah, I really like the positioning of Antoine. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Because the Tailwind on Maddie's side doubles the speed of all of his Pokemon, they're both paralyzed, which means that their speed is halved. So it's actually just nullified. And this means that the Choice Scarf Miraidon will be guaranteed to outspeed both the Whimsicott and the Zamazenta. And as you mentioned earlier, he doesn't really have a great way to damage this Lunala. And actually, the Miraidon is actually just going to get on out of there with that Volt Switch. And Whimsicott's going to be knocked out of this game.
Yeah, but one thing that Antoine now has to worry about, of course, is those body presses, because Lunala is already on the field, and bringing in Incineroar, that doesn't like to take a body press.
It does not indeed. Incineroar does get to drop, but there we go. There's the body press. Incineroar takes it actually relatively well.
Yeah, thanks to, I think, the Reflect being set up earlier. Of course, that's going to help. But Moonblast slowly chipping down, and now Encore is over. Whimsicott is already out of the picture. And yeah, as we can see, Zamazenta and Qianpao dangerously low. So a lot is going to be on the Urshifu, but there's still the Choice Scarf Miraidon waiting in the back for Antoine. So yeah, I think you need to try and maybe knock out Incineroar this turn, but then also Tailwind is going to end at some point. So yeah, really, really tough to maneuver this endgame for Maddie.
Yeah, I think all Anton has to do is now try and stall out that Tailwind, and once the Tailwind is gone, he's guaranteed to have the speed advantage with that Miraidon, and that Choice Scarf Miraidon can come in and is a perfect counter to this Urshifu, which does not have a Focus Sash because its teammate Qianpao holds it. Of course, Qianpao is going to be sent in this turn, so can potentially try and maybe get some taunts around on Lunala and then try and go for the future Sucker Punches.
Yeah, 2 more turns of Tailwind means that if you can knock out Incineroar on this turn, then there's going to be a Miraidon on the field that is open to attacks. But yeah, how do you do that? Because yeah, well, if Qianpao just stays in and goes for an attack, then it's going to be knocked out by Lunala probably. But then Zamazenta might be hit by Fake Out this turn. So yeah, it's really tough to navigate. Maybe you have to hope for your opponent to maybe make a mistake or misposition here. But I think, yeah, Antoine could go for a Fake Out into Zamazenta and just attack with Lunala and then stall out the Tailwind this way. Seems like a solid option.
Yeah, it looks like he's really thinking about whether or not to try and just bypass the Fake Out with a Protect. But Lunala actually is going to protect this turn, and which means that the Fake Out will be going into the Zamazenta, buying Incineroar another turn to survive another Body Press. And the Ice Spinner comes in to the Lunala. Because it's being blocked by the Protect, the Electric Terrain is not being removed. And Qianpao, well, not really much has been accomplished this turn. No Pokemon have been knocked out.
Yeah, Antoine choosing a very, very defensive route there, saying that, well, Qianpao can't really knock out my Incineroar. By going for the Fake Out into Zamazenta, I guarantee that Incineroar makes it through the turn. Therefore, there's only one last turn of Tailwind, which is this turn. And then afterwards, Miraidon is going to outspeed everything. And by protecting Lunala, you just ensure that there is no cheeky, I don't know, Sucker Punch, critical hit, or Ice Spinner doing more than you expected. And now you can go for the Terra on Lunala to avoid Sucker Punch. But now you can claim the KO this turn. So yeah, nice targeting there with the Fake Out. And Antoine now with this Terra Fairy Lunala. That is going to be so difficult to knock out for Maddie.
Yeah, Qianpao now tries to taunt the Incineroar and prevent it from going for something like a Will-O-Wisp or a Parting Shot. The Heavy Set, ooh, nice read from Matty there, but unfortunately the Shadow Shield from Lunala is going to block the super effective attack, and Lunala responds with a Moonblast that is going to knock out this paralyzed Zamazenta, and Matty is going to be forced down to his final 2 Pokemon, which is that heavily chipped Qianpao and the Urshifu, which means Antoine can just bring in his Miraidon eventually, and actually Qianpao's gonna get knocked out this turn.
Yeah, big turn there. Antoine going for a knockoff, not trying to reposition with Parting Shot or with a Will-O-Wisp, but knockoff is just the move of choice. It's enough for the knockout, and now Maddie is down to his last and remaining Pokemon, Urshifu. Tailwind is over, and yeah, this game also looks kind of over with Miraidon waiting in the back there for Antoine. But yeah, I like the approach there by Maddie, trying to go for the taunt and trying to set up a potential endgame where you deliberately don't knock out Incineroar, just so that, yeah, you can deal with Lunala, but Incineroar couldn't actually do that much against Urshifu. However, yeah, with how things worked out, Qianpao just getting knocked out there means that, well, Maddie can go for the Terra, as that is still available. But this game is going to be won for Antoine in a couple of turns.
Yeah, Maddie just trying to finish this game in his own style. Urshifu going for the Terra Water. Maybe Maddie might want to try and see how much damage this Mystic Water, Terra Water, Urshifu can do to the Lunala. We're going to have to see. That does not look like very much damage. So this is very good information for Maddie going into game 2.
Yeah, with a sort of ruin from Qianpao, that would have been enough. So yeah, that was kind of the idea there, I think, by what Maddie was trying to do. But yeah, even then, it's just so difficult with Urshifu to get through a Miraidon as well. So really nicely played there by Antoine, just not falling for the trap not setting up Lunala, but just going for the consistent damage, going for the Moonblast, going for the Moongeist Beam, and slowly but steadily whittling down all of Maddie's team. Also on turn 1, that Grimmsnarl going for a Spirit Break rather than setting up a screen right away. I think that's also one of those kind of examples of, yeah, sometimes it's better to just go for like some chip damage instead of going for the setup, even though that's your main kind of strategy.
Yeah, I would say that wasn't even chip damage. That Spirit Break did so much to the Chen Pao that it brought it all the way down into the red. I think a lot of people don't quite realize that Grimmsnarl is actually a really, really strong physical attacker. And I've faced some Sucker Punch Grimmsnarls. They deal a lot.
Certainly quite offensive, and Antoine is so close to making it into the top 8 for the first time in his career. Meanwhile, Matty Morgan facing elimination here, down 0-1 in our top cut match. And of course, Matty, player of his caliber, he can take the information from game 1 and use that to great effect. Maybe coming up with an alternative game plan, maybe involving the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which we didn't get to see in the first game, relying more on the Zamazenta and the Urshifu. But Antoine didn't fall for the Whimsicott trap, didn't go for the setup. So maybe that is an opening for Matty that he can use to, yeah, just set up some positions where Calyrex can make it on the field against an unboosted Lunala, because your opponent is too afraid to go for the Calm Mind.
Yeah, I agree. That Whimsicott didn't get to accomplish very much in that last game, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider would have been a much bigger threat to the Lunala and would have forced it to terrestrialize to try and avoid that time spore weakness to Ghost. So this is potentially an adaptation we might be seeing from Matty.
Yeah, I mean, you still want to bring the Whimsicott. It is perfect for a matchup like this, but it's just not that great, of course, when your opponent doesn't go for the setup. It also has Fake Tears, a move we haven't really talked about so far, but of course that only really combos well with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Raging Bolt. But yeah, he was bringing the Whimsicott with 3 physical attackers, so couldn't make use of Fake Tears at all. And yeah, just like that, then Lunala kind of running away with the game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same Incineroar and Grimmsnarl lead from Antoine, but let's see if Matty is switching things up.
Game 2 is underway. Antoine leads with the exact same Pokemon as the last game with the Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. But there is a little bit of a switch up on Matty's side. The Chen Pao is going to still be the same, but there is no Zamazenta. It is going to be an Urshifu.
Wow, but already we get kind of a look here at what Matty has planned there. And, well, once more, it's going to be the same 4 Pokemon for him in this match. But, yeah, starting off with Urshifu already exerting a lot of pressure into Incineroar, into Grimmsnarl, kind of forcing the Fake Out to be aimed at Urshifu, and then maybe that gives an opening for Chen Pao to go for a couple of taunts.
Yeah, I agree. This is a much nicer adjustment from Matty. That Urshifu exerts so much pressure, but actually the Chen Pao is not going to be taunting this turn. It is going to be recalled for a Zamazenta. That is going to heavily threaten this Incineroar. But the Grimmsnarl isn't quite as threatened, but it's not going to enjoy taking the body presses. And Incineroar goes for the Fake Out onto the Zamazenta, so a very nice absorption of that Fake Out. Then Urshifu is going to be paralyzed for all of its troubles. Is it going to be able to get an attack off this turn? No, it does not! Urshifu is fully paralyzed, and both the Pokemon on Antoine's side are going to escape unscathed.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Not what you want to see for Matty, of course. Kind of calling out the Fake Out perfectly there. Kind of understanding that, okay, maybe my Chen Pao is actually valuable enough that I want to keep it around for Lunala later on in the game. And if Urshifu can get a move off, well, that would be great. It's not stopped by the Fake Out, but stopped by the Thunder Wave.
Oh, this Grimmsnarl is just going around spreading paralysis through Matty's entire team. Now Zamazenta is also paralyzed, and Incineroar parting shots its way to safety, landing a attack drop onto the Urshifu, which isn't going to care too much. But if a Miraidon is hiding in the back, it's going to be able to absorb those surging strikes very, very nicely. But it is going to be a Lunala that swaps in instead. An equally nice switch. The Heavy Slam deals so much damage to this Grimmsnarl, but it is not enough to get the KO. And Lunala is going to absorb those surging strikes this turn. Urshifu is finally able to break through its paralysis.
Yeah, Antoine showing off the maneuver that I was talking about earlier with a Thunder Wave and Parting Shot. And Incineroar outspeeding the paralyzed Zamazenta there is great to escape. But Maddie seeing through that and going for the heavy slam into Grimmsnarl instead of body press. So that's quite a lot of damage there on the board already. Now I wonder if Urshifu could maybe still outpace Grimmsnarl and just go for Aqua Jet to get the knockout that way. But then, of course, you would leave yourself open for an attack by Lunala. Well, the paralysis is there. However, a lot of damage on Lunala already. And yeah, based on how the previous game went, I would expect Miraidon to be in the back for Antoine. So no Rillaboom, no Grassy Terrain healing. And yeah, that damage on Lunala is already quite significant. So yeah, quite like how the first couple of turns went for Maddie despite this unfortunate paralysis.
Lunala now starting with a Moon Geist beam, incredibly powerful, but not quite enough to get the knockout onto Urshifu. And the Grimmsnarl is faster than Urshifu and doubles up into it and knocks it out off the field, which leaves this Zamazenta open to attack. Is it going to be able to break through the paralysis? No, it doesn't! This poor Zamazenta is also going to be fully paralyzed this turn.
Yeah, nothing going according to plan here. It wasn't Aqua Jet, but instead just going for, I believe, a Surging Strikes there with Urshifu, and then being called out here by Antoine, and the Spirit Break from Grimmsnarl. Of course, this would not have worked against an Aqua Jet play, but instead, just the Spirit Break. Grimmsnarl, as we were saying in this set, all of a sudden acting as an attacker with Spirit Break, doing significant damage, and then with a double up, knocking out Urshifu. No terrestrialization either, but yeah, I think that was a pretty guaranteed KO there by Antoine, and now Zamazenta also not being able to move. It's getting kind of dicey for Maddie.
Yeah, Maddie's in a very sticky spot. Of course, the Chien-Pao can come in, and it is able to, say, go for something like a taunt onto the Grimmsnarl. Of course, Grimmsnarl is now so low, you might just want to go for an attack instead.
Yeah, and Antoine, I'm sure he can taste victory. Up one game against Maddie and now up in this one as well, but he has to convert this lead. I mean, there's still Chien-Pao on the field. There's some Sucker Punch pressure this turn, maybe forcing out a terrestrialization on Lunala, but then you can potentially capitalize on that going for Heavy Slam instead. So there's still some mind game. There's still some ambiguity involved.
Maddie trying to see what his opponent is going to do, protect his Chien-Pao. Lunala also just trying to scout out a potential Sucker Punch with a Protect and also get some recovery back with the leftovers. This leaves the Grimmsnarl open to go for the Reflect, which is going to make its whole team stronger against all the physical moves. And now the Zamazenta, unfortunately, does break through the paralysis, but hits a Protect, so no damage done from Matty's side.
Yeah, and the Grimmsnarl absolutely did its job this game. Now, after spreading paralysis, now also setting up Reflect, which is so important against Chien-Pao and Zamazenta. And yeah, I mean, Maddie probably didn't want to knock out Grimmsnarl, because sometimes what can happen with a Pokemon like Grimmsnarl, once it's done its job, like there are no great moves for it to go for. It cannot go for a Thunder Wave into Chien-Pao because it's a Dark type, therefore being immune to Prankster status moves. Therefore, yeah, it's being called back, but of course that could be predicted by Maddie, and maybe some damage into the incoming Incineroar could turn the tables.
Yeah, Incineroar coming in drops a very nice Intimidate onto this Chien-Pao and Zamazenta if he tries to go for the Heavy Slam. We are going to get a Terrestrialization now. It is going to be into that Lunala turning into the Fairy type, so making sure it is completely resisting all those super powerful Sucker Punches. Lunala now getting ready to go, I would say, probably on the offensive, but the Ice Spinner now comes off resistant into the Incineroar. Does, you know, decent bit of chip damage with a critical hit, but that is not going to be enough, and Chien-Pao in fact takes more recoil from the Rocky Helmet. And now Lunala gets to fire off a Terra boosted Moonblast and knocks out this Chien-Pao.
Yeah, big move there by Antoine, switching in the Rocky Helmet Incineroar, predicting the moves perfectly, breaking the focus, and getting the knockout. And once more, Zamazenta does not get to move. However, I guess at this point, well, it has been intimidated. The Sword of Ruin was no longer on the field. Yeah, I don't think that Heavy Slam would have done very much damage. But of course, you have to field with Maddie here. With the paralysis, not even getting to move, of course, that is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, that was just pouring salt into the wound there. Now, Maddie's really only big damage option is the Zamazenta, which is paralyzed. It can't really touch the Lunala. Of course, it can Heavy Slam, but with Intimidate and with Reflect, I wouldn't expect the Zamazenta to be able to deal very much damage at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it was Whimsicott waiting in the back, but once again coming in kind of at the wrong time. Once more, no Calyrex Shadow Rider. but now with just a couple more Moonblast or Moongeist beams...
Gets a special attack drop.
That helps. But yeah, it's still hard to imagine how Maddie can form a comeback here.
Yeah, Anton's just has so much more resources compared to Maddie. The special attack drop does mean that the... Oh, wait, is that a... Oh, no, that was a flinch. I thought that was a paralysis. So Zamazenta, of course, gets flinched this turn. And Lunala now is slowly regaining health from its leftovers as well. I'm struggling to see how Maddie can come back from this.
Yeah, let's think this through. Maybe with a couple of critical hits. Maybe Heavy Slam with a critical hit could knock out Lunala. And then Whimsicott actually has a pretty decent typing against the Miraidon that we would expect to be in the back. But yeah, you have to also deal with Incineroar at some point. The Grimmsnarl is quite low. That's not really a threat. So yeah, maybe there are still some fighting chances here for Maddie.
Yeah, Whimsicott now with a really nice Moonblast into this Incineroar, but of course, Incineroar is going to parting shot its way out of the battlefield. Once again, Incineroar just doing what it does best, getting in, dropping Intimidate, and going right back out with this parting shot. What is going to be brought in the back? Is it going to be the Miraidon or the Lunala? No, it's the Lunala, the Terra Fairy type. So, this poor Zamazenta. It is not Zamazenta's day today. It does not get to... I think it got paralyzed 3 times this one game. Poor little doggy.
Yeah, not a great day at the office here for Zamazenta, not really getting to work at all, even though it's trying so hard. Well, it's already in the battle, but yeah, Maddie just making sure that, well, Zamazenta, hey, are you there, buddy? But some more Thunder Waves coming out from Antoine, because, well, why not?
Yeah, at this stage, you may as well just spread paralysis through this entire team. Lunala now going with a Moonblast. How much damage is this going to do? Whimsicott does manage to hang on, but the Whimsicott also gets paralyzed from that Thunder Wave, and the Zamazenta gets paralyzed again! Oh, this is not Matty's day today.
Wow, yeah, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, yeah, I think the battle was long over, but of course, yeah, you have to feel with Maddie, as I said before. We're still feeling with him. Well, it looks like Antoine, with his strategy, is able to take this one and make it to the top 8 for the very first time in his career. Of course, that's very, very exciting for him.
Yeah, Whimsicott does manage to get a Tailwind off, which allows the Zamazenta to move before the Lunala, but with behind the Reflect and Intimidate, the Heavy Slam it just isn't going to do it. And the Lunala finishes off this Whimsicott with a Moonblast, and poor Zamazenta is left all on its own to try and take out all 4 of Antoine's Pokemon.
Yeah, Spirit Break is not going to do too much. But Zamazenta also has been intimidated. It is paralyzed. The little Lunala is sitting there comfortably, regaining HP with leftovers. And I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, if Maddie might just lock in the forfeit here on this turn. But of course, maybe you're like, okay, well, at this point, I just want my... I just want to see my Zamazenta move a couple more times.
Well, Lunala now just keeping itself safe with a Protect there. And Zamazenta uses Heavy Slam, but unfortunately goes into the Lunala, so there is no damage dealt, and allows the Grimmsnarl to get another Spirit Break to chip away at this Steel Doggy. Oh, with a critical hit too. Wow, this Zamazenta is not having a good day.
Yeah, not the best day for the Zamazenta, but what a great day for Antoine. And yeah, with this kind of old school team that I think was written off by many players, but this Lunala just proving that it's so tanky. It is behind the screens. It has the power of the moon. It didn't even need to set up Calm Mind. Instead, just going for the damage right away. And just one more turn until Antoine will then finally knock out the Zamazenta. And yeah, Antoine moving on to top 8. That is a big upset, I would say. Maddie being a regional champion already in this, and also doing so well in this format before at NAIC and at Worlds, but yeah, is stopped by this Lunala.
Yeah, this Lunala was such a good counter to Maddie's team, and Maddie locks in the forfeit there, and Antoine will be proceeding to top 8 here at the Prague Regional Championships.
Yeah, with the support there from the crowd cheering him on, Antoine makes it into top 8. And yeah, Maddie, still a great run, but is stopped in top 16. Of course, will still be going home with some prizes, with some championship points. So definitely a great performance by Maddie, but it is Antoine that moves on into top 8.
Yeah, what an amazing game. I do have to say, Maddie did get a little unlucky in that second game, but I think Antoine's team, the way he built it, just goes to show why this is such a scary team to come up against. If you allow this Grimmsnarl to start spreading paralysis throughout the entire team, there's always that chance of getting paralyzed. And the more turns the battle is allowed to go on, the higher the odds of you getting fully paralyzed. And we saw that just fully in play in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Lunala just going on the offensive, not even trying to set up because of that Whimsicott threat was so big, and then also not falling for the taunt that turn. Antoine just going for the offensive moves, and it proved to be the exact right decision.
I really like how Antoine was also able to use his Grimmsnarl to deal a lot of damage, but Lunala, I would say, was really the star of the show. Didn't need to go for any Calm Minds, not falling for the Whimsicott bait, and just going around steadily chipping away its opponents with those Moon Blasts.
Yeah, and well done by Antoine there, moving on into top 8. And yeah, that's going to be another highlight then for him to finally, after many, many years of playing, breaking into the top 8. But then, of course, you're like, okay, well, now I'm in the top 8. It's just one more win, and I get to take home one of our shiny medals.
Yeah, well, Antoine has already done better than his previous best performance of top 16, so now he can get at least a top 8 and potentially a champion. And I'm so happy for him, the fact that he has managed to prevail and progress so far into this tournament.
Yeah, and yeah, with that, well, we're done with this first round. But of course, we're not done talking about Lunala. And who is there other than Antoine that we should be talking about right now to hear about how well Lunala was doing over the course of this tournament? So let's kick it to the lounge for a quick interview with Antoine.
It could also be a fighting type move, you too, and that's also a one-hit KO there. So an amazing
follow me.
No follow me encore is actually gonna
He's gonna be into that Ogabon, and it is enough.
Oh no! It's enough. It's a one-hit KO.
Hi trainers, welcome to our Move Spotlight series. Today we will be going over healing moves and items. During normal gameplay, Pokemon Centers heal our Pokemon for free. Now, we can't bring a Pokemon Center with us into battle, but we can give our Pokemon items to hold, or even teach them moves that regain health. Let's start with items. There are many healing berries that Pokemon can hold, which have different effects in battle. The most popular of these is the Citrus Berry, which restores 25% of a Pokemon's health when it drops to below half. It is often given to bulky Pokemon like Among Us to help them stay on the field for that extra turn. Watch out, however. If you're facing a Pokemon with the Unnerve ability, it can suppress your Pokemon from eating berries until it leaves the field. If berries are not to your taste, try some leftovers. This item heals a fraction of your Pokemon's health at the end of every turn. It takes 4 turns for this recovery to equal a Citrus Berry, so it is given to Pokemon that can hang around for a long time, such as Dondozo or Terrapagos. But items are not the only things that can heal your Pokemon. Many support Pokemon will carry moves to restore health. Let's start with one of the best supporters, Among Us. Among Us gets Pollen Puff, a move which can either damage opponents or restore its teammates' health. Combined with Regenerator, an ability that lets Among Us restore its own health upon switching out, this has the potential for infinite health. Outside of Pollen Puff, Pokemon like Clefairy and Sinistcha get access to Life Dew, which heals both itself and its partner. There is also Heal Pulse, which Clefairy and Indeedee can learn that is targeted healing. But if you don't wish to use support Pokemon, you can try self-healing moves. Roost, Strength Sap, or Rest are just some examples. Rest will cause your Pokemon to fall asleep for 2 turns, however, so be prepared to survive those 2 turns. For trainers who like to play more aggressively, there's something for you too. There are many attacking moves which heal the user by a percentage of the damage dealt. Iron Hands with Drain Punch and an Assault Vest can sit on the field for days. And then there's the friendly Ogerpon with Horn Leech. She loves to be paired up with Rillaboom, a Pokemon that sets grassy terrain which heals all grounded Pokemon by a fraction of their health each turn, the same as leftovers. Knowing when to heal and when to attack is key to succeeding in battle. Master these, and your opponents might just think you've got your own portable Pokemon Center.
Hey Pokemon trainers, the action is going to keep continuing here at the Prague Regional Championships as we keep going through our top cut. We have battled it out through so many rounds of competition, and now it is in that knockout phase. This is always one of my favorite parts of the competition, Jamie.
Oh yeah, for sure. Into the quarterfinals now with the top 8. It's going to be down to the top 8 trainers that we've had. We've already been able to feature so many great matches, so many cool innovations here, but we're down to the last few. Who's going to be able to take that title?
That's the question. You know, at the beginning of these tournaments, you start with hundreds of players. Everybody's here having a lot of fun, you know, either taking it to the level that they want to win, or they just want to get some experience, or just, you know, play some good old Pokemon. But now we're at the point where everybody is determined to try and get that #1 spot. They've got their eyes on the prize, and now it's just a couple of games to determine who it is going to be taking home that crown.
Yeah, and they've already got plenty of great prizing behind them as well. By reaching the top 8, they've been able to achieve some great things here, and we'll have to see who's going to be able to go further. We'll have to see who the top 8 is actually going to be. That is quite crucial. We need to know who's actually going to be battling it out for that championship title. We were just able to see Antoine take down Matty in that asymmetrical top 16, but now we do have a perfect top 8.
Yes, these are our last remaining players in the competition. At the top of our bracket, let's just go through it. We've got Mark Mullender versus Louis Fontville, who we were able to showcase across this weekend, as well as Mark, who was one of our undefeated trainers at the end of that phase 1 of Swiss. Moving down to Giuseppe Musico and Leonardo Bononomi. That's going to be an Italian showdown to behold. Continuing on, Livio Sandberg, Simone Sanvito. I'm spotting a bit of a theme here, Jamie. And then finally at the bottom of the bracket, Antoine Guadet versus Victor Medina. Again, another incredible match to showcase. I don't know how you guys are going to pick it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to decide which one we need to be able to feature here. 4 great games, 4 absolutely 8 fantastic trainers to be able to choose from. But yeah, like we said, it's not up to us.
It's up to
you. It's up to you.
Seems to always be us, Jamie, behind the desk, you know, encouraging, sending the good vibrations across to our spectators and our community, because you guys are going to be in control of which 2 matches we are going to be able to showcase. Unfortunately, time in the day does not allow for all 4 of these games, but you get to pick 2 and we will bring them to you.
Yeah, and we can see the matchups that's going to be happening here and the teams that are going to be piloted. We've got that Miraidon Zamazenta versus the Calyrex Ice Rider and Koraidon. That's probably not the restricted pairing you would have expected to be facing each other down in the top 8, but they are absolutely nonetheless.
I know we had a Giratina, I know we had a Rayquaza, and a lot of you fans out there are always looking for maybe the more, I suppose, rogue Pokemon choice, but we still have some great options there. We've got our Smeargles, we've got with Antoine with that Ogerpon, that is going to be, you know, one of the only ones out there at the moment. We've got our Lunalas, we've got the Dragonites as well, Koraidon, so many options for you to pick. So whether you're rooting for a player or a particular Pokemon, you've got choices.
Yeah, plenty of choices here. Plenty of unique choices on the teams as well. We've got a big repeat of Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. We did see that was one of the most common restricted pairings that we did see going into both Phase 1 and Phase 2, and it is dominating this top 8 here. Over half the teams have that restricted pair.
And remember, a lot of these trainers really want to lock in that World's Invitation. Mark Mullender was at 107th on the European leaderboard coming into this competition. He needs a big finish, which it looks like is already happening, but even more so, you want to get that golden ticket to lock in your invite to the World Championships by winning the whole thing. So for a lot of these trainers, this tournament has been a crucial one in their 2026 Pokemon journey, and it is still to find out which accolade is going to go on your roster. Is it going to be a top 8, a top 4, a finalist, or a champion?
Or could it be double champion this season in Simone Sanvito? He was able to win back in the Gdansk Regional Championship and now could be getting a repeat. It is very rare for us to get the same champion across 2 different tournaments in the same season. Like, we've got quite a few multi-regional champions at this point. Simone's been able to get his 3rd this season, and if he can get a 4th as well, 2 in the same season, that would really, really push him into the accolades of history with that.
Yeah, I believe the record is 10 regional championships in the form of Wolf Glick, and the 2nd place is 7th, I want to say. I think it's 7th, right?
Yes, it's Paul Chua.
Yeah.
I think either Paul Chura and Riley are tied with 6, or Paul has 7. But in terms of us over here in Europe, I believe that 3 is the record.
Okay.
And that is quite a reasonable tie between 3. I can't think of any others.
Do I know someone who's won 3 regionals, Jamie? Did you know someone?
I do happen to know someone.
Maybe when you look in the mirror, you see someone?
It's been like, what, 8 years?
Yeah, people don't need to know that. It's still 3.
I know, but
still an incredible accomplishment, and Simone's going to try and get another one.
Yes,
as well.
if Simone does get 4, then that he will be undisputed as the regional champion of champions amongst us in Europe. It's going to be a very difficult feat for him to be able to accomplish, but he's only 3 games away from being able to do it.
Yes, and he is also a European international champion, so he knows what it takes to go all the way at such high levels of competition, and he's going to be a firm favourite going forward. But he's got to get through Livio Sandberg first of all, and that Ogerpon Hearth Flame. Critically as well, the Raging Bolt. Now, Raging Bolt was a Pokemon I was saying a lot yesterday. It's just not popping up. I thought it would be a lot more popular, but I see 5 of them here in this top 8.
Yeah, that's matching the amount of Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. Yeah, absolutely.
True.
Yeah, but all 5 Shadow Riders and Zamazentas have that Raging Bolt. I'm seeing the other similarities. Not all have an Incineroar. There's 3 Incineroar, there's 2 Chien-Pao, and then there's either a Rillaboom or an Amoonguss. So reasonably similar team building styles coming out there, which makes sense. We know what works for Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, and then it is just down to a little bit of personal preference.
And we know those grass types are always kind of a staple on the team, whether it's Rillaboom, Amoonguss, or Whimsicott, as we were seeing from our usage statistics coming into this tournament. But it feels like Rillaboom is able to have that pivoting, and Amoonguss is able to have that Trick Room Spore support as well. But, Jamie, the results are in, so we're going to find out which 2 of our top 8 matches we will be bringing to you. It's going to be Giuseppe Musico and Leonardo Bononomi, and then our next match will be Antoine Goudet versus Victor Medina. Fantastic choices. I mean, you couldn't have gone wrong. It was going to be easy regardless of who you picked, but these are fantastic. We'll be bringing you Giuseppe versus Leonardo first of all.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Italian showdown there. There's 3 Italians left in. It's worth making a note because it's not quite going to be an Italian sweep for the entire season. Juan Nunes was able to put a stop to that back in Seville, but who knows? The Italians, now that the streak has been broken, they might be out for revenge now.
Well, that's the thing. It was Italy for the longest time. Then obviously Spain has just taken over. Could it be another Spanish player? You know, as we move into that second part of the season, taking all of our champion titles, we'll have to find out. Victor Medina certainly wants to think so.
Yeah, for sure. Imagine it was just a streak of Italy and then into a streak of Spain. It absolutely can happen.
It could. You might
Victor
have just
could
said
still
it.
be doing it.
Oh, you might have just manifested that, Jamie. Stranger things have happened, let me tell you. And the commentator's curse can sometimes be a commentator's blessing as well.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. And as we mentioned, we're going with Giuseppe versus Leonardo first. So let's take a look at some of the accomplishments that these trainers have been able to achieve, because they've been able to achieve some great things.
Exactly.
Giuseppe's already a regional champion in his own regard. All the way back in 2018 Stuttgart is what I want to say. And yes, that is confirmed to be the case. But then, even though that was all the way back 8 years ago, he's still shown some great consistency recently.
Yeah, so much consistency, so much maturity as you go through this game, and you have your wins, but you also have your losses, and those are often the moments where you can really reflect and look at what you need to get greater time and time again. Not only does he know what it takes to be a champion, but in recent years has a plethora of top cut finishes, World's top 16, Lille Regional top 4, taking home a medal there, and then EUIC top 16 this season alone.
Yeah, and I think that's the same team he used at the World Championships to get the top 16, and it was very, very impressive run. I think he came 9th overall, so it was the highest seed in the top 16.
So close to top 8.
Yes, yeah, and yeah, imagine coming 9th at Worlds. Couldn't be me, except it was at one point. But that is a very, very tried and true team of 6 Pokemon. The Calyrex, Shadow, and Zamazenta have very much been proven, and those 4 Pokemon surrounding it, it's no surprise to see them on any team.
Yeah, exactly. You do have those tried and tested combinations, Incineroar and the Rillaboom, for example. My question, however, that's interesting from a team building perspective is that there's no water type on this team. We talk a lot about the fire, water, grass core, but instead of, bringing a water type into the fray here, we've got 2 fire types. We've also got that electric typing with the Raging Bolt. And sometimes I have to think, with the water typing being, often something very predictable on teams, having an electric type like the Raging Bolt and having your coverage of grass types, not only with the Rillaboom, but also the flexibility that Ogerpon has, could be a really nice way to counter counter what is maybe a more predictable meta in team building.
Yeah, because we don't tend to see Ogerpon and Raging Bolt. Well, I was about to say Raging Bolt, we see it on all 5 of the Shadow Riders, but Ogerpon we don't tend to see as much. We've seen this core together, and just imagine it was single restricted. Well, Urshifu over Zamazenta makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Well, imagine we're going back to Regulation F. Well, Fluttermane over Calyrex makes perfect sense. And then we've seen variations of those kind of teams where we just, well, replace Fluttermane with Shadow Rider, or replace Urshifu with Zamazenta. It's how it tends to be when we get to these common Pokemon. Like, these are the very tried and true Pokemon.
You can mix and match a little bit with personal preference or maybe a particular meta core that you've got going in. But Giuseppe is not able to, go through all by himself. He's got to get through an opponent first of all, and Leonardo Bononomi is going to be his opponent in this top 8 match. Again, another trainer who has years of experience, not just within, the in-person tournaments, but I remember when we had our Players' Cup as well, Leonardo did incredibly well there too. I mean, finalist in 2 of them.
Yeah, the 3rd and the 4th. The last 2 that we ended up having, being able to reach the finals once is very impressive. To be able to do it twice is incredible. And he's won a special championship all the way back in 2017. and has been able to make the top 32 of the World Championships twice as well. So very, very accomplished player, is definitely looking for a regional champion title to add to those accolades.
And interestingly enough, Giuseppe had the little Dragonite plushie, very cute, very adorable in his intimidating profile picture, but it's Leonardo who's actually bringing it into the team here, paired up with that Chi and Pal. We're seeing a lot of Dragonites at the moment, still running with that choice band to give it the extra offensive pressure, but we're also seeing a trend to them using that Aquajet to be able to guarantee that if that's the move they're locked into, they're not going to be stalemated out against a Calyrex Shadow Rider, for example.
Yeah, it's pretty much they're down to Sash, so I'll just be able to hit them with priority, or break the Sash with priority.
Exactly.
But Extreme Speed is the main thing that Dragonite wants to be going for. It's the main Pokemon that usually terrestrializes on this team. You don't tend to really need to defensively terrestrialize much with this team. It's just all-out offense, a little bit of support from the Amoonguss here or there, but the Shadow Rider, it can go for a Terra Ghost if it wants to get offense. The Zamazenta, I guess, can defensively Terra as well, but the Dragonite was one of the main additions going into Worlds, because we saw the team of 5 with Dragonite as maybe like a Rillaboom or some other variations, and it was Dragonite that really popped up at the top with the World Championships on quite a few teams and made it all the way to the top 4, so it's no surprise to still see it finding success here.
Yes, and it's great to see those combinations not only being well showcased within the tournament themselves, particularly with those restricted pairings, but also being able to go the distance and thriving in these competitions at this point. So 2 of our trainers that you've been able to get to know a little bit better, if this is maybe one of the first times you're joining the broadcast, and 2 names to definitely keep an eye on as we go through not only this tournament, but the 2026 season.
Yeah, they both achieved some very good things. I think Giuseppe's probably already locked up at this point with the Amateur Championships points he would have. Leonardo, I don't think, has been getting as many results this season, so this one now, at least a top 8 at a bare minimum, is really going to push him up into those leaderboard points. And I would assume he is now in the top 80, even if he were not to make the semi-finals.
Yeah, we need to rewind back to this morning when we saw our big graphic with all of their EU leaderboards and try and take notes of every single trainer. Maybe that's something you guys can go and redo on your own broadcast reruns. But I think reaching the top 8, as you said, Jamie, you already have locked in so many championship points that already puts you in great contention within the EU leaderboards. And particularly as we still have a couple more events this season, you have that confidence that if maybe you haven't been able to win, but you've been able to go so far, you have the capability to possibly keep encroaching on this before the World Championships themselves, because you want to go into that as a winner.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It'd be much nicer to get an invite from direct invitation because you are a champion.
Yeah.
But, you know, you'll settle for top 80, but hopefully one of these trainers will not be settling here, that we are going to set them down into their chairs and getting ready, but now they're going to be having to focus on the game as we go forward. I don't think I see an obvious advantage from either trainer's team, mainly because these are very, very classic teams. We know what they all do, and therefore, I think it's down to maybe preparation before we got to the tournament, because surely, if you're as prepared as you can be, you have practiced against the team that the opponent is using.
I think that's a very good point, because a lot of these archetypes are tried and tested. You already know that you're going to be facing them at the tournament. You don't necessarily know which player will be piloting them, but if you want to be prepared, you have to have a game plan against them. And both these trainers I am sure, will have already strategized, practiced, theorized, possibly even with friends within the Italian community themselves to see how they are going to solve this issue. And that in itself is almost like a third level of difficulty. If these are trainers that, you know, you're in the same community as, in the same networks, you're going to be able to test and practice together, possibly then you also have an insight into how your opponent is going to play.
Yeah, and we've already seen the accolades, but why not show them again?
Let's go.
Just in case you've forgotten, we do have a previous original champion in Giuseppe Musico versus a previous special championship champion in Leonardo, with some great accolades behind them as well. The Players Cup finalist, double time for Leonardo, and the top cut of Worlds, very, very impressive from Giuseppe. And as mentioned, I think it is just exactly the same team of 6. There, of course, could have been some adaptations going into this tournament. Maybe the top 16 loss came from something that could have been tweaked in the team building, and maybe that ended up happening. But as far as I can tell, that is going to be the exact same 6 that he got that 9th place at Worlds.
I mean, this is something Victor Medina was saying yesterday. His team is a comfort pick. Maybe for these trainers, they've gone for something comfortable as well, something they already have experience with, something they trust and can rely on. And this trusted duo of Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta has been running rampant at this competition. You are allowing yourself so much coverage on both offensive, physically, and special offensively types of combat, but at the same time, Zamazenta being able to have that wide guard is such a good ally to that Calyrex.
Yeah, they pair together so well. The synergy is fantastic. And I think the only real thing to make a note of that might be slightly more interesting, because all of the sets here are expected, Helping Hand on Incineroar over Flare Blitz. I think that's the only real standout. It's not unexpected. It's been paired with Calyrex Shadow Rider a lot before, because we've already seen how effective multipliers can be. We've seen like a Pollen Puff from a Shadow Rider, because it had choice specs and also a +1. The multipliers helped get a KO it really had no right getting, and that's exactly what Incineroar can do by just having access to Helping Hand.
Well, I would assume the Rillaboom and Incineroar will be piloted to protect that Calyrex, but at the same time, Incineroar can give it a helping hand and also allow it to deal even more damage when needed. Moving on to Leonardo Bononomi's team, again, some similar Pokemon choices, Calyrex and Zamazenta having that synergy, but slightly different sets. This Calyrex, not the Nasty Plot variant, but the Encore for some disruption.
Yeah, and you have to pair it with a Focus Sash if you do have Encore, because you don't need to go for the setup. You just want to be going for as much damage as you can while still being able to survive at least one attack. Therefore, you can probably get off a second one. We've been seeing the Chien-Pao Dragonite across multiple generations, and it really seems to be settling in on Regulation I as the place for it, with Calyrex and Zamazenta as the partners.
I like as well on the Dragonite seeing the Outrage. Now, this is a move that you can't always guarantee where it's going to target, so there can be a little bit of a dice roll there. But combined with the Choice Band and the same type attack bonus you get from being a Dragon type, that can be formidable.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and these are formidable trainers getting into this match. We've got the Zamazenta and the Rillaboom coming out for Giuseppe, facing down that very, very classic Zamazenta and Chien-Pao for Leonardo.
Yeah, we're going to see the Dauntless Shields activating, getting up those defense boosts on both the Zamazenta. Grassy terrain on the field as well is what Rillaboom does best. But, Jamie, what do you think the moves are going to be?
Well, you got Fake Out Pressure available on the Rillaboom into the Chien-Pao, and it does seem like it is the Poison variant for the Terastallization, not the Ghost, so that is very Fake Outable. And that's the first time I've said this stream. Wow, I'm losing my touch. But yes, Fake Out into the Chien-Pao is entirely reasonable. Fake Out into the Zamazenta, because Body Press into your Pokemon Wild Sword or Ruin is active, is also going to be very, very impactful here. So there's no surprise to see a defensive Terastallization coming out here. It's almost certainly going, I was going to say it's going to be one of the Zamazentas, but no, it is actually the Chien-Pao. But that makes perfect sense as well, because Poison does resist those body presses.
Well, all of the abilities were unlocked as soon as they joined the field, and now Chien-Pao is going one stage further and embracing its Terastallization. The Fake Out was going down into the opposing Zamazenta, however, so Chien-Pao free to go for this Ruination into the counterpart Zamazenta there, taking it down to 50% HP. Obviously, Zamazenta is flinching, not able to carry through, but this Poison Terastallization going to keep Chien-Pao safe in the game from the Heavy Slam.
Yeah, that would have knocked it out in one hit if it was staying as its Ice typing, but that defensive Terastallization does keep it safe. However, is it going to be in range of another Heavy Slam here? And you do have the Ruination damage into the opposing Zamazenta. That should put it in range of a Body Press now from your own Zamazenta. And then the speed orders between the two could be quite crucial. And that's what you've got Icy Wind available on your Chien-Pao for, so that you can guarantee that your Zamazenta is for sure the faster.
Giuseppe taking a leaf out of Leonardo's book and saying, I can Terastallize as well. And it's going to be the Zamazenta turning into a water type. That can put itself into a dangerous spot against Pokemon like Raging Bolt that could be in the back. But right now, it does give it a bit of flexibility from a Body Press. Chien-Pao going for the Ice Spinner. It's going to find its mark down onto that Rillaboom. Does a huge amount of damage, but is protected from getting the KO. Critically, of course, Ice Spinner removes the terrain from play, so no grassy terrain recovery, and Zamazenta now not having to worry about a fake out is able to follow up with that Heavy Slam, and that is a knockout. Giuseppe goes down a Pokemon.
Yeah, but the Zamazenta is going to be able to respond with this Heavy Slam, and as we've seen, a second is enough to be able to KO the Chien-Pao. So the terrestrialization on the Zamazenta wasn't necessary for that turn, but it still probably was the correct thing to do because that would have allowed it to survive the body press coming out from the Zamazenta. It would have survived an Icy Wind as well if they would get that extra little bit of chip damage. So yeah, prioritizing getting rid of the non-restricted here, I think that is entirely reasonable for both of these trainers here. The Chien-Pao Sword of Ruin would have been allowing that Zamazenta to be able to do massive damage to its body press, and it's still going to do very respectable damage, but definitely not as much. And the speed control has been taken care of. And the Rillaboom has disappeared as well. No more fake-out pressure available. So Leonardo is completely free to go for whatever he wants now.
Well, it looks like Leonardo is going to bring both restricteds onto the field. Zamazenta is now side by side with that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Giuseppe is able to bring the Raging Bolt into play, a Pokemon that can go for those priority Thunderclaps.
Yeah, we got priority back on the field there. The booster energy, of course, is going to be increasing the damage it can do even further with that special attack boost. The Zamazenta's taken a decent amount of chip damage thanks to that Ruination, but it shouldn't be in range of an Astral Barrage. It would have probably been in range if it was the Life Orb on the Calyrex, which Giuseppe doesn't have access to, but the Sash is notably weaker and shouldn't be able to pick up that KO. You can consider going for an Encore potentially into that Zamazenta because it was going for Heavy Slams, and if you go for Encore, well, now you can't be body pressed into the opposing Zamazenta, although Calyrex itself probably wouldn't like to take that Heavy Slam, and if you go for the Encore, well, the Heavy Slam and a Thunderbolt can KO the opposing Calyrex as well. Because it's got a Focus Sash, is not going to be run very bulky. That combination should be able to pick up the KO.
In a way, you'd almost want to encore it into a body press towards the end game when there's only just a Calyrex on the field, let's say, but we're still in the earlier stages. Raging Bolt on Giuseppe's side, playing defensively, going for that protect, doesn't want to have to take an Astral Barrage damage, and that's exactly what Leonardo has opted for with that speedy Calyrex. So trying desperately to get some damage on the board against this Water-type Zamazenta. Does do a significant amount, but Zamazenta stays in the game, so it'll be a follow-up from Leonardo Zamazenta that's going to secure that knockout.
Yeah, very nicely done there. The Raging Bolt could have gone the unoffensive, and it would have taken reasonable damage from the Astral Barrage, but it would have survived very, very comfortably, and that was an opportunity to be able to get that attack off. And the Terrestrialization was used on the Zamazenta to turn it into a Water type, so the advantage surely has to be in Leonardo's favor. A Life Orb Calyrex is not always run at maximum speed. It can absolutely be run at maximum speed. That is entirely reasonable, but the advantage surely still goes for Leonardo. I guess if it is a speed tie, Thunderclap and then win the speed tie with Astral Barrage could be pretty reasonable, but the Zamazenta is available on Leonardo's side of the field. You could easily just go for White Guard, and then that means you can launch off your Astral Barrage completely uncontested here, and because you got the Focus Sash, you will survive their Astral Barrage if they went for it, or even the Thunderclap, and then you respond with a one-hit KO into the opposing Calyrex because they've got the Life Orb and they can't defensively Terrestrialize anymore.
I think that's a great observation. It's not so much losing your Zamazenta for its offensive pressure, but losing Zamazenta because of the White Guard, exactly like the Zamazenta on Leonardo's side is able to demonstrate. Now it is able to protect that Calyrex, but the Calyrex on Giuseppe's side is going to be exposed. The Thunderclap is failing. Leonardo goes for the Encore, both status attacks, so you cannot get that priority Thunderclap connecting, and is going to be locked into it though, however.
Yeah, and that allows the Psychic now into this Calyrex. So calling the White Guard very nicely. However, now we're locked into Thunder. Oh, and I was about to say, it's going to be close if Thunderclap's a KO. Now it's not. It's definitely a KO because that special defense drop. A 10% chance from the Psychic coming into play here. That could have just been Astral Barrage, and that was the game over because the Calyrex won the speed tie, if it is a speed tie, on Leonardo's side of the field. So that would have been game. However, trying to get around that, going for the Encore to try and lock the Raging Bolt into protect, but no, locking into Thunderclap, which is actually what it wants to go for anyway.
And that Focus Sash broken on Leonardo's side does mean that the Calyrex is vulnerable. One thing that Leonardo does have, however, is that fourth and final Pokemon in the back. So potentially you might want to switch out your Calyrex, reset that special defense drop, and maybe allow whatever that fourth and final Pokemon is to come in and try and deal with one of these threats. Calyrex gets off the field. I feel like it definitely had to. I don't know if what's going to come in is going to be the most beneficial. It is that Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite's, I think it's in an awkward position here. Yeah, Thunderclap was correctly called into that Zamazenta, and now Astral Barrage, no White Guard was clicked here. You should be able to survive with the Zamazenta, even with the Life Orb, but that was a lot of damage there.
Yeah, that is the inner focus Dragonite as well, so it didn't even get to utilize the extra bit of breathing room from Multiscale. That's a huge Astral Barrage, and Calyrex also holds on from the Heavy Slam.
Yeah, and that should just about be ranging of Aqua Jet, but I'm not sure the speed orders between the Dragonite and the Raging Bolt. I think that
with the priority.
Yeah, because Dragonites don't tend to run anything in speed because you just rely on +2 from extreme speed. But then Raging Bolt can be run faster than that if you train all of its in speed. So if you're going for Aqua Jet, that's not safe because Thunderclap actually might be faster. And if you've got no speed investment on Raging Bolt, Dragonite's faster. If you have, then Raging Bolt's faster. So we'll have to see what's going to be locked into here for this Dragonite.
Yeah, because if the moves are in the same priority bracket, it will come through with which Pokemon is the faster. The Restricted, both going for a Protect, wanting to see what's going to happen here. Extreme Speed comes through, though, from the Dragonite, so it's locked into that normal type attack, and there comes the Thunderclap. So Dragonite being able to move first, meaning the Thunderclap fails.
Yeah, and that's going to be able to get around that because it's still been Encore to the Thunderclap. It has to go for that, and therefore Thunderclap will fail if it goes for the Extreme Speeding Dragonite because it will be out-prioritized. It can still Thunderclap the Zamazenta, but you can easily now just go for Wide Guard. And if you go for Wide Guard, that forces the Calyrex into Psychic, which will still be able to get a KO on either Pokemon here, but at least you only get one Pokemon KO'd and you still have two. You can bring in your Calyrex, and maybe it still could come down to a speed tie here. I think Leonardo, with that Encore previously, was trying to get around that speed tie, but Giuseppe found the way to be able to get back into it and maybe force it to be. And then, so again, it still might not be a speed tie between the Calyrexes, but you know, the way that Giuseppe's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Every second counting here. These trainers are battling out for a spot in top 4. Zamazenta goes for a Nulla Protect here. Leonardo wanting to keep this Pokemon incredibly safe in the game as Extreme Speed will come through and connect. It's not going to be able to get the KO. We know that Raging Bolt is forced to go for the Thunderclap, but it's going to fail regardless of who it was targeting here, leaving everything up for Calyrex to go for the Astral Barrage.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to pick up the KO on the opposing Dragonite there. It would have definitely just come down straight to a speed tie if that wasn't a double Protect on the Zamazenta, because that would have obviously been a KO. It might still come down to if Thunderclap is going to be strong enough into Calyrex. It's got booster energy, so it's going to be stronger than normal. And it did a lot of damage into the opposing Calyrex there. So it's going to be really close.
Close, definitely.
Yeah, my damage instinct is saying it should live. It's right on the verge.
I mean, the thing is, at least on Leonardo's side, that Calyrex has had its special defense drop reset that it took from the Psychic previously. So you're right, though. Thunderclap has to be the move to go through into that slot. I feel like you have to follow up with the Psychic because you'll have to worry about the Wide Guard coming through.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But at the same time, you can just lock into Psychic because surely the Wide Guard's being clicked. Therefore, you don't need to click Wide Guard. And then the Zamazenta could be able to pick up the KO in that end game. You could Heavy Slam the Calyrex, and if it's Zamazenta versus Raging Bolt, will come down to a Thunderclap mind game. But here, it might just be who's going to be faster between the two Calyrex. It won't be if the Thunderclap's just enough to KO the opposing Calyrex. But if it's not, I think it might just be that potential speed tie.
Well, here's the Thunderclap. It connects on the Calyrex, but it does not manage to get the KO. Calyrex, however, on Giuseppe's side, is able to move first. It follows up with that Psychic. That's a knockout.
Yeah, that is. This should surely now be a Heavy Slam into the Calyrex, and it's not a speed tie endgame that we're going for. This is now going to be a Thunderclap mind game. If it's Body Press into Raging Bolt, Giuseppe just wins, so it does have to be the Heavy Slam here. And no, it was just Body Press.
Body Press goes down into the Raging Bolt. That Pokemon has been felled, and now you have the Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. It's got multiple Grimnade boosts, and it's in a prime position to get the knockout on Zamazenta.
Yeah, it's going to outspeed. It's going to one-shot here from this range easily. If that had been Heavy Slam, we're into at least Mind Games, and Leonardo can still be in it. Granted, Thunderclap Mind Games heavily favor the person clicking Thunderclap, but yeah, I think the misstep there was the Encore, because, yeah, Giuseppe's able to take that first game. Leonardo trying to find a way to avoid it being a speed tie, and then it ends up being a speed tie anyway.
Yeah, talk us through that a little bit more, because that Encore happened much earlier on in the game, but it seemed to have played such a pivotal role in the endgame situation.
Yeah, I think that the thought was, well, I'll Encore the Protect, and then I have now for sure locked down this endgame because I'll keep my Focus Sash, and then I can just Focus Fire on this Calyrex and I win. However, not factoring in that Thunderclap would get priority even if it fails, and then get locked into that rather than Protect. Well, I think that might have been the misstep there, because that allowed that Psychic to go into the Calyrex. Granted, Giuseppe had to make the calls. He had to go for the Psychic when the Zamazenta went for the Wide Guard, and he had to Astral Barrage when it didn't, and he was able to achieve that very, very well. But yeah, I think it was just Leonardo playing too safe there. He was in a position where he could have just gone for the Calyrex speed tie and just immediately won, tried to avoid it, and ends up losing further down the line because of that. Because he ends up winning that speed tie, he would have just won if he clicked Astral Barrage.
And losing that Focus Sash was so critical on the Calyrex. It left itself so vulnerable to a follow-up Astral Barrage if that speed tie was to go into the Calyrex on Giuseppe's side's favor. Well, one game down in this top 3.
Yeah, and one step closer to that top 4. Very, very nicely done from Giuseppe. As mentioned, he did need to make all of the correct plays to be able to get back into that game. It seemed like it could have been in Leonardo's favor, but not to be in that first game. Let's see if it's going to be for the second.
Well, the trainers are ready. We've got a restricted piece here on Leonardo's side. The Chien Pao paired up with that Zamazenta, going to use a Sword of Ruin to help boost out the offensive pressure Zamazenta can deal, whereas Giuseppe is like, I'm going to try and throw some Intimidates around with Incineroar, and it has the majestic Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field beside it.
Yeah, this could very easily just be fake out into the Chien Pao and get a nasty plot. And then on the next turn, then you got to go for your Terra Dark to avoid the Sucker Punch KO. You're in the awkward position there where you, well, surely I body press the Calyrex that's a ghost type currently because you have to Terra Dark, but I think this is still a very reasonable start. Maybe you're sacrificing your Incineroar as well, because if you go for body press with Sword of Ruin helping, Incineroar's KO. There's no chance it survives there, and then that would allow a paid switch maybe into something in the future.
Well, the fake out just comes through into that Chien Pao, allowing the Calyrex to go for this nasty plot. So Giuseppe is coming out in full force, wants to get offensive pressure right off the board as Zamazenta goes for the heavy slam. Does do a significant amount of damage. That does over 50%, but Calyrex still in the game.
Yeah, and Incineroar still in the game as well. That could have been a body press into that slot. And how you like mentioned, you can just go for your defensive terrestrialization with Terra Dark here to avoid the Sucker Punch KO, but I don't think you're threatening a KO into either Pokemon here. Nasty Plot really turns on the offense, but with the Assault Vest on the Chien Pao, it should be able to survive that. Zamazenta is just naturally bulky enough that it also should be able to survive it. So, yes, the Nasty Plot is really nice, but it's now down to Giuseppe to make the most of it.
Yeah, Chien Pao is a bit of a wall against these ghost-type attacks. Calyrex deciding to not go on the offensive now, instead just going straight for that protect, and Zamazenta is going to match suit as well. So it's all about these non-restricted Pokemon in this turn. Ice Spinner was coming through, was trying to get some good damage onto the board there, but critically, it was not the Sucker Punch, maybe predicting that there could have been a switch or anything, just to cover maybe even a second nasty plot boost there. Chien Pao's attack is going to be dropped along with a special attack for good measure, as Incineroar allows this opportunity to pivot out.
Yeah, that's a really nice turn there for Giuseppe. Still got his entire Incineroar that could have just been one shot on the first turn by the body press. Speaking of, here's the other body press Pokemon in Zamazenta joining the field. So even if the Astral Barrage is not able to pick up the KO on the opposing Chien Pao, the Zamazenta can pick up a KO following with its body press. One thing to consider is potentially going for Psychic as well into the Zamazenta, because that will still hit neutrally and still hit it really hard. It's going to be really close and down to the training of the Zamazenta if it's going to be able to survive that attack, because we confirm now it is going to be max speed on the Calyrex. It's not going to be in the Modest one. One of the reasons you run Modest on Life Orb is to be able to guarantee the KOs on the Zamazenta, whereas if you're timid, which we now have seen it is, it's going to be close and down to the training on the Zamazenta if that is the move of choice.
And Leonardo needs to be careful not to give this Calyrex that is terrestrializing into that Dark type a free Grimnade boost. So you've got to make sure your Pokemon are staying in the game and you remove it before it removes you. But Calyrex wanting to get the defensive terrestrialization in play to bypass a potential Sucker Punch, but it's not coming through. Instead, Psychic connects with that Zamazenta at +2, takes it down into the red, but is not going to be able to secure the knockout. You need the follow-up from Zamazenta to enable that. Ice Spinner finally finds its mark of the Calyrex with a critical hit to remove that Pokemon from play, so Leonardo does not have to worry about it anymore in this game too.
Yeah, and the terrestrialization was essentially wasted there because there was no Sucker Punch, and that means there's no defensive terrestrialization here for the Zamazenta, and it's taking a full body press, super effective, massive damage.
Yeah, and it's not even the body press here, it's going to be the heavy slam. It does remove the Chien Pao, so you are going to remove, with a critical hit as well for style points, you are going to remove that Sword of Ruin from the field, but you've lost your Calyrex. I'm not sure if this was the right trade.
Yeah, that's most of your offense off the board now. And yeah, taking care of the Chien Pao is really nice. And to be fair, the Zamazenta is incredibly low, but here comes the Calyrex for Leonardo. And that's going to be able to put on some great offensive pressure as well. With the damage that Body Press did, that should just about be range of Astral Barrage or Psychic coming out. And yes, the Raging Bolt is now on the field and can go for Thunderclap, but you don't have your own Calyrex available anymore to be able to go for something like Thunderclap and Astral Barrage KO the Calyrex. You can Thunderclap KO the Zamazenta, because that's now incredibly low and for sure in range of that attack. So do you consider just going for Protect on Zamazenta? I don't think you need to go for Wide Guard to avoid the Thunderclap. You might as well just do Protect instead. Or do you consider switching out the Zamazenta? It's always awkward to sacrifice your Dauntless Shield defense boost, but that would also be a way of keeping that Zamazenta potentially safe from that Thunderclap.
All moves and counter moves. So many options, Jamie, that you just laid out for our trainers to pursue. Wide Guard comes through on Giuseppe's. Zamazenta, as the Raging Bolt, can follow up with that priority. Thunderclap and get a knockout, removing the opposing Raging Zamazenta from play. Astral Barrage will come through, but it's going to find its mark down onto the Wide Guard. So a fantastic turn for Giuseppe here.
Yeah, very good. That could have been Psychic, and that should be enough to be able to pick up the knockout on that Zamazenta. And then that both gives a Grim Nay boost to the Calyrex, increasing its damage output, and also freeing up Astral Barrages going forwards. Now it's the Dragonite once again as the final Pokemon here, and it has to lock into something, and that's what it's locking into for the rest of the game. If it's Extreme Speed, it can't really do much to the opposing Zamazenta, but then that's kind of what the Calyrex will be here for. You could lock into Outrage, because Psychic into the Zamazenta, and Outrage would then definitely hit the Raging Bolt. That could be something to consider as well. And because you're in a focus, you can't be intimidated by the Incineroar, so Outrage in combination with then an Astral Barrage afterwards should be able to pick up the knockout here. And because you've gone for Wide Guard with Zamazenta on this turn, you can't safely protect it anymore, because that's how the interactions work between Wide Guard and Protect. So if it's just Psychic here and then Outrage, this might just be a double KO.
Is there still Terrestrialization? Yeah, there is. There we go. Leonardo is going to go for the Terrestrialization and unleash it on that Dragonite. It's going to become a normal type, possibly indicating that it could be going for the Extreme Speed here to give itself the extra boost, alongside that Choice Band that's going to be making it formidably offensively strong. Zamazenta, however, goes first here, gets that Wide Guard, stopping any potential Astral Barrage coming through from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it's all about the speed as Dragonite takes to the sky with Extreme Speed and connects down onto that Raging Bolt. This time it looks like two of those is going to secure the knockout. Thunderclap will come through as it was targeting the partner Pokemon of that Calyrex, breaking the critical Focus Sash in play.
Yeah, and that's still not going to be a Psychic here. Still going for Astral Barrage in the face of that Wide Guard and still not achieving any damage. But yeah, Extreme Speed being a 2-hit knockout on that Raging Bolt. Now the Thunderclap is no longer an option because Extreme Speed will out-prioritize that, KO the Raging Bolt from this range, and then you can now follow up with the KO. A little bit surprised still not to see Psychic. Psychic's going to be doing pretty much exactly the same damage that Astral Barrage would have done to the opposing Zamazenta. I guess Astral Barrage might have put it in range of the Extreme Speed as well in that combination. It might have been able to KO, but now you've got that 2-shot guaranteed with Extreme Speed. I would be very surprised not to just see Extreme Speed into that Raging Bolt, take away the Thunderclap, Psychic into the Zamazenta, be able to KO that as well, and then Incineroar shouldn't be able to break through these two.
Yeah, Leonardo needs to keep that Calyrex nicely preserved. You don't want it to take that Thunderclap, and even if it does go down at the end of the day, the Extreme Speeds are going to be so strong. The issue, however, it's not even an issue because you're in a focus on the Dragonite, so you don't even have to worry about fake outs here. You're a Ghost type and in a focus Pokemon. You are safe from these fake outs coming through. Looks like the Raging Bolt wants to be a little bit safer, though, in this turn. Going for that Protect, knowing the Extreme Speed could be finding its mark.
Oh, what a call.
Dragonite is not fooled by this. It comes down into the Incineroar. Look at that, Jamie. That's also going to be a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, very nicely done there. And even Astral Barrage. It wasn't even Psychic, so you do get extra chip damage on this opposing Incineroar. Very nicely done from Leonardo there. Oh, that's not quite going to be enough to put it in range of Astral Barrage, but you should now just be able to go for Extreme Speed into the Incineroar, go for Astral Barrage once again. We've seen that the Thunderclap did just under half. It could be a roll. It could be doing the minimum roll there and maybe be a KO afterwards. But yeah, very, very nicely done there for Leonardo.
Yeah, Dragonite in its element right now. Goes for that Extreme Speed, removes the Incineroar from play. Yes, you now potentially can lose your Calyrex in a situation if the Thunderclap comes through, but it looks like Dragonite is in a prime position to start cleaning things up. Thunderclap comes through, but it is going to fail.
Yeah, it's going to be the Encore. That would have caught a Protect if it wasn't. And
same old story.
Same old story, yeah. And now that you've Encored this into Thunderclap, you can't Protect from the Extreme Speed. This is just now Extreme Speed into Raging Bolt, guaranteed. And now you can Psychic the Zamazenta. That is also guaranteed. And it's guaranteed now that we're going to a Game 3.
It might look like the same script where you've Encored into a Thunderclap, but the ending is a totally different story here in this Game 2 compared to Game 1. Leonardo has been able to position the Dragonite into a fantastic spot, going for these Extreme Speed, getting the KOs, and I think most critically preserving this Terrestrialization for the end game. Here it goes, finally removing that Raging Bolt from play.
Yeah, and it's the follow-up from the Calyrex here. No Wide Guard was clicked, so even if it was Astral Barrage, that would still go through, and it is.
Yeah, it is.
And that is going to be the strongest attack that it can go for. Single target now as well. Definitely enough to pick up this Zamazenta.
And you know what this means, trainers? We are going to a Game 3 here in our Masters Top 8 at the Prague Regional Championships. We are bringing you as much Pokemon action as possible, and these trainers are not giving up. They are trying to claw every single inch, every single step towards victory, and now it all comes down to this third and final game.
Yeah, usually you do focus on getting that nasty plot up on the Calyrex. It didn't really come into play too much. There was too much offensive pressure coming out from the Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta. You managed to almost knock out the Zamazenta in one hit, and yes, you put it in range of Thunderclap afterwards, but that's not what you want to be making use of your Calyrex for. It's supposed to be able to set up and just sweep through the team, and Leonardo did not give Giuseppe that opportunity.
Exactly, and now coming into this next game, it really comes down to where the Calyrex is going to be preserved. I think in game 1, you know, Giuseppe was able to play well around things like the wide guard and apply pressure with his own Calyrex, but in game 2, as you said, even though the nasty plot went up early, you weren't able to reap the rewards of setting that up. So coming into game 3, I think both trainers are going to look to see how they can preserve their Calyrex as best as possible and allow it to start utilizing the damage on the board. They have to call the wide guards, they have to call the right protects.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see exactly the same strategy coming out from Leonardo, because that seemed to be the game plan that he was comfortable with, even though he lost the first game. But Giuseppe was the one that mixed it up. Might even just go back to what worked in that first game.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, do I go back to the combination that won me the set, or do I completely try to read the read and over-predict? But let's have a little look. We've got restricted. Oh, well, almost everybody got the memo. And Incineroar, I'm not sure what you're doing there, but it's going to be side-by-side with that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and both the restricteds out for Leonardo.
Yeah, interesting to see Giuseppe go with what didn't work in the game 2 and sticking with it for this game 3. And Leonardo is the one to adjust and now has dropped the Chien-Pao, potentially still in the back, but Calyrex is straight away on the field. There is fake out pressure into the opposing Zamazenta, so that if you go for the Terra Dark on your Calyrex, you are definitely not being KO'd this turn. But then you free up the Zamazenta in the future to be able to get those body presses. But that surely has to be the way round that it's happening on this term.
We're going to see the Sparkles on the stage very early doors in this game 3. The Calyrex is going to terrestrialize into the Dark type on Giuseppe Musico's side of the field. Just going to give itself a little bit of flexibility around a potential Astral Barrage coming its way. The Fake Out going down into the Zamazenta, meaning it doesn't have to worry about any damage from that Pokemon on this turn, but it does still have to contend with the Astral Barrage. Giuseppe has 2 Dark types on the field, though, so it's going to be able to eat up this damage very, very nicely, whereas the Calyrex on the opposing side is going to be exposed, but it doesn't have to worry. That's a nasty plot. So maybe it still does have to worry a little bit, Jamie.
Yeah, I think that the critical hit fake out might come into play.
Really?
If it wasn't a crit, that would have done like 1 damage. But now it actually did okay damage. And maybe that was the amount that Zamazenta survived on in the previous game. Like, if the Calyrex just goes for Encore here, if it wins the Speed Tie and Encore into the Calyrex, well, then you've locked it down completely. You win the game immediately. However, if you Encored the Incineroar, it's not going to be able to do anything this turn. This is going to be a very crucial turn too.
All eyes on this Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. It has got the nasty plot boost. It has also got a helping hand behind it.
Oh, you got it!
Encore comes through, however, so everything was at the top of the hill, but it has fallen at the final hurdle in the race. It is forced to go for another nasty plot. This might look formidable, but it's going to have to go for another one again. Giuseppe's either going to have to keep it on the field or switch it out and lose those boosts.
Yeah, this is huge momentum for Leonardo. That is a very impactful speed tie win there, because now you can Encore the Incineroar into Helping Hand and make it useless. Can't even pivot out. It would have to hard switch this turn, which is still not achieving anything. You've got a guaranteed body press into that Calyrex slot. It's got to switch out here. Something's got to be able to survive this body press, but you are getting a huge amount of damage. And this is the Zamazenta. Yes, you get the +1 and you survive, but that's going to put it in range of the Astral Barrage in the future.
It definitely puts Giuseppe on the back foot. There comes the Encore into the Incineroar, like you said, forced into that Helping Hand. To no avail, however. Zamazenta switching in is not afforded the opportunity to attack here. It's going to have to take that body press instead. Incineroar, of course, goes for the Helping Hand now, but maybe just cheering on, because I tell you what, Giuseppe's going to need a boost at this point.
Yeah, and that's not quite going to be Astral Barrage or Psychic range, but you've also still got a guaranteed body press into the Incineroar slot now, and you can't even switch in your Calyrex as a Ghost type because it is now a Dark type. So yeah, the momentum is still way in Leonardo's favor here. You won't be able to quite KO the opposing Zamazenta, and maybe you have to eat a body press on your Zamazenta for your troubles, or maybe a Heavy Slam to break the Focus Sash. I think you're probably actually prioritizing breaking the Focus Sash to free up the potential of a speed tie on your Calyrex. But yeah, that you're still getting all the body presses out, and the Astral Barrage damage, or maybe even just Psychic to try and get around a Wide Guard here, it's really going to start adding up.
Well, even when things are in your favor, you have to stay calm and composed, and knowing that top 4 is in your reach can sometimes throw a trainer off guard. So let's see if Leonardo is going to keep composure. Terrestrialization comes through, but this is the ghost typing on his Calyrex, trying to give it that extra boost of damage with those Astral Barrages. The Helping Hand forced to come out onto that Zamazenta, and Zamazenta does just go for a protect, however. Of course, Incineroar locked in. Giuseppe deciding to keep it in play, so it is going to have to take this Astral Barrage. It is a dark type. It is used to taking these types of attacks, but this is still going to put a severe dent into its armor.
Yeah, and if this is body press into Incineroar, that's definitely going to be able to pick up the KO here. I think I'd actually prefer to be a body press into the Zamazenta, because that would not have given the paid switch in here, but it is body press nice and safe and nice and guaranteed into the Incineroar, and now that is knocked out. Helping Hand Protect is definitely not the play you want to be going for, but it was a sacrifice of the Incineroar there. It was on-court into Helping Hand. Had to go for that if it wasn't switching out. So it's highly amusing to be able to see the Helping Hand Protect, but it was actually, I think, still the correct play.
Yeah, it's not a turn we see every day, because it's not often a turn a trainer would choose to make.
Yep.
As you said, in this situation, forced in, and critically, Giuseppe has traded the Incineroar for the free switch back into Calyrex safely.
Yeah, but we saw the Zamazenta protect, and the Sash is still intact on Leonardo's side. You can on-call the Zamazenta and body press the Calyrex. You can't get a KO with your own Calyrex with the Life Orb. Even with the Life Orb, the Zamazenta's barely taken any damage. Yeah, the Sash still being intact is incredibly impactful here. I'll be very surprised if this is just on-core to the Zamazenta and body press into the Calyrex.
Well, there comes
it's no just attack.
Yep, just going straight on the offensive with that Astral Barrage. It is the Ghost type. It is going to have a little bit of extra oomph behind this double target attack. Going across the field, connecting only into that Zamazenta here, and it is not enough. Zamazenta hangs on with 3 hit points remaining. The Zamazenta on the opposing side was actually going down into that Calyrex, so the Zamazenta on Giuseppe's side is going to come through. It can go for that body press, chipping away at the Zamazenta here.
Yeah, but now the Zamazenta is in range of the Calyrex, so a potential missed opportunity there, relying on the Terra Ghost to be strong enough to KO the Zamazenta. But if that had been Encore, the game was over for sure, because the Zamazenta's locked out now. The Calyrex just protected, body press goes into it. But now this has opened up the potential for the Life Orb Calyrex to be able to pick up the knockout on the Zamazenta and bring the Calyrex down to its Sash, because then you won't be able to get that body press into the Calyrex. It will really easily shrug off the Astral Barrages that could be coming out.
Where is the Thunderclap when you need it to try and break that Focus Sash? It's a definite hurdle that Giuseppe has to get through here, and Zamazenta deciding to go defensive once again. Giuseppe has to be so careful not to give Leonardo any more advantage in this game. Wide Guard comes through. That's going to be stopping an Astral Barrage, being successful on Giuseppe's side, trying to deal with the Ghost type across the field, and that's exactly what Giuseppe was going for. So to no avail, both of his Pokemon here not getting damage on the board, and Leonardo has the opportunity to capitalize on this with his own Calyrex.
Yeah, and this is going to be a resisted hit if it's going to be Astral Barrage, but no, it's just going to be Encore. And now you've locked it into Astral Barrage. You click Wide Guard for sure on the Zamazenta, and it's guaranteed to block an Astral Barrage. So now that the Zamazenta also gone for Protect, you can just KO it this turn very, very comfortably with either Astral Barrage or Psychic, and if it goes for Wide Guard to stop an Astral Barrage, well, then you just Encore that as well. So this is just so well pinned down for Leonardo. The momentum was grabbed very early on, and Leonardo is not letting it go.
Giuseppe might have all the moves, but Leonardo has all the answers. Every single way Giuseppe looks, Leonardo is blocking him, and critically blocking him with both the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. There is a reason why these two are such a dynamic duo in this format. We are going to see the Raging Bolt come in as the 4th and final Pokemon. Zamazenta obviously going for the Wide Guard, knowing that that Calyrex is locked into Astral Barrage. It cannot change its attack, meaning that the Calyrex on Leonardo's side is super safe to go for this Psychic. That does a huge amount of damage into the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be a guaranteed 2-shot into that, so there is absolutely nothing stopping, just going for Wide Guard and Astral Barrage on this turn. Astral Barrage will actually even be stronger than Psychic thanks to the Terra Ghost boosting it up, so even if that was a maximum roll and you get a minimum one on the Psychic, well, that doesn't even matter at this point. You just go for Astral Barrage and Wide Guard, and you're still pinning down Giuseppe completely.
Yeah, plus you need to go for the Astral Barrage to get damage on the opposing Calyrex, as it has now a Dark type and therefore immune to those Psychic type attacks. Calyrex on Giuseppe's side going for what it has to go for, but again, to no avail, unable to break through the power of that Wide Guard, defensively keeping Leonardo's Pokemon safe.
This, of course, enables Leonardo to go for the Astral Barrage, almost taunting its counterpart, saying, I can do what you cannot right now. Able to find its mark down across on Giuseppe's Pokemon, trying to get another Pokemon cleared away, edging Leonardo one step closer. Calyrex able to hang on thanks to that defensive capabilities, but Jamie, we're just going to see this running back and back and back.
Yeah, it does look like it. And that was actually exactly half damage to what Calyrex previously had, so that might just even be a KO afterwards. Yeah, failed double protect. I think this is going to be Leonardo just wrapping this one up.
Yeah, Wyguard coming through again. Zamazenta knows exactly what it needs to do for its trainer right now. Staying calm, going for Wyguard, helping out the Calyrex that can go for this Astral Barrage. And this time, it finds its mark on both of Giuseppe's Pokemon. The Raging Bolt goes down, the Calyrex goes down. There is now just that Zamazenta in the back for Giuseppe.
Yeah, complete sweep through from Leonardo, led with the Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider. Didn't even need the last two Pokemon. Complete sweep through. It was absolutely fantastically done there. The Zamazenta with 3 HP against the entirety of Leonardo's team is definitely not going to do this. So yeah, it seems like Giuseppe knows it, is throwing in the towel. Leonardo Bononomi moves on to the top 4.
What a thriller of a set. So much back and forth, no horsing around, just pure Pokemon play from two incredibly established Pokemon trainers, veterans of the competition, Giuseppe and Leonardo, with Leonardo in a thriller, able to take the victory and advance to our top 4.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. It shows how crucial just winning the speed tie is in that situation. Of course, not all Life Orb Calyrex's are max speed. Giuseppe's apparently was, because it was definitely moving first at points before Leonardo's was. That Encore was completely game-locking immediately. Just the fact that Giuseppe did his best and was making the optimal plays, there was no way back. Leonardo just had the perfect pin every time because, well, now I can Encore the Helping Hand. Well, now I can Encore the Protect. And yeah, it was very, very nicely done.
And it wasn't just the perfect pin once. He actually did it multiple times with that Encore as well. Not only onto that Calyrex, but also onto the Incineroar.
Yeah, the Encore, very, very impactful. It is the most common supportive move that Sash Calyrex runs for good reason. And that was probably one of the best showings that it could have been why Encore is that move. As of course, you have Astral Barrage and Protect and Psychic. Yeah, Encore is a staple, and for good reason.
Well, let's not forget how intense this game was. In Game 1, Giuseppe was able to get the edge in this endgame, breaking the Focus Sash on that Calyrex and then leaving it victim with the follow-up attacks from the Raging Bolt and that Calyrex as well. Coming into Game 2, we started seeing a little bit more momentum on Leonardo's side, being able to get the damage through and using that Chien-Pao to great success.
Yeah, we can see there the Chien-Pao was doing pretty well, but just KO'd to the Zamazenta in the first game, even though Terra Poison KO'd again in that second game, but it had already done the work it needs to. Leonardo was able to find that positioning, preserving that terrestrialization in the game too for Dragonite to be able to sweep through, and yeah, there we go. That was a massive, massive Encore.
I think as well, you know, Dragonite in Game 2 was so successful, you almost thought maybe it would come in the Game 3, but it really didn't need to. We just had these two Pokemon, the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we even saw the other two Pokemon in the back for Leonardo. It was just the perfect lead call coming into this Game 3. You couldn't write it better.
Yeah, you can see the synergy between the two, right?
Yeah, there's a reason why it's top of the stats.
Yeah, it is absolutely. The Wyguard keeping it safe. I really like the Wyguard into Encoring Astral Barrage as well, because then that means, yeah, it's not a mind game. You've got the mind games correctly in that first game. Getting the Psychic around the Wyguard allowed you the way back into that first game. No, you're clicking Astral Barrage. I'm clicking Wyguard. It's guaranteed.
I mean, the whole way through that set, there were so many incredible moments, whether it was, you know, in the Game 2 with the use of the Dragonite, whether it was in the Game 3 being able to go for these pins. There's just so many different elements to talk about. Was there a particular one, Jamie, you maybe want to feature?
I think there was a couple of very important turns there. I mentioned in the first game that Leonardo was trying to avoid the speed tie if he could help it, and then fell victim to being outpositioned and outplayed by Giuseppe. I think that was quite a crucial turn, because there was when he went for the Encore into the Raging Bolts, and it could have just been go for Astral Barrage. I got my Slashing attacks, but then he tried to wiggle around that and was not able to achieve it. I think the most impactful one was for sure that Encore in that Game 3, though.
So it's almost a bit like the Encore in Game 1 was the disaster in a way.
I guess so, yeah.
Well, maybe disaster's a little bit of a stretch, but still it was not optimal. Whereas It's almost like Leonardo took the encore learning from game 1 and then by game 3 had completely ironed it out, figured out the plan.
Yeah, and then like the game 2 as well was very, very nicely done from Leonardo. I don't think that there was time to nasty plot in that match, and that is what Giuseppe ended up trying to achieve. Like, I say achieved, you got the nasty plot.
You got 2 actually.
Yeah, but wasn't able to use it as effectively as he would have wanted to. It could have been an opportunity to just start going for Astral Barrage. You're a life or Calyrex, you're still going to do a lot of damage even if you're at neutral.
And you know, Leonardo made it look so easy, but we know 100% that is not the case. You have to get the right positioning and make those right plays accordingly. There also is an element that's outside of your control with things like speed ties and thus. So being able to get that encore just gave so much momentum to Leonardo. But once you have it, it's almost harder to keep it sometimes, particularly when you know what is on the line. And Leonardo kept that composure beautifully.
Yeah, it was very, very nicely done. I do like the Dragonite edition on the team as well, just to be able to get the pin down with Extreme Speed. Things like, well, Extreme Speed is +1 priority over Thunderclap because it's +2 priority. So it doesn't matter that you're going for Thunderclap, it doesn't matter that you're encored into Thunderclap, and you're definitely going for it. I still out-prioritize you. And that was very, very nice for the Dragonite, especially preserving the Terra Normal as well, so that it was ending up two-shotting everything. And that's the power of the Choice Band as well from the Dragonite.
Yes, of course, the Choice Band being one of the staple items that we've seen on Dragonite. I mean, that's a Pokemon that to me is like evolved over different sets that you can build on it. It's sometimes had the loaded dice on it when it was running Dragon Scale, for example. But really the tried and tested do, I think, when it's with Chi and Pal, is always that Choice Band. Using the Sword of Ruin to lower the defenses as well allows more physical capabilities from Dragonite to shine through. Throw on the fact that you've got, you know, Sword of Ruin, you've got the Choice Band, you've got the Terrestrialization into a normal type. It's just a match made in heaven. It's perfect.
Yeah, and it has been working across all the regulations that we've had it available, and still really, really coming into play in Regulation I. I don't think that would have been the format that people predicted as much. Chien-Pao and Dragonite would have been so successful, and it came on quite late in the first round that we had, and people are for sure realizing at this point how strong it can be.
Yes, and I think a lot of trainers are realizing the utility of that Zamazenta and, of course, of the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. A lot of trainers out there using it in our top 8, as well as being able to have those key supportive Pokemon. Incineroar was trying his best to play a good role in here, but I really do think, again, Pokemon like the Chien-Pao, Pokemon like the Raging Bolt, that are able to still hit hard, as well as provide either bulk or supportive measures with, you know, Sword of Ruin, have been the key to enabling restricted Pokemon success.
Yeah, we've been seeing like the pivoting powers of Incineroar and Rillaboom. We saw them available on Giuseppe's team, but the supportiveness of just the Chien-Pao going for Ruinations to be able to guarantee do half damage, go for Icy Winds to give yourself the speed control going and speed advantage. Because one of the crucial things that we've been seeing in Zamazenta and Shadow Rider Mirrors is who's going to be moving first.
Yes.
It came down to speed ties in the game 1. And it could have come down to speed ties in the game 2, but it definitely came down to a speed tie in the game 3. It's because of that encore lock. And then Zamazenta's, well, surely you want to prioritize going first, so you invest in speed. But if you want to prioritize surviving some attacks, like it was able to survive the +2 Life Orb Psychic as well, that's what the speed control can do. So yeah, Chien-Pao, very nice addition. Dragonite, a really nice addition on the team. And just the team in general piloted perfectly by Leonardo to be able to take this victory, sending him to the top 4. We're ready for an interview with him. Let's hear how he's feeling.
Yeah, thank you, Lou and Jamie. And yeah, well, congratulations. First of all, what an exciting mirror match there between the Calyrex and the Zamazenta. And it's not been too long ago, but we were sitting here and we were talking about the mirror match. Yeah. And we were arguing, is it coming down to the speed time? Sometimes not. Well, how do you feel about it went in that game?
I'm feeling well, and yeah, I think this match is how Kali-Zama Mirror are going, because like in game 1, I think I played well and I make some correct moves, but then the momentum slightly change, like Pepe make a good read and double up my Zama and a psychic drop, and then I lost all the momentum, and in the end he came down to a speed tie. So this is like when yesterday we were talking about the Kali-Zama Mirror. It's not always safe. You are not always safe.
Yeah, but then in the second game, you brought it back. I thought it was really, really nicely done with the Encore and Extreme Speed. Was this kind of positioning that you saw from a couple of turns before, that you would be able to kind of set up this end game?
Yeah, because I trying to force the Terra on something, then to have like, if I force the Terra on Calyrex, I can pin it later with Terra Extreme Speed. And then if I force Terra in other stuff like Zama or Raging Bolt, I can pin or the Calyrex in the end with my Astral Barrage and a Speed tie. That was like the plan I had in game 3, because I made that lead, that oppressive lead like Kalizama, because I want him to terrorize something, and then in the back with my other 2 mons, I would have liked to try to finish off the other mons after I spam some damage with Body Press, Astral Barrage and other stuff, and try to terrorize later to have the control.
And then of course, well, in the first game, the speed tie happened very, very late. In the third game, it happened very, very early.
Yeah.
How confident were you just after you saw, okay, Encore goes off, it's locked into Nasty Plot?
Yeah, I think in game 1 I was pretty sad because, like I told you before, I think I played well, and then the match slightly, the momentum changed. And in game 3, I think I predicted like helping end up Psychic on Zama, so I would have been a little bit confident, because if I get the Anchor, I was in a very, very good spot. If I didn't get the Anchor, I can do some stuff later. And a thing that scares me was like when Izama survives Astral Barrage. Right here, I was scared. I think, oh no, it's happened again. But in the end, it came in my favor, so yeah.
Yeah, really, really well played. Very, very instructive set also, I think, for everyone at home. If you want to see some really high-level gameplay, I think it was a great, great set for that. So thank you for playing that. So yeah, finally, we're in top 4 now. What does it mean to you? And do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
It means a lot because it's a long time that I never came up in a big stage like a top 4. It's like after COVID, I was consistent, make a lot of the E2, but never top cut. So this means a lot to me. And let's see if it will go better. Then I have a shout out to all my friends who are cheering me, and shout outs to Team Aqua, and to, like I told you yesterday, Lucy, Carrer, Lele, who helped me a lot in the flow charting, talking about the meta and training me.
Well, let's give you some time to get ready for your top 4 match, and we will go to a very short break, but then we will be back with the other top 8 games. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Dazzling Duos, where we highlight a particularly potent Pokemon pairing. I'm David Partington, and this time we are turning to the pivot pals, Incineroar and Rillaboom. So why does the metagame seem to always revolve around these two? Incineroar is a fire and dark type, giving it 6 resistances, 1 immunity, with only 4 weaknesses. This enables it to take a myriad of attacks thrown its way, but many can be weakened even further. There's its ability Intimidate, removes Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, and Knockoff. All these tools make removing Incineroar seem like an almost impossible task, even with super effective moves. But against Water and Ground type Pokemon, Incineroar would rather wait in the wings. Enter Rillaboom. As a pure Grass type Pokemon, it has more weaknesses than resistances, but that doesn't stop Rillaboom from being incredibly versatile. Its ability Grassy Surge sets grassy terrain as soon as it hits the field. This powers up its Grass type moves, making them incredibly strong, and Grassy Glide becomes a priority attack. It will also override other terrains, and so puts a stop to strategies like those involving Psychic terrain, which can shut down priority moves. Put Incineroar and Rillaboom together, and you have a duo that excels at disrupting almost any strategy your opponent has. Both of them move Fake Out, which prevents one Pokemon from moving that might otherwise KO your teammate. But this move can only be used on the first turn the Pokemon is on the field. And coincidentally, both also have an ability that activates upon switching in. So top trainers will make the most of this combination by pivoting each one on and off the battlefield repeatedly. This can be done even more effectively with pivoting moves like U-Turn and Parting Shot. allowing another Pokemon to switch in after the opponent has moved, therefore entering much more safely. So how do you jam this revolving door of Pokemon? Incineroar loves to lower your stats, so using a Pokemon with the Defiant ability, such as Annihilate, turns those annoying stat drops into handy attack stat boosts. Alternatively, Farigiraf can lend a helping hoof with its ability Armor Tail. Like Psychic Terrain, it blocks priority moves, but can't be overridden by Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, ensuring your attacks keep coming. And using Dragon or Fire-type Pokemon can resist the powerful Grass and Fire-type attacks this duo dishes out. So whether it's Incineroar switching into Fake Out, or Rillaboom U-turning back to your party, the Pivot Pals are always around the corner. By the way, make sure you're prepared for this dazzling duo at your next event.
Some beautiful impressions there from the tournament going on here in Prague. The regional championships. It is top 8. We're in the top cut phase of the tournament. My name is Marcus Hamann and I'm joined by Zoe. I can't be happier to be back behind the desk for the amazing matchup that we have coming up next.
Yeah, we featured both players already this weekend, and they've just wowed us with their spectacular plays. Victor Medina versus Antoine. Both of these players have progressed so far. Victor, a player someone who needs no introduction. He's come so close to winning the championship titles so many times, but always falling just short. But this time might be his lucky break. And of course, his opponent, Antoine, on the other end, not quite having the same level of accomplishments as Victor, but this could be his breakout tournament.
Well, I would argue it is his breakout tournament, already in the top 8, already beating Matty Morgan, one of the best players in Europe. And Antoine was doing that in the Calyrex and Zamazenta matchup. And we already know that also Victor is running Calyrex and Zamazenta. So Antoine must be feeling pretty good going into this. Of course, the team of Victor is a little bit different from what Matty was running, but we saw it before. Victor only losing 1 set throughout the entire Swiss rounds. So going into this with an 11-1 record so far. And in the top 8, once again, he's done this many, many times, but of course, he wants to finally win one of our major events.
Yes, he's one of those last few remaining players where if he said, oh, he hasn't won a championship title, people will say, are you sure? He's so consistent.
Yep.
He keeps coming in the top 4s of Worlds, top 4s of ICs. How is he a player that has not won yet? But Victor is just such a consistent player. And of course, running that Calyrex Shadow Rider team that he said is the Protect the King style of teams. And of course, really interesting that Antoine has Lunala, same typing as the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and in this instance, Antoine's Lunala is also like the Protect the Queen style because it's got the calm mindset, and there's a lot of a big supporting cast like the Grimmsnarl and the Rillaboom just helping it get those calm mind boosts.
Yeah, a little bit of a similar kind of setup there by Antoine, but I would argue Antoine's team definitely a little bit more defensive there, with Lunala going for Calm Mind, also boosting its special defense, whereas Calyrex over on Victor's side of the field is really all about that damage. Victor, this is his opportunity to get the title, and of course Antoine has never been closer to a title himself. We can see their accomplishments there. Victor Medina, a multiple time regional finalist, an LAIC finalist, NAIC top 4. He also has an EOIC top 4 that didn't even make it on there.
He's got too many.
Yeah, it's just too many of them, but he's still waiting for that golden medal, for that first place trophy. And then Antoine over on the other side, we will have to get that graphic updated for his next event, because after that he will have a big finish from the Prague Regionals Championships on there as well. But reigning back all the way to 2022, very consistent, but now, for the first time ever, really, really far into the tournament here in top 8.
So many great accomplishments from both of our players. Victor, of course, has been on stream multiple times this weekend with this classic Calyrex Shadow Rider team with the Life Orb and the Nasty Plot, just boosting up its damage output even further. And it is supported by a cast of Zamazenta, Incineroar, Smeargle, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom, all very powerful hard hitters in their own right. Oh, maybe not the Smeargle.
Well, maybe not the Smeargle, but we saw it in the game yesterday against Matteo when the Smeargle, remember, it put everything to sleep.
Yes.
And then still managed to lose the game because, yeah, Smeargle couldn't do any damage. And, yeah, well, putting things to sleep is great, but, yeah, you need to damage Pokemon to knock them out. That's how it works. But, of course, Victor, with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I wonder if he's going to take a similar approach, similar to Maddie, who did not bring Calyrex to his matchup against Antoine earlier in the tournament. And yeah, we remember how that went. But of course, maybe Victor also had time to watch that back and is maybe a bit scared of those Thunder Waves from Grimmsnarl, which have done so well here for Antoine on his team. In the previous matchup, Antoine was really going for this Incineroar and Grimmsnarl lead to just start off the battle slow, go for a couple of fake out and set up the screens, spread some paralysis, maybe get some parting shots out, and then he would transition into this scenario where Lunala is on the field and is ready to maybe set up with Calm Minds. No, he wasn't actually able to do that in the previous game that we saw against Maddie because of the Encore Whimsicott. But yeah, Victor does not have any Encore or any disruption like that on the team. It's all about the fake outs though, and I think this is going to be a key thing to look out for. Can Victor force Lunala to go for this Terra Fairy? Because then, of course, it can be hit by Fake Out.
Yeah, Lunala is heavily threatened by Victor's Calyrex Shadow Rider because it doesn't carry Wide Guard, so there's no way to really block that Astral Barrage. Now, of course, Antoine, with a very defensive team of the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl Double Dark, it's a very good switch into those Astral Barrages. And I'm sure Antoine is probably might want to think about bringing that Miraidon in to block all those potential spores that the Smeargle might try to use.
Yeah, Miraidon, we saw this in the game, Victor, against Mark yesterday. A great pick, but now it's time to get into this very first game. Antoine leading off both his restricted Pokemon, Lunala and Miraidon, facing down against Victor's Calyrex Shadow Rider and Incineroar.
Immediately, this Lunala is threatened by this Astral Barrage from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. But of course, Lunala does have the option to go for the Terra Fairy and dodge those super effective Ghost-type moves.
Yeah, Fake Out is threatening on Miraidon, and then Calyrex could go ahead and maybe go for an attack, or it could also try and set up. So that is also a threat, of course. This Calyrex Shadow Rider has access to Nasty Plot, and that would be pretty bad. But of course, there's also this mind game going on. It's Terra Dark on the Calyrex. Lunala can hit with either Moongeist Beam or with Moonblast, and depending on whether the Calyrex terrestrializes or not, those moves can be super effective. So already on this first turn, a lot of mind games going on, and Victor decides he wants to play it safe, doesn't want to risk losing his Calyrex so early on.
Yeah, Victor not wanting to risk these mind games on turn 1 of this very important top 8 match. Rillaboom is going to come in and override the electric terrain that Miraidon has set up. And we are going to get our first terrestrialization of this game. It is going to be the Lunala into the Terra Fairy, so trying to get around those super effective Astral Barrages. Now Lunala is going to become the Fairy type, and we're going to have to see which target. Oh, no attacks, no fake out from Incineroar. Miraidon now just Volt switches out of there, deals a good bit of chip damage onto this Incineroar and allows the Miraidon to switch out and come back in later on to override the terrain. And now Incineroar switching in on Antoine's side, a very nice switch in against both of these physical attackers. And
Lunala going for the Moonblast, boosted up by the Terra Fairy, is going to do some decent damage onto Incineroar, but not enough to knock it out. And Incineroar can now also reposition. Just like Antoine's Miraidon was able to leave the field earlier from Volt Switch, now it's Victor's Incineroar's time. Parting Shot goes off, and now he could reposition back into his Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think that was the plan all along, but because Antoine did go for the Volt Switch, actually he escapes kind of a really, really tricky spot. Because, yeah, if you could have kind of kept the Miraidon in, if Miraidon, say, went for like an Electro Drift into the Rillaboom slot, then this would have been really, really bad. But now Miraidon could just swap in if it wanted to, because, yeah, well, Victor has Fake Out active, so does Antoine. Terra is already there onto Lunala though, so this Fake Out, yeah, could go there, stop Lunala from moving. But because Antoine has Incineroar on the field, it's not as easy to maneuver this turn for Victor.
Yeah, I agree. The Lunala now being Terra Fairy is very susceptible to getting fake outed by this Rillaboom. But looks like Rillaboom maybe might want to think about going for the attack, and Victor is being very, very careful in selecting his moves. The Incineroar, of course, is a very nice Pokemon to both the Calyrex Shadow Rider and this Rillaboom. It really just resists any attacks both of these Pokemon can do. And it looks like Victor now will be responding with his own Terrestrialization. This is going to be into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So both of our Ghost Psychic Pokemon are going to shed those typings, and now Calyrex is going to become the Dark typing. And Rillaboom now fakes out this Lunala, which is a Fairy type, which means it will be flinching, and the Calyrex gets away with a nasty plot. It is now going to be at +2 special attack, so those Astral Barrages will be hitting incredibly hard. But Incineroar, maybe trying to read that, going for the parting shot, bringing it down to a little bit more manageable +1 special attack. And are we going to see a Miraidon switch in to once again override this grassy terrain?
Yeah.
And Antoine is really taking his time there. But there we go. There is the Miraidon. And once again, Electric Terrain is back on the field.
Okay, so Terrestrialization now committed from Victor removes a little bit of ambiguity between the Calyrex and Lunala. Miraidon now joining the field, so overriding the terrain. And now this is kind of the, I guess, like, kind of the most passive position that Victor could kind of think of. Electric Terrain is up. That's great for Antoine. There's no Fake Out active for Victor. And so, yeah, I think you have to reposition out of this, but this is, of course, so obvious. Antoine knows that, okay, from a mile away, you could tell that there's like a U-turn protect play coming, and you could use that to kind of make an aggressive play there, or maybe set up a Calm Mind on his own. So, yeah, I think this is a key turn. Victor could take things slow, but also, if he wanted to, could also go on a very offensive with a read.
Yeah, a very telegraph protect there from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. Just very, very threatened. But the Miraidon's Electric Drift does go off into this Calyrex, which means it's going to keep itself nice and safe and blocked from any attacks. And now Lunala senses the perfect opportunity to start setting up with its own Calm Minds, getting a +1 to its special attack and special defense. And there you called it, that U-turn from the Rillaboom pivoting out of there so that it can override the Electric Terrain in the future.
Yeah, and this is going to be another Fake Out Pokemon there joining the field for Victor. This time around, though, is he thinking about revealing his 4th and final Pokemon? Yeah, the triple Fake Out here for Victor. And now we are entering a stage of the battle where for both Victor and Antoine, they have started setting up their centerpiece of the team. So the Lunala and the Calyrex, they really don't want to switch out anymore. So you have to cycle with the other slot, have to kind of switch between the Pokemon there to get something going. But yeah, we can expect Calyrex and Lunala to stay there until the very end.
Well, I think Anton can breathe a sigh of relief because this Smeargle did get a speed drop. So at least the Lunala is guaranteed to outspeed the Smeargle. Of course, Electric Terrain is up, so Smeargle can't really spore. But Victor can maybe in the future swap in something like a Rillaboom, and if the Smeargle comes in, it can spore.
Yeah, now Miraidon, we know, is locked into Electro Drift, so you could think about going for a Fake Out, but then there could also be a switch play coming out from Antoine, switching in that Rocky Helmet Incineroar, so instead it's just going to be a Follow Me from Smeargle.
Yes, Smeargle now becoming the center of attention, redirecting away this incredibly powerful Electro Drift, which is going to knock it down all the way to its Focus Sash and allow this Calyrex to follow up with a +1 Astral Barrage. How much damage is this going to do to both of Antoine's Pokemon? Let us see now. This is a Lunala that is set up with a Calm Mind, but the Miraidon gets knocked out in one hit from the Astral Barrage, and the Calyrex once again boosts itself to +1. So now it is at +2 special attack. What does this Lunala go for? It is going to be a Moonblast, picking off the final 1 HP from the Smeargle. So slowly trying to remove the pieces from Victor's board.
Yeah, Victor can be happy with a straight. Smeargle did its job, was just there for this one turn of Follow Me. And this is something that it can do better than any restricted Pokemon that there is. So that is why Victor kind of decided not to bring Zamazenta, but instead going with the triple support here. And now it's time to maybe override the terrain, maybe bring in Rillaboom. I guess Incineroar could also work. Now it's, yeah, with Smeargle and Miraidon both being down, the terrain doesn't really matter that much anymore. But of course, with Rillaboom, you have the faster Fake Out than Incineroar. And so, yeah, you could just trade Fake Outs this turn, or you could go on the offensive. I mean, if you're confident that this +2 Calyrex with a Life Orb maybe he's powerful enough to knock out this +1 Lunala. Then, of course, going for the attack would be great. But I have a feeling that this Lunala might just be a little bit too defensively trained here.
Yeah, Lunala looks like he's in an incredibly healthy range. And with +1 special defense from that Calm Mind earlier, I'm fairly confident that it is going to be able to survive. Unless, of course, we see a critical hit from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. But first, the Fake Out is actually going to be into the Lunala. And we see a Fake Out being traded across the board. So both players' offensive Pokemon are not going to be able to attack this turn. And a little bit of leftovers for all the Pokemon on the board to just take a little bit of a break this game.
Yeah, just trading Fake Out, pretty classic play. Now, of course, we already know that Victor has another Fake Out in the back, so can try and use this next turn to get his Incineroar on the field, and then he would have Fake Out on the next turn, whereas Antoine has no way of getting Fake Out active unless, I guess, well, he does have a Rillaboom of his own on his team, but I guess into this matchup, I'm really expecting Grimmsnarl to be the final Pokemon for Antoine. But yeah, I think this could be an opportunity for Victor to now play defensive once again. It could be a protect and U-turn play, but then Antoine could capitalize on this by setting up another Calm Mind.
Yeah, Calyrex now going for a protect, so wanting to keep itself safe from, say, something like a parting shot. But Lunala's Moonblast also going into it, so super effective into the Dark type. A very nice protect there from Victor, and allows the Rillaboom to pivot out of there with a bit of chip damage onto Antoine's Incineroar and brings in his own Incineroar, which is a lot less healthy in the back, but it does refresh his Fake Out.
Yes, so Incineroar will join the field for Victor. Fake Out active again. Now, let's see, there is going to be a parting shot, probably from Antoine's Incineroar, to maybe also get out of there.
Oh, no,
there it is. Yep, there it is, and we'll bring in the fourth and final Pokemon. So now we can get a better understanding of what Antoine has planned for this endgame.
Yeah, now Antoine revealing his final Pokemon, which is going to be the Grimmsnarl, as you called out earlier, which means that this Calyrex is going to have quite a difficult time trying to break through Antoine's core. Grimmsnarl, being part Dark typing, is going to resist those Astral Barrages, and it can also set up a Light Screen.
Yeah, so Victor has Fake Out active, can go for Fake Out into Lunala, and then maybe set up another Nasty Plot, but of course, facing down Grimmsnarl, Grimmsnarl can go for Spirit Break. It is super effective against Calyrex and also drops the special attack. So, yeah, this is actually kind of rough here as... Yeah, Lunala could also go for a Protect here, which would allow it to recover a bit more with the grassy terrain and leftovers. So then Shadow Shield would be in effect again. So maybe Fake Out into Grimmsnarl is the play. Yeah, I think those are kind of the scenarios that both players are going to be thinking about. But if you protect Lunala, then it could also leave yourself open to a Nasty Plot from the Calyrex. So I think you want to attack with both, and this is also what Antoine does, but Victor calls it Fake Out into Lunala.
Yeah, the Lunala is such a threat that he has to go for the Fake Out, and now we see a +2 Astral Barrage into the Lunala, and Grimmsnarl deals so much damage, but is not enough to get the knockout. Lunala, of course, is forced to flinch from that Fake Out, but the Spirit breaks and is super effective, but is not enough to get the knockout onto this Dark type Calyrex, but more importantly, drops its special attack down to +1 once again.
Yeah, but with all the grassy terrain recovery that it was able to get, Calyrex still around, still healthy, and also outside of range of being knocked out from another Life Orb tick. So yeah, can go for some more attacks, and I think maybe now this is the exact positioning that Victor wanted, because another Astral Barrage might just be enough to get the knockout on Lunala, might just be enough to get the knockout onto Grimmsnarl. So Antoine is the one that has to reposition. It's very, very telegraphed. You protect the Lunala, you try and get your Incineroar in for the Fake Out, but then, of course, Rillaboom is waiting in the back for Victor, and that is the faster Fake Out. So I think switching in Rillaboom and going for an Astral Barrage is a very, very safe play. Now, Antoine could try and maybe set up Light Screen this turn to try and, yeah, give his team a little bit more of a special bulk, but this Calyrex seems ready to take home the game.
Rillaboom now is going to swap in for Victor there, trying to refresh those Fake Outs. Lunala keeping itself safe for this turn from a Astral Barrage, and also trying to get some leftovers recovery. And Grimmsnarl now supporting its team, going for that Light Screen. So 8 turns of Light Screen will be going up. Astral Barrage coming off at +1 special attack. And with the Light Screen, I think this Grimmsnarl might just survive. But no, it does not survive, which means that the Calyrex now is once again back up to +2 special attack.
Yeah, and so now you get the chance to bring in Incineroar, but Victor is ready, brought in Rillaboom in anticipation of Incineroar joining the field after this turn. And once again, Grassy Terrain helps this Calyrex to stay around. Of course, had Calyrex gone down at any point in the battle, it would have been over for Victor, as all his power, all the damage is coming from this one Pokemon. But Victor's Rillaboom is going to be faster than Incineroar over on one side. So once again, they could be trading fake outs. Could also just be a fake out into Incineroar though at this point. And with all the boosts that Calyrex was able to acquire, yeah, I think even under Light Screen and even with the boosted special defense, the Astro Barrage should be enough to knock out Lunala from this range.
Yeah, with the Life Orb and the +2 special attack, Lunala is only at +1 special defense. So I think the Lunala is not going to be able to survive this. And if it does, it's going to be on just a little bit of sliver. So it makes sense, as you said earlier, for the Rillaboom to fake out the Incineroar and block the Calyrex from getting a flinch. And the Rillaboom, of course, takes a little bit of recoil damage from that Rocky Helmet. And an Astral Barrage now coming off from this Calyrex Shadow Rider. Is that going to be enough? It is enough to knock out the Lunala. And Antoine is down to his final Pokemon in that Incineroar. Was that a critical hit onto the Lunala?
It was a critical hit, but I don't really think it mattered. Calyrex Shadow Rider is really, really strong, and Victor's Calyrex Shadow Rider in particular, because he tends to favor the modest nature. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just enough anyway. And yeah, the battle kind of played out like we were talking about. Calyrex and Lunala sitting on the field throughout it all, and then whoever goes down first will probably lose the game. And yeah, it was Victor also managing those grassy terrain turns perfectly, keeping the Calyrex just outside of Life Orb recoil range will take game 1.
Yeah, Victor just played that game so masterfully. Having brought out 3 fake-out Pokemon versus Antoine's 1 meant that he had a lot more flexibility in cycling in and out. And once he forced the Lunala to become a fairy type, then the Lunala was very susceptible to getting flinched from a fake-out.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point there. The 3-1 being outnumbered in terms of fake-out, I think that is the key that decided this very first game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Antoine maybe was thinking about bringing Rillaboom off his own just because this extra fake-out capability. I mean, we saw Grimmsnarl, it joined the battle, it got off a Spirit Break onto the Calyrex, super effective, dropped the special attack, then later on it set the light screen, but still it wasn't enough. So yeah, there wasn't anything that Grimmsnarl could have done better. It was there, it fulfilled its role, but maybe Grimmsnarl, yeah, it's just isn't the right pick into this triple fake-out setup by Victor.
Antoine is really under pressure now to try and win this game 2 and bring it into a game 3. Meanwhile, Victor is very close to victory. He just needs to get one more win and he can advance to the top 4. So, this is such a close match. I really want to see the kind of adjustments that our players are going to bring. And as you called out earlier, Antoine might think about bringing his own Rillaboom into this game. So let us see, players. We are getting ready to go into Game 2 of the top 8 here at the Prague Regional Championships. Our Pokemon are about to be sent out very, very soon. Antoine is leading with his Incineroar and Lunala versus Victor with his Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider. So quite interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, so this time around, Antoine not bringing Miraidon right away is saying that, okay, let's have this Incineroar standoff instead. And, oh, actually, Antoine's Incineroar is faster. So, yeah, with that, we got confirmation here by the order of Intimidate activating. This means that, yeah, Antoine might be the one that can go for a fake out early on. And, well, with both of those Ghost and Psychic types on the field, yeah, there are a lot of mind games once more in terms of, okay, who's going to go for a Terrestrialization? Can you even try and go for a fake out maybe in anticipation of a Terra? Yeah, let's see there. I think just going for a fake out and a Terra Calm Mind probably seems to be a good idea for Antoine. But then if Victor can respond with a Nasty Plot, we're entering the same kind of setup phase of the battle once more.
The pressure is on, and this Lunala feels the pressure, goes for the Terra Fairy to try and get around those super powerful Astral Barrages. It looks like then the Calyrex did not go for the Terrestrialization. The fake out, of course, into Antoine's Incineroar, blocking it from going for a fake out and taking a little bit of recoil damage. Now, Astral Barrage coming up immediately from this Calyrex Shadow Rider deals, a good, decent decent amount of chip damage on both of these Pokemon, but the Moonblast coming off from this Lunala. So a very nice read there from Victor, just risking his Calyrex Shadow Rider. Incineroar, of course, takes a Moonblast, but that is not going to be enough to knock it from the battlefield. And Lunala manages to escape this turn with leftovers, and Victor's Calyrex is fully, well, almost healthy, but very, very, very nice read, I would say.
Yeah, I think what Victor did there was he kind of tried to rule out one specific play, which is, okay, you're not going for a Moonguy's Beam into my Calyrex. Like, it's possible you might go for knockoff maybe, but Moonguy's Beam just puts you so far behind if I go for the Terra Nasty Plot. So then instead he's saying, okay, I will not terrestrialize my Calyrex, so you cannot go for the fake out onto my Calyrex, and instead I will get off a lot of damage early on, and this is what we saw.
And Calyrex, still stubbornly refusing to Terra, goes for the Protect to keep itself safe, and it looks like an attack going up into Calyrex, which is going to be blocked by the Protect, and allows Antoine's Incineroar to go for a parting shot and pivot out of there. What are we going to see that Antoine has in the back? Is it going to be that choice Scarf Miraidon, which is going to be able to threaten both of Victor's Pokemon? It is going to be the Grimmsnarl instead. So Antoine favoring a bit more support from his team. And Incineroar, of course, is also going to parting shot out of there and allow Victor to swap in a fresh Pokemon in the back. And this could be another fake-out Pokemon ready to land another flinch.
Yeah, you cannot really afford to go into Miraidon there for Antoine, because with the parting shot that you have to expect, Rillaboom could have joined the field, overridden the terrain right away, and this would have been a disastrous position. So instead, yeah, kind of forced to go into Grimmsnarl, but this now gives Victor the opportunity, because he was going second with the parting shot, bringing in his own Smeargle now, because, well, there's no electric field on the field yet, no electric terrain, so then you can kind of threaten a Spore here and kind of force out a reaction from Antoine, which then could give you the opportunity to set up a Nasty Plot. You could go for a fake out into Lunala, set up a Nasty Plot. You still didn't Terra. Well, you don't have to, but of course Grimmsnarl, yeah, if you really can call out that this Calyrex is not going for the Terra, you could go for a Thunder Wave, but once again, yeah, that would be so risky, because, yeah, if it's the Terra Dark, then Calyrex would be immune to those Prankster Thunder Waves.
It looks like Lunala now is actually going to be recalled in its place. It is going to be the Miraidon, setting up the electric terrain and blocking any potential spores that Victor might want to go for. Electric terrain is going to be set up thanks to this Miraidon zooming onto the field, and the fake out onto the Miraidon too. So Anton manages to catch the correct fake out. And Calyrex, of course, now taking the opportunity to boost itself up with a Nasty Plot, which is immediately going to be dropped down to +1 thanks to the Spirit Break. So Grimmsnarl there choosing not to go for the Light Screen and wanting to just mitigate some of the damage this Calyrex is going to do.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl keeping Calyrex here in check, but because Calyrex didn't Terra yet, yeah, the damage is just not there. And now, once more, it's one of those, okay, you go for Protect and switch in Rillaboom, override the terrain kind of plays. And of course, the answer to that is you would go for the Volt Switch into the Smeargle and maybe set up the Light Screen. But if you just give this Calyrex one more turn, it can get really out of hand. So, yeah, I wonder if Antoine is willing to kind of make those risky plays. Because, yeah, he might feel a little bit behind in this game already. But of course, yeah, Victor just going for the safe Protect switch. You can't really lose on the spot from this.
Yeah, this is a really nice safe turn for Victor there. Grimmsnarl takes the opportunity to set up a Light Screen and make sure those Astral Barrages are doing less damage. Miraidon chooses to lock into the Volt Switch, which is going to be blocked by the Protect. And with its electric terrain taken away by this Rillaboom, it is incredibly susceptible to getting fake out this turn. And I would say it might want to think about switching out.
Yeah, I know the cycle is back on for Victor. Once again, we have the same situation against Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl could try and go for a Thunder Wave here, just to maybe give his own Lunala the speed advantage later on. But then if it's a Terra coming out from Calyrex, then of course Thunder Wave doesn't work. But if it's a Terra, then Spirit Break would be a great move choice here for this Grimmsnarl. So, yeah, couple of options here for Victor. I think the safest option would still be to not go for the Terra, just so you can maybe stack up some more boosts.
Yeah, now the Rillaboom now faking out this Miraidon, making sure that it doesn't go for something like, oh, actually no, it's locked into Volt Switch, so he can't go for the stuff. And Calyrex gets another boost with the Nasty Plot. So Grimmsnarl does manage to bring it down another stage of special attack, but thanks to 2 Nasty Plot boosts, this Calyrex is still at +2 special attack, and that is a huge damage multiplier on top of the Life Orb.
Yeah, it might almost feel unfair. I mean, Grimmsnarl has the perfect typing to take on Calyrex, but it just cannot munch through it because it only has Spirit Break as its only attack. And so Calyrex getting some more boosts. Grassy terrain is up, so you can go for another round of Protect and U-turn and reposition into another one of your Fake Out Pokemon. But at all times, Victor can also kind of break out of the cycle on his own terms and just go for the attack. And so, yeah, does Antoine try to go for it this turn, or is he starting to capitalize on these plays that, yeah, he could be calling from Victor?
Yeah, Antoine tries to read that, not going for the Terra Dark, but unfortunately, thanks to the Protect, the Calyrex keeps itself safe from paralysis this turn. Miraidon does manage to Volt Switch out of there with a nice bit of chip damage onto this Assault Vest Rillaboom. And in comes, I would believe, an Incineroar that's in the back. It could be a it is a Lunala, so maybe Antoine deciding enough is enough. I'm going to start bringing my own boosts. And Rillaboom pivots out of there with a U-turn. And we're going to see another fake-out Pokemon that Victor has. He's got triple fake-out options, so he has a lot of options on what to use. I would say he might want to think about Smeargle just for Follow Me.
Yeah, Smeargle could be nice also because we're currently in grassy terrain. And so then once again, this would force out a reaction from Antoine. So we keep cycling through similar positions, but throughout all of it, Victor is out boosting Antoine. And now Calyrex already at +2, and at some point it's going to be not manageable anymore because the damage is just going to be too high so that Calyrex will just KO everything in one hit. Now, of course, also this is benefiting Victor to stall out the light screen here and there a little bit. But yeah, once more, Fake Out is an option. You could also think about going for Follow Me if you feel like you have a position where you will just win on the spot if you go for another Nasty Plot.
Oh, did Victor just click that third Nasty Plot? I think he's setting himself up to be in a position where, because of the light screen and the Lunala's possibility of going for those Carmines, he just wants to make sure he can also KO this Dark-type Grimmsnarl to the light screen, because at +2, it's not really going to KO this Grimmsnarl, and that leaves the Grimmsnarl open to start disrupting the team. But this is very, very close, and now Smeargle does go for the Fake Out onto the Lunala, blocking it from an attack, and now a +2 Astral Barrage coming off from Victor's side. Does this get the knockout? It does not get the knockout. Lunala does manage to hang on, but it is left so low in health.
Yeah, Spirit Break coming out from Grimmsnarl, actually hitting into Smeargle.
Oh no, that's not very much damage.
Yeah, well, it breaks the Focus Sash, but of course, yeah, he was expecting a Follow Me play there probably, and maybe locked into like Moonblast and Spirit Break to knock out Smeargle finally, but no, instead it was the Fake Out. One step ahead once again is Victor, and now, while he didn't get the KO the previous turn, now the Lunala is definitely in KO range of another Astro Barrage, so you can go for the attack and for Follow Me, and yeah, there's not really much stopping this. I guess the only consideration is, are you ready for Calyrex to take some KOs and to kind of get out of the position where you have the active Fake Out? Because, well, if you take a KO, then Miraidon is going to join the battlefield, and then you have to do something about that. But yeah, I think Smeargle is the perfect answer. It has both Wide Guard and Follow Me to stop the Miraidon from going for big damage. So yeah, I think just going for Follow Me and Astro Barrage seems pretty safe there for Victor, but let's see how this is going to shape out.
Yeah, is Antoine going to have to find a way around this? It looks like Lunala does not want to get knocked out this turn, does not want to give that Calyrex yet another special attack boost. Incineroar is going to come in and try and absorb these incredibly powerful +2 Astral Barrages. Smeargle, of course, does go for the Follow Me, just wanting to redirect away any Thunder Waves. It is also a +2 defense from a Moody boost earlier, so the Spirit Break can't even do anything to it. And now the Astral Barrage resisted on both these Pokemon is so much damage. Both the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl are left incredibly low, and there's really... they've only got one more turn left on this field.
Yeah, and no KOs taken means, well, no boosts for this Calyrex for now, but it also means that there is no offensive positioning for Antoine whatsoever. I mean, Fake Out is active, so no, you can go for a Fake Out with Incineroar, but
another defense boost.
Yeah, because you never got to force out the Terrestrialization from Calyrex, you can't actually go for the Fake Out into it. And so yeah, Smeargle can go for another Follow Me here, presumably. I mean, okay, Victor actually thinking about the Terra here to absorb a Fake Out and Thunder Wave play. But that could potentially run into a... Well, actually, no, I think it's quite safe because you also go for the Follow Me. So you go for the, Terra Dark and Astro Barrage, and then also go for the Follow Me, kind of securing that this Calyrex is not paralyzed. It's, nothing kind of stops it. And then it's like, okay, then I can figure out how to deal with Miraidon afterwards.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Smeargle is at +4 defenses from the Moody boost, so it can easily redirect away those physical attacks. Now, Miraidon does come back in to try and block maybe a Spore, but at this point, it's so difficult for Antoine to really try and make a comeback. But Victor now goes for the Terra Dark onto that Calyrex, trying to get an advantage on the Grimmsnarl attempting to go for the Thunder Wave. Of course, Grimmsnarl is now no longer on the field, but Calyrex is also no longer weak to those Dark types. It does get flinched with a critical hit from a Fake Out. Smeargle, of course, now going for the Follow Me, but this turn, Smeargle can just, Calyrex can just scout out the Choice Scarf, lock in with a Protect.
Yeah, so this was the only move that keeps Antoine into the game. He goes for the Fake Out onto the Ghost-type Calyrex, identifying that this is the turn where it finally will go for the Terra Dark to absorb this Thunder Wave play. And so really, really nice play there by Antoine. However, now there's still Smeargle on the field, and there's still a possibility to go for Follow Me. You could also go for a Protect and then switch into Rillaboom if you wanted to. Override the terrain and get some Fake Out for the next turn. Bringing in Incineroar is also an option. However, I guess you could kind of be open to a Volt Switch and Parting Shot play there. I don't know. Yeah, it is quite difficult to navigate. But yeah, this Fake Out definitely stops Victor's plans for now.
Yeah, the triple Fake Out from Victor is just so much overwhelming pressure against Antoine. Calyrex, of course, there's no real harm to going for that Protect and also trying to get some health back from this grassy terrain. Now, Miraidon locks itself into a Snarl to try and mitigate the amount of damage this Calyrex can do. But of course, Victor has brought in his Rillaboom, which can go for the Fake Out. Of course, Antoine also pivots his Incineroar out of the field with that Parting Shot. So, getting that Fake Out ready in the future, at this stage, Antoine's really on the back foot here.
Yeah, I think this needed to be maybe a Volt Switch into the Rillaboom. Even then, it would have been tough. But now the issue is that, well, Miraidon is locked into Snarl, and Snarl is great at reducing special attack, but this Calyrex is already boosted enough that I think, it can take on Lunala, even with one stage of reduction here, since it's already boosted up. And so, I think there's nothing that stops Victor from going for Astro Barrage. And then also, of course, you have Fake Out available as well. And I think this is finally the position that Victor was looking for all game. You're at +2. Yep, just double checking, just making sure that there's nothing you're missing. But no, I think it is just Fake Out and Astro Barrage. And then, it all kind of falls apart there for Antoine at this point. It's still 4 versus 4. Not a single Pokemon went down. But I think now it can go really, really quickly.
Lunala now going for the Protect, a last-ditch effort to keep itself in this turn. Of course, Rillaboom is not going to take any chances, goes for the Fake Out onto this Miraidon, making sure it does not get a Snarl off, and this now +2 Astral Barrage is going to come off and get rid of this Miraidon once and for all. Miraidon gets, whoa! The light screen allows the Miraidon to actually hang on, but next turn, there's a Grassy Glide.
Yep, even if Miraidon makes it through the turn. Victor is ready for that. Now, of course, there could be an Incineroar maybe switching in. But at such low HP, I'm pretty sure that Grassy Glide should be enough to get the knockout. There, Light Screen finally ends, but more importantly, Grassy Terrain is still up. So, Grassy Glide and Astro Barrage should be enough to just take it home. But what if you kind of second guess yourself? If you're like, well, what if Grassy Glide doesn't get the knockout on Miraidon? Would that be an issue? But actually, no. Antoine is just like, well, no, I see it. Even though I survived, Grassy Glide, game is over. Victor takes it.
Victor Medina advancing to top 4 here of the Prague Regional Championships.
Yeah, well played there. Victor taking it. Yeah, what an incredible two-game set there between these two players. Antoine, did what he could, but Victor always being one step ahead relying on his triple fake-out strategy there and doing it so well, and that's going to be another medal. He feels good about himself, he feels good about his play, and I'm sure that he is confident that this is the one, that this is finally the tournament where he can claim the championship.
It was a masterful set of 2 games. The way Victor completely overwhelmed Antoine with this triple fake out, making sure that at pretty much every turn there was a fresh fake out Pokemon available on the field. The Incineroar having Parting Shot, his Rillaboom having U-turn, meant that there was a lot of flexibility for his Pokemon, and the fact that he really hung on to his Calyrex's terrestrialization until the very, very end, and then making full use of it. And even though Antoine actually got a really good read with that fake out into the ghost type Calyrex that terrestrialized into a dark type that same turn, it just wasn't enough for the pressure that Victor was able to put out.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too late there for Antoine. I think, yeah, you had to try and be even more aggressive, kind of predicting the passive protect and switch, or protecting U-turn plays more aggressively, but it's hard to say when you're staring down a Calyrex and you know, well, what if you don't attack the Calyrex and it doesn't protect, the game can be over immediately. So yeah, I can feel with Antoine, been on both sides of this matchup before, where it's so tough every time there is a Calyrex over on the other side that can boost itself within the nasty plot and then has this support core around it. But yeah, Victor showing us that he only needed the Calyrex to do the damage. I don't know if there was any other damage dealt except for U-turn and fake out.
No, I don't think so.
Astro Barrage all the way there, setting up Calyrex in turn 1, and then once it was set up, that is when you start going for those attacks. And then, of course, it snowballs, where every KO you take, you get more boosts, and with the extra boosts, you can take more KOs.
Yeah, we saw just how powerful this Calyrex was. It was even able to deal more than 50% damage onto Dark-type Pokemon like the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar, and they were behind a Light Screen as well. It just goes to show, with a +2 boost and the Life Orb, there is no such thing as a resist.
Yeah, and of course now we also got to see kind of the differences between the matchup that we just saw between Victor and Antoine and the game that we saw earlier, where Antoine was dominating Matty Morgan, but the team that Matty had, it did have Calyrex, Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, but it did not have the fake-out core, and so yeah, it was set up to be a little bit more in like a more aggressive kind of trade damage kind of style team, but it just goes to show, even if it's the same Pokemon in the restricted slots, it really depends on what is in the support cast, who are the other members of the team that can kind of, yeah, decide the battle.
Yeah, Victor just supporting that Calyrex so expertly. I also really like the fact that the Calyrex, because of a Life Orb and taking recoil damage, it was actually supported by the Rillaboom's grassy terrain, which meant that you didn't have to worry too much about the recoil. Sometimes a lot of opponents, one of their strategies of dealing with the Life Orb Pokemon is, oh, I'm going to, make defensive switches and force you to keep attacking me so that you eventually KO yourself. But actually with the grassy terrain active, that is no longer an option.
Yeah, absolutely. Key insight there. Even against the double dark types in Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, the Life Orb damage is never really stacked up because grassy terrain was just healing and healing every turn. And yeah, just like that, Victor managing his HP beautifully, managing the boosts beautifully, and managing the pressure that he was exerting with the boosted Calyrex and with the fake-out support next to it.
Yeah, well, did you have a favorite moment from that game? I think the 2 games, although I always have to say, are quite similar in that the Calyrex just boosted and started faking out, but
yeah,
is there one what comes to mind?
Yeah, I think the turn where finally Victor went for the Terra Dark Follow Me, it seemed to cover everything. The one play it didn't cover was the fake out coming in, and Antoine chose that exact play. Just goes to show also the level of a player that Antoine is, understanding the positioning and understanding what was going through Victor's head at the time. And while it didn't work out in the end, I thought that was a really, really cool moment that kind of, yeah, just shows you how much these players are kind of trying to get into their heads and trying to figure out plays that maybe their opponent isn't even thinking about. Yeah, well, it didn't work out in the end, as I said, but Antoine also, yeah, can go out feeling proud of himself there with his top 8 finish.
Yeah, top 8 finished at the Prague Regionals. That is an incredible achievement. And of course, Antoine's previous achievements were 2 top 16, so he has now bested his best achievements. So I'm sure he's incredibly proud of himself. And that was, as you called out, an incredibly masterful turn where he went for the fake out. I think it was the only move he could have selected that didn't basically lose on the spot. But eventually, Victor was just able to overwhelm him with so much offense. And just goes to show why Nasty Plot Calyrex is so strong, because even though there was a Carmine Lunala, you're only getting to +1 each turn, whereas the Calyrex is getting to +2. And eventually, if you allow the turns to play out, that Calyrex is going to outspeed or outrace the Lunala in terms of the damage trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fast horse for sure, and that is what it showed there. It also can hit hard. Those Astro Barrages, boosted by the Nasty Plots, allowed Victor to move on to top 4. So, well, yeah, we know 2 of our top 4 of our semi-finalists, Leonardo Bononomi and Victor Medina, already 2 great players that have done really, really well. It's going to be so exciting to see how this tournament shapes out.
I think we've been treated to so many fantastic matches this weekend. Yesterday and today, the level of play between our players just goes to show that even though everyone thinks Regulation I has been solved, players keep coming up with new innovations. Victor's team, I think the triple fake out wasn't something that was that common in the previous season where we had Regulation I, but now I think a lot of players are capitalizing on the fact that, hang on a minute, you just need one Pokemon to do the damage, and as long as the rest of your team can support the amount of damage it puts out, let's all put our eggs in the Calyrex basket.
Yeah, and Victor, for sure, they're popularizing this version already earlier on last season when we played the same rule set. And I was actually talking to him at the time, also before Worlds last year, and I was asking a little bit about, why the Smeargle? Because I like the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, but what does Smeargle add to it? Isn't it just another Pokemon that clicks Fake Out? And he was like, oh yeah, no, he feels like against the Ghost-type restricted Pokemon, against the Calyrex, he couldn't really figure out other consistent ways of beating them. And what we saw in the other top 8 game, well, you don't want to rely on the speed tie, of course, between 2 Calyrex Shadow Riders. And so Smeargle playing a huge role there. Smeargle also playing a big role into a matchup like this. Maybe not something that Victor has really had extensive prep going into this tour, but just goes to show that if you have this follow me and fake out, it kind of doesn't really matter what is across from you. If you just outplay and outmaneuver your opponent, you will be able to set up the Calyrex, and then it doesn't matter if there's like dark types on the field, right? You can just go for Astro Barrage. Of course, normal types, that's a whole different story, but against a team like this, yeah, the triple fake out and the support core, that's all Victor needed.
Yeah, that's Smeargle, a Pokemon that had no attacks, but it was so pivotal to Victor's success in that game. He really only clicked follow me and fake out, but that's really all you need to protect your own team. And when you called out earlier that, yes, normal types could be a problem for this Shadow Rider Calyrex with its ghost type moves, that's what the Zamazenta is for. Those body presses will hit the normal types incredibly hard. Of course, Victor did not bring the Zamazenta in that game because he identified he did not need it, especially against the Lunala. We saw in Antoine's other previous game where his opponent had the Zamazenta. Matty's Zamazenta just, wasn't really able to make full use of the body press because it's a ghost type, and then it kept getting intimidated and reflected, and that poor Zamazenta just couldn't do any damage. And Victor identifying that and saying, I don't need Zamazenta. Calyrex is enough.
Yeah, and that just goes to show once more how great of a player Victor is. I think also in one of the games that we saw yesterday, Victor was also leaving the Zamazenta behind, so he's really focusing onto that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And yeah, that is what allowed him to ride into top 4. So I want to hear more from our winner, from Victor. So let's head over to have a little bit of an interview with him in front of the stage.
Thank you, Marcus and Zoe. Yes, I am here with our second top 4 competitor, Victor Medina. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling amazing. Top 4 already. So good. And honestly, I want to keep playing for more.
Well, yeah, you got at least one more and hopefully 2 more to be able to get that championship title that we know you are craving. Let's just keep this short so you can get on and prepare for your top 4 match. I think the main standout for me is that you dropped your Zamazenta, one of your restricteds going into
Yeah.
Well, like, what made you decide that Smeargle over Zamazenta was the play?
Well, honestly, like the CSR was the only way to KO a lot of their mons, like Lunala. And I thought like supporting CSR with all of my Pokemon had a cleaner endgame than maybe like T-Wave with in my Sama to KO that Terra Fairy Lunala. And the only way that I could only do that with only the CSR is having all of their supports. So that's what I did in both games.
Yeah, it makes sense. Were you practiced at all against a Miraidon and a Carmine Lunala, or was that a matchup that was maybe on the fringe and you were just ready if you faced it?
I played it in Bologna last year. I was playing the same team, and I played it in the Win and In, actually. So I did the same game plan that I did then. I think it's pretty good.
And it's working out well so far. We've seen you before already on the stream, so yeah, we'll let you get ready for your top 4 match because we are so close to the end of the tournament there. Just before we do conclude, any shout-outs that you want to give?
For sure. Shout-outs to my club, Giant X, and shout-outs to all the community. Team C, Antonio, Samu, thank you so much for the help.
Excellent, and good luck in the top 4. We're going to be going into that top 4 very, very shortly, so please stay tuned.
The 2025 North America International Championships were exciting times down in the Big Easy. However, the event would be anything but easy for the trainers trying to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. New Orleans was the last opportunity to earn championship points on the season, so much more was on the line than who would win the title. For the first time in VGC International Championship history, not a single home region trainer was represented in top 8. With 4 of the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into the finals, thanks to Marco Silva taking down former IC champion Eric Rios and Federico Camparisi defeating Kazuki Kobayashi. But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct Worlds invitation from top 4. As friends, teammates, and fellow countrymen, Marco and Federico wanted to prove that the Italian VGC talent is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide guard, stopping Astral Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced to Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the Moonblast! Federico Camparisi is your 2025 North America International Champion!
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Weezing. As Poison Gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of World Champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
And we are back, Pokemon trainers, to our first top 4 match of the Prague Regional Championships. My name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by Jamie Boyd, and we are so excited to be bringing you this upcoming match. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very, very good here. We're so close to being able to crown our champion. We've got to work out who our finalists are going to be. We were able to feature 2 great matches in the top 8. Of course, the 2 matches we weren't able to feature, we were able to see very, very shortly who has made it into that top 4 as well, joining Victor Medina and also Leonardo Bononomi, who was able to win fantastic games on stream.
Yes, so many excellent games. I still recall that last game, how masterfully Victor just piloted his team to victory. So now let us take a look at the bracket and the journey that our players have undertaken to advance all the way to this top 4.
Yeah, Mark Melinda is not able to advance past the top 4, is falling to Louis Fonvier, who is able to make it into the top 4, having a fantastic first year in Masters, aged up from seniors last year, and is having an incredible season, but will have to take down Leonardo Bononomi if he wants to make it to his first finals in Masters.
And on the other side of the bracket is going to be Simone Sanvito versus Victor Medina, whom we just saw on the stream. So a lot of incredible matches going to be played underway very, very shortly. I am so excited to see what our trainers have in store for us.
Yeah, we've got Sammy making it forward again into this top 4, and he could win a second regional in the same season. He's already a 3-time regional champion, and as mentioned previously on the stream, I believe that 3-time regional champion in EU is the record. It's tied by quite a few, and if you get that 4th...
Including yourself.
Yeah, thank you for pointing it out. I wasn't going to, but if Simone is able to make it into that accolade, he will be undisputed regional champion of Europe.
Yeah, it's so incredible. It's incredibly difficult in itself to already win 1 regional. To be able to win 3, that just goes to show how consistent of a player Sanvi is. And of course, his opponents are all incredibly consistent players as well. It's just so hard to tell who is going to come out on top, because all of them are top players, and this is going to be so thrilling to watch.
Yeah, we've had a previous regional champion, we've had a previous regional finalist, multi-time regional finalist, and international finalist in Victor Medina versus Simone Sanvito. But we will be focusing on Louis Fonvier versus Leonardo Bononomi, who's going to be able to reach their first finals in the Master Division at a regional championship. We do have to add that qualifier because Louis has been able to reach an international finals in the senior division. Leonardo has been able to reach the Players' Cup finals twice as well, so I'm sure that they are both very hungry for a championship title.
I'm really impressed by Louis' run after coming into the Masters division, because we've seen quite a few seniors players age up into Masters and suddenly just sweeping through the entire field. So why don't we now take a look at the player runs of Louis first of all, and his journey into this top 4.
Yeah, look at that. Lost very early in the round 2, but was able to then go on a fantastic winning streak, playing the team that ended up getting top 4, piloted by Hirofumi Kimura back in the World Championships, and able to pilot it very, very strongly. As you can see there, he's taken down very, very strong opponents. Aurelian Sula is the standout for me that he was able to defeat.
Yeah, also a big range of teams that he was able to face, and just goes to show how flexible his team is, because he has answers to multiple different modes and formats that he faces. And just looking at the Pokemon that he's faced, I'm seeing some really interesting matchups like that Volcarona and Zamazenta Miraidon team that Mark Melinda was using. Unfortunately, he did get knocked out by, I believe, Louis. Those are some really cool Pokemon. The one I want to point out is the Necrozma Duskmane. Oh,
again,
good spot.
A Pokemon, a restricted Pokemon that we just don't see and is not one of the top 8 that we use, and therefore we just barely ever see it. And so, yeah, really, really good run. Losing early can potentially be discouraging, but able to bounce back, had a very good run in Phase 1, and of course was able to continue that run into Phase 2 as well, able to make it into that top cut. And again, a very early loss in Phase 2, and that would have been on the same day. That would have been back in Day 1. The first round of Phase 2 was played at the end of Day 1. So coming into this with an X&2 record meant there was no room for error, and no error was made.
And a lot of high caliber players he has defeated as well. My eyes caught on, say, Oliver Escolin, Forad Choduri, Stefano Grabhi, and Mark Melinda, who only had 1 loss throughout this entire tournament up until he faced Louis. So, Louis has really battled his way and earned his way into this top 4.
Yeah, and that's another top 4 placement for this team. It's the World Championships, piloted by Hirofumi Kimura, the creator of the team, and now it's at worst a top 4 here, piloted by the very strong Louis Fonvier as well.
Yeah, this is just such an incredible run that we've seen, Louis. Only dropping 2 games. Of course, if you're X2, you cannot drop anymore. So all of the players here in the top 8 bracket will have had that record or better. But it just goes to show, like, we saw how many great players that Louis faced, and he was able to prevail against all of them.
Yeah, and of course, he's got an opponent he has to be able to defeat to make it into that finals. We've got Leonardo Bononomi, who were able to feature in the top 8 match. Really, really nicely played against Giuseppe Musco to be able to take him down. But of course, he wasn't the only trainer that Leonardo ended up taking down in his run so far. And there we go, an X1 record in that phase 1 as well as Louis.
Yeah, look at all of those players and the teams that he has faced. You know, I see some standout names like Fabian Brown, who was doing incredibly well yesterday. And similar to Louis, Leonardo faced a big range of opponents, and having that flexibility and that skill and knowledge to be able to prevail against all of them just goes to show how strong of a player was. And I still remember his match in that last top 8 where the best of 3 against Giuseppe. That was so great to watch.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Any standouts that you can see there? I think for me it's the Tyranitar, which seems surprising given how strong of a Pokemon Tyranitar is. It just doesn't tend to be in the Regulation I format.
Yeah, Tyranitar, I think in this format has been a little bit power creep. There's just too many very strong Pokemon like the Urshifu, which just ignores Protect, and it forces that Tyranitar to go for the Terra. And now let us take a look at Leonardo's journey today and the games that he has placed, and he's only lost once in that final Swiss round against Mark Mulenda. And then, of course, because of his incredible record, he got a bye and faced Giuseppe again.
Yeah,
not again, just faced once.
But look how many Shadow Rider and Zamazentas he's ended up facing while also using Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. That is obviously something you need to be prepared for if you are opting into the most common restricted duo. You will also face the most common restricted duo and therefore need that game plan into it. And it seems like he's got his game plan sourced out because of all of these phase 2 teams that he's faced, they've all been Calyrex Zamazenta wins, and the only one that he lost was not that. It was a Miraidon and Zamazenta instead.
Yeah, that's just an incredible player run. And I know a lot of players say, oh, when you have Calyrex Zamazenta versus Calyrex Zamazenta, it's just a mirror match. It's only the speed ties that matter. But actually, no. The way you train your Pokemon, the way you decide what moves they use in the battle actually can give you an edge in the game. And we've seen a lot of players, not take those risks with the speed ties, playing the safe option to make sure that they don't need to make that risk.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is going to be paying off here in this top 4 match as well, if they are going to be taking those risks or not. We can see our trainers on the screen there. Leonardo is going to be on the left, Louis Fonvier is going to be on the right, and we're going to be getting into the match very, very shortly. There's Caridon, Alex Rider versus Zamazenta Shadow Rider. I'm not sure which one I give the advantage to.
Yeah, it's really interesting because as you called out earlier, Leonardo's only loss today was to a non-Calyrex Zamazenta team, and Louis is rocking a non-Calyrex Zamazenta team. This really cool Caridon team that, he piloted masterfully all the way into the top 4. And I just really, I think it's the lone Caridon team we've got left now. And just goes to show Caridon's still an incredibly strong Pokemon. Our players are getting ready for the game. We can see their accomplishments up on the screen. Leonardo Players Cup finalist, 2-time, and then Lion Special Event Champion and 2-time World's Top 32. Louis, of course, a more recent player to the Masters division, but an incredibly accomplished player in the Seniors division.
Yeah, was able to reach the finals of EUIC last year in that senior division, and as mentioned, has just aged up this season and is on an absolute tear this season. And by a mile now has secured his World Championship invite in his first season in Masters, and maybe wants to get a second invite in that direct invitation if he is able to take the title.
Yeah, it's a good, sense of pride that you've both won the regional and you're very secure to your World's invite. But now let us take a look at Leonardo's team. It is going to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Chien-Pao, Dragonite, Raging Bolt, and Amoonguss.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out is that the 2 teams that are currently being used in this top 4 are the 2 teams that got top 4 at the World Championships. It was Montana Mott that was able to get top 4 with this team, and Hirofumi Kirima was able to get it with Louis' team as well. Of course, they didn't face each other, got knocked out, but that's just quite an interesting observation, I think, that we're still in top 4, showing how consistent both of these teams are.
Well, it's not hard to see why. This team is just so strong. That Chen Pao with the Assault Vest gives it a lot of longevity, and it ends up supporting its teammates a little bit more. But of course, it still puts out so much offensive pressure with the combination of Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, and Ruination. A really unique move, which means that you can actually really ignore all the defense boosts from your opponents. You can just take away half of their health each time. And with the Icy Wind, you end up giving it a second form of speed control. Of course, there's 2 physical attackers in that Inner Focus Dragonite and the Zamazenta that's able to take advantage of the Sword of Ruin ability from Chen Pao. And of course, Louis is not going to be making it easy for Leonardo. Louis rocking that really strong Sun Core of Koraidon and Calyrex. And we will see Louis' team up on the screen very shortly. So there we go. There is Louis' Ice Rider Calyrex and Koraidon, Incineroar, Smeargle, Landorus, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, you were saying how impactful Ruination was put on the Assault Vest Chen Pao, and Smeargle, even though it's not rocking that Assault Vest, it's stolen the classic item from Chen Pao and stolen one of its signature moves that the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon do end up having. Ruination, a really cool addition onto this Smeargle. It can really be disruptive, even though it's not running all 4 of its common moves. Spore and Follow Me are basically guaranteed on Smeargle, and you don't often actually get a protecting move on the Smeargle, but this one does, and therefore you can get much more opportunities for those ever so interesting, let's say, moody boosts.
Yeah, this Smeargle puts on actually a fair bit of offensive pressure because it can just take away half the health of an opposing Pokemon, including an incredibly bulky Restricted. So this is going to be such a great match. So make some noise for our top 4 between Louis and Leonardo. Leo is going to be leading with his Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta versus Louis' Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, normally I'd talk about faking out the Zamazenta here and setting up Trick Room, but that is not an option because this Smeargle is the unique one that does not have access to fake outs. And going for Follow Me could keep the Calyrex safe from a body press, but of course there's no Wide Guard either available on the Smeargle. Astral Barrage could easily be clicked by this Calyrex. So we're very likely going to be seeing that defensive terrestrialization from the Calyrex, because now with the Smeargle assisting it, there's not really going to be too many ways that Trick Room can be stopped here.
Yeah, Calyrex Ice Rider is much more bulky compared to its Shadow Rider counterpart. Looks like actually Shadow Rider Calyrex does not want anything to do with it. Switches in Amoonguss, so Leonardo trying to read a fake-out Trick Room play and ensure that if Trick Room does get set up, the Amoonguss gets to move first. And now Louis' Calyrex is so pressured, it goes for that Terra Fairy to make sure that it does not get hit super effectively by those Astral Barrages that are no longer on the field. And Smeargle keeping itself safe this turn with a spiky shield, trying to bait a body press onto it. The body press does go off into the Smeargle, so the Zamazenta will be taking a little bit of recoil damage from that spiky shield, and Calyrex sets up Trick Room, which means this Amoonguss is going to have a field day in this Trick Room.
Yeah, I mentioned Trick Room was going up this turn, and I think that's probably not actually the most ideal thing given the Amoonguss switched in. Very nicely done from Leonardo there. Not going particularly on the offensive with the Calyrex, recognizing, well, there's just the defensive translation, the Fairy, therefore Astral Barrage won't be as effective as I'd like. Let's get the Amoonguss in because I'm pretty confident you're going for Trick Room, and now we've got the Spore Pressure available on the Amoonguss. The Smeargle has just gone for Spiky Shield, so if you want to go for a Sport into that slot, that is completely uncontested. The Zamazenta could also just then go for Wide Guard, and nothing would be stopping. Just Spore into the Smeargle or into the Calyrex if you would like as well, but Wide Guard would keep the Amoonguss safe from those potential Glacial Lances that come out, and then it's just Leech Seed that could be doing something here.
And now Spore is going to put this Calyrex to sleep, which indicates that the Zamazenta is going to try and go on the offensive. So Calyrex now taking its very first turn of sleep there. Meanwhile, Smeargle responds with its own Spore and puts Zamazenta to sleep as well. So Zamazenta also taking a little bit of a snooze this turn.
Yeah, prioritizing stopping any of the Leech Seeds or maybe the Glacial Lance coming out into the Amoonguss there. Unfortunately, my Italian is not the greatest, and someone else will have to keep track of the Moody boosts, unfortunately. Maybe we'll just see when the damage comes through and surprises us. But yeah, interesting choice not to Spore the Smeargle there. The Charge Bomb actually quite nice here because it's hitting the super effective into the Fairy.
Yeah, the Sludge Bomb now. Among Us actually being more of a offensive option, and Calyrex takes its second turn of sleep, while Smeargle now goes on the offense with Ruination taking away half of this bulky Zamazenta's health, and Zamazenta also takes that second turn of sleep. Meanwhile, Calyrex is going to get a little bit of health back from that leftovers, and now both the Calyrex and the Zamazenta have taken 2 turns of sleep. There's a good chance they'll wake up.
Yeah, it's highly likely that we'll see at least one of them wake up here. You still got the opportunity to go for a spawn to the Smeargle that's actually doing what it does best here with all its shenanigans. It's put the Zamazenta to sleep. It's done half damage to the Zamazenta as well because of the unique move choice of the Ruination. And that's going to be putting it in range of some attacks like Leech Seed. We'll only need a few extra turns now to be able to get that KO, rather than from full HP waiting 8 turns to be able to do it. We'll have to see if there's going to be any wake-ups this turn, and it's not going to be a Smeargle going to sleep this turn because it is spiky shielding.
Smeargle keeping itself safe from a spiky shield, trying to bait a body press onto it. Among Us continues on the offense with a Sludge Bomb onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. The Calyrex wakes up and responds with a super effective Glacial Lance that knocks the Among Us all the way down to 25 health. And Zamazenta, does that wake up this turn? No, it does not. It takes the full 3 turns of sleep, but it also does mean it's guaranteed to wake up next turn.
Yeah, and it also can't be put to sleep on this final turn of Trick Room now by the Smeargle. The speed boosts might have come into play if I have ended up missing them, depending on what the speed order will be. But the Zamazenta being guaranteed to wake up this turn is very nice. This is obviously the last turn of Trick Room. You've got a guaranteed Spore from your Among Us into that Smeargle slot if you would like, but you could also consider going for the Spore into the Calyrex now that's waking up, maybe forcing a Follow Me from the Smeargle if you wanted to keep that Calyrex safe, because obviously in the last turn of Trick Room, this is Among Us' last opportunity to be moving first and get that Spore off.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Among Us really has to pick its targets very, very carefully. Does it want to stop the Glacial Lance, or does it want to shut down the Smeargle? That's proving to be actually incredibly annoying with the Ruination, but Calyrex does not want to risk getting put to sleep on the final turn of Trick Room and keeps itself nice and safe with a Protect. But Among Us reads and goes for the Sludge Bomb onto the Smeargle, bringing it all the way down to its Focus Sash and gets the poison. But does the Zamazenta now go for the follow-up Body Press into the Smeargle? First, Smeargle will go for the Ruination, taking only a little bit of health away from Zamazenta, but Zamazenta is now all the way down to the red, but the Body Press follow-up finally removes this Smeargle from the field. But I think the Smeargle's done its job.
Yeah, it did so much damage to the Zamazenta. Imagine us saying that.
Smeargle.
Smeargle did so much damage to a Zamazenta. But yeah, that's what the Ruination is for, right? The Trick Room is over, and now that actually might be a little bit more beneficial for Louis, because Among Us was actually quite disruptive in that Trick Room. Now that it's over, you can bring in whatever's waiting in the back, outspeed the Among Us, and go for the KO here. It's apparently the Landorus that was waiting in the back for Louis, and now the Zamazenta being so low as well, you could knock that out with any attack that you want to go for. It might need to be a Leech Seed just to get around the potential of a Wide Guard, and actually Glacial Lance probably still isn't even enough to KO that Zamazenta, but a Glacial Lance and an Earth Power would KO the Zamazenta and the Among Us combined, because they're all so low because of the disruption that Smeargle was able to cause. And now the Landorus, I think, is a very, very nice switch in here, because with the Terra Fairy available on the Calyrex as well, Zamazenta won't be doing too much damage.
Looks like Landorus this turn going on the defense instead for the Protect instead, and now the Among Us also trying to keep itself safe with a Protect. So what does the Zamazenta go for? It does go for the Body Press, but that is not very effective into this Fairy-type Calyrex, and Calyrex goes for the Leech Seed onto this very low health Zamazenta, trying to get the double recovery there with the Leech Seed and the leftovers, and also trying to dodge a Wide Guard.
Yeah, and so that should be able to KO the Zamazenta next turn. Yeah, that is going to be in range. You saw how pitiful the Body Press was. That's exactly what Terra Fairy is used for on Calyrex. It completely fits the script. Zamazenta, theoretically on paper, should beat a Calyrex Ice Rider, but with Terra Fairy and Leech Seed, and all the help from the Ruination as well, it's able to completely flip that and be the counter to Zamazenta, which is very, very interesting here, and absolutely coming into play.
Yeah, Among Us now wanting to switch out and regain some health with that Regenerator ability. Dragonite coming in. So does the Zamazenta go for the Wide Guard? Yes, it does. Trying to keep its teammates safe from a super effective ×4 Ice-type Glacial Lance. And the Landorus now going for a Sludge Bomb and the Leech Seed follow-up into the Dragonite. This Calyrex is planting all the seeds of victory on the field there. It's going to get double recovery from both the Zamazenta and the Dragonite and the leftovers, and it's going to finish this turn incredibly healthy. Zamazenta now having its health, final bit of health sapped away by the Leech Seed, and Dragonite, of course, is no longer safe from those Glacial Lancers.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice cover from Louis there. If the Amoonguss had stayed in, Sludge Bomb KOs the Amoonguss because it is so low. Leech Seed just goes into the already seeded Zamazenta, but who cares because it is being KO'd by the previous Leech Seed. So covered everything that could happen on that turn. Very, very nicely done from Louis. And now you do get the Dragonite and the Calyrex in. We are out of Trick Room, so the Calyrex can just be firing off those Astral Barrages pretty uncontested. However, that Calyrex was pretty low and is now incredibly healthy and should be able to survive the combination of Extreme Speed and Astral Barrage. Maybe not if the Terrestrialization is used, because then you get the extra power on the Extreme Speed. That might be quite close, but we saw how much the Sludge Bomb did to the Dragonite as well. Because of that Leech Seed chip that's happened on the Dragonite as well, it might be in range of that attack. So do you consider maybe just locking the Calyrex into the Leech Seed with your Encore instead, rather than going for the Astral Barrage? Because if you go for the Astral Barrage and Calyrex wasn't KO'd, Glacial Lance would get that KO.
Yeah, Dragonite locks into the Extreme Speed onto the Landorus. Meanwhile, Encore from this Calyrex Shadow Rider, making sure that it does not get to do any damage with Glacial Lance, but the follow-up of Earth Power from this Landorus brings the Calyrex down so low onto this side. And looks like a Leech Seed failed into the Dragonite there because it's already been seeded. But that also means that this Calyrex is actually really going to go back almost to full health thanks to the Leech Seed combination and leftovers.
Yeah, if that Leech Seed would have gone into the Calyrex, that's a very easy Protect coming out from the Calyrex. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been a Protect because it's been Encored into Leech Seed, but still, it would be incredibly healthy and would be able to survive that attack, and then the Calyrex would be KO'd at the end of the turn. But because the Leech Seed failed into Dragonite, that's still open now for Leonardo. His Pokemon are losing their HP pretty quickly at this point, and it is really adding up. The Extreme Speed might have put the Landorus into range of Astral Barrage, maybe a Terra Ghost Astral Barrage, or if you Terrestrialize into normal, that should be able to pick up the KO. But the fact that this Calyrex Ice Rider has become so healthy means I'm not really seeing the easy way to break through it.
Yeah, there's really no way for the Shadow Rider to knock out this Ice Rider Calyrex in one hit. And actually, the Calyrex doesn't even want to be on the field this turn. It's going to get a recall for the Amoonguss, which has recovered a little bit of health thanks to its Regenerator ability. And actually, Louis is also going to recall his own Calyrex and bring in the Koraidon that's in the back. But because the Dragonite is still on the field, it's going to lose still more health this turn as well. And now the Sun is activated and Koraidon is having a very sunny time here.
Yeah, and so we're going to finally see that Terrestrialization. It's going to be into the normal typing. The Extreme Speed is going to be more damage. If this misses the knockout on the Landorus, I think Leonardo might be kicking himself for not doing this one turn earlier.
Yeah, now let's have a look. Landorus, however, just wanting to play it safe with a Protect. Which target did this Dragonite go for? It is into this Landorus. So a fantastic switch in from Louis there. Koraidon getting in for absolutely free. Also sapping away a bit more health from this Dragonite. And now this poor Amoonguss does not want to face this Koraidon without the option of Terror.
Yeah, the Terrestrialization being used there means that Flame Charge should just be enough to be able to knock out the Amoonguss, and that will put the Koraidon faster than the Calyrex, which has its Focus Sash broken. So I wouldn't be surprised if this Koraidon is just be able to sweep through the rest of the game. The Landorus should be in range of Extreme Speed. The Koraidon is likely to be in range of 2 Extreme Speeds, but I'm not sure it's going to be given the opportunity to get a second one. This is likely its last one. I would expect the Landorus, if it's targeted, to just be KO'd, but then Koraidon's able to get the Flame Charge into the Amoonguss, and then I guess that at that point you get a second Extreme Speed. But yeah, there we go. There's the Extreme Speed starting off. Is it just going to KO the Landorus? And yes, it is.
Yes, now Landorus is going to be knocked out, but that leaves this Koraidon free to go for an attack. And it will be a Flame Charge. Let's see which target this Koraidon goes for. It is the Dragonite. Dragonite gets knocked down. Does that mean that the Koraidon now is going to get put to sleep by a Spore from the Amoonguss? Because if it does, that might change the tide of battle. Yes, the Spore comes off. Koraidon now taking a little bit of sleep in the sunshine, while Amoonguss, you know, getting a bit of photosynthesis there and just helping out its whole team with putting everything to sleep.
Yeah, the Spore is nice, but I think the damage has pretty much been done at this point, because both Pokemon on Leonardo's side are in range of Glacial Lance. The Calyrex Shadow will move first, will not be strong enough, can't even Encore the Calyrex into Leech Seed or any of the other moves it has here. It's just going to be a Glacial Lance. There's no defensive terrestrialization available. Louis been able to position his Calyrex very, very nicely, and will clean up this lane with one more Glacial Lance.
Koraidon takes the first turn of sleep and is going to get knocked out by the Calyrex from that Psychic. But that does leave Louis free to go for a Glacial Lance, which will be a double knockout. First, Calyrex does get that Chilling Neigh boost, but now the Glacial Lance comes off and gets an easy double knockout, and Louis is going to win Game 1 here at the top 4 of the Prague Regional Championships.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like he initially got that momentum. It was basically a guaranteed Trick Room, but that was actually not ideal given the Amoonguss, but able to get through that Trick Room that he set for himself, and even out of Trick Room was in the correct position that he needed. It was very, very nicely done. The Smeargle put in a lot of work in that Trick Room. The Ruination was very important, because otherwise that Zamazenta would have stayed so healthy, would have taken like ages to be able to KO with the Leech Seed, because Glacial Lance does basically nothing to a Zamazenta. So yeah, Ruination was very, very important.
Yeah, a lot of Smeargles in this format don't carry any attacks, but in Louis' case, he put Ruination on it and allowed it to be actually an incredible offensive threat. And I remember in that first turn of Game 1, when the Amoonguss swapped in and the Trick Room went up, it kind of looked a little bit dicey for Louis there, because all of his Pokemon are at risk of getting put to sleep by this Amoonguss that will be moving first. But Louis allowed his Calyrex to be put to sleep, and the Smeargle became deceptively offensive because the Ruination just started taking away half health from all of his Pokemon. So incredibly, incredibly well played there from Louis. I was really impressed with the way he was able to just turn around the battle from what seemed to be not the greatest turn 1 start. And now the pressure is on Leonardo to try and win Game 2 to force a Game 3, or otherwise Louis will be advancing to the final. So here we go, Game 2. It is going to be Smeargle and Koraidon versus the Chien-Pao and Zamazenta.
Yeah, switch-ups for both here. Very, very interesting. Of course, the Smeargle still not access to Fake Out, so can't just go for Fake Out and Flame Charge into that opposing Chien-Pao. You could go for Follow Me and Flame Charge. That would be perfectly fine. You got the Clear Amulet available on the Koraidon, so even if the Chien-Pao went for Icy Wind to try and get a speed drop, that would not happen thanks to that item. So I think I still give this advantage to Louis, because the Koraidon definitely appreciates facing down this Chien-Pao and Zamazenta while it has the support next to it. If it didn't, then it's open to the Ice Spinner, and it's probably slower than the Zamazenta. It depends on the training between the two Pokemon, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. Both of these Pokemon seem to be trained pretty bulky, but the Smeargle is going to be nice and disruptive here. If you're able to get off a Spore, that would be very, very nice momentum for Louis, but I don't think there's space. I think you do need to protect this Koraidon from the opposing Chien-Pao's Ice Spinners, and maybe that massive body presses that can come out from the Zamazenta.
Yeah, I agree. The Chien-Pao is incredibly threatened. This is the Assault Vest set, so it can't even keep itself safe from an attack. And in its place is going to be that Choice Banded Dragonite. Koraidon does go for the Protect to try and keep itself safe, which means that if the Smeargle went for the Spore, no, Smeargle is going for the Spiky Shield. So a double Protect from Louis just to try and scout out what Leonardo is going to do. And the Zamazenta once again attempts to body press into the Smeargle and takes a little bit of recoil damage into the Spiky Shield for all of its troubles. And what boost was that?
I was paying attention. I think I've started to learn Italian a bit. I think I was special attack increase and defense drop there.
Oh, okay. So not useful.
But this is a very classic thing that ends up happening with this Koraidon Smeargle lead. You do just double protect if there's nothing stopping you and see how Moody falls. And it seems in this case it's not going to be particularly impactful. But that's
double Spiky Shield.
Yeah, wow.
Risky, but if it pays off, which it does, it looks like an extreme speed into the Smeargle. So Dragonite is going to take a little bit of recoil damage. What does this Zamazenta go for? First, Koraidon is going to go for, that looks like a low kick onto Zamazenta and deal so much damage. And the body press into Smeargle means that the Zamazenta has dealt 0 damage and is knocked almost down to the red.
Yeah, and that was special attacking increase and special defense decrease. Look at me learning languages very quickly there. But yeah, I think that the Spike Shield still makes sense there. Follow me just to guarantee it would be very nice. But the fact that the Spike Shield was gone for anyway was Louis calling that, well, Extreme Speed and Body Press is going to the Smiggle, so it makes no difference. Why not have a third chance to be able to actually keep my entire Smiggle around?
Yeah, now Zamazenta doesn't want to take any more damage and allows the Smeargle to be knocked all the way down to its Focus Sash by that Choice Banded Dragonite. What does this Koraidon go for? It looks like Koraidon has gone for an attack into this Zamazenta, and now this turn is kind of interesting. Oh, the Spore comes off into the Dragonite, so no more Extreme Speed, at least for the next turn. Louis in a very strong position.
That was speed.
Oh.
I recognize Velocita. That's got a speed
no.
boost. Oh, dear. So that means you can actually just go for Spore into Zamazenta if you would like here. Yeah, Leonardo trying to take a page out of Louis' book for going for a double protect and failing.
Dragonite now taking that first turn of sleep, and Smeargle going for the Ruination to take away half of this Dragonite's health. Koraidon follows up with a Flame Charge, getting ready for that Calyrex Shadow Rider that is in the back. And now this Koraidon is going to be the fastest thing on the field if that Dragonite doesn't wake up at the next turn and go for
another
extreme speed.
boost.
Oh no, this Smeargle now is riding a motorbike here.
Yeah, so now even if the Calyrex comes in, Smeargle and Koraidon outspeed it. So yeah, I think you do need to be relying on that first turn wake on the Dragonite, because if you get that off, you can extreme speed KO the Smeargle. The Sash is available on the Calyrex, so then you can go on the offensive with that as well. But if the Dragonite doesn't wake up here, then this Smeargle and the Koraidon could be able to combo together to stop this Calyrex. It could just be a Spore into the Calyrex to be able to put it to sleep, and then some massive damage could be coming out from this now Terrafire Koraidon.
Koraidon turning into the Fire type, that Ancient Pulse feeding into a Frenzy, and of course Leonardo responding with his own Terastallization onto the Calyrex, just getting ready to dish out enormous amounts of damage with that Astral Barrage. Does this Dragonite wake up? This turn doesn't only get a one-turn wake up. Smeargle now once again keeping itself safe with a Spiky Shield to try and see if the Dragonite wakes up. It does, and the Extreme Speed, however, goes into the Smeargle. So this Dragonite now once again takes a little bit of recoil damage from this Spiky Shield and allows Koraidon to get what looks like a flame. Oh, it's a Flare Blitz into the Dragonite, taking off its final remaining health, and allows Terra Ghost boosted for Astral Barrage from this Calyrex. How much damage does this do?
I think it needs to KO, because the Chien-Pao's the Assault Vest and it's waiting in the back, and that's going to be KO to anything the Koraidon would want to go for here. This needs to KO this Koraidon if Leonardo wants a chance.
All right, let's see. Can you do a Calyrex? Can you get the knockout? No! The Koraidon is able to comfortably survive, and now Smeargle gets a...
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter at this point. It got a speed drop. Now it's only +3 speed because it got 2 previous +2s to its speed. And in comes the Chien-Pao, and you can very, very safely KO that with your fighting type low kick, because the Terastallization has been used on the Calyrex. Now, it's just about, do you go for Follow Me and go for low kick into the Chien-Pao, and then you are definitely playing a 3v1, and which you probably should be able to take. Or do you consider just going for the Spore, because you've got those +3 speed boosts? You could very easily just Spore into the Calyrex and locate the Chien-Pao. The only thing that would stop that would be a Sucker Punch into the Koraidon. And you can only go for Sucker Punch if the Smeargle is going for Spore, but if it goes Follow Me and you go for Sucker Punch, that's also immediate game over. So there is a slight mind game that Leonardo has a chance to get back into this game with.
Yeah, now the Smeargle puts the Calyrex to sleep, so forces it to take that first turn of sleep. And now the Koraidon is going to get an attack off. That looks to be a Flare Blitz into the Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao just goes down in one hit, and all that's left is this sleeping Calyrex standing in Louis' way to victory. Koraidon, of course, does knock itself out from all the recoil, but Louis still has 2 healthy Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, clearly wants something else to be able to take this victory for him. Could have just gone for low kick there. I'm not really sure why he sacrificed the Koraidon. Just going
to be fancy.
Going into the finals in a blaze of glory, let's say, by going for the Flare. Again, who cares about the Moody boost at this point? Because we already got the impactful Moody boost. The fact that the speed boost happened, and again happened while not dropping it back down to +1, meant that you outsped this Calyrex here. You're able to just get the extra support now. Should just be a Ruination, should just be a Glacial Lance, and then you should now be in the finals.
And now Ruination takes off half of this Calyrex.
But
Calyrex wakes up, goes for the Astral Barrage. Can I get a critical hit on this Ice Rider Calyrex and get the knockout? All right, here we go. Terra Ghost, Astral Barrage coming off. Super effective into the Calyrex is not enough to get the knockout, and Calyrex now responds with a Trick Room just to make sure it gets the speed advantage, and the next turn clicking a single target Glacial Lance.
Yeah, the Trick Room there over the Glacial Lance was just covering if Ruination did miss, because of course if it connects in Glacial Lance, you just Glacial Lance whenever you want, and it seems like we're not even going to see that Glacial Lance. Leonardo has clicked the forfeit button. Louis Fonvier is your first finalist here in Prague.
Huge congratulations to Louis. What a masterfully played set. In that second game, he didn't reveal any of his back two Pokemon until the final turn. And even then, had he low-kicked...
Should have just low-kicked.
If he low-kicked the Gem Power, he wouldn't have had to reveal. But I think he just wanted to go out in style, wanting to show to the audience, hey, check out my Calyrex. That is also the star of this team. It also deserves some time in the limelight.
No, the star was the Smeargle. Come on, let's be real. We don't want that to be the case, but it was the case, right? Because game one, those Ruinations meant that Zamazenta, a Pokemon that should beat a Smeargle and a Calyrex Ice Rider every single day. No, it didn't.
Smeargle beat Zamazenta.
It took 75% damage from the Smeargle because it got 2 Ruinations off into it. And then the second game, of course, going for the Protects, getting all those Moody boosts. As soon as you get that speed boost, that's the one. It's a 1 in 5 chance to get that speed boost, but as soon as you get it, all the momentum goes on your side.
Yeah, it's just so scary facing down the Smeargle. I really like this version of Smeargle with the Ruination. We've seen, say, Victor's Smeargle, which doesn't do any damage, but it's a lot more supportive. This Smeargle is a little bit more offensive, which is kind of funny to say, oh, it's an offensive Smeargle, but with Ruination, which is a real offensive threat, stealing Chien-Pao's signature move there and just being able to just heavily counter the Zamazenta. And you see the Calyrex Shadow Rider trying its absolute best, but just not quite able to make it once the Ice Rider Calyrex went for the Terra Fairy type. And that Ice Rider Calyrex, even though it's naturally the slower horse in this race, just proved itself to be the superior horse.
Yeah, it did seem to be there. And then the Koraidon and Smeargle coming out in the game too did almost all of the work in that end game. Able to get so much damage with the Koraidon. Excellent support coming out from the Smeargle. And yeah, there we go. Louis making his way into another finals. It was previously in the senior division. It was in the USC, a fantastic accomplishment. But now he's in a Masters division final in his first season in Masters. He is 1 game away from being able to become a regional champion at such a young age.
That is an incredible achievement. So many Masters players are really, getting into that final stage is already difficult enough, and Louis being able to get there in his first year of Masters, but it also just goes to show the experience that he has accumulated throughout the senior stage. A lot of seniors are, when we watch their games, they are really at the level of Masters, and having started at such a young age and being able to, gain all of that experience, having really grown up with Pokemon, just goes to show that with all that experience, he was able to then translate that into a victory into the finals here.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's been able to use that experience in all of his other matches as well. And a really interesting pick of the team as well, because yes, this was a team that made top 4 at the World Championships, but it was piloted by Hirofumi Kumura, who is a very, very good player that was able to just have so many good showings. And then Louis is able to take that team, a very unconventional team, and make it into the finals. So yeah, very, very good showing from him.
That was such a thrilling top 4 game. And now our second top 4 game will be underway very, very shortly. So stay with us and we will be back incredibly shortly with the next top 4 match.
Hello Pokemon trainers, it's time to check the forecast and review the weather that could make an appearance in your next Pokemon battle, as sometimes the very battlefield itself can decide the outcome of the match. Today we're diving into the 4 major weather conditions in Pokemon VGC: sun, rain, sand, and snow. Each one brings unique effects, boosts specific Pokemon, and creates exciting strategies that can turn the tide of battle. Let's start by turning up the heat with sun. This scorching weather is normally activated by abilities such as Drought or Orichalcum Pulse, as seen on Torkoal, Ninetales, Groudon, or Koraidon. It can, however, be manually set up using the move Sunny Day. In intense sunlight, Fire-type moves are boosted by 50%, while Water-type moves are weakened. This means Pokemon like Ogerpon, Hearthflame, or Incineroar hit harder in the sun, while Rain teams take a huge hit to their offensive capabilities. Sunlight also activates some powerful abilities. Chlorophyll doubles a Pokemon's speed, which enables Pokemon like Venusaur or Jumpluff to zoom past opponents with their disruptive Sleep Powder attacks. Solar power has also been seen, giving Pokemon like Charizard a special attack boost, but at the cost of some HP. Most critically though for Paradox Pokemon from the ancient past, the sun activates their photosynthesis ability, enabling them to get a boost to something powerful like their attack or speed. From sunny skies to storm clouds, let's talk about one of the most dominant weather conditions in the competitive video game, rain. Set by Drizzle from Pelipper or Kyogre, or with the move Rain Dance, this downpour boosts Water-type moves by 50% while weakening Fire-type attacks. Water-type Pokemon, like Urshifu Rapid Strike, Kyogre, and Dondozo, can really take advantage of this extra damage, so watch out for a Surging Strike or Water Spout raining on your parade. Another danger is the utility of speed control. Pokemon with Swift Swim, like Kingdra and Basculegion, become lightning fast, outspeeding almost everything on the field. Rain also provides accuracy coverage on moves like Hurricane from Pelipper or the spread attack Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus, giving trainers a little breathing room when locking into these moves. Next, let's kick up a storm with sand. A sandstorm can be summoned by abilities like Sandstream from Tyranitar or manually set up using the move Sandstorm. Once active, it damages all non-rock, ground, and steel-type Pokemon at the end of each turn, chipping away at their HP. Additionally, Rock-type Pokemon gain a 50% special defense boost in the sand, making bulky Pokemon like Tyranitar even harder to take down. And let's not forget Pokemon with Sand Rush, like Excadrill, which doubles its speed in the sand, turning it into a terrifying sweeper. Sand Veil has also been utilized on Garchomp in the past, to raise its evasion in the sand, while Sand Force also allows Pokemon to thrive in the storm, boosting ground, rock, and steel-type moves. Finally, let's cool off with Snow. Introduced in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet as an upgrade to Hail, this icy weather is triggered by Snow Warning from Pokemon like Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales. Unlike the old Hail, Snow doesn't chip away at non-Ice-type Pokemon, but instead it grants Ice-type Pokemon a 50% boost to their defense. This makes previously fragile Ice-type Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales or Frostmoth far more durable. Plus, Pokemon with Slush Rush, like Alolan Sandslash, double their speed in the snow, turning them into rapid attackers. Moves like Blizzard also gain perfect accuracy, making it a go-to option for heavy damage output. Even just imagining an Articuno going for Blizzard in the snow is enough to send shivers down your spine. Each weather condition in Pokemon VGC brings a unique set of effects. Whether you're harnessing the raw power of the sun, the relentless surge of rain, the harsh bite of sand, or the icy resilience of snow, understanding weather mechanics is key to mastering competitive battles. Don't forget though, these effects only last naturally for 5 turns on the field, meaning you have to move fast to make the most of them. So next time you build a team, ask yourself, how can weather work in your favor? Thanks for tuning in, and good luck in your future battles.
Now that we have been able to find out who one of our finalists is, it is now time to find who will be joining them in the grand finals here at the Prague Regional Championships. I am Lou Akjosh-Kromi. I'm joined by Marcus Hamann to take you through the next top 4 match.
Yeah, only 2 games left. Now, the only games going on in the hall are these, our final top cut matches. All eyes on the competition. Only 3 players left in the tournament, and one of them is going to be the Prague Regional Champion.
That's the thing, we've whittled it down from hundreds of competitors to only 3 remaining. We have to find out between Victor Medina or Simone Sanvito who is going to be joining Louis in that grand final.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the bracket just to see how things worked out here in Prague. We had 8 players making it that far. Mark Mullender, one of the top seeds there, falling short against Louis, who then also managed to beat Leonardo and is now waiting the finals.
Exactly, and Victor Medina having an absolute stellar run throughout this tournament. I believe the only loss that Victor has taken this tournament so far was against Leonardo Bononomi, who we've already seen being knocked out. So if he is able to advance, he won't be having a rematch. He'll be up against a new competitor in the form of Louis.
Absolutely, yeah, incredible. Also, let's not forget Livio Sandberg, very, very consistent up-and-coming player, doing really well here with, I believe, their first top cut at a major tournament, but falling short against Simone Sanvito in a 3-game set.
Exactly. Again, when you see things go to a game 3, you know that there must have been so many moves and counter moves, twists and turns within the storyline. So Simone having a hard-fought battle to get there, but Victor was able to get through his top 8 game in that 2-0. So incredible matches from all of our trainers. And now I know we've got another close call coming up.
Absolutely, 2 incredible players that are, a little bit, I would say, different in their styles sometimes, how they approach the game, but they are no strangers to the big scene. The first one being Simone Sanvito from Italy, of course, representing and keeping the hopes alive of that community to claim yet another regional championship title. And Simone has had an excellent run so far in this tournament.
Exactly. Simone Sanvito, a trainer who has won European international titles, who has won regional titles as well before, has had an incredible run through this tournament. We were lucky enough to be able to showcase Simone yesterday as well in one of their Swiss rounds, of which they were victorious.
Absolutely. And, well, they were victorious in most of their rounds. In fact, if we have a look at how they did in the phase 1 of the tournament, only losing there to Mark Mullender in the very last round of phase 1 in Swiss.
And a lot of the matchups that Simone had to go through here are so interesting. Yes, you've got a lot of that Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider core, a core that he's going to have to take down Victor Medina in order to advance into the finals. But there's a whole host of different restricteds in there as well. The Terrapagos, Kyogre, Zacian, and also that Koraidon as well.
Yeah, I believe it was Swiss round 4 that we got to see Simone play on the stream against Rahim. A very close set, but in the end, Simone managed to come out on top. And then, all the way down to round 7, was still undefeated. Then taking the first loss, but Simone bounced back in phase 2.
And being able to deal with some, veterans of the competition. Francesco Piopero, again, a trainer who has had lots of incredible Pokemon history and accolades behind them, and a fellow, teammate of Simone as well, being from Italy. It's fantastic to see those plays. But then moving into the Swiss phase 2 part, having to take down trainers like Giovanni Panarello, Philip and Jude as well. Fantastic roster here.
Yeah, only losing to Maddie in another one of those Calyrex and Zamazenta mirror matches. Then beating Livio in top 8, and now Simone is in top 4. Yet again, a player that has done it many, many times. And is ready to claim another title.
Has the dealing in his hand as well, as we're advancing through the spring season here in Europe, maybe hoping that that's going to help sweep through into the victory. He's a trainer who you can see how much it means to him to be able to battle through this. Sometimes his confidence is not always at the level that it should be based on the caliber of play, but coming into this top 4 with the record that he's had throughout Prague so far, you've got to be feeling confident.
Absolutely, yeah. Simone, a player that has been around in the scene for 10 years now at this point. And remember how he started, and now to see where it went, of course, something that he can be incredibly proud of. But he is going to go up against none other than Victor Medina, one of the best players in the world, probably, arguably, maybe the best player who has never won a championship, but maybe today is the day where this streak will end. Well, he had a perfect streak on phase 1, going undefeated there, Lou.
Yes, an incredible phase 1 of competition, undefeated, constantly taking down so many games. And I remember when I spoke to him after, I think it was Swiss round 6, at that point he hadn't lost a game either. So consistent right from start, and now it's going to be whether it's going to be consistent all the way to the finish line, possibly getting that first place medal at the end. But again, so many different teams that he's had to come up against here.
Yeah, and he has already taken down Matteo and Ruben, 2 Calyrex Zamazenta specialists from Italy. This is also the matchup that he will face now against Simone Sanvito, so maybe having a little bit of experience in how to approach it.
Yeah, a lot of the same kind of Pokemon popping up there. Raging Bolt and Amoonguss, for example. The Chi-Empower, one of the, I think, the rising stars of the non-restricted options coming through here in Prague. So Victor has experience against these types of archetypes, and victorious experience at that.
But then in phase 2, Victor had to suffer his first loss against Leonardo Bononomi. And if we have a closer look at this team, this is in fact the exact same 6 Pokemon that Simone San Vito is running. So now Victor will have to play against the team that has given him his only loss so far in the tournament.
See, this could be good or bad, depending how you look at it. It could be, bad in the sense of, hey, clearly the team is good into Victor's. It has a way of beating him and his unstoppable Calyrex. But at the same time, having experience against it and being reflective, looking at how you lost, looking at how you would have adjusted to be able to get that victory can enable him to now find a way through Simone's playstyle.
Absolutely. And, well, it's one of those where you don't really know, well, playing against opponents on the same team, they're from the same region, you could expect maybe they're working together.
Maybe.
But at the same time, they're also part of different teams, so maybe they haven't shared what was going on in those games. So, yeah, that is something that Victor will have to kind of figure out here.
Yeah, they're going to be putting all of their expertise and experience together. They're going to pull all of the wisdom that they have to be able to try and get into the grand finals. Everything is focused. I love how Simone also has the Dragonites on the table because Dragonite is in the team, as you said there, Marcus.
Absolutely. Dragonite, one of the big innovations from the World Championships last year that we had, and it was doing so well there. Also, Montana Mott bringing that team to top 4, and Victor also, well, he was in the top 8 of that tournament. So yeah, just really shows the consistency of these players. Simone with, I believe, a top 32 was also able to take it very far. Now he was able to take it even further. Simone, a 3-time regional champion, an EUIC champion, world's top 16, and also most recently winning the Gdansk Regional Championships in this season.
And this really is the key difference between these trainers. Simone, you can see, has the word champion multiple times on his accolade roster, whereas Victor Medina, so many incredible accomplishments, top 8 world championships twice, top 4 NAIC, but then finalists, both at prestigious events, but hasn't been able to say champion yet. Could this be, Marcus, his day?
Yeah, that's what he is hoping for. That's what his supporters are hoping for, but Simone San Vito, being one of the best players in the world, of course, is going to be a very big challenge for Victor and his team that we have seen quite a few times. Well, we didn't actually get to see the Zamazenta too often, but it is all about this Calyrex Shadow Rider supported by Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. And then if you really need it, and I think this might be one of those matchups where you could need it, Raging Bolt is also there to provide some extra damage.
I think as well Zamazenta might be a call coming into this. When I spoke to Victor yesterday, he said having that wide guard is critical in the Calyrex Shadow Mirrors because that way you can stop Astral Barrages from hurting your own Calyrex. So possibly in order to keep it safe, he might need Zamazenta and that wide guard on the field.
Yeah, wide guard definitely going to play a role. Even if it's not the Zamazenta, Smeargle also has wide guard. And yeah, Astral Barrage, of course, is the big story of this matchup. Now, notably, of course, Victor is running that Life Orb Terra Dark on the Calyrex. And so when we will get to see Simone's team in a second there, we will get to see the Focus Sash variant over on the other side. So that already changes quite a bit in how this matchup is played. Simone and Victor, both of them, they know how much this means and how important this game is. The double Dragonite, love to see it there. And there we have that Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Focus Sash, of course. We saw Leonardo Bononomi so masterfully use it earlier in a very similar matchup against Pepe Musico, where the Calyrex with Encore can shut down the opposing Calyrex if it tries to go for the Nasty Plot setup. And then also if Calyrex decides to go for the Terrestrialization over on the other side, then of course you have your Dragonite potentially. So yeah, there's quite a lot of different things that both players need to consider. But yeah, with the Dragonite, that was kind of the counter to this matchup. This is why it is on the team. So let's see if Simone will make it a triple Dragonite. 2 already on the desk, maybe 1 in the battle.
We'll have to see then if we be quadruple if one does come out in force. I think as well, the Encore, as you said, it can create these beautiful pin opportunities, but I also like the Ruination on that Chi and Pao. We just saw in our previous top 4 game, Louis used Ruination on his Smeargle to absolute fantastic success, doing 75% eventually to a Zamazenta. That is one of those Pokemon that is a little bit bulkier, a little bit harder to get through. Maybe Ruination is going to be key here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the key Pokemon for Simone are the Qianpao, Zamazenta, Calyrex, and Dragonite. We saw kind of the same mode from Leonardo earlier, but now it's time to head into this top 4 in Prague. Let's see it. Wow, Incineroar and Smeargle.
Out front and center, Victor keeping those restricteds nice and safe for now if they are indeed in the back. But we're going to see these coming out as our leads. Zamazenta and the Chien Pao out there for Simone, though.
Wow, this seems like a very, very deliberate preparation here coming in from Victor. This is not something that you go in like kind of on a freestyle. He has played against similar teams before, and he was struggling against Leonardo early in the tournament. So by going for Incineroar and Smeargle, he's saying, well, already there's a little bit of Intimidate going on. That's helpful. But I have the double Fake-Out pressure, but I will not use the double Fake-Out. But I can use this to go for a Fake-Out and Spore into this Assaultless Chien Pao.
That's the thing with both Fake-Out options. You have the utility of which Pokemon can go for that flinch and which can then have that support. And Smeargle, being the perfect support Pokemon with that Spore, can now slow down Simone's pace of play. Chien Pao gonna flinch from the Fake-Out. Zamazenta goes for that Heavy Slam. It does find its mark on the Smeargle, but it's not going to be able to take it down to its Focus Sash, leaving Smeargle in the prime position to go for that Spore.
Yeah, the Chien Pao over on Simone's side actually is the Terra Ground. Not the Terra Ghost, so this Fake Out and Spore play only works against this very, very specific variant of Chien Pao. And, well, Victor, a player that was trying to make the safe plays all the time, now already going for the Spore kind of tells me that, well, he's willing to take some chances in this matchup because he feels like he has to in order to come out on top here. Now, there was no knockout on Incineroar with a body press, so, yeah, I think maybe Follow Me is an option from the Smeargle, but you could also just go for another Spore, maybe get some more sleep rolls in there, and even if Zamazenta knocks out Incineroar, you can maybe capitalize on that then by bringing in your Calyrex Shadow Rider.
I think Incineroar, benefiting from the fact Smeargle is so tempting on the field there with those Spores, it forces Zamazenta to have to go for that Heavy Slam and remove it from play. Therefore, the Incineroar didn't have to worry about taking that body press. It's going to add a little bit of insult to injury to this poor Chien Pao by going for that parting shot.
Yeah, now this sets up for a Calyrex joining the field and then Incineroar joining the field yet again, and then you have Fake Out onto the Chien Pao potentially and Nasty Plot, or you could also go for a parting shot. I mean, if you're confident that Chien Pao will stay asleep. However, if you go for that line, then you don't even have to rely on sleep turns. However, you could also go into Zamazenta, hope that Chien Pao stays asleep, and then maybe capitalize on it that way. I think both are valid options. Maybe now Victor also debating Incineroar coming in, you have the Fake Out and Nasty Plot. Or you go for Zamazenta and try to go for some body presses.
That's the thing. Victor does have the utility to bring in one of these Pokemon from the back. He's hovering over. Is it Zamazenta? Is it Incineroar? He needs to start thinking turns ahead to what is going to enable him that success.
Absolutely. So it seems like it's going to be that Incineroar, or is he switching his mind? Well, this is a key moment in the battle already. Yeah, it's not a position that he has been in before. I think this is a last-minute kind of adaptation to what he was expecting from Simone, but okay, it is Incineroar joining the field.
This does give you a little bit of flexibility. The Intimidate is always nice, particularly down into that Chien Pao, and you then have the utility to go for that Fake Out. The question is, those sleep turns are ticking away. Chien Pao's going to wake up soon.
Yeah, it could, but if you go for the Fake Out, if you really want this Chien Pao to not move this particular turn, then you could go for the Fake Out. Yeah, again, Victor not really knowing how to maneuver this one, because you don't want to rely on the sleep turn, but maybe you have to.
I mean, you can see the temptation here with the Calyrex as well, going for that Nasty Plot, utilizing the fact that you have that Fake Out support to try and get your Calyrex nicely boosted up. But the issue is, if you don't maybe go for a Terrestrialization on that Calyrex, a Sucker Punch is going to come through eventually. Fake Out, landing onto that Zamazenta critically though here, as Chien Pao still sleeps. A sigh of relief here for that Calyrex.
Yeah, and very important to note that Chien Pao moved before a Calyrex. Now, I don't really think that it was trying to go for a Sucker Punch, because, yeah, the Nasty Plot is quite obvious. So I think this indicates that, once again, this is a really, really fast Chien Pao, and the Calyrex that Victor was using, we were talking about it earlier, tends to be a modest nature, so boosting its special attack, but at the cost of speed. So Chien Pao might be faster here, and yeah, this could be important going into the later turns of this battle.
Of course, that means you don't have to rely on the Sucker Punch, and you can play around the Dark Terrestrialization a little bit as well. Maybe go for something like the Ice Spinner, or even you could just go for that Ruination, get some good damage out on the board.
Yeah, or Icy Wind, of course, is great for speed control. One of the key innovations that Simone and his team building group were bringing to Worlds, also still on this Chien Pao, but of course it has to wake up.
Let's have a look. Still sleeping, unfortunately. Come on, Chien Pao. This is top 4 in Prague. Calyrex can capitalize on this, though, by going for that Astral Barrage. It's going to find its mark on both the opposing Pokemon. Oh, Zamazenta goes down. That Nasty Plot boost really paying off to give it that extra damage, but Chien Pao, being that Dark type, is still in play. Incineroar, however, may be in a position to, you know, get the KO.
Yeah, big play there by Victor. Also, very notably, not going for the Terrestrialization, because he is expecting Dragonite will be in the back for Simone, and he wants to stay Ghost type at all costs.
I think that's great. You know, forward thinking, you don't want to give up your immunity to a potential extreme speed that Dragonite likes to lean into.
Absolutely. And then you have Zamazenta now in the back. That can provide wide guard against your opponent's Calyrex Shadow Rider that you have to expect is in the back for Simone. And then that way you don't even have to go for that terrestrialization. Now, I have to be honest though, this Chien Pao with Sucker Punch, that could still be quite threatening onto Calyrex. I don't know. It is at -4 now, I think. But yeah, Sucker Punch still a powerful move. Calyrex is going to outspeed. So, yeah, Sucker Punch and Psychic could get the knockout, even if you don't go for the Terra. But maybe in this range, you're like, okay, well, I'm so far ahead already. I have the boosts, I have the setup. I can't afford to go for this Terra Dark. But yeah, this is going to be a very, very important turn now.
I mean, the name of the game is protect that Calyrex, and Incineroar has done everything it can to weaken the potential of that Sucker Punch coming through. But we're going to see terrestrialization on the stage. It is going to be onto that Calyrex, maybe not wanting to risk any potential Sucker Punch coming through. So you're going and turning into that Dark type. It also helps you in the face of an Astral Barrage or a Psychic. It's going to be completely immune now. Really good defensive play on Victor's side. Chien Pao does finally wake up. Thank you for joining the battle as it goes for that Ruination, leaving the Calyrex completely alone, and instead taking a leaf out of our previous top 4 book and taking the Zamazenta down to 50%.
Yeah, great play there, I think, by Simone, not falling for the terrestrialization there. Now Astral Barrage will knock out Chien Pao, giving yet another boost to Victor's Calyrex Shadow Rider. But now this Dragonite can join the field, or presumably it's going to be Dragonite. I mean, we don't have confirmation yet, but with the Terra Normal can inflict a lot of damage onto this Calyrex. So it might look difficult, but, well, Calyrex still super healthy. Over on the other side for Simone, still has the Focus Sash intact and has that speed advantage. Well, with that Ruination, maybe Zamazenta also in range of a boosted Astral Barrage, so you could also think about going for a Terra Ghost here, Astral Barrage, if you expect Zamazenta not to go for Wide Guard.
Just for that additional bit of damage. I mean, in terms of the Calyrex, Victor's looking pretty comfortable. You have the Wide Guard support, and as a Dark type, you can't even be hit by the Psychic there. So Calyrex against Calyrex are looking quite nice, but that Dragonite is now in play, and if it wants to go for that powerful extreme speed, it can now hit that Calyrex.
Yeah, thanks to the Terra Dark and Wide Guard combination, of course, if Victor wants, he can ensure that Simone's Calyrex Shadow Rider can do no damage to his own for this turn. However, of course, we've seen it before, Calyrex doesn't have to attack, can also maybe try and mess up your opponent's board position with Encore.
Well, let's see what's happening. First of all, that Dragonite, the trusty Dragonite that Simone has been championing, is going to take the Sparkles to the stage and turn into a normal type. This is such a classic combination. It's tried and true. Extreme speed with that Choice Band. Zamazenta locking in the Wide Guard. This is perfect to protect it from that Calyrex, but it is going to make things more difficult with this Dragonite. The extreme speed comes through. Who's it targeting?
Oh, going into the Zamazenta, actually. Okay. Saying that, okay, well, I'm a normal type now. I can avoid any damage coming in. Let's see if the Psychic is enough.
Ooh.
2 HP, that is huge.
Zamazenta just holding on. Calyrex able to retaliate into that Dragonite, gets a one-hit KO with that Psychic.
Yeah, absolutely big. I think since that was enough to get the knockout there, Victor not falling for that Terra Normal, going for the Psychic and utilizing the boosts from earlier to getting the clean one-hit knockout there. I think the survival on Zamazenta actually doesn't matter that much because with the Terra Dark, Calyrex can potentially take on, and then you still have Incineroar as well. But yeah, that's important to know for both players going into the next game. But now, yeah, Zamazenta still has that Wide Guard as an option, and that can completely lock Calyrex over on the other side from doing any damage this turn to Calyrex. So Simone will forfeit this game, and Victor is up 1-0, 1 game away from making it into the finals.
Saw the sigh of relief that Victor gave out there as soon as that game was locked in, and a sigh of relief indeed needed because it got a little bit dicey there towards the end. That Dragonite, so formidable, but Victor being able to make the right calls, as you say, didn't fall for the fact that was the normal type that would have been immune to the Astral Barrage.
Absolutely, but we have to talk about this lead coming out from Victor there. Smeargle and Incineroar. This kind of reminds me... Well, it's a different matchup, different scenario. Right? It reminds me of the Japan Nationals a little bit, where Yuma Kinugawa went with the Smeargle and Rillaboom lead in the last game. Yeah, that was also absolutely wild. Maybe Victor taking some inspiration from that because, well, it was also working out for Kinugawa in that game. But Incineroar and Smeargle, this was, I cannot repeat it enough, it was a very, very specific counter that only would work against this particular Assault Vest Qian Pao, that was the lead that he expected, that was the lead that he got, and then he also managed to get the sleep turns that he needed.
So he really had considered exactly what Simone's strategy and game plan was going to be and called it correctly. And we're going to see this Zamazenta and Qian Pao coming out, and a little bit of a shake-up here. Smeargle with the Calyrex.
Yeah, I think with something like this was a little bit of a one-trick pony kind of situation where Victor isn't confident that Simone is going to repeat the leads. And so you don't want to risk them going for, say, a Zamazenta and Calyrex lead where, yeah, it just wouldn't work out as well, I guess, against the Qian Pao. So it makes sense for Victor to switch things up. One thing I wanted to point out that I noticed earlier in some of the games that we saw from Victor, if he's up one game, he is willing to play a little bit more risky and a little bit more aggressive.
So that's something to bear in mind here. Maybe if that's something that Simone has picked up on as well, he'll be able to take advantage of it.
Oh, well, yeah, let's see. I mean, there's the fake out as an option as well. And then it's about, well, do you want to go for a boost on the Calyrex or do you want to go for an attack? Or, well, it looks like you want to go for a protect. Of course, this could run into a double up into Smeargle. No fake out. It's going to be Icy Wind coming out, but let's see, where did Zamazenta target? That's the big question.
Yeah, very passive play on that Calyrex here. Smeargle is going to have its Focus Sash broken by the Icy Wind chip. Its speed will be dropped, and if this is followed up by something like a Body Press, that would be able to get the KO, but no, instead it was going into the Calyrex. So now Smeargle in a prime position to be able to go for that Spore. Shuts down the Qian Pao once more.
Yeah, and once more showing that Victor really wants to slow this Qian Pao down. This time around, not doing it with the help of Incineroar's fake out, but instead with the pressure that Calyrex is exerting, saying that, okay, Simone, you have to deal with this Calyrex, right? So you cannot just double up into my Smeargle. And so then using this pressure, going for the Protect and Spore play. Now Qian Pao asleep, will have to spend at least one turn sleeping, and now you have the time to set up with your Calyrex. Or you could just say, okay, well, I want to get damage on the board immediately, so you could also go for the Astro Barrage, saying it's really unlikely that Simone is going for a wide guard this turn because my Nasty Plot seems so obvious.
You have to start thinking through if you want to utilize this Smeargle to help you set up or get damage on the board. It looks like Smeargle is doing step one, drawing in all of those single target attacks as Qian Pao takes a little bit of a nap. This is now the opportunity for the Calyrex to go for the Astral Barrage. It's going to get some good damage on the board, start looking towards a way at whittling away through these Pokemon. Zamazenta taken down into the orange zone even as well. Another one of those could be devastating the life orb, really helping out in the next turn. It's not going to be able to rely on Smeargle for support because it's gone.
Yeah, I think this is a trade that Simone will be okay making, but yeah, he really needs Qian Pao to wake up sooner than in the previous game. Icy Wind is a nice option to slow down Calyrex, but because, of course, it protected in that turn one, it never got that speed drop. So now Calyrex outspeeding Zamazenta, it's threatening a KO with Psychic. You don't even have to play the Wide Guard mind games there. And yeah, once again, it's a little bit the similar decision now. Do you want to bring in Zamazenta or do you want to bring in Incineroar? Do you bank on the fact that Qian Pao stays asleep? And it seems like this time around, Victor says, okay, I tried it with Incineroar before. Maybe it worked out, but I had to rely on Qian Pao staying asleep for a little bit too long. So this time around, I'll try to go with Zamazenta a little bit earlier.
That's the thing, maybe playing that little bit riskier around the sleep turns, but if you go for something like a Body Press into Qian Pao, you can remove it from play, allowing your Calyrex to follow up with the Psychic into the Zamazenta.
Yeah, and taking a double knockout, that would be so huge here. In these situations, you also always have to consider, okay, is this a spot where maybe Simone can switch in the Calyrex Shadow Rider unexpectedly into a Body Press and then threaten Encore next turn? So you have to be really, really mindful as Victor. This is, I think, a mind game we haven't talked about because, yeah, you can't just go for Protect so freely, for example.
Exactly, and it looks like Simone is not going to be doing anything in this turn to protect on Zamazenta, and Qian Pao still sleeping through this turn. Psychic going into the Protect, not going to be able to do any damage to Zamazenta on Victor's side. Is free to go for this Body Press, and that is a KO.
Yeah, and as you called out, going for that Psychic Body Press play, so much pressure exerted. Once again, no Terrestrialization, who's potentially open against the Sucker Punch, but got the sleep roll, and now is looking in a fantastic spot.
That's the thing, if the Sucker Punch had come through, that would have been a huge amount of damage onto the Calyrex. You still would have potentially lost your Qian Pao, obviously, with the follow-up of the Body Press, but as Victor's gameplay is all around the Calyrex, I think losing that Pokemon would have been detrimental for the endgame.
Yeah, especially when considering that there is still a Dragonite in the back, there is still Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, two Pokemon that Zamazenta just doesn't match up that well against, but, well, that is the situation we're in, and if you've ever played with Zamazenta and Calyrex, like, this is the spot you will end up at some point in the mirror. And now, well, once again, you could go for a Psychic, you could go for a Wide Guard, Yeah, I think actually Terra Dark on the Calyrex and Wide Guard could be one way to go about it. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think Victor definitely has the advantage because you have the damage down on Zamazenta already, but let's not forget that there's no Focus Sash on Victor's side of the field.
That's true, so the Calyrex doesn't have that little bit of breathing room that Simone's Calyrex has indeed. You have to be able to target into it twice to be able to remove it from play, and Victor doesn't want to give up a potential immunity to a Dragonite that could be lurking in the back. We'll have to find out if that's what the play is going to be, but Terrestrialization is going to come through. Victor is deciding it is worth the sacrifice. I am going to become a Dark type. This gives him a lot more play into the opposing Calyrex, but in a way leaves him more vulnerable to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, you have to go after the Zamazenta right away, and Simone now using that extra speed, going for the Encore, locking Calyrex into Psychic, but because he went for the same move, it lands its mark, knocks out Zamazenta, and gets another boost.
Yes, you're not going for the Astral Barrage, so the Calyrex on Simone's side can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but at the same time, that's a Grenade boost up, and the Psychics are still going to hurt. We saw how devastating the Psychic was into the Dragonite. If that comes back through, it's going to remember that pain.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this could have been an Encore potentially also into Zamazenta to lock it into Body Press, but I think what Simone really wanted was to prevent this Calyrex from using Protect on this next turn, which is now, but yeah, I wonder... Terra Normal Extreme Speed, I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out the Calyrex. And if it's not enough, then you can just go for a Wide Guard and Psychic potentially. Or you could also go for a Heavy Slam, maybe knock out Calyrex on your opponent's side and then either swap out the Calyrex for later or just go for the Psychic because you're Encore locked into it.
Well, we're once again in that kind of game one scenario where the Calyrex on Victor's side is essentially protected. Oh, we're just going to see the side going down into its own Calyrex here as the Astral Barrage on Victor's side is going to come through. It's going to take a little bit of damage, but Psychic is, of course, going to come through once again into that Dragonite. Doesn't quite get the knockout this time, but Simone could see the ending. Victor Medina is in Grand Finals.
Yeah, well played there. Simone having a little bit of fun there in the end, attacking his own Calyrex, identifying that, okay, no matter what I do, I can knock out one, but I can't ever knock out both your restricted Pokemon. And then with Dragonite potentially being locked into Extreme Speed, you can never deal with the Zamazenta. And so, yeah, Victor figuring out a way of playing this matchup that, yeah, looked quite unique there, relying on Smeargle to get the Spore onto Qianpao, and then once he was able to do that, just using his Calyrex, no Terra, just risking it because he understood that that is what he needed to do in that moment, and it worked out perfectly in both games.
And I love the way he was able to play the turn zero so well too, bringing in the leads that then suddenly gave him such an advantage, or at least options in the match, particularly in that game one. As you say, Smeargle and Incineroar, that's not something we traditionally see with this team composition, but it was the perfect call for the meta he was facing.
Yeah, very, very kind of like an expert lead, like don't try this at home, kind of.
It was very methodically done. It was not done on a whim, right?
Yeah, you need to be very, very intentional when doing something like this because you're not exerting any offensive pressure whatsoever, but the pressure that he was exerting was kind of delayed later on. But by going for this passive lead, going for the Fake Out and Spore in the game one, you allowed yourself to then play into a positioning where Qianpao is still asleep, and then you just hope it stays asleep, but you can use your Calyrex a little bit more freely. Yeah. As long as the Qianpao is asleep, which worked out. And of course, it's also always like, it's not just, oh, it stayed asleep, like it's please stay asleep, but it's always a mind game in addition to that, because even had the Qianpao woken up, I mean, we don't know which moves it went for. Could have tried to predict maybe the Terra Dark, maybe the Nasty Plot, and then maybe it didn't even go for the Sucker Punch.
That's the thing, it's kind of twofold. There's will it wake up, and then it call the correct move for that scenario. Smeargle here, although we're seeing it go down here from game one, it put in so much work in both games, going for that Spore and providing that support redirection as well in the game two.
Yeah, and that's all it needed to do to allow this Calyrex to get into position, get the setup, get in the damage. And in both games, yeah, I think that worked out perfectly. Victor there showing the same for Pokemon, also what he wanted to bring in the second game. And then he didn't fall for tricks like, oh, the Terra Normal, didn't go for the Astral Barrage there, just going for the safe Psychics.
And he actually did this in both games, kind of pioneered this end game scenario where his own Calyrex was completely safe from anything that Simone's Calyrex could send its way. You couldn't hit it with the Psychics, the White Guard stopped the Astral Barrages, and then it forced Dragonite to have to do all the heavy listing. And by the end of that game too, Simone was like, that's too much for my Dragonite to do. I concede. Good game, Victor.
Absolutely. Yeah, really showing that he understood, or I guess both players really understand the matchup, obviously, but Victor kind of maybe taking something away from the games that he was losing to Leonardo Bononomi earlier in the same matchup, and essentially identifying that, okay, there's no kind of safe way to victory. I can't just go with my Calyrex plus 3 support strategy. Exactly. It needs to be a little bit, well, there's already a plan, but it has to be a very specific plan that maybe something my opponent didn't expect, maybe something that they're not used to. And yeah, working out in both games, getting the Spore on Qianpao, and then using the turns that Qianpao stayed asleep to the absolute maximum.
I mean, it's a saying for a reason, right? Where you learn the most from your losses. And when you look at the fact that Victor Medina has only taken 1 loss this entire tournament so far, and it was to this exact same 6 Pokemon, the fact that he's been able to go back, reflect, as you said, Marcus, kind of craft a top-tier level play and strategy to be able to deal with that team if he faced it again, is exactly the result of his success in this top 4.
Yeah, and he was absolutely ready to take it on a second time. And now will have his chance. Another Grand Finals for Victor Medina. This time going up against Louis Fontivet. Oh, that's going to be absolutely awesome. I mean, no matter who's going to win, like, that is going to be an incredible story. Is it going to be Victor after all those years coming so close? Or is it going to be Louis in his very first season in the Masters Division?
Both of them have such incredible runs throughout this tournament. There's a lot of pressure on both of their shoulders. There's so much they both want to achieve. But for whoever comes out on top, it is going to be a very worthy winner. And the runner-up as well will have done so much to have earned that spot. Both of them very, very deserving in their own right.
Yeah, and it also kind of answers the question about, okay, how much innovation are we actually going to see at the very, very top of the game? Because, well, both teams that we will have in the finals, they placed in the top 8 and top 4 respectively at the World Championships. But more about that after a very short break, as we are getting ready to set up the grand finals here in Prague.
Game number 1!
This year in Anaheim saw us crown a new world champion, Giovanni Siski. Gio's team was unusual in that he used the exact same team of Koraidon, Lunala, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna throughout the format. The extended practice with the team gave him consistent results, with a top 32 in Milwaukee and NAIC, a top 8 in Portland, and of course, the world champion. So, let's take a deep dive into Gio's team. There were 2 modes, Sun and Trick Room. Koraidon, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu formed the backbone of Gio's hyper-offensive Sun mode. Chi-Yu's fire attacks were boosted by Koraidon's Sun. Paired with Fluttermane, these two melted their opponents. Pokemon like Incineroar that could withstand the onslaught would get easily picked off by Koraidon. With Protosynthesis on Fluttermane and Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu, the Sun Cord could outspeed and cripple some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, such as Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. To balance the frail members, Gio also had a bulky Trick Room mode of Lunala, Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. Lunala could set up Trick Room, and it also had strong offensive presence with a Power Herb Meteor Beam set. Ursaluna could then take advantage of Trick Room. Its unique ground and normal typing gave it immunity to 2 of the strongest attacks in the format, Astral Barrage and Electro Drift. Lastly, Brute Bonnet gave the team important redirection and sneak support. Unlike its counterpart Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet heavily threatened the most popular restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Under the Sun, it also got a defense boost, making it even tankier. This mixed composition gave Gio the flexibility against a wide variety of teams. For day 1 of Worlds, Gio had a strong performance, losing only to Mao Harada on string. This match was extremely close, with Mao making a fantastic read on the final turn of Game 3 to win the set. However, Gio was not deterred and and he went on undefeated for the remainder of Swiss until he faced Mao again in top 8. This time, Gio was ready. He had learned from his loss the day before and defeated Mao to advance to the semi-finals. Gio's next opponent was another top Japanese player, Hirofumi Kimura. Although Gio's Pokemon missed several moves, he remained calm and won against the two-time Japanese national champion. And then it was the finals. Gio's team would be facing off against the Koraidon Shadow Rider team, piloted by James Evans. In Game 1, James's Brute Bonnet exerted huge pressure, putting Gio's Chi-Yu to sleep. However, Gio expertly preserved his Fluttermane until the endgame, where it outsped everything and won. In Game 2, Gio started well, but James capitalized on the Koraidon's Life Orb recoil and made defensive switches that forced the Koraidon to take more recoil. Eventually, Gio's Koraidon had one more attack left before it would faint to Life Orb, but James had 2 Pokemon left on the field, giving James the win. The stakes could not be higher for the final game. But this time, Gio changed up his playstyle. In games 1 and 2, Gio had made safe plays. But for the deciding game, he made an aggressive read on turn 2, going for the Stellar Terror on his Fluttermane, which sniped down the opposing Brute Bonnet in one hit. With the threat of sleep now gone, Gio brought in his Chi-Yu alongside the Fluttermane. Under the sun and with Beads of Ruin active, these 2 special attackers tore through the remainder of James's team, crowning Gio as the 2025 World Champion.
It's nearly time, Pokemon trainers. We have only 2 trainers remaining here at the Prague Regional Championships. One of them will become our grand champion in a matter of moments. I am Lou Actress-Chromie, joined by Marcus Hammond behind the desk, and we cannot wait to take you through this finals.
What an exciting weekend that will now find its peak in this grand finals. 2 players meeting up, staring each other down. It's time for a Pokemon battle.
Yep, hats back with trainers. They are ready to find out who is going to be the champion and who is going to be the runner-up. Victor Medina and Louis Fonteville, so accomplished in so many ways, both of these trainers, but they're ready to get that Masters Division champion title on their accolade roster.
Yeah, and right before the break, we were talking about how the teams from Worlds, where we played the same format, kind of also shape the metagame right now. And when we have a closer look at the teams of our finalists, we will see that, well, they already were doing so well at the World Championships, but now carrying over the success. Couple months later, but format is still then the same, and we can still use those teams that dominated Worlds.
That can be the beauty, though, when you have a format that's being rejuvenated and reused, because you have these tried and tested combinations, these comfort picks that you can just pick up again and, you know, pick up where you left off with. If you're just joining us, however, you can take a recap here of what our top 8 has looked like. So many incredible trainers were able to get into this position. Simone Zanvito, Leonardo Bononomi, 2 names that you will be no doubt familiar with if you have joined previous broadcasts, as well as some newer contenders. Mark Mullender as well, a trainer who was really needing a top finish in order to try and get into that world's contention for the invite. Certainly with a top 8 finish, has put himself in the forefront.
Absolutely. Also, Antoine there with the Calm Mind Lunala, showcasing that set is not forgotten, doing really, really well with it. But now it is time for the grand finals. Louis against Victor, the 2 players that battled their way through the top cut, and now inevitably they will have to face for the crown.
That's the thing, there's just one more best of 3 sets standing between these 2 titans of our competitive video game. Victor Medina, a trainer who has come 2nd place on the international stage, on the regional stage, is probably the trainer that we say is the most overdue a win. He is so phenomenally good, but is unable to call himself a champion yet. Louis, a fantastic contender from the seniors division, knows what it takes to become a champion, but in his first year in Masters, has already made it into a grand final.
Yeah, already kind of exceeding the expectations, and now has the chance to become one of our youngest regional champions ever with a team that he has, piloted to perfection. So let's have a look at Victor's team first to try and see what he will be bringing to the battlefield.
Yeah, so Victor's team of 6 is a team that he has a lot of experience with, and he's also had a lot of accomplishments with. When you look at this 6 combination, you think of Victor Medina, and as you can see here, when you look at the team success, regardless of who piloted it throughout the times we've had this regulation, the same name keeps appearing. Victor Medina, Victor Medina, Victor Medina, Victor Medina. You can see here across special championships, at international championships in North America, at the World Championships, and here today in Prague, it has the most incredible accomplishments. He knows this team inside and out. He has a clear strategy. Protect Calyrex at all costs. Triple fake out, double wide guards, lots of priority options. He has the tools and the technique to potentially win this championship.
And if you keep looking at his accomplishments, top 32 in Bologna, that was the first event. Top 16 at NAIC, that came 1 week afterwards. And then at the World Championships, he elevated it once again into a top 8 finish. So now already in the grand finals, but the memories will come back to his set at Worlds. Top 8. He was sitting across Hirofumi Kimura, one of the best players in the world, and he was facing a team that, will look very familiar to him.
Oh, and obviously finishing top 8, this team against this team, it was the opposing match that was victorious. Victor was not able to fell those 6 Pokemon. Marcus, what 6 Pokemon were they?
Yeah, let's have a look at Lewis's team, because Lewis is running that exact same team that knocked out Victor's hopes and dreams of becoming a world champion. I'm getting chills. They couldn't have written it any better than this. But if we have a look at Lewis's team, we will see that Koraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider combination that he played so well in this tournament. And there we have it. Hirofumi Kimura, top 4 at Worlds. He was the one trainer that knocked out Victor from the top cut at Worlds.
And the team itself has had a lot of other success, a lot of trainers being inspired to pick it up and put their play style to this core of Pokemon. We got Joji Kaida as well, getting that top 32 finish at Worlds. Hirofumi Kimura, as you mentioned, as well. More recently in the 2026 season, Paul Chua was able to get a top 4 finish at the Orlando Regionals, and Louis obviously bringing it here in Prague. This team could now actually get the word champion next to it.
Yeah, a very powerful combination. It was such a big innovation. Also, a shout out to Alex Gomez, who was also part of that team building group that worked together with Hirofumi and Joji on it. It came out of nowhere, and then with a top 4 and a top 32 doing so incredibly well at Worlds, but it didn't manage to win a tournament. So we already know, well, we have one team that will be crowned a champion for the first time, either Victor's or Louis, Paul, Hirofumi, Joji's, and we will also have Louis or Victor winning their first championships in the Masters division.
That's a really cool perspective, Marcus. It's not just about, the accomplishment for the trainer, but also for the Pokemon that have battled by their side. And for this team composition, one of them as well will also finally be able to call themselves champion. It's not going to be easy for Victor, judging by past history, but if his top 4 match was anything to go by, the fact that the same 6 that was the only 6 that he's lost to in this tournament, piloted by Leonardo Bononomi, was the same 6 that Simolis and Vito had, and he already had a game plan. He already had adaptations. Maybe the same will be said for this next match.
Yeah, it's very rare that we get the opportunity as players to kind of overcome our losses and to kind of learn something from them and then put it to the test, because oftentimes, for example, after the World Championships, the format typically changes and you can think about those matches a lot that knocked you out, but you will not get the chance to kind of have a second try at it. You will not be able to be like, oh yeah, I remember turn 3 I could have done this, or if something went differently, maybe I would have won, maybe I could have made it further in the tournament. But okay, well, the format is over. We'll look forward towards playing in another format. But now this is a very special opportunity for Victor. I'm very sure that he has thought a lot about this top 8 set. Losing there, it was absolutely incredible. I don't know for you at home if you kind of have it in your mind, but Victor brought a very unique lead of Smeargle and Zamazenta to that matchup. And in game 3, we got Smeargle on both sides, turn 1 going for the Spore, And this speed tie, with which Hirofumi won, then kind of, went on for him to win that game. But Victor played a very dominant game 1, was up 1 game in that World's Top 8.
That's heartbreak.
And then heartbreakingly losing in games 2 and 3. So now he is at the big stage. He is in a grand finals, and he has the opportunity to try it again, to go up again against the team that knocked him out of Worlds.
The path to redemption against this Calyrex Ice Rider Koraidon core is laid out at his feet. All Victor Medina has to do is walk down it. But in his way is going to be Louis, a trainer who was so inspirational to so many, leveling up from the senior division into the Masters division. There will be senior players watching him, looking at his journey, wondering if that could be them when they level up. He's not daunted or intimidated by the thought of battling out in this new pool of Pokemon trainers, and he is proving his worth.
Yeah, let's have a look at their achievements one more time. Victor Medina, he's an international finalist. He is a regional finalist. He is a World's Top 8 player twice. And now he has the chance. His 3rd Grand Finals, I believe. His 4th, actually. 2 regional level events and then 1 LAIC. Yeah, so, well, maybe now it's the time for him to win.
Time's the charm, right? That's the saying?
Absolutely. But Louis, on the other hand, a player that came into Masters in his first season already with a couple of top 32 finishes. Very, very close from making it into the top cut, but failing barely every time. Now, though, as he was able to break into the top cut, he didn't stop there, making it all the way into the finals. And we saw it there as well. He already is a champion, winning EUIC, for example. He's won a lot more in seniors, but yeah, I think that's his highest result there. Now, this is the team that he will face in Grand Finals. Victor, we've talked about it a couple of times, but let's go through it one more time. Calyrex Shadow Rider with a Life Orb, Nasty Plot set. Wants to get boosted up, wants to do lots of damage, and then the supporting cast, Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. We didn't get to see so much of the Raging Bolt in the stream games, but also, yeah, it's important for certain matchups. I really, really wonder, going into this match, if Victor will go for the same strategy that he tried to go for at Worlds.
With the Smeargle Zamazenta?
Exactly, or if he has kind of thought about this matchup more and kind of came up with another plan, because of course he knew that there's always the chance that you will go up against this team ever since the format came back.
Well, I'm beside myself with anticipation. You saw the exchange of the team list there. You saw the handshake. These trainers are locking in, ready to go. Louis' team as well. We've spoken about it a lot, but let's recap once again. Calyrex Ice Rider, Koraidon, Incineroar, Smeargle, Landorus, and Rillaboom. Again, such a formidable force in a physical presence from Koraidon and Calyrex with some great supporters with Incineroar, Smeargle, and Rillaboom. But it's that Landorus that's the truly inspirational point on this team build.
Yeah, Landorus, so important, can take the spot of one of the restricteds in this matchup in particular, because, well, typically you would expect both Calyrex and Koraidon to come together to this matchup if they're good in it. Well, but it turns out you actually only need one of them most of the time, because you can either support the Calyrex or you can really support the Koraidon, but they don't really support each other that much. So you kind of want to select one and then use your Smeargle, your Incineroar, and maybe the Landorus to round it out. That is the typical strategy, but of course you can also switch things up if you expect a certain type of approach from your opponent.
I think in a lot of the times these matches also can come down to what that turn 0 play is going to be. What are the leads? What are the immediate pressure points that are exerted from these Pokemon? Give it up for these trainers. Victor Medina, Louis Fonteville. One of them will be our champion. We're jumping into game 1 here, the Grand Finals at the Prague Regional Championships.
And it is the Smeargle and Zamazenta lead. Well, once more, well, it's game 1, but in World's Top 8, this is the exact same situation that they had there as well. And yeah, Victor is so quick in locking his moves, kind of showing to me that he has thought about this. Maybe not once, maybe not twice. Maybe he was just going through his plays back then and was saying, okay, you know what? Actually, I know what I want to do. This Terra Water Zamazenta is so helpful in this matchup. But then, yeah, I don't really have anything better than going for this speed tie between the Smeargles on turn 1.
Could history be repeating itself with these Smeargle speed ties? This is not a situation Victor wants to be in, but might by necessity have to be. That terrestrialization comes through on the Zamazenta. It is going to be now a water type, dropping its weaknesses from its steel and fighting origins. Koraidon goes straight away for the flame charge, finds a mark down on Smeargle, does a sizable amount of damage, but critically gets that speed boost as well. Zamazenta follows up with a body press. Koraidon able to take that reasonably well. Won't be able to
take a second one, but Victor's Smeargle has learned from its past mistakes, can go for that Spore, puts the other Smeargle to sleep.
Now, one thing we didn't mention yet is the fact that Smeargle over on Victor's side does have Fake Out, whereas Smeargle over on Lewis's side does not have Fake Out. Therefore, Fake Out might seem like a good play. Yeah, you have Fake Out, they don't. Oh, the speed boost! Huge, potentially, depending on how that Koraidon is trained, since it also got a speed boost thanks to the Flame Charge. But what I was about to say is the fact that if you go for the Fake Out and Louis decides to go for the Spiky Shield, then you would break your own Focus Sash, and that is not something that you want.
Exactly, you want to keep that Focus Sash intact where you can. The Flame Charge has already broken it, however, but Smeargle is the faster. That Speed Boost coming in clutch is able to now put Koraidon to sleep as well. This is going fantastically well for Victor Smeargle so far.
Absolutely, and now this will allow Zamazenta to go for another Body Press. Koraidon has to take a turn of sleep. Body Press comes out, will put Smeargle all the way down to its Focus Sash.
Yes, and we're going to have to keep an eye on how these Moody Boys are going to roll as well on both these Smeargles going forward. Of course, it's going to be taking that turn of sleep, but now that Focus Sash is broken, it's incredibly vulnerable going forward. Smeargle on Victor's side is going to keep its speed at that +2 status. The Smeargle on the opposing side, defense running up, not very important, but critically the speed drops. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely not. Well, Smeargle could wake up this turn, so the question is, do you want to deal with it right now, or do you want to try and deal with this Koraidon? Turn before, Victor kind of spreading out his attacks because he didn't want to run into a Protect. Now, though, once again, you have to manage the odds here. Are you expecting the Smeargle to wake up and maybe go for a Spiky Shield? Or do you try and go for, the Koraidon right now when you have the chance? Because that would be such a huge win.
Well, Victor actually going to switch that Smeargle out, maybe thinking, you know, it doesn't have any defensive capabilities, there's no Protect, Spiky Shield on his variant, it isn't in a safe place if there is potentially something coming through. Bringing in the Incineroar means you have that Fake Out pressure once again. Going into the next turn, Smeargle eyes pop awake, it is ready here, going for that Spiky Shield, so no potential to try and go for a Spore or a Ruination here.
But let's see, where does Zamazenta hit? Koraidon takes another turn of sleep as well, but Zamazenta lands the Body Press and knocks out Koraidon.
Wants to get rid of that Restricted once and for all. Maybe has the utility with something like a Fake Out to be able to deal with that Smeargle later on. It has just gone for that Spiky Shield. It's unlikely to obviously try for another one in that next turn. Incineroar could deal with it here.
Yeah, and even better now for Victor because Spiky Shield was already used this previous turn. Now Incineroar is on the field, so can go for a Fake Out, just knock out Smeargle right away.
Exactly, so I think that's a great position play by Victor, capitalizing on their sleep to switch Incineroar in for free.
Yeah, and didn't take any damage yet on Zamazenta or on Incineroar. Now, Landorus joining the field. That, of course, is a big threat that you have to deal with. But because Victor already went for the Terra Water, it's like, okay, well, the Landorus is not going to get the one-hit KO onto me. So I can take it slow, maybe. I can maybe go for a Fake Out into the Landorus, maybe target down the Smeargle this turn, and then just go from there.
Well, the Fake Out landing down into the Landorus actually here, as the Zamazenta is swift enough to follow up and deal with that Smeargle. Doesn't have to use that priority move instead. Victor can just guarantee that no damage comes through.
Yeah, Landorus flinching there. Louis already in this game one, down to his very last 2 Pokemon. There it is. Okay, actually, he is bringing the Calyrex Ice Rider, not the Incineroar. So relying on both of his restricted Pokemon, but I'm afraid it's not going to help him too much here in this spot. Of course, we have seen this Calyrex Ice Rider turn games around with a Leech Seed. Very, very hard to knock out. But now, in the sun, yeah, even Incineroar could start thinking about doing some damage there.
Yeah, Zamazenta has to consider where it wants to target as well. You can go for those body presses, try and get some damage out on the board, but Incineroar actually going to make an adjustment here on Victor's side. You want to maybe try and keep that Intimidate for later, considering it is no clear amulet on Lewis's side. You can Intimidate it later on. Smeargle is going to rejoin the field. It's already had so much success early on in this game. Possibly if it's able to hang on throughout this turn, it's going to be in a prime position to continue that momentum up.
Absolutely, and yeah, with that Terra Fairy now being committed, I think this is for sure the Terra that you want to go for in this matchup, especially considering the fact that while Heavy Slam is super effective, it doesn't actually do that much damage. But hold that thought, Sensor Storm coming out, knocking out Smeargle and doing some good damage onto Zamazenta as well.
That Terrestrialization helping out the Zamazenta too, meaning it's not going to be taking as much damage. The Leech Seed, however, is going to come through from that Calyrex. It's also utilized its Terrestrialization, crucially, turning into that Fairy type. That gives it so much defensive support in the face of a Body Press from Zamazenta.
Yeah, but now this also means that Incineroar could come in for another round of Intimidate if it wanted to, and there is still a full HP
look at that.
Calyrex waiting in the back, of course, with the Life Orb. Now, thanks to the Heavy Slam, you potentially put that Landorus into KO range for Calyrex. However, well, if you bring in Calyrex now, Louis might want to go for a Protect and Trick Room play, so you really need to be sure that you can get the KO onto Calyrex. I guess with the Terrestrialization from this range, yeah, you probably won't actually get it, but you could switch into Incineroar and then you threaten the Fake Out next turn onto Landorus.
That's very true. And you've got the Calyrex now in play. Calyrex is the Pokemon that Victor has championed the whole way through. It is the Pokemon that has to be protected, the one that gets him the victories. It's now come into a decent position.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, switching in Incineroar for the Fake Out next turn, I really like. Then going for the Psychic, actually, not for the Astro Barrage, but yeah, I guess both work. You're not really caring too much about dealing with this Calyrex, as right now you really just want to deal with that Landorus.
Yep, Intimidate just going to come through. This is only going to be really affecting into that Calyrex as the Landorus just goes here for a solid Protect. Not going to be wanting to take any unnecessary damage from this Calyrex. It was going for the Psychic, however, into that slot. So the Calyrex here able to go unscathed on Lewis's side.
Yeah, but now this is why you switched in the Incineroar. Trick Room is going up, and so had Zamazenta and Calyrex stayed in, then maybe Landorus and the Calyrex on the other side can do something, but now you have the Fake Out pressure, so... well, I mean, I guess there's the chance for a double Protect there. Landorus could try and protect itself from the Fake Out. So, yeah, do you wanna go for a read here and actually go after the Calyrex? But yeah, I mean, at this point, well, you got the Spore off, you got the Sleep turns. Maybe you just go for the Fake Out at this point.
Well, there's going to be a double Protect trying and attempted on Lewis's side, but to no avail. Incineroar can just go straight up for that that Fake Out, going down, locking in that Landorus as the Glacial Lance will come through. This is not going to be able to get a KO on either of Victor's Pokemon, meaning Calyrex is free to unleash this Astral Barrage across the field. It will connect on both Pokemon, KO that Landorus, and put that Calyrex into a precarious position going into the next turn, as it will be a single target attack. It's going to deal even more damage the next time, and it's got a Grimnay boost to boot.
Absolutely, and now, because it's only that Calyrex over on the other side, which has Glacial Lance and Leech Seed as the moves that can do damage, what you can do is you can bring in your Zamazenta, and then you just need to click Wide Guard, and the Calyrex can't really do anything about that. So now it's just about taking things slow. I wonder, do you want to go for the hard switch? Do you maybe want to go for the parting shot? I was actually thinking about maybe you can just afford to hard switch, but even if the Calyrex protects this turn to scout out for this Protect from Victor's Calyrex, I think you're still fine, because you could then hard switch into your own Zamazenta as well anyway.
Looks like Louis might be starting to think a little bit more towards Game 2. Some Protects going about on both Calyrexes, taking a pause for thought to contemplate how they are going to approach the next game of this grand final. Incineroar maybe trying to utilize a little bit of a pivot, enable the Zamazenta to deal with this Calyrex a little easier with something like a Heavy Slam, but to no avail here, allowing a little bit more of this recovery on the opposing side.
Yeah, this still kind of shows why Calyrex players are sometimes so scared of this Terra Fairy, really bulky leftovers Calyrex Ice Rider, because it's just quite difficult to knock out. And right now, Trick Room is still up, so you kind of don't want to be, I don't know, hit with a couple of critical hits or anything like that. So yeah, I kind of like the idea here from Victor, switching out the Calyrex, just keeping it safe. And yeah, Glacial Lance is not going to knock out Zamazenta from this range.
Yeah, Zamazenta is very happy to be here, particularly with that water terrestrialization. It does give it so much flexibility in the face of the ice type coming through. Obviously, we'll connect on both of Victor's Pokemon, but look at that negligible damage. Really looks like Victor is in a prime position here. Incineroar finally gets that parting shot off as well. So we're going to see Calyrex rejoin the field.
Yeah, now this game is kind of locked because you have Wide Guard to block any Glacial Lances from coming in. And Leech Seed will take a while to knock out Calyrex, so you could even go ahead and yeah, you could do a couple of things. You could go for Wide Guard and Nasty Plot. You could maybe go for Protect and switch into Incineroar, and then next turn you go for Fake Out Nasty Plot. Victor just making sure that he is clicking all the right moves, while, of course, this Calyrex Ice Rider over on the other side still recovering a little bit with those leftovers. But as this is the last turn of Trick Room, yeah, you just have it at this point.
And this is a similar pin to what we've seen Victor utilize before, having the Wide Guard right next to that Astral Barrage, meaning if there is a double target attack like the Glacial Lance coming through, you're just constantly protecting your Calyrex and allowing it to be able to unleash the damage.
Yeah, very clinical finish here to this game by Victor. Now going for the Protect, switching Incineroar, and then next turn you got the Fake Out Nasty Plot, and then, yeah, Trick Room is over, you got the boosted Calyrex, and then that should be enough for the game. Let's see, though, Louis trying to call out maybe a wide guard play. But yeah, Victor also here kind of one step ahead. But yeah, I don't really think it mattered at this point. Louis had to hope for a mistake from Victor.
I mean, ultimately, Calyrex is still on the field. The game is not over. You can go for those Leech Seeds, try and get as much recovery as possible. But eventually, I think in the 3v1, it's going to be a very difficult mountain for this Calyrex to climb. And there you see it, the battle cancelled. Victor Medina goes one game closer to becoming our champion.
One game away from finally winning a major event. He's been in the finals 3 times. Lille Regional Championships, LAIC and Frankfurt Regional Championships, all within the last 2 seasons. So now only one more win, but Louis is not going to make it easy. Let's not forget that we definitely had some speed interactions there between the Smeargles. We had some sleep turns going Victor's way, and we also saw that even when Smeargle woke up from Louis, we had that body press play into the Koraidon, calling that out really nicely there from Victor. And all of those things could have gone slightly different, and then maybe the game would have been completely different.
There's definitely a few elements there where Smeargle really came through for its trainer, being able to have that speed, being able to have that Spore utility. And something we mentioned in the top 4 game that was one of your observations, Marcus, was that when Victor's a game up, he sometimes plays a little risky going into game 2. But this is the grand finals. Is that a risk he can afford to take?
Yeah, I wonder if he is feeling the pressure and if he's feeling the moment, being so close to finally accomplish the big goal, the big dream of becoming a champion in one of the last tournaments here in Scarlet and Violet, an era that he definitely has left his mark on, but he wants to leave it as a champion, and this is his chance. I think it's going to be Smeargle and Zamazenta again, and we already see Smeargle and Koraidon again for Louis, both players acknowledging kind of, well, yeah, we were trying our best here. The game went like it went, but let's see how this one will go.
Yep, let's see exactly if these Smeargles are going to get up to the same tricks or if things are going to change. We've got both of them on the field with the Zamazenta for Victor and the Koraidon for Louis.
So game 2 underway here in Prague. Grand finals. Once again, I think going for that Terra Water early. There's no real shame in that because that is the Terra that you want to go for eventually. So might as well just use it on turn 1. Maybe you will catch your opponent trying to attack into Zamazenta, and then also once more going for the speed tie between the Smeargle here, potentially.
We'll have to see. I mean, the Zamazenta's doing exactly what it did before, going for that Terra Water, giving itself a little bit of respite from something like the low kick or the flare blitz that could potentially come through from the Koraidon. Although in that game 1, all eyes were really on that Smeargle. It looks like it's the spiky shield just coming through from the Smeargle on Lewis's side, not wanting to have to contend with a speed tie this early on as the flame charge once again finds its mark on that pesky little Pokemon on Victor's side. Speed goes up in Koraidon's game. Zamazenta follows up with the body press, does over 50%, and now the Smeargle here goes for the Spore, but to no avail, lands into that spiky shield.
Yeah, and this is where Moody boosted speed in the previous game. Let's have a look here. Attack goes up. Okay, no speed interactions yet. And also on the other side, the speed drop. That could be important. Now, let's not forget, though, that Koraidon is the fastest Pokemon on the field and can knock out Smeargle before it gets to you, before it gets to move. However, of course, you would have preferred your speed to be going up rather than down.
Yeah, Moody can giveth and Muga can taketh away. And this is really where Smeargle can shine. But as you said, Smeargle has no defensive capabilities. Koraidon is in a prime position just to remove it from play.
Yeah, so far things are going well for Victor. In the same position, the same kind of turn where it went so wrong at Worlds. Now he has the chance at Redemption. Now he has the chance to beat this little Smeargle and Koraidon. Now bringing in Incineroar. Of course, Intimidate is not going to work against Koraidon thanks to the clear amulet, but you are switching it in for Fake Out for the next turn.
It is going to have to take that low kick though, and that is a one-hit KO. Incineroar loses the fight as soon as it joined.
Wow, and that could be a big swing in momentum. Zamazenta going for the body press. Smeargle has its Focus Sash still active, so can go for a Spore now.
Exactly, so Smeargle using that Focus Sash to great avail, keeping itself in the game, and finds a Spore target right down on the Zamazenta as the only Pokemon left on Victor's side. It was always going into that slot.
Yeah, so now that is a completely different game there. With the low kick, getting the KO, maybe he was thinking about kind of denying his opponent an easy another boost from the Flame Charge, but yeah, Louis just calling that perfectly, going for the low kick there. Also, of course, Calyrex could have been a nice switch in.
Yes, and Calyrex is now the potential switch that Victor is thinking of using here. You do have that free opportunity as Incineroar has gone down. What a momentous swing there coming through with that low kick. But
Victor has been in positions like this before. He's bringing that Smeargle back onto the field.
Yeah, Smeargle rejoining. Now, of course, Fake Out is active again. Smeargle, which just got the speed boost there over on Luis's side, now at a +1 speed. So now this Smeargle will be the fastest. But, of course, for this turn, Victor has Fake Out. And, yeah, we'll have to go for it. But, yeah, it's a tough call between... Where do you go? Do you want to prevent any damage from coming in, or do you want to stop Smeargle from putting your own Smeargle to sleep?
Of course, the Smeargle could even try and go for the spiky shield just to kind of bait that out, but if you have the speed boost, you want to utilize that, right? Smeargle does go for the fake out, chooses the Koraidon as its mark, wants to completely stop it from going for that damage. However, we're going to see that Ruination come through from the speediest Smeargle on the opposing side. Zamazenta takes 50%.
Yeah, and this is kind of what this Smeargle can do differently than all other Smeargles in the world, because you have Ruination, a move that actually does damage. We saw it in some of the previous games from Victor, where his Smeargle then, at some point, as the speed drops, okay, not too impactful, I guess, because Luis's side is boosted up already, but Victor's Smeargle can't really do too much. It can put things to sleep, and then that's it. Then you have to switch out. Bye-bye. But Luis's Smeargle uses this opportunity to go for Ruination to chip down Zamazenta, because his team doesn't have a great way of doing massive damage to Zamazenta. So I actually think maybe this might be the strongest attack on his team against this Terra Water Zamazenta.
And we've seen Louis already use this Smeargle with the Ruination to great success to get into this Grand Finals. It was such a pivotal Pokemon in the top 4 game, and now in the Grand Finals, it's doing the exact same thing, targeting down a Zamazenta, a notoriously bulky Pokemon, and providing that extra damage support. The Follow Me comes through on Victor's own Smeargle, trying to draw in these attacks, trying to keep the Zamazenta safe, but the Flare Blitz coming through is going to be enough.
Yeah, Flare Blitz just to cover a potential switch to Calyrex. Don't really care about those little bit of recoil damage that you're taking. You're in range of being KO'd anyway, but another Ruination just to set it up so that his own Calyrex Ice Rider, which is probably in the back, has an easier time, and Zamazenta still asleep.
It's a different story of the sleep here. In game 1, it was Louis' Pokemon taking a nap, but now it looks like Zamazenta is running out of energy here in this game 2.
Yeah, has to kind of take his own medicine here in a way. Well, now it's Victor Zamazenta that can't get the wake up. But now Calyrex joining the field, of course. Well, it is the Life Orb variant. Well, let's check out all those boosts there on the Smeargle. Well, it's at 1 HP, so it only really the speed matters. But Koraidon also has its speed increased, so you can go for the Flare Blitz here to damage the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And then maybe you could go for a Follow Me, just in case Zamazenta finally wakes up.
That's the thing, you can't hit the Smeargle with an Astral Barrage as it is a normal type, so you're really relying on that Zamazenta to wake up, maybe try and deal with the Smeargle so that the Calyrex can start dealing out some damage, but Zamazenta is gone, the Koraidon just deals with it.
Yeah, even better, utilizing your increased speed, since, yeah, you kind of know that this is going to be a modest Calyrex Shadow Rider. The +1 boost, more than enough to outpace it, and then, yeah, you can just go for the Spore that way. So, yeah, a completely different game, of course. Why not? Smeargle gets another speed boost. Completely different game from game 1. And now Victor is the one that has to lock in the forfeit, and Louis is tying up the series.
Louis didn't even have to change Pokemon in that game 2. Just Koraidon and Smeargle. That was the turn 0. That was the lead. That was the call for this game 2. In game 1, Victor Smeargle stole the show. In game 2, it's been Louis Smeargle that's been center stage.
Yeah, now this has to be really tough for Victor. He was so close to taking it. Now his advantage is gone. It's 1-1. And you can maybe, in the back of your head, you shouldn't be thinking about it. Oh, what if I lose another finals here?
You can't let that eat away at your confidence. Both of these trainers have everything on the line. They're 1 game away. Literally, just 1 more game in the tournament will decide who our champion is. Victor has been in this position before. On the one hand, that's going to give him extra reserve, extra grit to try and go that 1 step further. But at the same time, it can be haunting him knowing he's been in this position and it's within touching distance. Louis, at the same time, so much to prove as a newly fledged Masters trainer.
Yeah, Victor, even though he has lost a couple of finals, he also has shown his resilience, and he was coming back and back and back again into the finals. So yeah, maybe he's even telling himself, well, even if I lose this one, I can be back in another final soon, and then maybe I win that one. But we're not there yet. There is still 1 more game to be played this weekend. Hundreds of players coming to Prague with their chance to get the title. One of these 2 is going to take it home, and it all comes down to this game 3.
The atmosphere is electric here in Prague. The audience are on the edge of their seat. These trainers are focused, ready, knowing it is only a few more moments to find out who will be taking home the crown. Marcus and I are ready. We hope you guys at home are extra excited. Let's give it up for these trainers one more time as we jump into the leads. Koraidon and Smeargle out there for Louis, whereas Smeargle and Zamazenta out on center stage for Victor Medina.
And once again, it is the stare down between the two Smeargle and the two fighting type restricted Pokemon. Now, we saw game 2 play out a little bit differently there. The Spiky Shield, kind of in anticipation of a fake out. That, of course, could have been countered if Victor went for the fake out into Koraidon. So, also a little bit of a risky play there by Louis, but it's just such slim margins in this matchup.
Well, one thing is not changing is Zamazenta going for the terrestrialization. It's turning itself into that water type, giving it defensive flexibility throughout the game. Koraidon, however, not going for Flame Charge here. Instead, just going for a Protect, scouting out what Victor wants to do with his Smeargle. Spiky Shield also comes through. Victor, critically now, only has that Smeargle to utilize, and this could start defining how this game is going to go. Zamazenta was going for the body press into that Spiky Shield, going to take a little bit of damage, but there critically was no fake out on that Smeargle, possibly trying to go for a Spore, but who is it targeting?
Yeah, it's gonna go into a Protect here, into Koraidon, revealing what Victor's plan was. Now, okay, the crowd is getting ready for the Moody Boost. Let's hear it.
No, that's kind of a moot turn there, but it's going to be special defense on this one. Is it going to be speed? No. Both of the Smeargles staying the same.
Okay, nothing happens here. And Jamie pointed out earlier, a very, very common play for the team that Louis is using is going for the double Protect on turn 1, just to give yourself a chance to get lucky with Moody.
Very true.
Now, of course, in this particular scenario, both of them have the Smeargle, so it is a little bit of a risky gamble. And also, Victor could have switched in his Incineroar for fake out pressure for the following turn. So maybe Louis is only confident going for this play after Victor didn't switch out twice.
Well, now that there's no fake out on the field, we're going to see what kind of happened in the first turn of the last games. Koraidon going for that Flame Charge. The body press comes through. Going to take it down to its Focus Sash now.
And now it comes down. Which of these two Smeargle is going to move first?
Oh, it's going to be the one on Louis' side. It's going to get the Spore down onto the Zamazenta. It's going to have to take a null and nap here in this Grand Finals. But Victor Smeargle still has the utility to go for itself as well. It goes for the Spore. It's a little too late for the Zamazenta. But if those sleep turns do keep stacking up, then it could give Victor some breathing room if Zamazenta can wake up early.
Well, there is the speed boost. Just a little too late, unfortunately, for Louis. But also Victor gets it. Okay, we've seen it before at +2. Smeargle outpaces Koraidon at +1. So Smeargle can buy some time for its partner Zamazenta to wake up.
And the Smeargle on Louis' side is guaranteed to take that turn of sleep because it was faster in the previous turn. So as you said, there's a really safe way that you can go for that Spore into the Koraidon. Koraidon possibly forced to go for the Protect and hope the speed drops.
Yeah, absolutely huge there, but
no, it doesn't.
If you're Smeargle player, you have to be able to adapt to those situations because that is what Moody is going to give you. It's going to be different every time. Now, Victor, using the speed boost, puts Koraidon to sleep and is hoping that his Zamazenta wakes up quicker than the opposing Koraidon.
I know it's been a long tournament, but come on, Pokemon, you cannot be sleeping on the job. We got to find a way to wake up and give ourselves a match. Speed goes up again. Smeargle's like, Lou, I'm not sleeping at all. I am ready. I am going to try and become the champion on the opposing side. Not a speed boost, so now Victor's Smeargle is really the pinnacle.
Wow, absolutely incredible things happening here. Now it's the positioning, though, we had before. Smeargle over on Louis' side with Ruination could do that 1 HP of damage to knock out an opposing Smeargle, but Victor's Smeargle is like, okay, my job's done here. I'm looking around, everyone's asleep. Well, okay, I have to switch out. So that is what Victor probably has to do, but then if Koraidon woke up this turn, things could go bad. So yeah, it's still all about reacting to how those sleep turns turn out.
Now, Smeargle might have had a great speed boost, but its job was kind of done here. It's put these Pokemon to sleep. It's time to capitalize on this and get to the action. We're going to see the Incineroar switch in here, having that fake up pressure going into the next turn. As these sleep turns just start
Koraidon wakes up.
Koraidon wakes up, eyes focused as it goes for this Flare Blitz. It's going to find its mark on the Incineroar. Fantastic switch in. Incineroar going to be able to take this incredibly well. Maybe worried it was going to hit another low
also
kick.
Zamazenta waking up.
These restricteds knowing what they need to do. Body press comes through. Koraidon also able to take that.
Absolutely big there. Because now Incineroar has the fake out available. Well, Smeargle is still at a boosted stage of speed after this one drop. Well, very scary Smeargle there. +4 attack, +5 attack. Anyway, it cannot really make use of it, so it's whatever. But Zamazenta is still healthy, and that's the big deal here for Victor, because it means that you can take one more hit from this Koraidon. Even the powerful low kick is not going to knock out Zamazenta. So then you can go for a fake out and body press this turn and kind of guarantee that or like worst case, Smirgle wakes up and goes for the spiky shield.
That's exactly what we're seeing happen. Everybody is back online into this game. It goes for the spiky shield, so if the fake out's going there, it's not going to be able to flinch it or get the knockout, and that's exactly what Victor targeted, covering for that wake up coming through. You didn't want to have your Zamazenta go back to sleep. Now all eyes can go onto what these restricteds are going to do. Flare Blitz comes through, still not enough to be able to pick up the KO on the Incineroar. A little bit of chip certainly will put it in range of this body press to come through and get the KO.
Oh, interesting move choice there by Louis, not going for the low kick that surely would have knocked out Incineroar, instead going for the Flare Blitz, either covering a potential switch into Calyrex or saying that, okay, actually I don't want to knock out the Incineroar as of yet. I want to set it up so that my Calyrex Ice Rider later on can maybe get the KO and then also capitalize on it by getting the boost from getting the knockout from Glacial Lance.
That's a really good point, actually. We can up that Incineroar, so Glacial Lance will be able to get the KO. It can put the Calyrex into a really strong position. We know that it's generally one of these bulkier variants, having that leftovers in the Leech Seed. So you're right, Marcus, that could give it both the bulk and the brawn that it needs to be able to carry through the game.
And this is once more one of those plays where I think Louis is adjusting to the situation that he has the speed boost on his Smirgle. So actually, you kind of want to use it to put Zamazenta to sleep and then maybe knock out Incineroar on the same turn. Yeah, Calyrex Ice Rider joining the field, kind of showing that that is the plan that Louis has.
Yep, Calyrex now in a prime position to try and get that damage on the board. It's really interesting seeing the way that Louis is able to ebb and flow around the different moody boosts that this Smirgle has got, and it's still a formidable threat for Victor to deal with.
Yeah, well, no fake out active. Smirgle with the speed boosts can go for the Spore. Now, of course, you could... Oh, actually, it was the defense was so high, not the attack stat. What am I saying? Anyway, you could go for the Spore onto Zamazenta. Do you want to go for the Wide Guard here? That would kind of guarantee that you take a turn of sleep the next turn. But if you just go for a parting shot, for example, then Glacial Lance will hit either your Calyrex or it will knock out the Smirgle. And both of those you generally don't want as Victor.
Very true. We're going to have to see what happens as Terrestrialization is the first to go here in this turn. Louis turning that Calyrex into a Fairy type once again. Just going to give it a bit of flexibility from something that could come through. You do have to contend with heavy slams though, I guess, but you're pretty bulky. The Spore comes through first. That speedy Smeargle capitalizing on that boost, putting that Zamazenta right back to sleep. You now have to wonder whether or not this Incineroar is going to be able to go for that party shot and if it's going to have any, futility in the game.
Yeah, no clear Amulet. It's the lefties over on that Calyrex Ice Rider. So Incineroar says bye-bye, leaves the field, but you cannot afford to bring out your Smeargle because that would be knocked out, giving a boost to the Calyrex Ice Rider. But yeah, then I guess the only other option is switching in your Calyrex Shadow Rider to take the damage. Not really what you kind of want to do, but maybe you have to in this spot.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all. You really want to keep as much HP remaining on that Pokemon as possible. It wasn't a Glacial Lance coming out, however, it was a Trick Room, and this is also doubly disastrous for that Calyrex, but also in a way for that Smeargle. Now what you want to see is a speed drop. If you're Louis, and he gets it! It's like he could see the future!
Wow, okay. So because of the speed boost, Smeargle would have been slower under Trick Room, but at the perfect timing, now getting the speed drop. Now Smeargle can put Calyrex to sleep. Of course, Victor can kind of place things slow a little bit by going for a Protect here. He can switch into his Incineroar, which has the safety goggles, but that might give Louis the opportunity to go for Ruination instead and start chipping down that Zamazenta.
Calyrex just going for a Protect, knowing Trick Room is not the environment that it wants to be in at all. All eyes turn to the Calyrex going for this Leech Seed.
Did he call it? Did he call the Protect? Did he go for Ruination?
Let's have a look. It is going to be that Ruination. It comes through into the Zamazenta. Louis looking so calm and in control of this game, particularly in this Trick Room.
What a huge double up there. Once again, well, it looked like Victor was having a solid positioning, but then with a speed drop, the Trick Room now is up. Oh, that's... I'm not even... I don't know. Okay. Okay, nothing happens this turn in terms of Moody, but with the Leech Seed and the Ruination, this Zamazenta was at almost full health going into this turn. Now it's almost, it's almost out of the battle. Of course, still, Glacial Lance doesn't do that much damage at all, but Zamazenta is still asleep. It cannot really protect. Spore is incoming into the Calyrex slot. You have to do something about that, but if you switch into Incineroar, because Louis left it around earlier, going for the Flare Blitz, now this could allow the Glacial Lance to get the knockout and then give a boost over to Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis.
Yeah, because of that double up, it could have been an opportunity for Calyrex to get some damage on the board, but I think Louis is not going to give it the same opportunity. So now you're going for that switch, bringing in the Intimidate, hopefully going to keep the Zamazenta in the game, but Victor needs it to try and push through and needs it to wake up. You've got this fake out going into the next turn as well, but for now, it's going to be this Glacial Lance coming through. It is going to be enough to get the knockout on the Incineroar. That's going to give it one of the boosts to counteract the Intimidate that was just out through. But can the Zamazenta pull through for Victor? That is the question.
Yeah, Louis, though, seems to be ready, going for the spiky shield. Is saying that, okay, even if you wake up, you probably want to knock out my Smeargle, but no, going for the spiky shield instead, even just in case it wakes up.
I'm looking at that damage roll as well. The fact that it was able to counteract the Intimidate, I think, could a Glacial Lance get it now? Or is it still not going to be enough?
Oh, the Zamazenta?
Yeah.
It might be able to. However, we might be looking at a wide guard play in one of those upcoming turns. You definitely have to stall out Trick Room somehow, but the problem, and I have to repeat myself, the problem playing against this Terra Fairy Calyrex Ice Rider with leftovers and Leech Seed is you're stalling out the Trick Room, but at the end of it, it's going to be back at full HP because it keeps recovering throughout, and any damage that you do to it, it doesn't stick. And this is also kind of the situation that we're approaching here. 2 turns left of Trick Room, but how can Victor find an opportunity to actually significantly damage this Calyrex?
In a way, Louis is doing this Trick Room not to get damage on the board, but to buy time for the recovery of that Calyrex. It's going to be trying to go for the Leech Seed on the double, but no avail. Victor wisely going for the Protect on his own Calyrex, trying to keep it as safe in the game as it can be. The Spore being followed through, just in case Victor did want to play risky.
Okay, now Zamazenta, though, has to wake up as it does. Okay, that is a small step. Getting the knockout on Smeargle, finally.
Yeah, that's one Pokemon Victor will be happy to see rolling back into its Pokeball, but the game is not over yet. There's still a very healthy Leech Seeding away Calyrex on the opposing side that you have to deal with, and Trick Room is still in play.
Yeah, and now for the final turn of Trick Room, Landorus joins in, and Calyrex just went for the Protect. Now, it wants to switch out, but if you switch out Calyrex, that means Zamazenta definitely goes down at this next turn from the Leech Seed, and then also Smeargle that you would be switching in also would be going down, and you cannot afford that. So I think Calyrex has to stay in. It has to be like a Nasty Plot wide guard, but then if it's Earth Power Leech Seed, this is getting so close here in Game 3.
This is where things get really dicey. In an ideal world, Victor would like that Calyrex with the Smeargle by its side coming in, having that fake out pressure, giving it some breathing room, and then it can start unleashing these Astral Barrages. But the speed advantage is on Louis' side. Every second coming down here, the Wide Guard comes through. So if Glacial Lance comes through on the Calyrex, then it's not going to be able to do any damage. But if it's a Leech Seed, then this Calyrex is in a prime position to start getting more and more HP recovery.
And it is the Leech Seed. Louis getting that call right, also going for the Earth Power. Zamazenta could have gone for an attack, but didn't. Well, now Calyrex, the star of the tournament for Victor. It is his final hope now in this third game of the Grand Finals. Leech Seed sapping away, Zamazenta going down. But how much HP will Calyrex have left after this Leech Seed?
That's the thing. It's up 45 right now. If Louis can run the maths on this, you're going to be able to see if you can withstand through this game. What's it remaining on? Trick Room is over. It is on 23. 23. The maths on that that's a split, basically, right?
It works out
with one
perfectly, but you still need to kind of call this. You have one attack because of the Life Orb as well.
Of course, the Life Orb will take that 1 HP.
Yeah, so you have one turn of attack. Now you have to kind of expect, okay, is your opponent going for the Protect? Can you actually go for another Nasty Plot here? It is the Protect coming out, and I think what you can do is kind of split things. Okay, fake.
Okay, okay.
Wait. Oh, I think, did he Spore to the Protect?
Let's have a look. It was,
yeah, he was calling the Protect over on the Landorus side, but it was Calyrex going for the Protect. Landorus is free to move.
And it goes for the Earth Power, gets the KO on the Calyrex. Victor Medina only has that Smeargle remaining, and it has no attacking moves. You know what this means, Marcus?
It means that we have a new champion, regional champion in Prague, Louis Fontive.
Huge congratulations to Louis Fontive, your 2026 Prague Regional Champion. A commanding Game 3. Commiserations, of course, go to Victor Medina, who fought so valiantly in that match. The future is still bright for him and for both of these trainers as the season progresses.
Wow, it seemed like history was in the making there for Victor. Again, in the grand finals, doing so well, being up 1-0 in that first game. But Louis, he didn't stop there.
Right.
He was committed. He was determined to make it as difficult as possible. And oh boy, he did. Taking game 2 and then forcing this end game in game 3, making the calls there where Victor maybe was playing a little bit too safe with his Calyrex, and that was exploited by Louis fantastically. And yeah, in the end there, just because so much was happening at the same time, I mean, the question was kind of, okay, are you going, because you only get one attack off, can you afford to set up another nasty plot and then maybe take the double knockout
and use that
in the
one
next
attack?
turn? Exactly, but what Louis was doing is protect one, attack with the other, so that as soon as Calyrex goes for that attack, then you would knock yourself out, and then Smeargle cannot beat anything. So it was then coming down to, okay, where is the Spore going? Into which one is protecting, which one is attacking? And yeah, Louis chose correctly, takes down Calyrex, and takes down the championship.
Well, that's the thing. If the Spore had gone down into the Landorus, then it wouldn't have been able to protect on that next turn. And that Landorus, the Pokemon we said was really such an innovative piece in this team building, was what was standing at the end. In game 1, Victor Medina was in such great control, using this Calyrex to get the damage down on the board, using great support with that Smeargle, getting that speed boost, getting that Spore. When it turned into game 2, however, that really was the trick that Louis was able to pull out of the book, using Spore to shut down the Zamazenta and just start steamrolling through Victor's team.
Yeah, what an incredible set by both our players. Yeah, here, game 2, then it was on to Louis. Yeah, I feel like whenever he got a read right, he takes the water bottle, takes a sip, nose, feels good about himself. And yeah, he got so many reads right here. We had that positioning then in game 3 with a speed boost, everyone asleep, then everyone waking up again. So much going on in the set. And then on the final turn of Trick Room, setting up the nasty plot, but it wasn't quite enough. Louis there taking it, and you could see it there on Victor's face. It's like, oh, another second place.
It's got to be hard. My heart goes out to him, being such a consistent trainer, one of the best in the world, but not being able to get past that finalist finish line. I believe it is in the stars, though. I believe one day it is going to happen, and when it will be momentous. Who knows when it will be, but Victor Medina definitely a name to keep an eye on, as well as Louis. Coming up into the Masters Division with such a commanding start, the future years for this Pokemon trainer are so very bright.
Absolutely. Yeah, Louis, part of a very, very strong team building group. While he was in the senior division, working with the likes of Shiliang Tang, Justin Tang on some of their teams, and doing really, really well there. Now transitioning that success over into the Masters division, taking home his first regional championships in the Masters division. What an incredible accomplishment.
And of course, getting that prestigious golden ticket, locking in the World's qualification in San Francisco later on in this summer. He's going to be a name you're going to be wanting to keep an eye out for, to possibly even take that title too. He's in contention.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely a big threat for the World Championships, even at such a young age. Also in online tournaments, he keeps showing up high in the rankings. And yeah, well, we all now got to see it on the very big stage, taking down Victor Medina after going down in the first game, but keeping cool, making the right plays, and coming out on top there.
And that's got to be hard as well. When you're going up against Victor Medina in a Nulla final, you must think the plot armor is surely against me here, right? This is going to be the time that Victor's going to be victorious. But then at the same time, you have that team that has felled Victor's world streams before. And Louis has been piloting it so perfectly, using the Ruination on that Smeargle, being able to have the moves and counter moves, bringing in the Landorus at the right time was just phenomenal play.
Yeah, and so history repeats itself a little bit there in many ways for Victor. And yeah, Louis writing the first chapter of his journey in the Masters division. Let's remind ourselves a little bit about what was going on here in Prague. Let's have a look at some of the statistics here going out of this tournament, because of course we still have a couple more events left in this particular format.
Of course, and that tried and tested combination of the Calyrex, Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta that Victor was able to pilot so beautifully into that grand finals is our #1 spot in phase 2. It's so consistent. You can see the flexibility that it allows, as well as being able to take a look at other counterparts like Miraidon and Lunala.
But wait, the team that won, Koraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, nowhere to be seen here. Not part of the top pairings in terms of restricted Pokemon. But if we have a look at the restricted usage statistics, then I'm pretty sure that we will see Koraidon and Calyrex Ice show up, because usually, well, they are used quite frequently, just not together.
That's true, actually. You do see them with a lot of other pairs coming through, and there they are on that bottom row. Koraidon rising up in usage as being one of the most popular Phase 2 Pokemon. Calyrex, we do often see it maybe, you know, finding its home a little bit more naturally in something like a Trick Room team, whereas Koraidon, obviously using that Flame Charge, wants to be on the speedier side. But actually, having that bulkier Calyrex the way Louis had with the Leech Seed and the leftovers means that it doesn't mind that it's not within Trick Room. We also saw how well it could thrive within it, though, using those Trick Room turns while your opponent scrambles to try and stall through them to just get all the HP that it wants.
Absolutely, yeah, so powerful there in the finals and throughout this tournament. And then, of course, we also have to talk about Giratina Origin, because it's nowhere on the graphics, but it was in day 2, and I'm sure that Jamie will be happy about that.
And Rayquaza, don't forget about that Pokemon too. We had a lot of innovation coming through. Sadly, for this beautiful little Terrapagosa Pokemon I'm always championing, it did really well in Phase 2, getting up into 13.6% of the usage, but it was not one of our kind of top Pokemon in that top 8 necessarily.
Yeah, the top 8 of trainers, the best of the best here in Prague. Also, we're using a lot of these Pokemon to support their restricted. I mean, yeah, the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, the Smeargle, of course, also going up in usage there, just showing how important it is to create some space for your restricted Pokemon to do all the damage.
I mean, Smeargle was the star of that grand finals on both sides of the field. It had a moment at different facets within the match, as well as some of those critical choices like the Incineroar that we've seen. Chien-Pao has been a part of the story here as well across the weekend here in Prague. But have you seen a single Iron Hands, Marcus? Has it just been avoiding the broadcast?
I have seen it, but I don't think it was on the broadcast. No,
it was out there, right? It's on the stats, but we just unfortunately were not able to bring that to the broadcast. So apologies, Iron Hand fans out there.
Well, maybe let's have a look at the top 8 teams. Maybe it's hiding in there somewhere, and we just missed it.
We can see if Iron Hands is hiding. It's quite a difficult Pokemon to hide, though. It kind of likes to be center stage, but definitely one that is still, I think, out there a lot for its support as well with Fake Out and the bulk that it can bring.
Yeah, and then the top 8 trainers, of course, can be so proud of their achievement here in Prague. We just saw it, Louis taking down the title victor with the second place. I'll leave it at that for now. So much Calyrex, Shadow, and Zamazenta, though.
And I really want to shout out Leonardo and Simone's team here as well with that Dragonite and Chien-Pao core. The Dragonite, I think, has been so well utilized by both these trainers, not bringing it at the beginning, often having it towards the end, and going for that Terra Normal, that Choice Band, that Extreme Speed was just a really nice way to clean up so many games.
Yeah, and these teams at this point in the format, of course, this is the format we played at Worlds, so a lot of these teams coming out, doing so well at Worlds, now transitioning over here for this kind of extension of that format in Prague. And yeah, no Iron Hands though.
Yeah, didn't see any Iron Hands there, but it is hiding. It's out there. Maybe we'll see it again. Who knows? But that was our top 8. But at the end of that, there's a champion. And Louis had a tremendous run throughout this tournament. Round 2 didn't quite go to plan, taking that early loss to Lorenzo and another Koraidon team, actually.
Yeah, Lorenzo, a very, very strong trainer from Italy. One of those players that you should have on your radar, because eventually they will also have that very deep run in the tournament. But using that team that won the World Championships, well, that is also a matchup that yeah, they played at Worlds, well, in top 4, Giovanni against Hirofumi, but yeah, Louis once again also being on the bad end kind of a rematch like that.
Are we in a time machine, Marcus? Are we back at the Anaheim World Championships, or we're in Prague? I'm confused.
Well, so am I, but well, I see some Iron Hands, so we might be in the future.
Oh yeah, that's very, very true. The Iron Hands are there, we can see it. They were just, you know, on the run of Louis, not out here on the broadcast, as well as some other interesting teams that started coming up there. Is that a Dawn Wings Necrozma from Swiss Round 5's Lamberto's team?
Yep, it sure looks like it.
Yeah, so a lot of things that Louis maybe wasn't prepared for, but had to face.
Yeah, and then in Phase 2, he had to face some more very, very strong players, losing the first round there, but then he finally locked in. That means round 9 we played yesterday, first round of Phase 2. So today he was completely undefeated, beating the likes of Oliver Eskelin, Stefano Greppi, Mark Mullender, Leonardo Bononomi, beating Forhard, beating Daniele, and then eventually beating Victor in the grand finals.
I mean, that's got to be tough as well, battling through, you know, all of that Phase 1 and then taking that first round of Phase 2 and losing it at the end of day 1. You then have to think going into the next day, it's all on the line. You cannot really afford to take those losses. You want to keep your confidence up high, and that's exactly what he was able to do, a worthy champion.
Yeah, and it's always, of course, fun to look back at maybe the predictions of what some other players might have thought was going to do well in this event, and then compare it to what actually went down. And yeah, I think we also did this at the very beginning, but I think the ceremony is ready.
Yeah.
So let's
go.
Hand out some prizes.
What a wonderful weekend we have had here at the Prague Regional Championships. Over 500 players entered this tournament, but in the end, only 2 players were able to prevail to the finals. They have battled through an iron gauntlet of players to get here. So let us celebrate their accomplishments. I give you the runner-up of the Prague Regional Championships, Victor Medina! Victor, congratulations on your finish. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good. I think I made a great run, a great tournament. I'm satisfied. Well, not really. I wanted to win finals, but it is a great tournament. I think I tried my best, and honestly, I'm pretty happy with my opponent. He played amazing. He's such a great player, so young. So yeah, who else to lose in a finals with?
You played so incredibly well throughout the entire weekend, and it was just such a joy to watch you play. Are you planning on entering in any other tournaments before Worlds?
Yes, for sure. I will be in Utrecht and the Italian special event. I'm not sure if I will be at NAIC yet or no, but I will try my best.
That's amazing. We really look forward to seeing you at all these events, and I know one day the championship title will be yours. Let's give it up one more time for the runner-up of the Prague Regional Championships, Victor Medina! And now, it is finally time to crown the champion of our 2026 Prague Regionals. I give you Louis Fonvier! Louis, congratulations on your finish. How are you feeling winning a Master Championship title in your very first year of Masters?
Félicitations, qu'est-ce que ça te fait de gagner un tournoi en Master sur ta première saison en Master?
Je suis super content et c'est vachement cool, quoi. Ouais, je suis content.
Very happy.
Yeah, amazing. Just watching the way you played those 3 sets just gave such a thrill to the entire audience. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about that final turn in Game 3 when you protected your Calyrex and allowed your Landorus to go for the attack. What made you decide to protect the Calyrex and not the Landorus?
Sur le dernier tour de la 3e partie, qu'est-ce qui t'a fait protéger Calyrex et attaquer avec Demeteros?
Parce que je voulais que le Kai Shadow meure de la Life Orb, plus Leech Shield. Et si j'arrivais pas, je n'arrivais pas s'il me tuait s'il ne tapait pas et qu'il faisait encore machination, j'aurais tenté un double protect.
Because I wanted the Calyrex to be KO'd by the Life Orb recoil, and if he had put the second nasty plot, I would have tried for a double protect.
That's amazing, just hearing about your thought process. And lastly, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone watching?
Les gens que tu veux remercier qui nous regardent?
Donc ma famille déjà, mon frère, mon père, ma mère, la famille Yogi aussi, la communauté française et aussi les gens avec qui j'ai prep, donc Paul Chua, Justin Tang, Xiliang Tang, Jiangzi, Chongzhong, William, Joe, and everyone to supporting me.
My family, the Hogi family, and the French community, as well as the players I just named.
Thank you very much, Louis. Congratulations once again. Well, we're going to let you get some very well-deserved rest, and we will see you at Worlds. So let us give it up one more time for your 2026 Prague Regional Champion, Louis Fonvier. For those of you watching at home, the show is not over just yet. So please join me over at the couch as we wrap up this show. See you very shortly.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up to the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
And just like that, we have crowned another champion here in the 2026 European season. It has been an incredible tournament. You can still hear some of the other games going on as well. Everybody has been so hyped this whole weekend long. How are we feeling at the end of this?
Yeah, absolutely incredible final. A deserving champion. This tournament had it all.
It really did. Jamie, what was your highlight throughout this weekend?
I'm not allowed to say Giratina, am I?
How about you give us two?
So Giratina and also, well, we would have seen Rayquaza and then we didn't quite see Rayquaza, but that was a bit of a shame. But we did see a decent amount of innovation, but we also saw why the teams that were working continue to still work. We saw the team that got top 4 at the World Championships and the team that got top 8 at the World Championships make it to the finals, still proving they are very, very solid teams.
Well, you got to see some of your more unique Pokemon choices that I know at the start of the show yesterday you were looking forward to. Zoe, did your beloved Chien-Pao rise up to the hype?
Well, it did get several placements in the top 8, but for me, the highlight this weekend was definitely that finals match. I was on the absolute edge of my seat the entire time, especially that Game 3. Such fine margins, and really just came down to all the Pokemon needing to wake up on time and those Smeargles getting very appropriate speed boosts or drops at the right times.
I mean, Smeargle, Moody Boost, and Sleep Turns, those are stressful at the best of times, let alone in a grand finals where there are 2 of them on the field. It definitely was a very intense final for us to be watching through. But Louis, being our Masters Division final, champion here, Victor Medina being the finalist, it's not the only division we have here, though. We have Masters, Seniors, and Junior divisions as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Alberto Fabi and Magnus Andresen taking down the championships there. And also, well, we saw it with Louis. Maybe in a couple of years, we will see them on the big stage.
That's the thing. Louis has been able to be a champion in the Seniors Division previously and is now able to call himself a Masters Division champion here from Prague. Of course, Prague is one of the many wonderful locations we have in the EU calendar this year. And we're getting towards kind of the latter end of it. There's only a couple more events left. Zoe, what events can our trainers look forward to still enjoying as we go through the rest of this season?
Well, we have now just finished Prague, and you can see that city is now going to be grayed out on the screen. And we have 2 more European regionals left this season. Of course, the event in Turin is a special event, but we've got Utrecht regionals just coming up next month. And then right after that, it's going to be Turin. And right after that, it's going to be NAIC in New Orleans. And not immediately after that, but the month after that, it will be San Francisco and Worlds.
Yeah, they get a little bit of a break between NAIC and the World Championships to maybe refine up their team, get a little bit of practice in and things like that. But all of our trainers who were able to be victorious at these regional championships are locking in their golden ticket. That means that they automatically qualify for that illustrious Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, and we've got a brand new region taking the title. It seems like halfway through the season, Italy was going to get the clean sweep, but then Spain for Seville, and now France here in the Czech Republic, able to take a regional championship title for their home regions. And yeah, once again, congratulations to Louis. It could have been in Italian. We had Simone Sanvito already on the graphic, getting close to winning 2 regionals in the same season, but no, it wasn't to be for Italy. Are we going to see just 2 more different regions now? Is that the streak broken and therefore we get to have some more variety?
Is that the pattern? Is that the trend? I mean, if you take a look at the first 5, they're all Italians in that layout. And I think in a way, these friendly, competitive rivalries between regions, that sometimes does spur you on to be that little bit more extra motivated. So I always love to see that come through. I mean, taking a look forward, we saw Italians still doing so incredibly well in top 4 and in top 8.
Yeah, just Team Italy is proving itself to be one of the strongest regions in Europe. And I do have to say, they do have an incredibly strong community, and this is what makes them so strong. It's the friends and the family that support you. And throughout the entire weekend in all the player interviews, whenever we ask them if they have any shout-outs, it's always to the friends that help them play test and build the teams together. So it just goes to show that the community is there, and that's what makes it so fun for the game.
So beautifully said, Zoe, particularly as we can hear the community behind us really celebrating in the trading card game. I mean, Jamie, it's really at the heart of competitive Pokemon, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I just want to bring up is that we're almost at the end of Scarlet and Violet now as well.
So true.
Because that's something I don't think we mentioned yet. Utrecht was on the graphic, and that's going to be it. One more Scarlet and Violet Regional Championship coming up in VGC, and it's been going for many, many years. We're finally right at the end of it. Whether some people are going to be happy or sad about that, that's going to be a debate. But I think I will be quite sad. There have been some fantastic streams across the entirety of the game, but I am still looking forward to Champions when that comes.
Yeah, and then of course we have a new home then for a competitive Pokemon, also including some of the key mechanics potentially down the line. So yeah, I mean, it's only going up from here, isn't it?
Let's hope so.
Yeah, that's very true. Could be the end of an era, but the start of a new age coming through when we do make that transition. But there's still some Pokemon action here to be had. Our next event on the calendar globally is going to be across on NA. If you want to maybe attend that event, I know some of our European casters and competitors like to sometimes hop across the pond and attend these events. Los Angeles will have its regional championships in May from the 8th to the 10th. That's sure to be a good one.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, then the players in NA can take some inspiration from what was going on here in Prague and then maybe adapt or innovate further, or just take some of the best teams from the World Championships, because that seems to be the recipe for success in this format.
Yeah, and Jamie, you were just talking about how in Europe we actually do still have one more tournament where trainers can put their name into the history books for Scarlet and Violet, and that's going to be in Utrecht.
Yeah, Utrecht just a few weeks away. And that will be it. This will be the curtain call on Scarlet and Violet for VGC, 16th and 17th of May. Make sure you don't miss that one, because you want to be there for the end of an era, right?
100%. You could see a lot of the trainers, you know, taking all their experience and the time that they've shared with these Pokemon in these regulations and wanting to still go for one last ride with those particular Pokemon by their side. Of course, if you want to make sure that you don't miss any of the Pokemon action, you can follow along with everything on the website. Check it out at pokemon.com/broadcast. You can then find out all the links to get all of the action. Go rewatch some of the matches. I definitely recommend rewatching a lot of our top games from this weekend. Zoe, how else can you get involved?
Well, as you can see, there is also YouTube and Twitch that I can use to stay on top of all of the action. On YouTube, we are at Play Pokemon. On Twitch, we are just Pokemon. And you can use that as a hub to find all of the other games in addition to Pokemon VGC. So there's just so much Pokemon to be enjoyed. And I know you'll have an amazing time there.
Yeah, pick your platform and make sure you catch up on all the action no matter where it is happening. You can also use that hashtag PlayPokemon to get involved, going through on X, YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, respectively, to share how you are enjoying competitive Pokemon. I think, casters, that might be it for this weekend. It has been an incredible weekend of competitive Pokemon play. Congratulations, Louis, and all of our champions, competitors, our judges, production, everyone who has really worked hard to make this event as special as it is. We will catch you in the next one. See you then.